Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Senator Karimi. And this man.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Karimi Sunday. I represent Kogi West. My Excellency, Governor Nasir El-Rufai, your performance in any office you find yourself in this country has been outstanding. In PPE, your record is there. In FCT as a minister, your record is there. And as two-time governor of Kaduna State, you did well. But I have this very strong petition against you that borders on security, unity, and cohesiveness of Nigerian nation. And I think that petition has to be considered along in this screening exercise.
I take questions from the distinguished senators. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Senate President, Senator Godswill AKPABIO, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my name is Nasir Ahmad El-Rufai. I am standing before you as a result of being nominated to be a minister of the government of the Federation. I was born about 63 years ago in Daudawa, a village in Katsina State, and I attended primary school in Daudawa and Kao, Kaduna. Then went to Barewa College between 1972 and 1976. Completed the West African School Certificate and went to Ahmadu Bello University, where I graduated in 1980 with a degree in quantity surveying. 2 years later, I went back to school to get a master's in business administration from the same university, Ahmadu Bello University Zaria. And a year later, completed a postgraduate diploma in computer science. Subsequently, in years ahead, I got a law degree from the University of London and NLB from University of London, a master's in public administration from Harvard University Kennedy School of Government. I started my business as a consulting quantity surveyor in 1981 after completing my youth service in Ogun State, and I served in Abeokuta with a company called George Wimpy Nigeria Limited, then building the Oyan River Dam. I worked for a few months, the construction company building the ABU teaching hospital before establishing the quantity surveying consulting firm, Erufai and Partners. The firm still exists. It's one of the largest quantity surveying firms in the country. It's being run by my partners. I left the firm since 1998 when I was asked by General Abdul Salam Abubakar to be one of his policy advisors after the death of General Sani Abacha. During the handover to President-elect Obasanjo, the President-elect promised me that he would want to invite me to work with him when he takes over, and he did. I was appointed the Director General of the Bureau of Public Enterprises, where I was tasked to kickstart the federal government privatization program, which had been suspended since 1993. During that period, for the next 4 years from 1999, I was in charge of the program. And it was during this period that we privatized most of the banks, commercial banks, cement, sugar companies, vehicle assembly plants. And we also designed and steered the reforms in key sectors like telecommunications, which turned out to be quite successful. We also started reforms in the electricity supply industry and oil and gas. In fact, the first draft of what turned out to be the Petroleum Industry Act was drafted by the BPE when I was in charge. Some of the distinguished senators here were either in the House of Representatives or in the executive branch, like distinguished Senator Goje, who was Minister of State for Power. We all worked together to steer these reforms ahead.
Would anyone else like to share about how they were unprotected?
I downloaded the software that leaked all my private photos online, and now I'm trying.
I was then appointed Minister of the Federal Capital Territory after confirmation by the Senate. So this is the second time I'm coming back to these distinguished chambers. The first time was 20 years ago, in 2003, when I was confirmed and appointed Minister of the Federal Capital Territory. I administered Abuja for 4 years, and thereafter I went back to school. That's when I acquired my law degree and my MPA from Kennedy School of Government. I came back to Nigeria after a short period of exile in May 2010 and joined the CPC under the leadership of General Muhammad Buhari. Eventually, the CPC of life, my education experience, private sector and public service career. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Ayari. Oh, okay. After you, then the Senator for Kaduna, three of them.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Abdulaziz Abubakar Yale, I represent good people of Zamfara West.
You know, I have trading to thank for this car, and I'm not talking about the money to buy.
Two governors that have been here for screening, and there was a precedent, and that precedent as a...
If you've got more than enough money coming in each month, feel free to skip this ad. If not,
As agreed by all of us, he has done very well in all the offices occupied, from DG, BPE to FCT Minister and two-time Governor of Kaduna State. I had a question before, but given the President said by this Senate yesterday regarding the two other governors who were asked to take a bow and go, I want to join my colleagues to insist and to request that he should take a bow and go. Take a side. Yeah? Take a bow. Thank you very much. Order, please. I think we have gotten enough questions. We'll avail him the opportunity to respond. When he responds, then we can allow you to go. Bango. Yes. And
all right. So I wanted to start it off with that. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Yes, I know I need an ad blocker. I will be. This is a new system that I just set up. So I've not yet put all of the accoutrements that goes with it. But I wanted to start with that just to give an example of what goes on in the country. So we started off with a clip that of a conscientious objector senator that says that this guy's atrocities had to be investigated before he was screened through. And ultimately, it was a take a bow and go. It was long-winded, so that's why I stopped it halfway through, because I don't want to labor you through the entirety of it. But ultimately, it's always the same. Take a bow and go. Somebody of El Rufai's notoriety, with all of the atrocious, almost evil things leveled against this guy, take a bow and go. So take a bow and go. So good day, good afternoon, good to see you all. Good to have you here, good to be in your company. So the session is going to be unusual. Nigeria is going to drive the majority of it, but I'll be in just for the early phase, just for it to settle in. But before anybody drives anything, let's see exactly what we're contending with. But we kick it off with that because that has to be addressed. All of these notorious criminals turning up, you know, and then just take a bow and go. So take a bow and go. So take a bow and go. But as somebody that certainly should not be taking a bow and going anywhere. So let's kick it off with our favorite friend, Fani Kayode. But before we go to Fani Kayode, let's acknowledge Ayo, who is now become the tradition now. When the session starts, he super speakers to the session to say, how are you? So how are you to you two, Ayo, and thank you for the generous what's it. So Ayo, always with the generous what's it. So that's Ayo kicking us off with a good mood. So thank you for doing that. But somebody that we are certainly not thanking, Fani Kayode, we will crush you like maggots under our feet. Fani Kayode wants Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger army. So if you ever want a language that is not suitable for any climate, go and listen to Fani Kayode, who always this sort of verbal diarrhea that he always purges onto the landscape anytime that attacked and guile and cool heads are required. So whenever cool heads are required, certainly don't reach for this guy. We will crush you like maggots under our feet. Fani Kayode wants Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger army. So Fani Kayode, a chieftain of the All Progressive Congress APC, has said that Nigeria's army would crush Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger army like maggots. He gave the warning in a post via his Twitter handle on Tuesday, August the 1st. He emphasized that Nigeria's military fighting force should not be underestimated. Although the country faces challenges and issues, still, when at war against foreign enemies on foreign soil, it has yet to be overwhelmed or defeated. So there is currency really to that, because of course Nigeria very experienced in overseas excursions. He wrote, "A pitiful and nonsensical threat from two pitiful and nonsensical unelected governments." He wrote, "The military governments of Mali and Burkina Faso have said that any attack on Niger Republic by ECOWAS will be regarded as an act of war. This is a pitiful and nonsensical threat from two pitiful and nonsensical unelected governments headed by tin pot military dictators." So it's been a while since I heard that word, that phrase, tin pot military dictator. "The biggest mistake that the mutinous rebels and military usurpers of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger and their allies can ever make is to underestimate the fighting force and indomitable spirit of the Nigerian military and the sense of solidarity that we as a people kindle, muster, and cultivate when confronted in the field of battle by a foreign foe." So I think he's trying to hearken to that American sort of thing, that when they're in a moment of war, the country always usually rallies together. I wonder if that applies to Nigeria. We may have challenges and issues in our country, but when at war against foreign armies on foreign soil, we have never, and that never, of course, in capital letters, been overwhelmed or defeated. History proves that we are slow to anger, but irresistible in battle. And if Burkina Faso, Burkinabe, Malians, and the Nigerian army test our will, we shall bring them to their knees and teach them the lesson of their life. So the blustering language of Fani Kayode very much still at its most potent, sharpest edge. Threatening great Nigeria with war is no small matter, and if carried out, will prove costly for them. Simply put, we will crush them like maggots under our feet and send them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. So I'm not quite sure that they're far from the Stone Ages already, but there it is. That's Fani Kayode now lending his calm diplomacy to important matters. So that's the yin. Now here is the yang. So that was the yin. Here is the yang. So let's go to this one. Let's go to this one. Niger coup, UK government not in support of military intervention, Foreign Office. So now this is a marked departure from how the rest of some of the international players are positioned. And you have to understand that there's a lot of external players within the skirmish that is going on, or within the situation rather that is going on in Niger Republic. So as we know, just to summarize, the Russians are trying to seize Niger Republic from the French. The French, via partners in America and the cohesion of the Nigerian state, are trying to put up a resistance for that. The British, they take a position. And Niger coup, United Kingdom government, not in support of military intervention, Foreign Office. The UK Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, James Cleverly, has stated that the United Kingdom government does not support a military intervention to restore democracy in Niger Republic. He said this on Tuesday at a press briefing in Lagos. Cleverly said, the use of force to redraw borders or to take political control of countries is something that we do not support. We believe in democracy. We value ECOWAS's explicit commitment to democracy, and we sincerely hope that democracy will be established in Niger without the need for military intervention. On Sunday in Abuja, Economic Community of West African States ECOWAS leaders in a statement demanded the immediate release and reinstatement of elected President Mohamed Bazoum within 1 week. It added that in the event the authorities' demands are not met within 1 week, ECOWAS will take all measures necessary to restore constitutional order in the Republic of Niger. Such measures may include the use of force. Cleverly added that when it comes to Niger, the United Kingdom is very pleased to see regional African leaders take fast, decisive actions to communicate their intentions, because the message that sends about African leaders being engaged and taking responsibility for the actions in their region and continent is incredibly important. I will be meeting with President TINUBU tomorrow, and we will discuss what the United Kingdom can do to support the African initiatives and actions, rather than the United Kingdom trying to push ourselves to the front of this. It is absolutely right that African leaders are taking the primary position in response to the situation in Niger. United Kingdom Foreign Secretary, who is in Nigeria on an investment drive, also noted that prosperity and security go hand in hand. Security gives confidence for foreign investors to invest in a country, and this means the potential of Nigeria is optimized. He added that primary responsibility of government is security for their own people. We will always look for opportunities to help the Nigerian government enhance security for the people of Nigeria. We will continue to look for ways to enhance our mutual security. So the headline really that the United Kingdom government are not in support of our military intervention in Niger, which are Fani Kayode and certainly Malam TINUBU and the rest of their co-travelers are absolutely categorically. I think an inevitability that there will be that war, or an inevitability that there will be that war, and an opportunity to test Nigeria's military might as well. So we see how that space plays out. The rest of the world, and we've heard from Anthony Blinken, by the way, who very much in support of the stance of Nigeria and ECOWAS. So we see how that plays out. From that to this, right, ex-Nigerian Bar Association President Akpata joins Labour Party, says he's tired of complaining about Nigeria. So the allure of Peter Obi continues to capture wide and far. Mr. Akpata, let's see, where does it start? Yeah. Right. This, for me, is the start of a very important journey, and it is my prayer that I arrive safely at my destination. The former president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Olumide Akpata, is that Akpata or Akpata? I'm not quite sure where he's from. That's why I'm pronouncing it in that way. Has joined the Labour Party. Mr. Akpata, a lawyer, confirmed this in a post he made on Twitter on Tuesday. Quite a number of people have called / messaged me to confirm the news. Currently making the rounds that I have joined a political party. Yes, I joined the Art Labour Party NG in March this year. And on Sunday, I attended my first ward meeting at Orode Ward 6 in Benin City. So it's from Benin, where I was formally introduced to members of the ward and presented with my party membership card, he said on the micro-blogging platform. Mr. Akpata, or Akpata, depending on how they pronounce it in Benin, said he joined the Labour Party because he got tired of complaining about what is happening in Nigeria. I decided to take the plunge and try to be part of the solution rather than agonizing continually over the problem, he said. This was a major step for me and not one that I take lightly, he added. This, for me, is the start of a very important journey, and it is my prayer that I arrive safely at my destination. So I suspect that his destination might well be the State House in Edo State. It is unclear if Mr. Akpata will run or Akpata will run for an elective office. The People's Democratic PDP is the ruling party in Edo State, where the former NBA president hails from. The All Progressive Congress, APC, which is the ruling party at the national level, has significant influence in the state's politics. So he's coming at the lowest rung. The Labour Party has greatly transformed into a formidable political party in Nigeria since Peter Obi, a former governor of Anambra State, Southeast Nigeria, joined the party in May last year and eventually became its 2023 presidential candidate. So this is the pool now. This is so these are the processes then that that continues to add validation to that Labour Party space. And Labour Party, the way it is positioning now, is set to seize the center ground from a PDP because the only viable opposition to governance now is the obedience space. Any and every major criticism and the person holding the governance at the moment to account is the obedience space. So to all intents and purposes, that's the major opposition party now. Now, they only had it was a single-man party with Peter Obi being the only person there. Because, of course, if you remove Peter Obi from Labour Party, then everybody just forgets that he exists. But now it's being padded out by senior names in in the Nigerian landscape. So that's a real coup, by the way, for the Labour Party, a real coup. So a real coup for the Labour Party. Back to the United Kingdom again, TINUBU's economic reforms will encourage investment, Foreign Secretary. So James Cleverly again, British Foreign Secretary said President Bola Tinubu's economic reforms, including the removal of fuel subsidy and the unifying of the exchange rate, will encourage investment and help drive growth. He made this known on Tuesday during a business meeting in Lagos. The Foreign Secretary also said sound macroeconomic reforms at the national level, no matter how inventive it was, could only go so far. Mr. Cleverly, however, noted that African countries needed capital to drive investment, development, and jobs, saying it is imperative that the international financial institutions accommodate shared aspirations for a bigger, more responsible, and fairer system. According to him, if multilateral development banks implement recommendations of G20's independent capital adequacy framework, they will unlock hundreds of billions of dollars in investment finance. So it is worth pausing on that because the G20, of course, they're the biggest, they're sort of a grouping of the elite countries in the world. And what he's saying is that it says, according to him, if multilateral development banks implement recommendations of the G20's independent capital adequacy framework, so it looks as though a portal has been opened for financing for third world projects. So maybe Tinubu can access that, I don't know, on behalf of Nigeria. Cleverly said that the United Kingdom was taking a leading role on the reforms of international financial institutions and investing in World Bank and the African Development Bank. So you see this visit by James Cleverly and this narrative that we're hearing to him, I see this as a response to, let me actually see if I can find it, Kenyan President Macron. I see it as somewhat of a response to, let me see if I can find it. I see it as somewhat of a response to that famous interaction. Let's see. I think it's somewhat of a response to that famous interaction between the president of Kenya and Macron. Let's see. Yes. So, yes. I think I've got it now. So you have to sometimes connect the dots with a lot of these things. So where were we? So let's go to James Cleverly again, and then we'll segue it to. Hold on. Where are you, James? James, my boy. Hold on. That's the problem when you're flicking through so many. Yes. Okay. So yes. So let me give you that. You see, actually, let me play you this clip, and then I'll segue it back to those two paragraphs, because there's a synergizing there and there's a realignment going on. And part of that realignment is what James Cleverly is doing in Nigeria. But listen to this. You've heard it before. Sorry, I was playing that to you. I didn't know I wasn't even sharing the tab. Let me share it. Oh, okay, sorry. Let me play this to you. I beg your pardon.
We need a financial transaction tax at a global level where even countries like Kenya pay. We do not want anything for free. You will pay more eventually because you have a bigger economy. We will pay commensurate to our economy. And we want those resources controlled not by IMF and World Bank. Because IMF and World Bank, you have the final say. We don't have no say. We want another organization of equals, where you have as much say because you pay as much as we do because we also pay. That's the organization we are looking for. And that is why we are saying we need a new financial architecture where governance, where power is not on the hands of a few people. We can agree on the governance of the institution. We can agree on the sharing of power so that all of us have access to resources that go to making sure, number one, renewable energy. We invest in decarbonization. Number two, adaptation, mitigation, smart agriculture. Number three, restoring our planet, restoring our biodiversity, and making sure our carbon sinks work. This is what we are saying, and we would appreciate a little understanding. We want to be, we are talking the normal. If we continue talking the normal, Emmanuel, we will never solve this problem. Things are not going forward, they're going backwards. Tokenism, installment will not solve this problem. We have a much bigger problem than the installment we are discussing here will solve.
All right. So sorry, still making noise in the background. Let me shut it down. So yes. So hold on to that thought. So I think actually what we heard from the Kenyan president there was the opening salvo. I'm actually linking that clip by the Kenyan president to what is going on in the Sudan, or in Niger Republic now, because what we are seeing is a rebalancing. And what the Kenyan president was saying to Macron then is that the African continent is fed up of being taken advantage of. We're educated, we're global, and we want to be participants in the world that we live in. So that was essentially the broad thrust of what the Kenyan president was saying to Macron. I think that was the takeaway. And then we're seeing that now being actioned. The British Foreign Secretary, he is now in Nigeria, trying to rebalance. So actually, let me take this from the top again. going off the back of that clip, so go off the back of that clip into this. TINUBU's economic reform will encourage investment, UK Foreign Secretary. So he doesn't care about TINUBU. He's just wanting the opportunities that this presents to his country. James Cleverly, British Foreign Secretary, you know, before they send somebody of this seniority, if you want to know the equivalency, think Anthony Blinken. Think Anthony Blinken in Nigeria. This is the equivalency if you want to draw a parallel. James Cleverly, British Foreign Secretary, says President Bola Tinubu's economic reforms, including the removal of fuel subsidy and the unifying of the foreign exchange rates, will encourage investment and drive growth. He made this known on Tuesday during a business. So note this, because there's a recalibration. If you don't know that there's a real calibration going on globally, then maybe this platform is not for you. Maybe you're not of the cerebral level that we conversate with here, because there's a global rebalancing going on. If you don't know that, then maybe you're not of the cerebral functioning. Maybe you should go to Edo Watch and go and be doing the gnashing at the teeth there. So James Cleverly, British Foreign Secretary, says President Tinubu's economic reforms, including the removal of fuel subsidy and the unifying of exchange rates, will encourage investment and help drive growth. He made this known on Tuesday during a business briefing. So is there? The Foreign Secretary also said sound microeconomic reforms at national level, no matter how inventive, could only go so far. Cleverly, however, noted that African countries needed So now, this is, and you have to also understand that Britain stands alone in the international first world space, haven't left the European Union. So Britain has a lot of money, and it wants to maintain its influence, and it wants to recalibrate. So Britain is in contention for Nigeria, as are the Chinese, as are the not so much the Russians, because the Russians have not yet made the infiltration into Nigeria, but certainly the Americans. And we saw how many times Macron came to Nigeria, even under Buhari. So he's in play too. Cleverly, however, noted that African countries needed capital to drive investment, development, and jobs, saying it is imperative that the international financial institutions accommodate shared aspirations for a bigger, more responsive and fairer system. So a bigger, more responsive and fairer system. And it was that phrase that made me go dig out that Kenyan president speech. So this now is a response, by my reckoning, to that speech by the Kenya president to Macron. According to him, if multilateral development banks implement recommendations of G20's independent capital adequacy framework, so they're already starting to wrap a framework around that outburst by the Kenyan president. They will unlock hundreds of billions of dollars in development finance. Cleverly said the United Kingdom was taking a leading role on the reform of international financial institutions and investing in World Bank and the African Development Bank. So all of this, so by my own thinking, you may complete, I may be stupid, but in that thinking, but all of this, to me, is a response to the Kenyan president outburst. The public sector alone cannot provide all the investments needed. Private capital is essential. That is why the United Kingdom government is promoting private sector investment in Nigeria and across the continent, and we will do our utmost to galvanize even more interest. We will continue to champion further more fit Africa. For example, the better and faster implementation of international tax rules will stop revenue leaking from your national treasury. And that was the space that the Kenya president spoke to. He said that no one country could bring about multilateral reforms, but change was possible with the partnership on reforms that benefit not just African countries or the United Kingdom, but the world at large. So there he is then, making the first move then off the back of that outburst by the Kenyan president. So let's move quickly on from that. Let's move to one of the headline spaces. Ministerial screening, lawmaker salaries not enough. AKPABIO. I think this guy is angling to be stoned. I think this guy wants to be stoned on the streets, is what I think. Ministerial screening, lawmaker salaries not enough. I suspect that the headline perhaps might not mirror the body of it. Senate President Godswill Akpabio says salaries of members of the National Assembly were not enough to take care of demands from their constituencies, from their constituents. Akpabio stated this on Monday whilst contributing to the debate on the motion sponsored by Abdurrahman Suleiman, member of the NNPP, representing Kano, on the need to avert impending strike planned by the Nigerian Labour Congress. He said the volume of requests from various constituents represented in the National Assembly's lawmakers' earnings was too inadequate to cater for those requests. So the lawmakers are whatever it is I call them, the lawmakers' earnings is not meant is not meant for their constituents. All these constituent projects and whatnot that they get are. Akpabio considered that though hardship associated with the removal of subsidy were enormous, there was a need for the people to be more patient with the government while steps were being taken to ameliorate sufferings of the people. In defending his motion, Kawu said the strike would cripple the country as movement would be severely curtailed as commercial transport operators would withdraw their services, whilst market, schools, and healthcare facilities will be forced to shut down. Kuwa added that the action will hit up the polity when it occurred. The gains from the strike will be far below the cost of either of the parties in the conflict. So I think that's wrapped around that space. So let's go on to this one. Northern CSOs pull out of NLC strike. So the strike is penciled for tomorrow, but it looks as though it has already collapsed. The strike penciled for tomorrow, but looks as though it's already collapsed. Less than 24 hours to the Wednesday planned nationwide strike and mass protest by the Nigerian Labour Congress, 16 northern-based civil society groups under the aegis of Coalition of Arewa Civil Society Organizations have pulled out on the grounds that the indefinite strike action will damage the fragile economy and cause more hardship to the ordinary citizens. The NLC had given the government a 7-day ultimatum with threats of a nationwide strike scheduled to commence on Wednesday, August the 2nd, 2023, and directed all its affiliates and civil society groups across the 36 states of the Federation to mobilize workers and Nigerians for a long-lasting strike should the government fail to meet its demands. Earlier, the NLC, in a statement signed by its national president, Joe Ajaero, had accused the TINUBU government of failing to meet up with the demands it presented to it following the removal of the subsidy on petrol. But after a crucial study of the disadvantages and overall consequences on the masses, we decided to pull out immediately and ask the labor union and federal government to rather embrace dialogue on mitigating measures, the CSOs stated. The decision to pull out was contained in a statement signed by the chairman and secretary of the Arewa Coalition, Comrade Ibrahim Suleiman Dogo, and Comrade Friday Luka Dulang. According to the group, because the planned strike action was not the best way to resolve problems emerging from the current harsh economic conditions caused by the removal of the subsidy. They added that the strike would cripple the country as movement will be severely curtailed, with market, schools, and healthcare facilities forced to shut down. The statement further reads, "We cannot afford to go back to the days when the federal government used money meant for the development of public infrastructures, education, healthcare, and jobs for payment of subsidy to rich marketers. we can't also continue to feed smugglers and actors Father Christmas to neighboring countries. It is for these reasons that we recommend dialogue and more robust discussions on the matters arising from the fuel subsidy removal. It will be recalled that President TINUBU, whilst addressing Nigerians on June the 12th, Democracy Day, said he decided to free the country's resources from the stranglehold of unpatriotic elements. We expect the labor union and relevant stakeholders to look beyond the harsh policies now and consider the future of a sustainable economy that will bring about overall development across all spheres of life. However, between now and tomorrow, Wednesday, August the 2nd, we urge the federal government to invite the representatives of organized labor to stop the nationwide strike called by the Nigerian Labour Congress. So the Nigerian Labour Congress, of course, that strike essentially is the Labour Party space because the Labour Congress, of course, are part of the Labour Party movement. We are reconsidering our stance on planned strike labor unions. The organized labor union comprising the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, and trade unions, TUC, says it is reconsidering its decision to embark on a nationwide strike over the removal of a fuel subsidy. The strike was scheduled to begin with a mass protest on Wednesday, August 2nd, 2023. After the rescheduled Presidential Steering Committee on Palliatives meeting held in Abuja on Tuesday, Festus Osifo, TUC president, said President Bola Tinubu's announced measures were welcome, although they were not. So the anticipation was that Tinubu's national broadcast was a preemptive strike against the strike. Excuse the tautology, excuse, but it was a preemptive strike against the strike, and it looks as though it has worked. So yes, the strike was scheduled to begin with a mass protest on Wednesday, August 2nd, 2023, after the rescheduled Presidential Steering Committee on Palliative meeting held in Abuja on Tuesday. Festus Osifo, TUC president, said President Bola Tinubu's announced measures were welcomed, although they were not comprehensive enough. Osifo said the labor union will consult with its members to reach a consensus on the next course of action before the day ends. Then on the government's part, you asked something about the protest. Yes, they also appealed that we should shelve the protest. Our response was that we are going to go back this evening and also have a conversation around that, and you will hear from us at the end of that conversation. Titus Ambad, National Vice President NLC, collaborated the position of the TUC president, saying they were returning to consult. So it looks as though the strike will be abandoned. So dollars has changed hands, as always is the case. Dollars has changed as always is the case. Let me give you just a couple more readouts, and then we'll get into the conversation. Consider FCT as 37th state for the purpose of presidential election. TINUBU today. You know, the petition will entirely hinge on this ABUJA space. And this argument, by the way, had been presented by Falana many years ago. It says President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Tuesday asked the presidential election petition court sitting in Abuja to consider the Federal Capital Territory Abuja as the 37th state of the Federation for the purpose of the February 25th presidential election. Adopting his final written address in the petition filed by Atiku and his party, PDP challenged his election. Tinubu, through his counsel, Chief Wale Olanipekun SAN, urged the court to read the Constitution collectively, particularly as it relates to FCT, and submitted that FCT is the 37th state for the purpose of presidential election, referring to Section 134, subsection 2B of the Constitution, which provides that a candidate contesting for post of president must score not less than 1/4 of the votes cast in the election in at least 2/3 of all the states in the Federation and the FCT. Olanipekun said Tinubu won 1/3 of 2/3 votes in the FCT, which qualifies him to be declared as president. The senior lawyer also submitted that there is a difference between transfer and transmission, and added that IREF played no role in the coalition of the election results. According to Olanipekun, it would be for public interest that the court would not set aside the decision of the electorate and urged the court to dismiss the petition. Our Council for the Independent National Electoral Commission, Abubakar Mahmood, SAN, said the petitioners failed to discharge the burden of proof required by law. So consider Abuja, the 37th state is really that everything hinges on that. As far by my reckoning, everything hinges on that. So I'll make this one the last one. Is Chimamanda Adichie appearing with showing her clannish credentials with Peter Obi. Ezekwesili reacts to Chimamanda. Ezekwesili reacts as Chimamanda joins Peter Obi at tribunal challenging TINUBU's victory. So let's just so that's Chimamanda, of course, unmistakably. I wonder why she's wearing the bright orange, as if she felt she wouldn't stand out enough. So she needed to spotlight herself. So there she is, showing off her Igbo credentials. Our former Minister of Education and co-convener of Bring Back Our Girls, Obi'S Ezekwesili, has described the presence of award-winning Nigerian author Chimamanda Adichie at the presidential election petition in Abuja as awesome. Correspondence reports that Adichie on Tuesday joined the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and his running mate Yusuf Datti Baba Ahmed at the tribunal. The renowned author attended the court hearing to witness the adoption of the final written addresses by the petitioners against President Bola Tinubu. Recall that Peter Obi and the PDP presidential candidate Atiku, etc. Chimamanda, who had earlier written to the United States President Joe Biden over the flaw in the 2023 election, had consistently called on the judiciary to give a fair judgment in the case. Although Biden failed to acknowledge Adichie's letter, however, this has not in any way deterred her support for the former Anambra State governor. Reacting to this, Ezekwesili said Chimamanda's action was an exemplary demonstration of what all on the judiciary means. She said, "Awesome. This is an exemplary demonstration of what all eyes on the judiciary actually means. Chimamanda real. All our eyes are definitely watching our judiciary intensely. Office of the citizen is the highest office in democracy." Yeah, so there it is, office of the citizens. I wonder if the office of the people that voted for Tinubu is part of the highest office in the land. But enough from me. Let's hear from our people assembled. To Niger, of course, Adanle Koko is here. Darati joins us, as does Bishop. So plenty more spaces for whoever wants to hop on. So to Niger, good to have you. Do you want to go through the headlines before I hand over to you? Good night to Niger. Awesome.
Yeah, I think you've gone through it now. Yeah, I would like to go through it if you want to take me through it.
No. I mean, do you want to run commentaries on them? Do you want to? Do you want to speak on Chimamanda turning up at the court?
Yeah.
Is that somewhat of a tribal move on our part?
Not at all. I think she just came to support the candidate she supports. I don't think it has anything to do with tribe. I think Chimamanda understands, amongst many, that sometimes it's about the politics, not necessarily about the tribe. And Peter Obi has done well for himself. Most women, if they are really honest with themselves, they would think they would recommend Peter Obi as the candidate for this election, because he conducted himself very well. As you can see, Tinubu is talking about grab it and take it and run in the way. We think that's the kind of stuff that appeals to the other gender. Some men will like it, but that is if Tinubu was running like in the Western election now, this election was conducted in the UK or America, you find that most women will go towards Peter Obi, and that's Tinubu. What's her name? Chimamanda is just a representative, and I don't think it has anything to do with tribe at all.
On the fine boy level, Abi,
No. I think okay, yeah, it's prettier. Oh my God, let's not go there, man. Can you compare him to TINUBU?
I wonder if that's how they should settle the score.
Oh,
Maybe
God,
they should parade them in a beauty contest.
Oh my God, TINUBU is okay. If we let's not okay, I don't want to badmouth TINUBU here, but he's still not the youngest president we ever had.
He has a face only his mother can love. It's unbelievable.
Oh my God, you can't make it up. Yeah, that on that one, you know, just on a serious note, I think it's the politics. I think if you know, TINUBU merited it in her own opinion, she would do that. She would support TINUBU too. I just think that coming there, she's just coming to lend her support. That, you know what, we are watching these judges. I hope they don't go and do some weird stuff. So maybe that's what she's just coming to do, knowing that the case is rounding up. You see what I mean? So I think it's all good. It's all good. It's not a tribal thing. And if it's also the same tribe as Peter Obi, is just part of the coincidence, isn't it? Peter Obi is not a tribal man. If you look at his politics, it's not based on tribe. It's just that his base is Southeasterner. That's his base. His politics is not based on tribe. He's always been somewhat of his. It's not now, you know. So like, we forget that Peter Obi has been around a long time too. When Obasanjo has been recommending him for VP or different other positions. So he's always been in the mix from that point of view. So if you are looking for a politician that is non-tribal, I think you can't do better than Peter Obi in Nigeria. The rest, is it El-Rufai you are looking for? Or even TINUBU that often talked about Igbo people as if Igbo people are strangers to Nigeria sometimes. So, an Atiku that makes overt tribal statements. So, yeah.
What did you make of El-Rufai's controversial screening at the Senate? There was a clear objection by one of the senators that look, these guys are atrocities and whatnot, and ultimately was take about and go. Are you disappointed by the lack of scrutiny that we're seeing at that screening?
Yesterday, I was very disappointed with some of the people I saw, and today, a few of them, I think El-Rufai would scale most screenings in terms of his capacity to be able to present his case. But in terms of some of his other, you know, traits and beliefs and agendas, is something that is quite problematic, because this El-Rufai, some of his pronouncements is clear that if he goes on to work in any ministry, and he will have to instruct people from diverse backgrounds, and if one is to go by some of his previous statements, then he has to be found very wanting, and it's going to be problematic. Any judgment he makes when he's in any ministry, they'll be looking at it like, oh, where's the agenda tilt here? Where is he tilting towards? This is a problem, and this is why I don't think he should have even been considered for national office anymore. If he wants to run for a state position, let him stay there. People that are, you know, pushing an Islamization agenda in Nigeria should not have any business in public office, period. That's the way I look at it. And if you have an ethnic agenda, you shouldn't have any this thing place in public office. It's one thing to believe in your religion. It's one thing to believe in your tribe, that okay, I feel like, okay, you're proud of your tribe and stuff, but you shouldn't be having an agenda like a greater tribe. You want to conquer the entire nation. You want to Islamize the whole nation. That is, it's not your business, because that's against the very constitution that you are supposed to be sworn to represent. And now he's also going to swear to represent the constitution that offers everybody secular a secular state, while he's actually trying to subvert it. That, for me, is just a no-brainer. He should not. People like that should not be holding public office. And sometimes we wonder why things don't work in the country when people are working directly against the constitution.
But he has an impressive CV, though. I was watching the screening, and his CV was quite impressive as a government functionary.
Yes, I said it. I think that was the first thing I said, that he would, you know, pass many, even American, this thing, the screening, congressional screening, based on his capacity. he could. But my issue with him is of his other politics or his other agenda that he has in terms of the state itself, which is anti the constitution. You know what he's doing, his agenda is anti the constitution. So why would you put somebody that his agenda is against the constitution in office? I don't get that. And it's a dangerous agenda too that could lead to a lot of problems in this country. And now Nigeria may be looking at all kinds of these adventures overseas, and how are we supposed to do that properly when these sort of people are the ones running the country? We already hear some cases now. Oh, Boko Haram is being compromised. Some people are giving them information. When people like El-Rufai is in office, what do you think that will bring? Tomorrow there could be something going on in some part of the north or so. They'll say he's the one feeding them information, or the southeast, he's the one feeding them information because of his pronouncements. So I don't really subscribe to people like that. They pose a vulnerability that the nation cannot stomach at this stage. It's just too much hassle, really. There's a lot of other people that are qualified in Nigeria. Nigerians are some of the smartest people out there. To me, that's why I was disappointed, because when I saw one of the officials yesterday was talking, he was trying to make his case. I was like, did this guy go to secondary school or what? What is he talking about? It's like, what is wrong with these people? Who is selecting them? And somebody actually went ahead to select him, knowing full well that this guy may not even be that qualified, and he's going to go and run an institution, a ministerial position. You're going to run an institution. How are you supposed to run that institution with the way you are already communicating? Sometimes it's not only about the way you speak, it's about the way your thoughts are put together. And I just didn't like the way this ministerial nominee came across. And many of them were coming across quite like mediocre candidates that have not really had experience in the world of building things or understand how the state is supposed to run at all. No wonder they take a lot of money to train them when they get into when they get there. And now that's the House of Assembly member. They take a lot of money to train them. I don't know whether they train ministers. So if they don't train them, then you just pick them and put them in that position, and they go and run the country to the ground. That man that I saw that yesterday, if you put him, let's say, in charge of the aviation or that aviation is going to. That's why you have all this airport till today. Nigerian Lagos airport, they are still taking bribe. Or you go to embassy in London, they still expect you to bring what is that called, a postal order? Who? Oh God!
Yeah, I was there the other day, and they told me to go and get unbelievable. Oh, it's quite
like,
funny.
Who are these people? You begin to wonder, who are these people? There are Nigerian food restaurants here in the UK that take this in card payment, and yet the Nigerian embassy requires you to go and get postal order.
When you go to, I'm not sure when you last went, but whenever it is, I was there a few weeks ago. It's like a step back in time. It's like a step back in. It's like you go through. It's like you go to a portal, and then you walk through the doors, and then you end up in 1982. That's the Nigerian embassy. It's unbelievable.
Well, man, that's exactly how I felt, man. I felt like I was back in 1998. I was like,
and they will talk
to you. I entered that place, I'm like, this place looked familiar a long time ago.
The place, it was no improvement, no automation, no etiquette, no grace, no charm, no nothing. It's just hacksaw, British.
Because they go and allow people like that man to go and run a ministry. They don't have a clue. And
I have to disagree with you. El-Rufai is a modern man. You heard him roll out his CV. It's somewhat of a two-tone sort of a person. It's a religious fundamentalist as well as a modern educated man. Which you could say the same for the ex-emir of Kano as well, who is very erudite, completely articulate, charming and disengaging, but a religious fundamentalist. So I think that is what we are producing in that space.
there's some truth there, and at the same time, it's a problem. If you want to be a fundamentalist, then sign up to govern in your locality. Don't sign up for the national position, because that is anti the constitution. If you are a fundamentalist that want to push an agenda, it's against the very heart of the constitution that says this country is a secular nation. So why would you? You might as well import some kind of what do they call it? Whoever you want to import that is anti-state to come and run to run the country, because you wonder why in a way the country is not even performing well, because some of people that are operating it, it's almost as if everybody is driving in different direction. You know, this one wants to push in a Islamic fundamentalist direction. The other one wants to push in a tribalist direction. The other one wants to push in a Christian dimension. And there's also, I don't know who is representing the Babalawos, but it is what it is.
Yeah, no, I think Mike is representing the Babalawos. Let me take you just through a couple more headlines, and then I'll bail out, and then you take over.
Sorry, one man. Did Peter Obi audition for minister? Or what is Tunaja talking about? Who are they abusing? Because I don't know any other body that can be that bad. But Peter Obi.
Oh God. Yeah, he started now. Peter Obi didn't do anything like that. Peter Obi is still in court now. You know that.
Yeah, yes. Well, yes, he'll be in that court for a very long. Well, Chimamanda Adichie, she turned up in court to come and show solidarity. So that's what got everybody, you know. She was in this rather sparkling orange something, which was So that was where we were. But
she's an ethnic fundamentalist too.
No, I think so. But
no, she's not.
Nigeria disagrees.
No. Yeah, she can't be.
What do you mean she's not?
She's one of those people that believe in a kind of globalist world. They treat people according to what they come across, the way the people come across. It's not about religion. It's not about anything. It's just about a kind of content on character. You can describe them as children of Martin Luther King kind of people. And that's why white people she was dine with, even if they are busy slaughtering or she doesn't care. Anybody she would dine with. They are that kind of generation, you know, believe in global warming and all kinds of stuff. It's her style. So when she appears in court, I just think that she just came there because she supports. And in a way, that's how I support Peter Obi. It has nothing to do with tribe. You know, I just think it's better.
You're more detribalized than Chimamanda. But let me take you to this headline. What's your anticipation for tomorrow? Because it looks as though the Labour Party or the Labour Union, maybe that was even a Freudian slip. It looks as though the Labour Union, they're about to back. It looks as though they have backed down already. So dollar has changed hands as usual. Everybody had the anticipation that they will back down, and of course they have backed down.
I think they should back down. Going on strike is not going to help because that could lead to a heated environment again. Things heating up is not going to help Nigeria right now. We know full well that there's a lot of instability all around Nigeria. And the last thing we need is any, this in friendly fire from somewhere. And I also think that TINUBU's presentation yesterday wasn't half bad. He did try to flesh out some things, which he should have done a lot earlier, and his ministers should be fleshing these things out for people more and more often, so that we know what is going on with the refineries, when are they due to come online, all those little things. Let people know what is going on. I worry that it's because of the strike. That's why he came on to talk, not necessarily because he really cares about anything that he said. But if he cared for what he was saying, at least it looks like he's paying attention to some of the stuff people are saying, and maybe his people they already knew that, talking about businesses, trying to support them, and he's trying to bridge some of the gaps that were opened up, instead of just talking about 8,000 and this impairment to the poorest Nigerians. So he came across like somebody that wanted to do the job. You see what I mean? And even the way he closed out by saying, okay, I'm going to go now to go and try to get all these things done. It's a good way to present himself. And in the end, you can say all you want. If the action is not there, sooner or later, people get tone deaf. They will not listen to you anymore. You see what I mean? So whatever he's saying, I hope he carries it out and is for the betterment of people in Nigeria and the state. Obviously, my own point of view is that if he doesn't fix one critical thing, he's going to fail. And You know, I don't know whether you want to go to the Cleverly stuff, because that area is very interesting what Cleverly is saying, and he's being really, really clever.
Yes. Yes. I'll take you to this space, and then I'll bail out, and then you take over, and then you do the you just run it as you will. I've put the list of talking points in the private chat, but just flow with it as you will. So this is Fani Kayode. You know, they should, you know, some people, they should put them in some sort of a cage and only let them out to come and pee. You know, and Fani Kayode is one of those people. Just put him in a cage and only let him out to come and pee.
Fani Kayode make the list.
Can you imagine a notorious wife beater? You know, he's not still fighting with his wife. With this sort of comment, can you ever make the list? He says, "We will crush you like maggots under our feet." Can Fani Kayode won Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger Republic. But just excessive language by him. This guy went to Oxford, by the way, so you'd have greater expectations. But then, of course, he is what he is. Excessive language. But is there not a truth embedded in that? That look, listen, I will put manners on you if you don't. The wayward Tuaregs from the Sahel.
Did he make the ministerial list? One man.
No, he did not.
Thank God, though, thank God.
Are you playing?
You know, it reminds me of all those Lagos conductors. You know, he just shouts and says all kinds of stuff to annoy people. Maybe it doesn't mean any harm. He just says these things, and he's a little bit a kind of anti. You know, I would like to think that people like from the Southwest, which is a little bit prejudicial of me, they tend to be very, very reasoned in their discussion. But this guy is the loudest Nigerian right now in terms of bad-mouthing people. He will come out and say all kinds of crazy things about people, and now he's threatening all these countries as if that's going to help Nigerian troops. If they go there now with this kind of guy sounding like this, it's going to be worse. And I don't think it's true that they're going to crush these countries. It's going to be a total disaster if they go in there. That what is going to happen in it will be very bad for Nigeria if they go. This is not one of those things. You know, when you are about to step on a poisonous snake and you don't recognize it, this is one of those times. I was one of those people that opposed when Mali conducted their coup, and I felt like that was destabilizing the West African region. But many people were arguing that these people want to remove the French. I didn't see that then. Even if they wanted to, I was like, but why didn't you just tell African Union the truth? West Africans, that's ECOWAS the truth. And instead of just changing the goalposts and say you're going to stay in office for 4 or 5 years more, that you could have just talked to them and given them your dates, and then it wouldn't lead to sanction. But clearly, what they've gone on and done in Mali, I think it's a good thing. They've removed a lot of the vestiges of the French control from their country. They've even removed the French as their official language in the country. So all those things are good things.
I saw clips of them burning the French flag as well, as though that means anything.
If they remove the core things, like they send the French troops out, and if Niger does the same thing again, it's a good thing. And if they, oh my God, the last one that I would really think it would be a great thing they did, if they remove the American military base there from this, and this is why you're going to get a conflict. It's not necessarily because this thing that there's a coup because obviously the Americans can stomach coup is all good. Is whether they want to remove the American military base there, because first the French don't want to leave Niger because they are getting a lot of stuff from Niger, and Americans don't want to leave there for strategic reasons, and not to mention the resources they are getting there too. So this is going to be a hairy one, and the game they are playing is that they want to use Africans to get rid of another African, because they know they can't officially just come and attack the country. They can't. That will be clear case of colonialism, and they will unmask themselves.
All right, Tunaja, let me bail out and hand over to you. But on my way out, AB comes in with that. So thank you, AB. That's Alexander Gomez, of course, tradition. And that's Ayo, of course, as always. So to all those, thank you for that. So Tunaja will guide the bulk of the session. So Tunaja, over to you. Tunaja.
Thank you. Appreciate it, and thank you for the opportunity to guide this brainy Nigerians forward. And but see, this matter, this discussion, for me, I'm not too disciplined in terms of following a regimented approach. I try to pursue knowledge in whichever direction it leads us. But we can start from the headlines. Mike, who is next? Is it Ajan Lekoko? I don't know the order that they came in. Should I go with the lineup, or should I skip to individuals? I could go with Mike, I could go with Ajan Lekoko or Kulata. So what do you think? Which of you wants to go first? Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, evening. Welcome, Ajale Koko. You want to go first?
Yeah, let me go. Let me run.
All right. So, regarding what's her name, Chimamanda coming to court, do you think it's a tribal thing, or she's just going to support her candidate in good faith and to wish them, to let them know that there's a lot of support behind them?
Yeah, thank you, to Nigeria, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, it's not a tribal support. It's just like every other Nigerians that have the right to support candidate of their choice. So Obi is candidate of her choice, and she's going there. I mean, she went there on election. I mean, on court day.
Ajale Koko, do you think she would have been in court with you already?
Why would it be when she never supported Sowore?
I'm saying if she was. Come on, man. Come on.
I think the question is, has she supported anybody else before? Who has she ever supported before, apart from Obi?
Well, I wouldn't see it as tribal. It could be tribal as well. But this is our first time in coming to support any political presidential candidate. And Obi is the best among them to her. And I wouldn't totally say it's tribal. It could be, but not totally. It's her first time for us to see her supporting a presidential candidate, and for her to go on a court date, to give her that moral support. I think it's a good one. It's a moral booster, not only to Obi, but to the obedient around the nation and in the world. So whether we like it or not.
But don't you think that as a writer, that she wants everybody to read her book and judge it for its merits, that you don't want to necessarily get involved in politics at this level, coming in, because you don't necessarily see...
That's why you need tribal now. That's why you know.
Mike, I don't think it's tribal, but there's also the idea that she just came to support her candidate. But I was asking Ajale Koko that maybe as a writer, she could have considered that maybe it's not a good idea to come in to the front lines of politics in Nigeria like this and come out openly and support a candidate. It's just a suggestion. But personally, if you ask me my own personal opinion, I would say she's entitled to express herself as a normal citizen of the country. But Ajale Koko, but do you think that maybe she could have held back and, support him from behind the scenes?
No, she's doing the right thing. Being a writer shouldn't stop one to support a candidate of your choice. And she's not the first person.
But look at Mike now. Mike may have bought her book to read now, but because Mike is now thinking that she's tribal, he will not want to read her book anymore. Don't you think that is something to consider?
Who told you that Mike is not a tribal? It's not a tribal jingoist as well. So, but let me tell you.
In what sense? Ajale Koko.
Well.
No, what I mean is that Mike may be a tribal jingoist, but he may also see her as neutral.
Why are you using Mike? Why don't you just talking? What the hell is wrong with
you? We are using as a good example.
I know where you are going.
Where are we going? You are the one saying it. I'm saying that I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that maybe you would have liked Chimamanda's book. And you may have liked her because of all this.
No book reader. We choose not to read a book over personal. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. A reader doesn't read because of the author. You read because of the info, the knowledge. You're trying to. So readers don't think like that. First of all, if you're a reader, you're intelligent enough not to even reason like that. So
But Mike, Michael Jordan said one thing about celebrities. He said both Democrats and Republicans buy Air Jordan. So why would he take a side publicly? Let everybody keep buying Air Jordan. It doesn't have to get his politics in the way of Air Jordans. What do you think
in the
about
case
that?
of product, I get it. But in the case of book, I mean, no one, why would I not want to read a book? I read a book to again. But though she writes rubbish anyway, because I read her books. I mean, I would say she doesn't. She's not. They just celebrate her because she's African. That's why. She was white. Nobody will be talking about her, man. She's not writing anything. So
have you read Wole Soyinka's book, Mike, before?
Shoyinka is way. I mean, those ones are. Shoyinka actually write books. Listen, Shoyinka write books. Actually, when you talk about Shoyinka, you talk about Chuna Achebe. Those are writers. They actually write something that relates to the core, the roots, core of African society. Where we're coming from, things like that. Chimamanda is just about feminism and all this dumb shit, man. So she writes about, something only Westerners can relate to. Average African cannot read a book and become more African.
Wole Soyinka's book. He hasn't read it.
Go and read that kid. Go and read the.
Yeah, forgive you, Mike. It's all right. You don't have
but go ahead, move on, Jack. Carry on.
All right. So regarding this, I think the idea that she went there, I think Angelica has made its position clear. How about the one? Let me take you to the hearings regarding this in El Rufai. What do you think about his performance and how he was received, and and also whether he should even be considered for national position? Is it something that you see as, we should just look at it from the point of view of what they can deliver, not necessarily what their other agendas are, or we should take their other agendas into account when considering people for national office?
Let me tell you, to Niger, well, she's an educated person, and I believe she's very smart. Such a person could be, and a writer as well.
No, I'm referring to El Rufai.
You're talking about
Yeah, I moved on from her because Mike is just waffling. He hasn't read Wole Soyinka's books. There's no point. So I think you've made your point clear. I think we share the same position. She's not being tribal. She's just lending her support to the candidate she supports politically. But I was referring to El Rufai's performance, in the ministerial screening, and how he performed, how he was received, and whether he should even be considered for national office based on his other agendas. And if that is the case, then should we do that for other candidates too? We should consider what they believe in terms of their other agendas that they want to push.
No, let me tell you, what do you call it? El Rufai qualify for ministerial position. Considering the fact that he has held a ministerial position before. He was a former minister of Federal Capital Territory. He was a DG of Bureau of Public Enterprises, a former governor, and a well-educated guy. So he's qualified for ministerial position.
So you're one of those people that believe that experience is experience. It doesn't matter what kind.
No, wait. Let me tell you. Experience, he got it. Qualification, he got it. So what else do we want? And he's a leader. He's one of the topmost leaders of APC. Why do you think that he won't be considered for ministerial appointment? Anybody that is saying that Rufai should not be considered, well, he's just running his how do I say it? You just
I get your point.
just running your own. It's just because you don't align with its political ideology or where he aligned politically. That is why people are carrying out such a campaign opposition against him. Everybody in the heart of everybody, we know that El-Rufai is qualified for ministerial as well.
Okay. I think I acknowledge that he is qualified. How about the idea that his other agenda is anti the constitution of the country? And if you take it into account, it's just because somebody is
give us the example of anti-constitution. We don't know what you mean by that. Tell us what you mean.
When he's talking about, this is advantaging his religion in the country and replicating the processes which technically are anti-democratic in the nation throughout the country. So if somebody had that type of agenda, don't you think that one should consider that in a nation, because that is against the constitution, and he is going to swear that he's going to defend the constitution while he's actually carrying out a dual purpose this agenda that is contradictory to what the constitution demands?
Come on, man. That's not acting against constitution. That's expressing a view, expressing your political view. It's different from acting against constitution. It's not an act of, it's not carrying on an act. It's just expressing his political view. The same way Obi or anyone else does. You're campaigning. You say things. You say your opinion about life, view things, what your position on issues. So you can't say it's being anti against constitution is actually carrying out an order or giving an order or doing something that's an actual act. You understand? So you can't be using doing something against
talking about. He's done that in Kaduna already, and he's talking about repeating it for the next 20 years. Then
he didn't do it. The voters did it. The voters are the one that make decisions. He's not the one that make decisions. Voters make decisions. You just give your opinion to the voters, like, hey, I want you to vote like this. So that's not acting against any constitution. You understand? And what do you guys from this part of the country? You guys always hold on to when somebody says something from somebody from the north or maybe from southwest, they say something, you guys hold on to it for decades. Like, for example, you guys are consistently still talking about what Ahmadu Bello said 70 years ago. When you have people from southeast that have said more terrible things, like they say it every day, you guys ignore it, you turn blind eye. But when somebody from other part of the country just say something, it's just freedom of expression. You hold on to it and carry it and see, oh, they're using it to compress you, they're using it to knock you down. Come on, chill out, man. Can people talk? The man is just talking. It's politics.
I don't think that's where I'm going with this. I'm
no,
talking about.
We know you every day. You keep holding on to it, and now you're accusing it of using it as an agenda. Come on,
calm down. Now. I'm one of those people that they call Igbo hater. So don't go there and start trying to label.
What did you say you are making reference to? Let me understand.
Because when he was referring to the state of Kaduna, he was talking to the people. He made two different statements, not even just one speech, twice. In one of them, he was talking about how they elected people in Kaduna and how they select them based on religion. He even went on to say, while he was saying it, that we wouldn't go it based on religion, but we know we are choosing based on religion, and we will choose areas where they give us more votes, even if the other side gave us a lot of votes, which it turns out that the other side that he was saying didn't give him enough votes, gave him about 47% of the vote. One of them, they gave him 49% of the vote. And he was saying those people, they will not give them as much as they give the other side that is that aligns with his own distinct views, which are the Muslim.
But what is unconstitutional in that, though?
What is unconstitutional is that, one, you are not fulfilling the constitution based on division of resources according to need and according to the way it's allocated.
That is speech. That is speech. It's not in deeds. It's in speech. So how is that unconstitutional?
No, because he's already done it. We're not talking about this.
How did he do? Did he impose himself as the governor? Or did he impose the? Come on, man. The voters don't have to cast their vote. And you're saying he did it. He didn't do it. The voters did it. God damn it. Come on, man. That's democracy, man.
That's not how it works. You know that.
No, it's not. No, how does democracy work? Tell me.
See, don't worry now. When you go to Nigerian embassy and they ask you to go and pay,
so when Obama go and campaign for black votes, do they cry, "Oh, it's against the constitution"? When Obama is campaigning for black votes, Hispanic votes, Catholic vote, all those things, they do in American politics, man. You go to a group and trying to campaign to them to support you. What are you talking about, man?
See, the way it's done is that you don't campaign to take over the entire country. That's the difference for me. I feel like if you are saying
so what's Obama doing when he's campaigning for black votes, when he was running for president?
no,
Is it
not to
take over the entire?
state,
No, to be a mayor, Abi.
Okay, you seem not to understand what I'm saying. Is
I
that
think
he's trying to
Nigeria,
favor a specific group in terms of religion,
yes, I think we have to understand what Tunaja is saying. El Rufai made some reckless statement in the past against.
Ajale Koko, this is Ribado, please.
Okay, Ribado. All right. Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Sorry. I apologize for interjecting.
No problem.
Welcome.
I think Tubaba has messed. In fact, he is not complete. He lost completely touch with the politics of Nigeria. Okay, and this time around, I think he allowed his own primordial sentiments to cloud his judgment. You understand?
Primordial. Okay.
You understand? It's quite sometimes it's quite annoying. This platform, we are all matured, and then it's quite annoying when somebody like Tuba will come and fabricate apparent lies and try to institutionalize it or make it, or give it use grammar to give it kind of acceptability. This is completely false.
Grammar.
You cannot prove all these things that you said. You cannot prove one out of it. You have to understand the constitution of Nigeria is entirely different with the manifesto of politicians or political party. You're not trying to differentiate these two things, okay? And I don't want to be emotional, or I don't want to sound emotional. Okay? It is up to TINUBU for him that deem Rufai fit to give him a ministerial post or not. And everybody knows capacity and the record of Rufai. Okay? And today everybody knows in Nigeria. I mean, you cannot simply because you are Mr. A, you want to please Mr. B, you begin to hate Mr. A, that it's your kind. It is not being done like that. Everybody knows there is no way we can deal with that in Nigeria. This is how we found ourselves. So we must make a lemon out of a lemon that we are giving. Okay? So please, when we compare...
So your argument is that we have terrible leaders that are not running our country to grow itself. Instead, we should be fighting each other. We should settle for that. That's what you're saying.
What I'm saying here is we should be careful of our utterance. Okay? Because
why?
We are
because people are going to explode and people start dying. Is that it? Why should we be careful? So don't you think that leaders are supposed to bring people together? That is the point of leadership, not to separate people.
But Tunaja, your mistake is you said it is unconstitutional. There's nothing in the constitution that says you cannot advocate for a religion.
Not in
so
the,
don't
not,
you can
not,
say is improper to you. That's your own personal standards, or you can say it is insensitive. But you cannot say it's not constitutional because the constitution does not address that.
It does.
It does. In your speech, it does not.
Hold on now. Does the constitution not say Nigeria is a secular state and people are supposed to do what they need to do?
Yeah, secular state means you can practice your religion. It doesn't mean you can practice your religion, meaning I can advocate for atheism, I can advocate for Christianity, I can advocate for Sai Baba. It does not matter.
What Tunaja is telling us, Tunaja, we are telling us this.
You cannot say, hold on, Mike. Your statement is not factual. You're saying it's unconstitutional. It has no basis in law.
No, what I'm saying is that it's against the very constitution that is sworn to, the spirit of the constitution.
It is not against anything constitution. You're wrong in that. You just say you can say I don't like it.
It's against the spirit of the constitution that is sworn to uphold. Because the constitution says that Nigeria is a secular state, not for you.
Yeah. What does secular mean?
Secular means pluralistic religion, where you have different types of religion in the nation.
Can you practice your religion in a secular state?
Yes.
What
Okay, so
Nigeria is
it
telling
was
us
so it
is
was practicing
everybody
his
should practice all the religion at the same time. That's
so
what
it was
Nigeria is telling us.
practicing his
No, what I'm
oh,
saying is that we don't want Nigeria to go in the direction. We shouldn't be
yeah,
advocating for Nigeria to
you're
go in the
talking
direction of.
about
But
your
what
own
you
ideals,
but
not
I think
constitution.
I think
That's your own personal
I think
ideals.
you are mixing two things now. I didn't
I
say that he's breaking the constitution by doing that. I'm saying if
look
you
Can I
advocate,
the,
if you have
the,
interject,
people that are trying
gentlemen?
to
Can I
violate the
let,
constitution
interject,
and try
please?
to make Nigeria non-plural,
You said
secular,
it's not
you can't support that.
constitutional and it is
let me
wrong.
come in. To Nigeria, let me come in.
Ajali
Okay, go
I
Koko,
ahead.
think
please, can I interject?
let,
If you don't mind, sir.
yeah, you will say something. Let me just make this point.
Okay.
I'll let you. You see, I think we should understand to Nigeria. You see, for either to make statement that is capable of threatening the peace of the country and setting the people against each other, I think is totally is totally uncalled for. So any action that can threaten the peace is against the how do I say it?
It's against the constitution, even if
It's
I'm not
against the
mistaken.
constitution. Some kind
What
of
the hell are you guys talking about?
Are
hold
you
on.
It is
allowed to
not
make
So
against the
if
Nigeria?
APC are campaigning
constitution.
against PDP,
You
it is
can't
unconstitutional that you are campaigning, you are dividing. Is that what you are
look.
See,
saying? Is that not what
it,
politics?
it's
Let
one
me
thing to
tell
go
you
and
this.
preach. It's one thing to. It's another
No,
thing to
it's a
carry a
circular
political
country. Still
agenda
campaign against
to
PDP,
Islamize the
the
country.
APC. We are one in politics. Are you kidding me?
Look, El Rufai, you shouldn't defend El Rufai.
Ajale Koko is not defense, it's correct use of the term against the constitution. He did what he said. Is it against the constitution? You may not
If he's
like
gonna,
it. It
if
may
he's
be
gonna,
inflammatory,
okay,
but it
so
is
it's
not
It's
against the
against the
constitution.
constitution because
so
constitution
How?
is very
How?
clear.
because
Constitution
it's
is very
threatening the
clear.
state.
So
Hold on.
constitution says I cannot make free speech.
No.
Does the constitution say that? That is free
When
speech.
no, the speech he made in promoting one religion at the detriment of other religion it's against the constitution.
What law does it break in the
Okay, Kulata,
constitution?
Kulata,
What are you
please
It's
talking
agree.
against
about?
So
it's
pastors that
against
are
Kulata,
preaching, they are
because our constitution
Kulata, please agree.
our
Gentlemen, please
constitution
let
is
me
very
come in. I will
no,
not
no,
last just a minute, please.
our constitution is very clear. Our constitution does not place any religion above the other, and we are not a religious state in the first place. So, for a leader to promote one religion at the detriment of other religion, I think that leader is threatening the peace of the country. And I believe there's a law, and the thing
Ajali Koko, please let
they
me
contradict
interject.
the law.
Bishop, please let me interject. Please, gentlemen, please let me interject. To Niger, I have a
Go,
question for
go.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand your outrage on El Rufai, but I want to submit to you that you have to be consistent in your outrage. You cannot be an ardent supporter of Peter Obi, who was calling for a religious war, who called for the Christians to take back their country. You don't see any problem with him becoming president, but you have an issue with El Rufai becoming a minister. If that's not hypocrisy, I wonder what hypocrisy looks like.
Okay, I
I
think I
agree
get where
with
you're
you,
coming
and
from.
Jafar.
that's the problem I have with it. That's what I
Yeah,
said
I agree
earlier. So
with
now, there are people
you.
from
Yeah.
your side of
So,
the
but
country. You guys are
Jafar,
very hypocritical.
do you agree with us that El Rufai too, for making reckless statement, promoting one religion against other, as done wrong? Do you agree? Do you agree with us?
I agree that that was a reckless statement. That statement
Yes.
was he could have. I mean, he could have. He could have said such statement, but that statement is itself, I don't think is unconstitutional, as Kulata said it. But as a
But is it not against
politician,
the spirit of the constitution?
as
Because
somebody who wants to bring everybody together as a leader, you have to be careful of the choice of the kind of statement
it's
you
not
make in
once he said
public.
it, he made this statement twice. And also, if Nnamdi Kanu says, "Oh, you have to give us Biafra, or we are going to try to make the entire country Biafra," what do you think the Northerners will read that as, or what the Yorubas will read? They
What
will
do
read
you
it as
really think
No, no.
hold
So
Northerners
that,
on
care
that
now,
about Nnamdi Kanu?
How are you equating both statements?
I mean, we're
hold
talking
on
about
now.
leaders.
See, I'm just trying to get a discussion. Don't react to this emotionally. Just look at
Nobody
it
is
for what it
reacting
No,
to
is.
it's not
emotionally.
emotional, it's factual.
Okay.
How are those statements related?
Okay, how they are related is when he is saying that the religion should be replicated nationally. In a nation where there are different other religions, he wants to spread his own all over the country. What if some other group does the same thing in a secular state? What do you think you're going to get? Instability. What else could come from there? This is what makes it a dangerous statement to be making. We know this type of things has caused problems in Nigeria before, and for him to be making it, and he didn't do it once, he did it twice. And personally, the way I look at it is that if you want to be elected to, because tomorrow, think about it, he's going to go and order people tomorrow to do work. And the people that is ordering, some of them are Christians, some of them are Muslims,
But
and
the
some of them are
question is,
traditional.
why are you so fixated with El Rufai when your principal did the same or even worse?
Okay, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. One, the reason why my reaction to Peter Obi's one is not the same. Because one, the statement we don't know categorically how he said it. It's not very clear.
Get out of here, man.
Judge, take your country back.
I have to be fair. Hold on, then let me go to. Maybe I should have said
Judge,
this.
take your country back.
Hold on now, please.
Stop that. What did you that here?
It's very right, say Muslims. Most take your country back.
Let me finish my point. Now, I said if he said those things, I will condemn him from now till Adams, because that is unallowed. You can't just go and start advocating religious war in a country. If somebody is putting it to him that this is a religious war, something like, or he got the impression that people are fighting them, that he's defending himself, maybe that's a slightly different statement, like he's saying, oh, it's a religious war. But if he's the one that said it and said it's a religious war, we have to win this thing, that cannot be.
One man played, we had this conversation on this platform a couple of weeks ago. One man replayed that video footage over and over on this platform.
But we know
and
the
that
video
day,
footage
you
may not be
agree.
accurate.
Yes, you actually agree with us, and you
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that.
Okay, so that comment, I condemned it that day, that if he's the one that made it like that, but we don't know the authenticity of the recording. That is the problem. And
okay, we don't know the authenticity of El-Rufai recording too. We don't know.
No, hold on. Now, the
We
reason
don't
why
know.
Don't do this.
can you people let me flesh out? You see, you both say you're not reacting.
What are you doing to yourself?
You will not let me talk. One man, thank you very much.
Don't do this to yourself, Tunaja. Just accept and let's move on.
See, let me just finish.
Rufai is wrong. Obi is wrong, and let us move on. Don't defend.
You will not let me make 15 seconds. 15-second statement. Point is that what Peter Obi did is not replicating any statement he's ever made before. So to an extent, you have to grant him a little bit of benefit of the doubt. In the case of El-Rufai, he's done it.
We don't have to. You to grant El-Rufai too.
No, because he's done it twice on video, not on recording, on video.
Forget number.
What are you supposed to do? It's different.
So you still want Obi to be president, but don't want El-Rufai to be minister?
No,
are you kidding me?
The P2B one is not confirmed. The context that it was stated is not confirmed. We don't know because he's never said anything like that before. Okay, Mike, if you hear one recording,
so somebody killed somebody, because they never killed somebody before.
Mike, if you hear a recording,
how do you know never done it before? Because you didn't catch
Mike, people just hear me out here. If you hear a recording of me saying Nigeria is a zoo, all Nigeria knows is if they don't give me Biafra,
question.
you believe it?
Are you the host of the show? Are you a panelist? I'm confused here.
I am the panelist. Sometimes I get confused. You see, I'm used to being a panelist. I'm supposed
Are
to be
you
the
hosting
moderator.
the program or?
I'm supposed, I'm supposed to be hosting it.
But
Thomas can
act
take over
like,
if you want to take
sir,
over.
Please, if you are hosting, stop acting like the host, please. I'm confused.
What am I supposed to act like?
Be the host of the program. Let the panelists chime in more.
You're acting like obedience.
Oh, you are free to chime in. No, I'm not stopping anybody
let
from
them
chiming
talk
in.
more than the host of the show, for God's sake, please.
It's reply, to and fro. I'm not shutting anybody down. You are free to talk. So because the idea is to have the knowledge flow.
Let us move on. Let us move on. Let us move on. Move to another.
You are doing a good job.
Thank you.
Let's move on.
No,
regarding BT, don't worry, it's okay.
All these tyrants, they will come after you now.
It's okay. I'm just trying my doing the best I can. So let's move on to a bit of foreign affairs stuff. With James Cleverly, if I'm not mistaken, of the United Kingdom Foreign Secretary, saying that they don't support military action from foreign. Technically, he's saying from foreign countries, because he's not. When he said they don't support military action, but he does support action from ECOWAS. So, and he went on to say something very interesting that replicates some of the stuff I've been saying about, security that we are not sorting out. That if you don't have a secure environment, business cannot succeed. So, but he says the main thrust of his argument is that he doesn't support military action. Technically, what he's saying that from the West, that he would rather that people like ECOWAS takes care of the job. What do you think about that? Do you think that is something that he's right to say that ECOWAS should do it? And if he's right, should ECOWAS even do their dirty work for them? Because they are the ones that are going to lose most. Not Nigeria. Nigeria is not going to lose anything. Yeah, go ahead.
Do like that. He can shove that opinion where the sun doesn't shine. We don't care. We run our own affairs the way we deem it fit. This is West Africa. We don't want no Western power.
Let Ajale go talk first.
This is Adewale. And I'm taking charge. I'm imposing myself.
No,
I haven't even taken alcohol yet. I'm about to. I'm actually driving. So at this time, I declare myself the de facto head of this panel right now. So,
you're driving under the influence. Be careful.
Under the influence. I am the law. I'm above and beyond the law. So I'm not taking the word. By and large.
Don't forget, don't mess with Texas.
Okay, let's let Ajale Koko respond to the Cleverly issue. So what do you think, Ajale Koko, about it?
I think the British is it the foreign minister, right?
Yeah, the foreign minister.
Yeah, I think he's talking from both sides of his mouth. Staying on one side, military intervention is not the solution, which is okay. On the other side, he's saying that he's supporting ECOWAS in their efforts to resolve the problem. Maybe what he's saying in a simple, maybe what he's trying to say, or what he's saying rather, is that he's urging ECOWAS not to go on military, not to carry out military intervention, but rather exhaust all possible means to get this situation resolved peacefully. Maybe that is what he's trying to say. And if that is what it means, I think I totally support him. Military intervention is not the solution. It's going to it will further compound that problem, because we heard from the military junta in Burkina Faso and Mali that they will come to fight for their brother in Niger. And if you look at the map, to share the same border with Niger, those two countries. So they can send troops to come and fight.
Exactly.
And that will make it more complex. And can Nigeria get its head locked into such fight? No, I don't think so. Nigeria doesn't have that capacity. You don't have the money to finance it. You don't have the strategy at the moment to go into war in a foreign land. When you have war at home, you have insecurity war at home, you have Boko Haram war at home, you have what do you call it? Banditry war at home, you have economic war at home. So Nigeria cannot do it. Nigeria can.
And he also has a case in court against his presidency. What if court goes and find a controversial decision?
I beg you. I beg you.
That one
can cause trouble.
No, that one is a settled matter. Nothing can change. Forget about that one. So forget about that one.
The moment Adichie is attended, that's where you know there's nothing coming out of this thing.
That one is already
that when they find against him, then he will be leading a war in this thing while people are not sure whether he's going to be the president in a few months' time. So that is not a good environment to be going after another country.
That place is not a safe place for Nigerian to go into war.
But what he's saying is that he will support Nigeria going to war in this thing, but not. I think what he's trying to say that the French should not try that, because there's a lot of accusation that the French are looking to take military action against the coup plotters. So maybe that's the one he's trying to say, oh, don't try that, because for one, they know that will reveal them as proper colonizers trying to come and take over the country, and it could have a big backfire. That's, you will see Nigerians going to Niger to go and fight them, and then definitely from all the other countries they will go into. Or then because of that, maybe he's saying that the French and foreigners, Americans, should not try to do anything, that Africans should do it. In other words, we should do their dirty work for them. So he's not necessarily saying there should not be any military action, but we should do the dirty work for them. That's the funny aspect of it that I don't think that's what makes him cleverly. He's trying to play it clever there.
Yeah, you could be right. Maybe that is what you're trying to say. But, I want to believe that President TINUBU will act very smart. We use diplomacy to resolve this.
You sure?
Yeah, I want to believe that.
He's a Nadeko man, and the way he sounded like he's going to
look. You have to know his background. He's a civilian like me and you. He doesn't have that military mentality. So, civilian doesn't have that urge to go to war, no matter the case may be. Civilian doesn't have that urge to go to war, but those with those military.
Actually, I'm sorry. We a military man. I won't have that. A civilian, they don't understand war very well, so they want to put their head straight into it. I'm telling you, a real military man does not rush into war because they understand. They know what war is all about. So civilians will be more prone to just dive into war than an actual military man.
If you want to look at the situation and what we had in the past concerning what has happened in one region in our country, Niger Delta particularly, you see these military people, Obasanjo and what do you call it, Buhari, they took up arms thinking that using military force, they can subdue those guys in that region. What did they come out with? They came out with zero. So, but when civilians, when Yaradua was there and Jonathan as civilian, look at the way they handled the situation, and there was peace in that land, in that part of the country, and they were able to get the resources well for the benefit of the generality of Nigeria. So I think TINUBU, as a civilian as well, and as a Democrat, I don't think he want to rush into war. That 7 days, I want to say it. I don't want to say it categorically. I hope they will extend it for further negotiation between them and those junta in Niger, and they will be able to come at a meeting point where they will say, okay, we don't want war, we want peace in our region, and this is what we are going to do, because they can't take up war against Niger when they have Chad, who is a military governed country. It is a military governed country as member of ECOWAS, and you have which other country? Is it not Guinea-Bissau? Is it Guinea-Conakry? What do you call it? This another country that is there as well. So they can't play double standard. They have to look for the interest of all. They have to negotiate with that guy. They have to push them out so that they can return as quick as possible to democratic government, and not to go to war to say and dismantle their military, and the other guys from the other two countries will send military, and you will see terrorists coming to fight to say, yes, this is the time to fight. And Nigeria is not a friend to many African countries. Many African countries.
And take into account the Wagner group too might join the conflict there too.
Many African countries hate Nigeria. Even though that Nigeria have done so good in terms of monetary support and every other support for many African countries to survive, to stand on their own, they still don't love Nigeria.
Okay. I'm not sure though. I'm not. Do you think that? I think the only part. If you ask me, the only part will hate
South African. Does South African love Nigerians?
Yes. So
what are you talking about?
See, I think you are listening to.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, please. Yeah. I care about respect and love. I don't give a damn if they don't love us. We care about love. Do they respect us? That's the point.
That is another point.
It's about love.
They don't respect us.
There's a difference between citizens not liking other citizens and a country not liking another country. So we can't say because South African citizens don't like Nigerians when they come behave with any other country, mean the South African state itself hate the Nigerian state. We have to understand
they don't hate us at all. Most African countries actually see Nigerians on a positive light, and the only area for me anyway I find Nigeria problematic is that Nigeria is not asserting its sovereignty like other African countries are doing, and if they think these people are going to give up that thing that they want to do right now, I think we are misreading the situation here. These people want to get rid of the French. They are tired. And I really think that that's the mistake we are making. That's why I say we shouldn't go and mistakenly step on the poisonous snake here, because these people want to get rid of the French, and what the French have been doing to them is part of the underdevelopment of Africa that has been going on. Look at the
Tunaja, we can agree that the population, the people want to get rid of the French, but do you think the elite that are benefiting, that have companies, bank account in France, do you think those ones really want to get rid of the status quo, the French? Because typically, usually, people that are doing well in society, they don't want to change the status quo. They want it to remain. So do you think, like, those elite there, and even maybe the generals that are collecting kickback from France, so it's very difficult, man. Like, so we don't know. It's not everyone I want to get rid of.
But the soldiers don't have properties there now. They don't care. They just want
the main generals, trust me, those ones.
It depends. Then why would they take over? If that's what if they wanted to keep why would they take over?
Sunaja, games can be played, man. The French, they are very smart people. These Western countries are very smart. They've been seeing the sentiments among the people that anti-French. So what they could do is this: they themselves cannot. Let me learn. They themselves, the French themselves, use a group of people to organize a coup and tell them to act as if they themselves are anti-French. You understand? So the sentiment will be, we don't like French, but with the people. Because of course, the people that usually do coup, they want to act like they with the people, right? They always act like, we're acting on behalf of the people. Every coup, they will say, because the people are suffering, the economy. So the same thing, they want to sing to the tone of the people, like, we are also anti-French. But in reality, in the back, they're actually cool with the French. So you have to think like that.
I think you are wrong, Mike. This is not a matter of they are striking deal with French behind the scene, and they are coming.
But we don't know now. How do you know? I'm not saying it's a sign for certain. I'm just saying it's possible.
No,
I'm giving the
they are
possibilities
taking,
of things
they
that
are
can happen.
taking several action against France. This new administration.
Yeah, they've
And
already started. Yeah.
Yes. As a matter of fact, right now, they have stopped their uranium from going to France. They are no more selling. They are put stoppage to that.
Are you sure?
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
they have.
They are put stop.
They're doing it. They said it or they're doing it.
They are
doing
stopping
it. They've
They have
announced
stopped
it.
And,
well, based on where did you get this fact from?
What are you getting?
They announced it. If you check online, you
They
see it.
announced it. They are stopping.
Who announced it? The leader?
The military leader. Yes. They stop it. And they supply like 15% of uranium that France uses for powering their
Nuclear power plants and everything.
nuclear power plant. So, and these people, their uranium to European country other than France is like 30% of what European country uses. So they said,
Are they still supplying it to the rest of Europe and America?
Said any country that is their enemy, they are not supplying them uranium.
But are they still supplying to the rest of you to the other NATO and America?
No. What they said, any enemy country in Europe, in any part of the world, they are not selling uranium to them. So you see the European country.
So they didn't say, so that's what they said.
The European countries, why don't you want to believe them? Why you?
No, you said there's any enemy, though. They didn't specifically mention name. Huh?
Those European countries that have been talking nonsense again, including France and all the rest, and even America, they don't want to sell their uranium to them anymore.
Why didn't they tell America to pack their military base and leave them?
That is why you are probably going to gather military action, because either ECOMOG does it or they will find a way to do it. That's my fear, because they know there's too much at stake here now.
So we have to look at it that they are standing strong against France. People in that region of West Africa doesn't want France anymore. One after the other, they are kicking France, French troops out of their country. Mali, Senegal have kicked them out. These people will succeed too in kicking France out of their country. And what France understand is problem. Once you give them problem, fighting them, not stopping for months, they will pack their equipment and run away.
You see the question there. One man is asking, how do you think Buhari would have handled the situation?
I think Buhari will not go to war, because that is the second home of Buhari. Buhari will not take up arms against his country.
That's true.
That is second home. He have family there. He have houses there. He will not go and bomb and destroy his second home. So
what can Buhari? What can Buhari do?
Come up with this idea of today is Buhari's second home. He has house in there. He has family there. Where did you come with it? Where did you come up with it?
Please turn off your this in TV or computer.
By what?
Sorry. Yeah, there's echo coming through your this thing. I think it's fine now, but we can't hear you clearly.
Okay, I say I was talking about this idea of the day is Buhari's second home. He has family there. He has houses there, and gradually that thing is becoming, because it's been recycled for so long, owned by the media as of public commentators, and it's beginning to get a flesh of his own. The day is Buhari's second home. Some kind of joke, make it too far. Let's get the facts from.
What are you defending now? Are you
I'm not defending. I'm saying we should not spreading things that are not verified.
Are not from
that are saying, hold on now, Adani Koko. Okay. I'm not defending anything. I'm saying don't let us be celebrating or spreading unverifiable lies. I had to ask you to put it rumors. That where did it start from? I knew where that thing started from. Buhari wanted to build rain. His family is there. He said his thing is there. And we're not making it to look like it's real. You just said now confidently that the day is Buhari's second home. He has houses here. He has families there. Those are your words.
Buhari even said, what are you talking about? Buhari even confirmed that whether it is parent or his family. He said he has family in Niger. Buhari confirmed it. What are you defending?
That he has house, he said he has houses in the game.
Why won't he have houses? What is wrong in him having houses there? He said his family. Buhari have said it openly that he has family there.
We know
Buhari
the
have said
statement.
openly.
We know the statement. We know what led to that. What do you call it? That statement. It was part of the people recycling this lie and over and over and over and over again.
Bishop, wait, his dad is from Niger.
That is from where?
His father is from Niger now. He's a first generation.
Come on now, stop that.
His family had from there. This man has said several times.
Oh my God. Where did he say that his father is from Niger?
He did say his father, but he said he has family there. Buhari have said it openly himself. And even in the presidential campaign, the last presidential campaign, when Asiwaju was joking with him that, look, even after leaving office, if you run to Niger, we will go and bring you.
Because that is sarcastic. What do you call it? Sarcastic. Because every time, everything, that race period time, everything, Niger, we scattered it, and eventually.
Okay. Are you now saying he doesn't have any family connection with what do you call it? Is that what you are saying?
No, if you replay back.
No, I'm asking you, is that what you are saying?
I don't care where he has relations or friends.
No, be clear. Are you saying that he does not have family lineage with Republic of
Ghana? I don't care. If you replay back what you just said by yourself, just replay it back in you will get the mystique aspect of your sentence. Let's base our argument on facts. You said he has houses and relations there. Those are not facts.
He doesn't have relation. He doesn't have family. And the president himself came out several months ago that, I have family in Niger. So what are you defending? What are you defending now?
Let me retract that. His father is Nigerian, but they have ancestry in Niger Republic. That's what I can go far to say. Just to retract what I said earlier about his father being.
Yes, his father.
But he has ancestry. He has
he has cousins there
in Niger.
He has cousins. He has brothers and sisters there.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
He has that one. So that we can that one. Yeah. So.
But what do you think about?
But what role can Buhari play in mediating this? Because if that is true, then what can Buhari then do to help the situation? I mean, if you have,
it depends on TINUBU now. If TINUBU really want to use him to for diplomatic means to achieve peaceful solution to this problem, I think TINUBU can use him. If TINUBU really want to play smart, he can use him. He just send him there. They speak the same language. What's the big deal? They are brothers. We just talk to them and they will look at him.
And it's helped them a lot.
Okay, let me play their side now. Ajalego or BT, you play the other side. Let's say you want to come and ask them to hand over to the civilian regime, and they say no. Before we do that, the French have to go, and the American military base has to go. What do you say as a let's say you are P2B, this is not P2B, I mean TINUBU or Buhari? What do you say to them? You will tell them to keep the French and
that is their internal problem.
Yeah, but that's the thing now, that you are not going to help them with their internal problem. But they are telling you that before you will put this president back in place, the French has to go and the American base has to go. What do you say?
Then they can make communique to that effect. You tell him to make communique that this is the condition he's giving. These people have to go before he can let this guy back to power. What's the big deal? What are they doing in another person's land? It's not their land.
If I was them, that's how you unmask this our African.
If you have an infection in your body, right, like a parasite in your body, can you just ask it to leave willingly? Like, okay, just leave. No. Tell me how you're going to fight it. Like, if you say the French government has been benefiting from those countries for decades, just saying that they should leave is not enough. They're not going to leave just like that. Come on, they benefit from that region.
Look, they can leave if you want them to leave. If West African country, hold on, Babati. If West African countries believe they are a threat to the security of West African region, we can come together and tell them, you guys got to leave. We don't want you in West
Can you define the
and we will internationalize
it? Can you define because they take resources from you, they benefit from one way or the other. Can you define what you mean by leaving? Like, you mean that economic benefits?
Remove your military bases.
That's what they are saying. We are talking of their military presence there.
But there's more. No, but they do more damage than just military. There's more in terms of raking in.
I mean, look. If they are not
with that one, they want that one removed.
And now, so I'm asking you, define leaving. What does that even mean?
No,
so remove your military base. That's leaving.
I'm making it clear to you. Okay. You try to understand me. I said their military presence is constituting threat to the security of West African region. So they should leave, pack their military equipment and leave. Let us live in peace. We can solve our problem by ourselves. Period. Economically, and I mean on economic front, on other front, we can do business, we can do other things, but we don't want your military presence here. It's constituting threat, and
exactly.
To us.
Okay.
So
they have this. Because I was reading this morning that the resources they get from Niger helps power France, like this. So do you bargain for a better deal, or you just say enough is enough?
You bargain for a better deal. Okay, sorry, Ajale, go ahead.
Yeah.
So they will still stay, right? But you just bargain for a better deal with them this time around.
Yes, I mean, look, let me tell you, the fact that they have presence there, even if you have democracy there, tomorrow they will still constitute threat.
You said they should leave. So I'm asking you now, when it comes to those resources that they are getting pretty much for pennies, you have the leverage now. You say, okay, just leave everything, or okay, we make better. I'm trying to figure out where you are, because you said they should just leave and pack their bags and go away. So which one is it?
And they will just leave.
Like it's like
no, hold on, Babati. See, the what do you call it? The uranium deal. They can have a new agreement on uranium deal between them. If the present administration, military administration, believe that what they have on the ground is not good for their country, they don't have any good thing out of it. They can look. This is a hot. This is a high. One of the highest. The quality of their uranium is one of the highest grade uranium in the world. You understand what I'm saying? So they can't sell it to other nuclear country. China want to buy from them too. Some other India want to buy from them. So if France, what they can sell to China for $5, and these people, France is getting it for 5 cents, why must they continue? And they have a lot of poverty in their country. I mean, they are one of the poorest countries in the world. When they have such a rich resources and they cannot even benefit it, they can't use it for the betterment and development of their country. What are we talking about? You see, they can't continue to strangulate them. France has, strangulate them economically and step on their head, doesn't want them to develop. They're doing it openly. We must put a stop to it. It cannot continue.
And that is an interesting point, because you can flesh them out by saying, and I think the coup plot, this is one of the ways they could play it. They say, okay, fine. If you want me to leave, tell these people to take their military presence out of the country. Let's renegotiate all the arrangements we have with the French. If they agree to that, first thing, go. If they agree, then we can now talk about me relinquishing power. But
Okay. One more thing: the issue of the central bank, the currency.
Yeah,
that should also be on the table too, right?
That's a big one. Yeah, that's a big one.
That should also be on the table too. So that has to be.
And if they do that, BT, I think because I like the way you are coming at it, because you are trying to challenge what Ajane Koko was saying. But let's say if they brought all those things on the table, does that give them an advantage? As it actually reveals the reasons behind why these military people are coming to power. That now the other side will be forced to answer the question: why are you in the country? Why are you not taking all their money with your banks?
But for that to work, ECOWAS has to be on the same page. That's the thing.
ECOWAS will have to, if they make that demand. And if they were being smart.
That's what I'm saying. But now they are divided between people choosing side between Russia and the West. It's a divided organization right now.
Yes, I think that's what is going on.
For you to get those things done, you need to be on the same page as a region. And this is what
you don't have to be, though. If they make the demand, it will be up to TINUBU to hear that and say, I don't care. We want to go and fight for the French to stay there.
No.
That would be crazy.
Because there are more that there have many countries spending that are tied to the French government. If we just one country, it will make sense. But they have 3 or 4 or 5 that spend that same stuff or whatever. So you need that unity amongst them, help backed by others. Nigeria is the head of the organization now, but this guy is kind of favoring the French government. He's playing ball with them. So get TINUBU on the same page, let him buy into what you're selling, show him the vision for your country, and let's see what he does. But you need that unification of that region to get a better deal with the French. And our president can be the mediator, and we also benefit from that as Nigerians.
Exactly. That is what Nigeria should stand for. But my fear is that TINUBU requires a lot of favors from so many foreigners. He get his treatment there. They have a lot of files on him. God knows what else they have on him. So he may want to give them what they want. That's my fear. And he's been working with them since Nadeko days. And now he has an opportunity to prove his loyalty. And if you look at, it's really very rare you hear. So TINUBU, you can almost understand TINUBU when he's making a statement that he means.
Okay, so let's recap this. So,
Okay, sorry. No, I just want to chip in something. In one breath, as a moderator, you just said that they have a lot of stuff for him, so they are blackmailing.
Can you fix your mic?
Can I do what?
We can't hear you. So can anybody hear Bishop?
Yeah, it's like your mic you are behind some kind of speaker or something. We can't hear you clearly. I don't understand how to describe it.
How about now?
Slightly better, but
okay, I just reduced the volume because I'm using my Bluetooth. I'm driving. I'm saying you just said now.
Do you have it on speaker?
I'm using
you have
Bluetooth.
Your phone on speaker.
No, my phone is not on speaker.
I think it's a Bluetooth and it's not connect. It's not sounding well.
It's a Bluetooth. It's okay. I keep listening.
Okay.
Let me just recap. I'm saying that on security, natural resources, banking system, are we missing anything to put on the table here, or just that the 3 key things, right? Or is anything else missing?
Yeah, I think the banking system one is, and this thing first refuse contract, where they can't, go to any other nation for options to build stuff until the French will say, we can't provide it for you. Then before they are allowed to go, they said even the dentist, that if you go to the optician, and if you wanted to get your glasses replaced, it has to go through France. I didn't know that.
I saw one this morning talking about if they're in the war, right, and they see a terrorist and they're about to kill that terrorist, they must call France to get approval first. That is crazy. God. That is crazy to me that you need French to approve you killing terrorists. Or that is crazy. So that needs to be on the table as well. They have many issues, but they need Nigeria to help them out here. That
they need us big time.
All the West African countries, all of them. What do you call it? What is the name of that organization? WEMCO. What is their name?
ECOWAS. My goodness, Ajale Koko. You're welcome. I'm glad you see the funny side.
They can't tell us that they don't know the problem that is going on there. They don't want to address the real problem. And the real problem there is the France. Until France takes their foot off the neck of those people, there is not going to be peace in that country. And that is what those countries, even the civilian administration, what were they able to do for their people? Because France is in control of everything, their economy, their resources, their natural resources, everything, their everything. What is it? So
And
that
the
is
French
what
have already started threatening that they will take
ECOWAS
action.
to address. That is what the ECOWAS should address, and not going after their fellow brother or trying to kill their fellow African brother for those colonial criminals. That is what they should do. They
Okay,
should
let's take a stamp poll then. What do you think? Let's see who supports it and who doesn't support it. Ajan Lekoko, do you support Nigeria intervening militarily in Niger Republic?
Oh, never. I will never.
Mike, are you there? Mike is not there at the moment. Kumi, do you support Nigeria taking military action in Niger Republic?
I support.
Okay, BT, do you support Nigeria taking action in military in the Niger Republic?
Eventually, but not just. It has to be ECOMOG, not just Nigeria. So if you want to go in there,
do you support or not?
I mean, not as a first option.
But if in other words, you support.
Eventually, yes, but not as a first option. You must exhaust all diplomatic means first.
I am not
just saying no. I'm being. I have no. You must explore. Come on, because you must explore all. You must avoid as you can. Then, if it does not work, then you go in, but not by yourself. Not in that natural mission. You must go in as a region. Not just Nigeria going there.
Kulata, are you there? Do you support military action against Niger Republic?
I support Nigeria supporting what is good for Nigeria.
Meaning what?
Meaning whatever will pay our foreign interest. Meaning whatever action we'll do, we have to get something. We have to get something for it.
That action, let's do that action. What's that action?
Look, if we go to war on behalf of this, colonial dudes, then we need to get some investments in return, massive investments, and a lot of military equipment. And if we don't go to war, then what are we protecting? We need to be protecting something. I think it's time Nigeria stops being naive. Foreign policy is selfish.
I'm with you on that one, that we need to benefit. And
we need to benefit now. This is an opportunity for us.
Let's say there's no other benefit for us other than the fact that we are restoring democracy.
What is restoring? Why will I be restoring democracy? Then burn anybody with democracy.
Your president is Nadeko now.
I don't believe there's no return for Nigeria. There will be a lot of return for Nigeria. There will be a lot of return.
There has nothing to do with it. If we don't go to war, then we must protect the peace. Like the fact that.
Do you know that according to news today?
Kulata, can you give me 1 sec, please? To Nigeria, good evening, everyone. To Nigeria, there is too much voices, brother. They don't even let Kulata talk. No, we can't do that. Please, moderate the section, please. I'm begging you, please. One at a time, please. Thank you. Kulata, go on, please.
Yeah, you can talk now. You want to take over? So that become a floor member. It's all good.
Over. I'm not taking over. Okay, yeah, so you moderate the section very well, please.
So me, I just don't like all this naivety of let's go and do the right thing. Let's go and do that's nonsense. We're a country, we have interest, and we need to go for our interest. If our interest is we'll be able to grab some parts of Nigeria's resources, so be it.
And if we're not able to grab it, if we know eventually these punk asses countries will force us to war, then we better extract a lot of concessions from them in terms of development, in terms of weaponry, in terms of many things. But one thing for sure, we should never ever let these punks establish any sort of military base in Nigeria. So, but whatever they want us to do or whatever we don't do, it has to be in the interest of Nigeria. So we should stop just we're doing stuff for the right reasons. That's none of our business. We should be doing things for our own selfish interest. That's all I have to say.
So, in other words, you're against them because we know TINUBU wants to do it for Nadeco.
I'm not for or against. If we end up in war, we better be getting something for that war. If we don't end up in war, then we better be getting something in terms of protecting the peace. I just want us to grab something. That is foreign policy. In case anybody is naive about it, nobody does anything in the interest of being good.
We didn't get anything for Sierra Leone war. We didn't get anything for Liberia.
In Yoruba parlance, they say in Yoruba parlance they call that JJ logo. That you are willfully ignorant. That's the translation.
If that is for the reason you are going to be against the war, then if
we go to war and we gain nothing from it, why should I support it?
So I would take it that you're against then, and BT.
No, but if we keep the peace and we get shafted for it, why should I support the peace?
So we have leverage to bargain with.
We need leverage. This is an opportunity, in my opinion. So whoever side we want to play, I would like us to play both sides. That's one thing for sure. Don't play Russia. Don't play America. Play both of them. If they need you, then pull your leverage. But we need to gain something.
Let me contextualize the question then by saying you are not getting anything. The only thing you are going to restore is democracy.
Forget about that now. We think
okay, fine. So both of you are against it if that's the case.
If it's just restore democracy, who cares? I mean,
I said dialogue. It means bargain. That's the other word I was trying to use. Dialogue before you go into war. That means, what do you have for me? Do you have anything?
Yeah, but if there is nothing for you other than democracy, what else?
Democracy. That's not. We are missing the point. It's not democracy here. Forget democracy.
Nigeria has never gotten anything from all the wars they went into. What makes you think this is going to be different?
So why should we be going into foolish wars if we're not getting anything for it?
That's why I'm asking the question: do you support or not based on this? The idea
I will support if America will put more pocket money in our. I mean, if they will put.
If they are not putting
equipment? And then I don't support if they're not putting.
That's what I'm trying to get to. Then I can go the other way around again and ask, what if they are going to give us so and so and so? Would you support it? Because maybe Ajale Koko will move his position too. Then, you see my point. So Ajale Koko, on principle, right now doesn't support it for so many reasons that he has given. So who is the last person? So I would take it that most people are not in support of the military action if there's nothing in it, nothing tangible for Nigeria in it. And in my own case, on both sides, if there's nothing in it for Niger or Nigeria, there's no point going to that war.
Why would you want to go to that place anyway? I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Oh, you two are against the war?
Why would you want to go to war with Niger? It doesn't work for what? You go to war for free for what? Tell me what you're going to war for.
Free war for free. As if we are not suffering for free already. Now we want to go for war.
You see you're going to go fight for nothing. I mean, what are you going to fight for? That's what I'm asking.
How is that possible in this
because we are going there to help the French and the Americans.
No, it's not possible. That's not possible. There's no way with all this wahala we have in our hand, and we'll go to Niger for free. Let us
you're going to fight on behalf of one year president because they overthrew his ass. So you know, get sense when you get sense to put measure to make sure they don't overthrow him. So because they overthrow one idiot, you go and fight war to put him back. Who is he? I mean, think about it, man.
In their country, we have a lot of all these are individual.
But what does the coup affecting your investment?
Because they'll think twice now. They'll say, hey, if you don't give us, we'll put sanctions on you. That you are a sponsor of coup plotters against democracy, anti-democratic forces in the world.
No, what do you mean? What do you mean? I don't get it.
Pardon?
Not to Nigeria. That thing you just said now is not to Nigeria. They can do that to any other.
They will say we are backing.
No, they can't say that to Nigeria.
Why would somebody say
How?
you're backing? Is it why we the one that sponsored the coup then?
Are we on coup government in Nigeria? Why do we say that? Nigeria is totally different from Nigeria now. All this narrative is not equal.
You had
you even making sense at all. You are saying if Nigeria doesn't go to war with Niger, somebody will tag us as people that are supporting.
No, but you see, that's how they behave, though. Okay. Let me give this one now. You know, one of them said that with FBI, they said they were not going to release some TINUBU files till 2026 at the earliest. To me, that is a form of blackmail. Because how can you hold this thing? You are saying that you are not going to release some files. Are you Julian Assange, where you release files to damage somebody when it suits you? So I don't like that. And when our leaders are going to foreign countries and doing so many things there, they have things that we don't know about our leaders.
Honestly, that sounds like fake news, though. FBI doesn't talk like that.
No, that one I saw it. So none of you knew that. That is surprising. I thought you already knew that. The FBI said it. They said they were not going to release any report till 2026 at the earliest. If they are going to release anything at all.
There was nothing like that. They can put the link.
Okay, let me see if I can find it. Okay, let me see how I can find it. So, but now let me change the argument then. Let me change the argument. What if they say they're going to give Nigeria, they're going to help Nigeria build nuclear power plants, and then they're going to give us, help train our soldiers and help us fund our military size to increase? Would any of you now support the war in Niger Republic?
It's not enough.
It's not enough.
Wow, what do you want?
You have listen, you have leverage. Do you know what I will do? More. Any goods coming to Niger from Benin Republic will now move to Lagos now. Move that shit. You're coming to Lagos now. You got to get more stuff from these people, man. This is an opportunity.
So your bargaining chip is to rob another African country to pay yourself.
Well, is it for free?
No, why don't you rob the people that you are doing something for instead of robbing your fellow African country?
Rob everybody. Rob your friend. Rob everybody. Your neighbors.
Give us. You know what? Our leaders might be listening, or the advisors might be listening to this. So give us what you will require for Nigeria to go ahead and do, the military action in Niger. What would you require? Knowing that it will be a difficult war. BT.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
What would you require from Americans and the French for Nigeria to go into that, for you to support Nigeria going to that war?
Remember, I thought about this domination, economic domination of West Africa. I've always said that. And I thought about the Dangote company that it can't even ship its own cement into Benin Republic, because you have these French countries that communicating by French that don't allow them to ship from neighboring countries. So, Mr. Frenchman, you must open up that market to Nigerian goods and services.
Is that true? No, what you just said now, is that true?
Yes, go and listen to to Dangote now. It can't ship from my own area.
It's true. Dangote said it many times.
What did you say? Repeat it again, Babati.
For Dangote has a factory in that Songo area, that Ota area. It cannot even export 10 miles from that place, Oju, that side, into Benin Republic.
Why? What is responsible for that?
Because those francophone countries, they have this. They have been
contract from China. They bring cement from China.
But not Nigeria.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So
you're 100% right.
They are getting. So hold on, guys. So if they are getting cheaper cement for China,
no. The guy said no. He said it can match the price. It's not about price. It can match the price that they're getting from China. It can match it. But they have all these laws that they have in place, put in by their bosses in France.
You don't consider what of when Buhari closed border against them? So you don't want them to retaliate against you?
We are discussing.
That was why Buhari closed the border too. It was like
closed border against them, so you don't want them to retaliate.
No. It was before Buhari closed border.
Before he closed border.
Yeah, it was before Buhari closed border. That's one of the reasons why you have to close border too, just to
between Dangote and China. Who do you think will offer them better deal?
I'm telling you,
other than the cement. They have other areas
Which one will
China
favor
will
Africa?
help them.
Which one will favor Africa?
Give them loan, give them everything.
You are missing the point. The man asked me
the point?
That leverage. I'm telling you, if you want us to support you, help us open up this market to people like that.
Yes.
People. This is all.
That's a good one, and it's going to open up
everything in Nigeria market
to a lot of other things too.
And number two, you must be able to move through those borders without difficulty. Like you must make good for your own.
International trade is not conducted just only on one product. Do you know how many products are coming to the public?
Sir, excuse me.
We make revenue from.
Sorry, excuse me, sir. Sorry. France has influence on those World Trade Organization. Make it happen. This is leverage here. Make it happen. Get to work.
Forget about Dangote, man. What are Dangote you are talking about? Dangote doesn't even care for your.
That one. I'm giving examples here. No. The man asked me to list my conditions for supporting whatever war, and I'm giving conditions here. Open up the market space for Nigerian goods to move into those spaces. Number two, whatever natural resources that France is benefiting from Niger, like for this instance to power their electricity, we also need that too in Nigeria.
Yes.
So help us with that tech too in our own country as well. Help us with the military. That lay law that bans us from using those weaponry bought from America. Give us that same weapon from your own country that you have to fight this war in Boko Haram in our country. You got to put this thing down on the table, man. Yes, I will go in there.
I think you do have reasonable requests. So I think that's reasonable to ask because it could benefit Nigeria greatly and benefit African countries greatly, and also remove the French boot from the necks of many African countries. Ajale Koko, what would you ask for if you are ever? Because I see that you have a strong opinion against Nigeria going in there, but if you would say, what would be the price you would demand if you have to go in there and you have the option of asking for stuff, knowing that maybe some officials are listening to this?
Look, I've made my point clear that I will not even go in there. Will not go in there for any reason, because there's nothing we are going to benefit from that country other than uranium, and we don't have any. We don't need uranium for anything in Nigeria. So I would like where that country can be free from this strangulation from France, and Nigeria can partner with that country. We can help them develop, secure their country as well as secure our own country, and use that country to get cheap labor for farming in Nigeria and even over there, so that we can have plenty of food to feed our population. I want to strike a deal with them to partner with Nigeria, see Nigeria as their brother, and with Nigeria taking them as brother as well. We can defend. We can use them how can we strengthen our border line between us? We can secure them, and we can use their country for have a lot of farmland there, that farm produce that we can get from there cheap, bring it to Nigeria to feed my population, make food cheap in Nigeria, and as well, see what we can do to export to abroad as well. I won't want all these criminals to occupy any inch of land in Africa. They should leave. They can't tolerate it in their own life. Why must we tolerate them to have their military and to have them, exploit us right in our own eyes? No. We can do better with each other. Other than for foreign interest to push us against each other. Why should I be demanding, give me something so I can take my brother as slave for you? What kind of mentality is that? When we will get out from that mentality, the mentality that our ancestors did thousands of years ago. So we have to continue it for them. Oh, give me this so that I can sell my brother to you.
Your brother already sold himself without your help now. So what are you talking about?
But to be fair,
what do you mean?
About those days, you're one of those guys that will sell 40 people for a mirror.
It's not me.
What BT asked for was a kind of freeing them from the oppression that the French is putting them through. So it's not necessarily like they are doing it to also leave their brothers in bondage. It's also to free them from.
They have their own currency to control now. They can control their own currency. You bargain with them. Listen, we're going to give you those, but you make deals on behalf of those countries. That's the reason why I said that region has to be on the same page when Nigeria negotiates on their behalf. And we also win at the same time. So because they will listen to you more right now.
Nigeria doesn't need to negotiate on their behalf. If
they have to.
No, hold on.
They don't have brain to negotiate with themselves. Come on.
Leverage now.
No, hold on, Babati.
They all need leverage.
If Nigeria show leadership, they are ready to follow Nigeria. It's because Nigeria does not show any form of leadership in any capacity.
Ajale Koko, stop blaming Nigeria for everything now. Stop it. Every time, incessant. Come on now.
Hold on.
Every time. It's too much.
Hold on.
So the leadership will display in Liberia, Sierra Leone, all those ones.
Some viewers like Ajale Koko. This stuff. The viewers, some of them like Ajale Koko.
People like Ajale Koko and all these people, they are too negative about Nigeria.
Let me get this.
Exactly, the obedient. Now they've destroyed the image of Nigeria all over the internet.
No. You are in bondage.
No, you don't like to. This is not the matter of destroying the image.
You are in bondage. I want to help you out, but you're supposed to show me that you are willing to, even if you're a slave, you must feel like you want to be free. That's the point. If you want Nigeria to lead you, you follow, you go to Nigeria. We need your help in this case. We need freedom from these guys. What do you have for us? You bargain with Nigeria as well.
They come to Nigeria all the time. All those countries come to Nigeria all the time.
It's true. They come to Nigeria all the time. What has Nigeria done to free them? Nigeria has done nothing.
It's a new government.
They come to Nigeria.
We are busy fighting Biafra versus Arewa.
No, guys. It's a new government now.
Those countries look up to Nigeria leadership for their survival all the time. So Nigeria should be able to use that leadership position.
Nigeria has done zero.
No, that is the problem.
Zero. You can't say zero.
Nigeria went only to Sierra Leone and Liberia. Did you see Nigeria going to any francophone country? No.
They
didn't even go to Senegal.
Because of France, we can't go to any francophone country just because of France.
But that's what you do now. You have to exert yourself to say, you know what, this is my backyard. I need to start freeing my people from this.
We have leverage now. Is the point? You have an opportunity.
You see, that's a good point. We do have leverage to an extent now. But the leverage, what is the point? If you tell them now, let's say, okay, I will let you stay here, but you have to remove that bank thing that you are doing to them. You have to remove the trade barrier that you're putting on them. If you remove all those things, we might let you stay there. What could happen is that after a few years, 10 years or so, they might return again in full force. So
exactly.
maybe this stuff
making a deal with the devil.
Exactly. Maybe this stuff needs to happen now. They need to kick them out.
Let me clarify here. If you make those deals with them, this is where you come in as Nigeria. Because there's more to do in that region than just making deals and leaving. You must then enforce and safeguard and ensure that those countries also follow through with that part of the bargain. Nigeria has a lot of things to do in that region. If you want to make deals with France or make deals with them on behalf of those countries, you make those deals, but you also follow up with those countries in Africa to ensure you don't have a repeat of whatever happened prior. So it's more than just making this and just say, okay, guys, you're good on your own. Bye. You must monitor and supervise as well. That is what it boils down to. Can Nigeria handle that responsibility right now? I don't know. Should we? Yes.
There was a time I would ask, if TINUBU was doing what he said he was going to do when he got elected and increase the size of the Nigerian military, this would have been a small operation. You know that the military forces in Niger...
Dude, it's just 2 months now. It's just 2 months. His ministers are not
okay,
even
fair point. I'm not saying he should have done everything now. Remember, he hasn't said anything about it since. He's talking about economy, and this is what all our leaders do. The moment they talk about security when they are coming in, then they go shift back to economy. Even cleverly today, when he came in today, he still talked about that security. And he's a black man, remember. Or anytime when you both will come, they keep telling us about economy, and corruption. But cleverly, we talked about security. That you have to have security for the economy to flourish. So that he read between the line what he's saying. But we'll see what TINUBU is going to talk about it. That said, the last speech he made to the nation seemed like he was, he hit all the right tone that he needed to hit. And the area, if I'm going to ask for more things, he needs to let Nigerians know what is happening with the refineries. That is very, very important. Because if this administration, the refineries is going to make or break this administration. If those things don't come online, no matter what he does, Nigerians, the people's life will be harder by the time he leaves.
Wait, do you think if they come online, what do you think the price will be?
The price will come down. That's what it's
by how much? By how much?
At least it's going to come down. That's my point. Because
by the shipping cost, that's all.
No, not by the shipping cost. I'm talking about the ones that are the local refineries too.
The local refineries too. I mean, they still need to supply Platt. It's a global price that they need to supply whatever crude. The only thing you won't charge for is, I mean, you're not shipping it all over the world, and maybe, I don't know, maybe some taxes or some fees may
Nigeria
go
will
off.
be making more money in his pocket. They are not.
But the only thing that will help us is we will not be using dollars to import petrol. That's all. That will be good for our balance of payment. That will be good for dollar rate.
But that is one. And secondly, we are not buying petrol. We are manufacturing.
We're buying from NNPC. NNPC is a private company.
Your Excellency,
owned by the
told
government.
us the reason why you pulled out your support for the governor for these.
NNPC is owned by the government. Don't you know? Even if it's a private company, it's still owned by the state. Like
it's not operating that way anymore. It's operating for profit now.
Who is the shareholders? It's the government, Nigeria.
Yeah, but it's operated. The operation is for profit. So NNPC will not say, I'm selling petrol 200 naira. That's not going to happen. The only thing that may happen is if our foreign exchange improves because we're not using dollars to import petrol, then of course, because they still have to use the prevailing crude rate. So whatever that is may be slightly better.
Look at it from the point of view. Since the federal government owns NNPC as a company, even if it's doing it for profit, when the federal government takes the profit, they can decide to put the money whatever they like.
Fine, fair enough.
Before, the money wasn't coming to Nigeria at all. Now it's all coming to Nigeria. And that's why I think his economic policy is okay. I will say it's balanced on two things. In terms of the refineries, he's going to make sure at least Nigerians feel as if the sacrifice they made is worthy. But in terms of restoring the nation, if he fixes security, refinery, I think power will be fixed too. If he fixes those two, power will be fixed, because most Nigerians, most companies in Nigeria can have, gas power plant or this thing, which Nigeria can supply. It's just that the infrastructure is not there. The security is not there to even get the infrastructure functioning. So if he fixes security, fix the Nigerian refineries, I think he will succeed beyond all the other leaders that has come before him. That is for sure. But, Nigeria will say a lot of things. It doesn't often, it seems easy, but they seem to make it hard. Okay, so I will not hold my breath on that one. So what is going on with this? Let's see. Every husband, every household should have meter. El Rufai proposes stringent measures for electricity sector. How is that?
Sorry to Niger. Omo Baba Willie, make sure your mic is switched on so you can connect with the stream. Your microphone, make sure it's Omo Baba Willie. Okay, there it is. Carry on to Niger.
Yeah, so I think let's round up on this foreign policy area, because I really enjoy the foreign policy, because we don't talk too much about it as Nigerians. I think foreign policy is very, very important to Nigeria, because Nigeria has a lot of potential for growth from foreign policy. We are talking about Niger right now. There's a lot of African countries out there that have resources. Why is it that other people come and take resources from us? Why is Nigeria not the one going there to help those countries and get those resources to Nigeria? We process it and sell it to other people overseas.
Why you guys talking about Nigeria? This nuclear power, this powerful. Come on, man, let's chill out, man. I don't know that.
Mike has started now.
You know, we're not doing this. I think we are manufacturing. We are this technologically advanced country.
We have to. We have no choice. He wants us to start building shrines.
We are not there. We are not technologically advanced, man.
You know now.
Exactly. We don't even get electricity.
Because manufacturing. That's
we have enough power to be.
We are still agitating to break up. We are talking about.
No, you don't. That level of production, you need stable electric power. You're not even close right now. Not even close at all.
Okay. When China became industrialized, the power that they used to industrialize was less than what we have now. So the point I'm making is that we may not have.
Wait, why are you talking stuff that's not factual now? We have 5,000 megawatts in the Nigerian control. You're trying to tell me China did not have 5,000 megawatts? I'm like, tonight you're fair God now. Before you tell me.
Why are you talking? No. In 1965, I don't think they did. At that time, 1965. I don't think 1970. I don't think they did.
I'm sure China had it in 1920.
No, not likely. I think we need to check that. You know, I'm not.
Hello, excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead. Who is that?
TUNUBU, are you a moderator or contributor? You're talking too much. This platform can't grow like this. Man, there's a lot of people listening to you. You can't grow platform like this.
Let him.
Nobody has time to be sitting an hour or 2 hours listening to you people. You just want to talk.
Let him run it.
You can't grow platform like this.
He's the one in control. Let him run it the way you like. So don't.
No, we want the platform to grow. Ajanle Koko, I'm here. I'm listening to this platform because of you.
Yeah, hold on, my brother. What I'm saying.
We have to point something out, if not right.
No, hold on. I can understand what you are trying to say, but for today, he's the one in charge. Let him run it the way he feel that he can carry every other person along.
No, I follow TUNUBU to this platform. He was on Search for Oruru. Yeah, he was on Search for Oruru maybe an hour or 2 hours ago. Just everywhere talking.
I see.
I wasn't on the platform. I just said greetings on the chat, and now he's having a go at me. See,
no, it's like you taking over the platform.
I'm not taking
over. You're the moderator. Let people contribute.
See, you are free.
It's like you just pushing your thought. We don't want to hear the guy also do the same thing. Bishop, are you a spokesperson for APC? Everybody don't want to listen to you.
Omo Baba, within this rule now, TUNUBU is in charge, so let him run it as a team suite.
Okay, one man. I don't want no trouble with you, one man.
Can you let me understand what you said?
It's your platform.
Okay, TUNUBU. Take the question round. Yes,
exactly. Excuse me, sir. I don't want to be rude to nobody, but the way to grow a platform is you have a point. Let it go around. Let it go around. We can't be sitting here 1 hour, 2 hours.
Nisuru, mami. Omo Baba will settle down. TUNUBU is in charge. He knows how to run a platform. He has a platform of his own, so he knows exactly what he's doing. So just settle in. I think you'll enjoy him because he knows what he's doing. So just lean back. It's a different session from me, from Thomas. This is TUNUBU's flavor. So enjoy that flavor. Yeah. Settle down.
I want to hear what that gentleman said.
No. Don't hear it because it's going to spiral out of control. Just let it go. Let it go. Yeah.
No, I won't let it go. I don't want to let it go. I want to respond to him. So I want to hear him.
Bishop, don't fight now. Let's move on.
No, but this is not fair. Now, this happened 2 days ago.
Bishop, feel. Allow.
If he wants to say something, more Baba Willie, you can go ahead and say something. That's how I because I like, sometimes I believe that some people have something to share and they feel passionately about it, and if they want to share it, if you have a regimented system, you may not get to them on time. So I feel like those people can just come in and say, okay, I have something to share.
I'm like you too. I like that free flow thing, you know. If you got something to say, just enter and say it. Nobody say you keep quiet. Women they call you. You are sitting down, waiting for them to tell you it's your turn. You know. I like the free flow, but you know, maybe the part where you, the host, just do too much talking. Maybe I agree with you more about that one, you know. But yeah, I'd rather let the panels go, let the panelists go at each other and just among themselves figure it out, you know.
Omar Baba, will you have anything else to say, you know, about what we are saying? Let me ask you the question anyway. The question was, what would you require from, you know, like France and the UK, the Americans to go take military action in Niger if you were the president of Nigeria? What would you require from them? Or would you just say, you know what, restoring democracy is good enough for me? Omar Baba Willie, are you there? I'm surprised he's gone because he was quite passionate a moment ago. It's all good. It's all right. So
maybe he doesn't know he's muted.
Oh, you are muted. I don't think he's there. You know, maybe surprised. Okay, you are here now.
He just came out now. Where is he?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, Tulanja, you asking me to be following your leaders?
No,
your president, they have all his secret over there in France. So what do you accept him to do? He can do nothing. All this stuff, you just talk. And that's why I said I listen to your platform because of Ajan Lekoko, because Ajan Lekoko, you know, talk sense. A majority of panelists in this place, they just love their own criminals. And they speak for their own criminals. And there's no way forward for Black people. If you keep on doing this, you're not going nowhere. So that's what I just want to say. I want to say out of you Black people politics. But I'm just here listening to Ajan Lekoko.
You know what?
That's it. And I call in. I've been trying over 3 days just to give Ajan Lekoko his flower.
Enough of your BS, man. What do you mean you Black people?
Let's hear him.
The guy don't learn from there now. You know, be Black again.
Don't bullshit, man.
You got to learn some English. Now you got some accent. Now you're no longer Black.
Are you white? No, sir. Are you white? What do you mean by you Black people?
He pick a white man accent. Now he's no longer a Black man. So.
No, I'm a Black man. I'm a proud Black man.
Now you are looking sounding weird now.
He's calling us Black.
yeah, because
I mean you Black people everywhere. Why are you backward?
Are you white?
Everywhere.
Are you white? Are you white?
No, I'm proud Black man.
His accent is whitish.
Yeah, that's me odd actually.
You think so?
Are you white?
I'm Black. I'm a Lagosian.
Okay, but the question I was asking was, what would you ask? What would you request as a Black man that wants Black people to do better? What would you ask from Europeans for you to remove those coup plotters?
I'm not asking nothing because I'm not following a criminal.
Okay, so you're not asking anything, but you're okay. In other words, you're not going to go to the war for whatever reason.
Mind your own business in your own country first.
Okay, I get. I think you know that's where Ajan Lekoko stands too. Ajan Lekoko doesn't want any kind of conflict between us and Niger, no matter what. We should stick to our own. My fear is that because the stakes are so high, they could look for a way to take military action on their own, and they might even choose to do it in a way that affects Nigeria negatively.
Those are young guys, new generation, standing for their country.
It's none of your business. Mind your own business.
Yeah, but what if they start the kind of fight that happened in Syria? Because Russia is in the neighboring countries. And then America comes in because they have a military base in Niger. The French come in because they have their military base in Niger. They go and start fighting each other there. They tear through Niger Republic. The refugees will flow into Nigeria, and Nigeria military will be watching this one as spectators. And Nigeria is also relatively fragile in terms of security. Don't you think that is something
so
that
you're telling me your military can protect your country?
Right now, they are not equipped to. That's the problem. Our NSA head.
So what are you talking about? You want to go to war? What are you talking about?
They will ask for something that maybe
build your own country.
Okay, I get your point. I think you may actually be on the more correct side. It's just that in real politics, it's not that simple. It's not that simple because there will be consequences, and we know how crafty these people can be. So that is something we have to consider. That said, it looks like most people are against it anyway. In reality,
sorry, Tonija. Omo Baba will show boy your Russia.
There, sir.
Okay. I was just making sure.
The moment he said he was the Gosha, the way he said that, he was a Yoruba person.
Mr. You black people. Man, you lost me right there, man. I'm sorry, man.
you black
people.
No,
I'm sorry saying that, but and you do the same thing now. There's no way to put it now. We have problem. It's everywhere you go.
Okay, go ahead.
Black people everywhere.
Enough, man.
So about this, let's move to something more local to our surroundings.
Okay, just let me leave you people. As I said, I listen to this platform because of Ajale Koko, and I just want to give him his flower. That's it.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
My brother, God bless you.
Sorry, Omo Baba Willie, is it let me leave you people or let me leave you black people?
Let me leave you my fellow. Let me leave you my fellow Nigerians.
You Negroid.
No, my fellow Nigerian. I don't even like using that word, Nigerians.
Let me leave you fellow black people.
We should stand up.
The nigger area people.
We don't supposed to be here. What, Mike? What?
The people from the nigger area. I mean, that's what
Mike and Bishop. You both of you be at his tough. And I like that. I like that energy.
One man, can I put something there?
Nobody get monopoly of that kind of stuff, man. You should take it easy.
One man, am I permitted? I want to quickly put something there, please.
Go ahead.
I greet the whole house. It's me, Midwest people. I want to ask a question. Why should Nigeria government even think of sending our troops to another country for any bargaining? Maybe any interest. And that interest is going to be counteroffensive. First of all, we entered this democracy in 1999. And from that 1990 date, what have we benefited? As a country, we have to ask ourselves our own before we go to another people's land. They know what they are facing. And they cannot just escalate the entire region. Mali said if you start anything with Niger, automatically they consider themselves attacked. Burkina Faso said it. So they will now tear the entire region apart. And these are proxy war that will now involve superpowers. We have nothing to gain there. Our government should not make mistake. We have a lot of things at stake at hand. We should be worried about our democracy. Since we entered 99, the only thing democracy has given up to us, some things I want to mention. Number one, Boko Haram.
Yes.
2, IPOB.
Yes.
ESN.
Yes.
Internal displaced people, which they call, what's it called?
IDP. Yes.
Street courtesan, because before we enter democracy, you only hear those kind of things in the campus, not in our street. The politicians just equip those young guys for political gain, and now they cannot control it.
So instability in general. That's what you are saying.
Food shortage.
You missed that one. You missed that one. How about health tourism?
Now, people cannot even farm. Before we can farm, we can produce cocoa in abundance. Even the cocoa is no longer there, it's building area. Then the people can produce rubber, no rubber tree again. So what are we gaining? The politicians should be serious. So I just want to put that one there. We don't have business going there, except they want to kill everybody for nothing. What do we have to put ourselves in the middle of Wagner group? People that are like a wounded lion, Russia that is like a wounded lion, America that is there for their interest, France that is there searching for how to light up France with Iranians that does not belong to them. My dear, we should pray that this is our democracy. Let our leader be serious. We cannot just go and carry another people's problem to join what Nigerians are suffering. That is just my own take. Thank you, Wama, for giving me the chance.
Thank you for coming in. The problem is people like you that sound like this, they don't make. You don't see them in the corridors of power, and I don't understand it because, like now, you don't hear Nigerian leaders even mentioning the word BRICS. They don't talk about BRICS at all. And Nigeria is a major country in Africa, and here they don't say one word about BRICS. While Egypt is applying, Saudi Arabia is applying, many other countries are applying. BRICS, what it gives us is the ability to purchase things with a different currency instead of only dollars. But yet Nigeria doesn't care. It's like as if Nigeria is totally captured. And is that something that anyone else notices compared to other African countries, that Nigeria is one of those countries that seem to be completely captured by Western powers? That you don't see the type of politics, the type of stuff Midwest people just said just now. You don't see them in the corridors of power. They never make it. So why is that the case? Why is it that you don't see our leaders talking the way an independent people talk, like this way South Africans talk? Instead, all we see is let me
tell you the reason. Our political system political system is not stable, and it's an ethnic politics. So everybody must not offend the superpower, so they will not use the other ethnic against you. So that's why they are not interested. Nobody is interested about the country interest, about the future. I tell you, the political system have drawn that country backward. The politicians for how many years, they have nothing to boast of. They can't run primary school. So my dear, all these Nigerians that are coming out, they know why they are coming out. The Western people just to say, I've captured our country as well. Don't you know our people have conscience? Pains are there. So that's just my take. It's ethnic politics. If now we have a TINUBU, is from western part of Nigeria. If we go against them, they will go and plan how to take a northerners to kick him out. If a northerners try, they will go and take an easterner to kick them out. So Nigerians should understand the kind of country they call home. That is why people are saying restructure this country and cut that central power down to the regionals, so that we can be able to have a country of our own. The reality, I'm just telling you, this is why no leader from any region that will make that mistake. If you make it, you leave the power. That is how it is.
Well, I think what you said just now is very you may be onto something there. You may be onto something. I don't think I've heard anybody put it that way before. Go ahead.
So it's a very, very difficult situation that we find ourselves. TINUBU, since he came to power, for me, I did not vote for him, but I saw him like a man that have a good intention for the country. But how to achieve those intentions is very complex. We should be very careful for Niger not to explode. If he explode, it will affect Nigeria. They will drag TINUBU in. And if you don't obey, next 4 years, you're going to see them pumping money to another person from another region to kick him out. And that person will agree with them, will do your bidding. So this country, I think they need to do something so that we can have real control for what we love Nigeria. They can't put everything in the center.
Print out they will use someone from another region to kick out someone in Nigeria.
What are you saying?
By force or by votes or by, I mean,
my brother, you asking me a question. If you look at African history, you will see what is called regime change.
Well, I'm talking about Nigeria today. Nigeria today.
Regime change. Have you not had?
You're saying that a superpower will come and use another tribe in Nigeria to take out
my brother. Just listen. This, if there is a this,
I'm trying to understand. I'm not saying whether it can happen or not, whether it's possible or not.
See, try to understand me. Look at
Niger. Have you painted the scenario how it can happen? Yeah.
Okay, Mike. France need uranium to light up their country. Now their interest is at stake in Niger, in Mali. They are not going to fold up their hands.
I get all that. I don't think you get my question.
Nigeria.
Saying, okay, you mentioned TINUBU.
Listen to me now. I want to put something before you. America have one of the strongest base in Niger for their intelligence gathering. If you look at it, they have never condemned this coup. They are very careful with words. Why? Because of their interest. Nigeria have to evaluate their interest, but the risk is this: when America caught TINUBU,
America have condemned it.
When they caught TINUBU, or maybe France, all these people try to discuss all these issues with him based on their interest, and if he doesn't calculate it very well, they will be waiting for the next 4 years. What to do? Our president have secret national, international, other power interest always presented before them, and if they don't fulfill it, you don't know what happened to them in the secret. We don't have the final rate. Do you know whether there are superpower that make it not to be working? Even the private one that we have, how sure are we that we can protect the owners? So there are a lot of things going on. They have interest in our country. So we should pray and for this man for them not to put this problem and hard Nigeria onto him. This is my worry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Midwest, quick question. Nice speech, but let's put some practicality and reality here. What should Nigeria gain for destabilization in the region? What will you trade?
We don't have single gain at all.
No, what will you trade? No, not like you have to make deliberate action to gain. So there's one political saying from America: never let a good crisis go to waste. I think that's Rahm Emanuel that said it. So this is a crisis. So how are we going to make sure it doesn't waste?
The thing we have to do is to engage in a very strong diplomatic terms. Now, these guys are already having the power. Let us negotiate how they have to transit everything to democracy as fast as possible. Should be on the table. Not to tell them we want to come and use force against you. This is my belief, because the players are very strong.
Yeah. So, but I guess I see your point. You are more in the line of Ajane Koko that don't want to trade anything and start a fight in the neighborhood. And I think I agree with that, because if you start a fight in the neighborhood like that, there's a chance that it could spill over to Nigeria even. And but if you don't, what if the Europeans and America decide that they're going to take action themselves? What happens then?
Okay, look at another danger. The chances to radicalize Nigerian people into all these ISIS and other dangerous players in that region will become obvious. And Nigeria is already struggling with this stuff. And let me tell you, almost 80% of the northern people share the same culture and affiliation with those people. And our borders are open. All the security agents are overstressed. So when the people close to the president should see this thing. Don't play into America with all these promises of France. If the battle is too hot, they will abandon you. So this is it. Look at our country, my brother. We should see the reality that is facing us as a Nigeria. Then we look at the situation of our country, the economy, someone that want to face it, which way, everywhere is so tense, so difficult. Okay, now you go and bring another one again that involve all these people with their selfish interest. My brother, we cannot. All we need is just diplomacy. Let them go there and start talking with them. I think they can even send our former president there. He knows them, and start talking with these people. Maybe they will now agree, okay, 6 months time, 1 year, we transit power to another person. So that other people will learn and be serious to face their country.
If I were, you see, my problem with many African countries when they take over like military coups My issue with them is that they don't like transitioning on time to civilian regime, and they stay too long until they are overthrown. Because my example that I always give is, if you look at what they do in North Africa, the guy came in as a military guy and transitioned relatively quickly to a civilian
That is
regime.
Egypt.
Yeah, Egypt did that.
It was well planned because the
Yeah.
Israelis are involved, the Americans' interest is involved. They have to look for someone that have to fill that gap. So likewise, Nigeria should look at their interest first. What we need is peaceful neighbor. So now they go there and tell you have chance to contest. So the best thing we do to cover the chain, let's do it this way.
Yeah, but
okay,
then let me just add this. Why is it that African military coup leaders not want to transition to civilian? Why can't they just do that?
It depends on the pressure on them. So when you also calculate your interest and a way to bail yourself and have a peaceful neighbor. But the danger is how to secure our home. You don't know what our military generals are thinking. That's another thing. Even America presence was there before they overthrew a civilian president. They don't even know. French were there. Before it happened, they didn't even know. So tell you there are lapses.
Yeah, they're not God. That's the thing. People always think that they can notice everything, but they didn't see this one coming. And now there is also the other country that want to support them. But my issue still remains. Why is it that these leaders, because I believe that you can transition from military to civilian very quickly and you take away a lot of the criticisms.
Let me tell you the reason. A military officer, once you are in power and you did not secure that power, transit to yourself. If you transit to civilian, they will come and arrest them and start killing them, executing them. So this is why when the power is with them, they have to get rid of those old politicians, create fresh people that they feel they trust before they can give that power, or else they transfer to themselves. That is just how it is.
Then why don't they just do it quickly and let the country, because my issue is that they are not allowing the country to return back to normal, so that, because even Putin is not military, and that of this thing China is not. I don't even think Kim Jong-un is military even. So why is it that we stick to our military uniform and we don't want to change? You can make the law so that even as a civilian, you still have the power of the commander-in-chief that is tightly linked to the military. You can do that and still, the only difference is that you're wearing a civilian clothes. But I fear that these are our leaders, for some reason, because it makes us seem backward. Like they don't want to change to
what of
civilians.
this? What of the civilians themselves? After ruling 4 years, you rule another 4 years, you want to change constitution and remain power. The militaries are washing. They looting the country. They enter into agreement and interest of another country, and why innocent people are suffering. That country that you call Niger, they call it a country that is very poor. They are selling huge resources that are supposed to take good welfare of the entire citizen. They are not too populated. And the people don't see the benefit. And we are a democracy. Nobody accounts. Nothing is transparent. All they do is just occupy power. Sometimes they come into power, they sack so many army, throw away so many of them. They are washing. I beg. I pray for President TINUBU to carefully watch this thing. If that problem comes on the one way they look for our country, I don't know how I go take one, because those people, if they start wrestling there, the way France is looking for that opportunity to see somebody who go put for front. The Russians are calculating where to also pay, make sure the Europeans pay. America themselves, they from Libya to Egypt, they have to secure that desert. It's not easy. That is another interest, and they're also interested in so many resources there as well. And they have already invested a lot of money to build so many strong base there. It's money for those drones to fly, for them to maintain, for them to do everything. Here come our country, our neighbor, Niger, they depend on Nigerians to survive as well. They know our land very well. And many players are there that are so dangerous that the government self, or all our security agents are overstressed already with their own internal problem. The concern is how to secure his own administration, because I don't trust Nigeria Army anymore with what is playing out. I don't trust any of them. Anything can happen.
Yeah,
And then
why
make you
don't?
concentrate.
What do you think? What do you think? Because they said that the reason why they took over was because of security issues and corruption. You know, the normal tune that they always sing.
The actual reason is that their people are not seeing the dividend of democracy. If the people have been enjoying it, they would have go to the street, and it will look like that of Sudan and the rest. That is when the American and the rest will have chance to come in. We want to protect the civilian. Now the old people are saying we don't need you. You see how complex it is. Why should Nigeria go to that kind of something?
So if you are somebody like in Nigeria now that means well for them, like me now, if I mean well for them, and if I was to get to those leaders, if I'm to ask them to make a certain demand, I would say demand that the French military base removed from the country, demand that the American military base is moved out of their country, and they should make a demand that also the central bank that is controlling the resource of the country should be made fairer or completely removed, so if they make those demands, then they can hand over power back to the civilian and government if those demands are granted.
It's complex. Are you in the country? Now then they know what they suffer.
Hey,
they know
I
what they
have
are.
a question, if you don't mind. I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, my question to those warmongers among us who want us to go and invade our brothers and sisters' country. The Americans have 2 military bases in Niger, one in Agadez and the other in Niamey. The French have at least 1,500 military assets on ground. Why do they need Nigeria to get involved? Why did they stop the coup?
Because if they did, that would be against.
Thank you, Japan, man. Thank you. All these people, they don't know.
International law. If they did that, that would be colonial powers. That would be even cause more.
Okay, I understand what you say. International law. Under which international law does it empower ECOMOG to get involved in the internal affair of a country?
Because of the ECOMOG, organization, regional organization. That's the law that they use.
Does that empower them? Is ECOMOG law superior to that of United Nations?
Oh, you see, the weirdest thing is that when it comes to military action, the United Nations supports ECOMOG.
No, I'm telling you, non-interference in the affair of in the internal affair of another country is illegal in international law, right?
No. They already support it. I'm telling you now. They already backing military action.
The fact that they are backing it does not.
Who's backing military action?
UN is backing the action of ECOWAS.
Nah, not backing anything, man.
I'm telling you.
Which UN? You divided UN?
Which? I don't know, man.
Let's be very
the UN leader.
The divided UN, is it the Russia, China, US, France? They are all on the same page backing.
So,
are you kidding me?
Mike, are you telling me that?
Look at that. I can read it. The link is here. Let me send the link so you can see what I mean.
Which UN? There are 2 sides of UN. In fact, there are 3 sides of UN.
Two Baba.
Yeah,
two Baba, two Nigeria. Let me ask you this question.
That with the presence of 2 military bases of the Americans, they couldn't pick out intelligence about preparation for an imminent coup in Niger?
Yeah, they couldn't. They missed it somehow. They missed it. Maybe they thought they bribed them enough that they would never do it, but they did it. So they didn't see it coming.
Seriously, can any rational person believe that?
So you think that they just knew about it and kept quiet?
So now, are you telling me? Are you telling me that the Americans?
There are French in that country.
To Nigeria, let me ask you this question: have you seen American government condemning this coup?
Oh yes, they did.
They never. They are very careful with words.
It's not a real condemnation.
They didn't use the word coup because they didn't want to trigger. Yes, for specific reason, they didn't want to trigger one part of the law that would stop funding completely to Niger.
Law.
Yes, I didn't know about that until I was listening to one news report, and they said, "Watch the word that the Secretary of State is using. It's not using the word coup because he knows the moment he uses it, there's a law in America that will shut down funding immediately to Niger. And that law, before you bring it back on again, it's going to take forever. And what if Bazoum is returned to power next week? So that's why he didn't want to use that.
We cannot.
Niger holds his country. The military can tell America to leave that place. They will leave.
We cannot take the. We cannot.
Yeah, it sounds easy, doesn't it?
Have you ever seen where they tell America to leave? The Afghan, I know the Afghan asked them to leave. The Iraqis asked them to leave. So some black Nigerian with
okay, for all you idealistic people that are saying
it's
one
not
thing,
idealism. It's reality.
wait now, Jafar, wait. So are you trying to tell me like if the way we are, the way things are going, I hope things don't escalate, but it does look like we may have to engage. So should we engage without cashing out? That's my question. If we have to engage, if we have to engage, we have to cash out.
Go and do it for democracy, like they said.
What stupid democracy?
Wait, Kulata. Let me put this to you, right? Nigeria should not be perceived as standing on the way of a free people who are struggling, trying to get rid of their colonial oppressor. We should not in any way be perceived.
But benefit from that, just I get you, but
there is absolutely no way.
Jaffa, beyond that, say, go cash out.
We don't need to do anything. That's not our business.
We need to, man.
We had a military regime in Nigeria. The Nigerian people stood up against the military regime and brought it down to a civilian rule today. Let the people of Niger do that for themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Let them do it for themselves. Because if Tinubu, and let me put this with all sense of
Nigeria did it now.
With all sense of
Nigeria is a bigger country.
If Tinubu allowed
Niger is bigger than Nigeria, you know that, right?
It's not about big. Sophistication, the level of sophistication here in terms of understanding all these things, all these democratic stuff is much more way you can't compare.
No, Niger is way high. They are well granted. That's one of the African countries.
What? Niger compared to Nigeria is a backwater. Come on.
No. That's one African country.
What many of you don't know? What many of us don't know is this.
No. Today they are more sophisticated than we were in the 90s. Because in the 90s we didn't have internet. We didn't have all these tools that's like within their disposal today, like the internet, all those things. In the 90s, even the people that were even fighting were more like the inner city, like Lagos, and people in maybe Kaduna, Port Harcourt. But most other Nigerians don't even know what's going on. They are villages. They're still backward, man.
When the National Assembly cannot hold our government responsible, both at the federal and state level.
You see,
in Niger, in the year 2000, around the 2000, they were able to bring the entire government down by passing a motion of no confidence to the government, which forced the prime minister to resign with its entire government. That's how sophisticated these people are, politically speaking.
But
I don't see them. I don't see them as sophisticated. I don't see any sophisticated. I don't see any sophistication there. You know the reason, the only problem I'm having with this issue is just the France problem. That is the only problem I have in this issue. You see, all this one that you are saying that if Nigeria engages, go and read the Liberian War and see the engagement of the US forces and the ECOMOG forces led by Nigeria and some other contingents. See, if Nigeria entered that place, go and look at the map of Niger Republic. You only need to take Niamey. You cut out Niamey and every other things, then you push back, do a little bit. But with what Nigeria has right now, Nigeria has strategic assets. Forget about guerrilla war. You may not have seen when Nigeria went to Gambia. When Nigeria was in Gambia,
Northern Nigeria.
That's what I'm saying. That you see that French issue is the only issue I'm having, because even France itself, Nigeria also needs to be very careful of France. That's just it. These guys are looters. They are also eyeing Nigeria one way or the other.
These people are standing against their oppressor. If we cannot support them to fight their oppressor,
then
we should not be in the side
then
of
the
their oppressor.
But you look at it. Look at what is happening now. Syria alone, they also want to take power. You see, let me tell you, if we may not may be discontented with what is going on, and we may not like what is going on, probably the way we want us to move at the rate of the Western, the Western society, the way the sophistication, we are not moving at that rate. But let me see, tell us, if we do not have democratic government, if it's still that military government that we want to stay with, that 33 years that have destroyed us up till now, that we are still clearing the mess up till now. Is that what? So because I can read a lot of things on the social media, on Facebook, all these nonsense bloggers, those blockheads that don't know anything. I was in the heat in UI and some other places. You get it, where the protest was hot against the military. So many people, they have never had this thing. They have never had it fresh. They have never seen war at their doorstep. The military, no matter who they may be, they will always show their other side. Immediately after the honeymoon, they will show their other side. All these things that we're even saying here, they will have shut down all these things that we are talking about here. So the fact is that if that should happen in West Africa, it will roll us backward for a long number of years, developmental wise, because of sanctions and some other things, consequences that will come. Fine, we will do fine. We might not be able to, reduce our interference with the world, interference of global powers and some of that, but it's going to push us backward. We know what happened to us now. We know what happened to us. Those 33 years, those nonsense constitution that those military idiots wrote to date is what is holding the jugular of that country called Nigeria to achieve its full potential to date. So I would still not like us to glorify these military guys. Take it or leave it. The actions of the Malians, the Guineans, I relate with the Guineans. I have Guineans as friends. They themselves knew. They were even looking for how Dumbuya would also leave that place. If you don't know, the fact is that one thing they normally do is that they are conservative. They will maintain the status quo. They will give you food. They will pay your salaries. But developmental wise, visionary leadership, you will not see many of these things because there are a lot of sanctions on them and a lot of curtail development for the future generations. And that's what we are paying the price. Even in Nigeria, I normally tell people that what destroyed Nigeria was the military up to date. We'll have found a way, we'll have fought ourselves, find a way out, and we'll have been better off than this if we had been allowed to evolve over time. Look at how we are evolving. In the last 23 years, 24 years, Nigeria has evolved. Except we don't want to be we don't want to be sincere with ourselves. We have evolved one way or the other. We have evolved even more than those that are even ahead of us in this whatever, because we spend so much time. But if we have been left that time, all these countries, if they are doing all these things, they will eventually come bring their stuff, their problem to us. At the end of the day, they will all continue to leech on us. You see, the West African space, the Nigerian economy is the one that pushes all this economy, all this social economy that you are seeing. So even though because Nigeria doesn't have imperial objectives, and because of our making Africa a setup is in our constitution, Nigeria says Africa remains as the center of our African foreign policy. And we don't normally see these guys. Go and see, you see, Nigeria doesn't have much even during the Liberia war. What Nigeria has right now, if Nigeria unleashed just one over 5 of what it has right now, all these ragtag army that you are talking about, you will not see them in the next few weeks. I'm telling you. If Nigeria, but you know, in the international law, you cannot just deploy like that. You must look at the pros and cons. And looking at what is happening in Ukraine, it has opened a lot of eyes. So everybody is just looking at it like, what if these guys are also looking at us to prey upon us, America and the rest, are looking at us to try and weaken us. But even as of now, when Fanikayode, it might be a rabble just talking anyhow, but I can tell you what Nigeria has in stock right now. All those army, but I did all of them, the active forces right now. The active forces, there is not even more than 50,000. And what do they really have?
What is it that you have in stock that you never put it to use to secure your country? You are saying what Nigeria.
You cannot talk about guerrilla war. Even the Americans were whitewashed.
What is this?
Black Hawk Down. Black Hawk Down now in Somalia. They were neutralized.
Where is your intelligent gathering? You are talking guerrilla war. Where is your intelligent gathering to to subdue, I mean, to check these people and subdue them. How many years will it take Nigeria? How many years will it take Nigeria to subdue this guerrilla war that you people are claiming guerrilla war? And yet you said you have so much, military equipment. You can't secure your
Nigeria, can I chime in?
What do you say you have? Go to Nigeria, go and see police station. Go and see police barracks. Go and see the way they look like.
That's not what we have. You have not seen what Nigeria has. Go and make your findings very well.
What is it that Nigeria has? What is it? What is it? How do you know? When I don't know, how would you know?
Okay, let me chime in to Nigeria.
Nigeria have this, but I cannot know what Nigeria has. Only you know.
There is no power that can match us. Nigeria still remains the best land army in Africa. Land army.
Oh my God!
Who told you? How many army do you have?
Calm down, man. Don't get over yourself.
What is the strength of your army?
Don't mind them.
What's the strength of your?
Okay, all right.
Guys, the numerical strength of your army is not matched to that of Egypt. It's not a match to that of Tunisia or Algeria.
It's not matched to that of Egypt. But when it comes to engagement,
to that of Morocco.
It's not about the number. You have to
calm down.
When it comes to engagement, Nigeria army engages. I mentioned the army that engages more on the international stage.
You guys are just
let the patriot talk now. Let the patriotic Nigerian talk now.
You guys are just overblowing this glory that we don't even have.
I'm not overblowing. I live beside the second mechanized division in Ibadan, so I understand what I'm talking about. So I have some people that give me correct information.
Hold on, Darati, you don't let people talk. See, Darati, I get where you're coming. I think we are going to respond to it later, but let's let Prince Daddy come in. He just wants to chime in quickly, and so that we can carry on with the exchanging. Please welcome Prince Daddy. What you wanted to add something? Yeah, thanks to Nigeria Baba. Yeah, good job hosting the show so far. Yeah, I've been listening to the background. And Dorothy actually made some great points. He used a term progressive leadership, which the military does not have. This military people now in Niger and these other places talking about, they want to drive away the French people and do what? These people, and they're young, by the way, from my understanding, eventually they are going to be worse than the civilian rule. They're going to be greedy, take the resources themselves. And guess what? If the French and the Americans put an embargo on Niger, guess what? It's the people that are going to suffer. The military, these people, they have their own way to get by. Okay, but from Agelikoko to some other people also, they have this isolationist mentality when it comes to what is going on right now. Somebody was speaking earlier, like, Nigeria never interfered in other people's affairs. Oh, it's the Nigerians, it's the Burkina Faso people. Leave them alone. Don't interfere with their internal struggle. In reality, is that the way it works? Imagine you guys remember what happened in Rwanda between the Tutsis and the Hutus, right? It was because America did not interfere with what was going on quickly enough. That's why 800,000 people ended up dying in like few months.
No. You don't know what's going on. No,
well, you can
it was the American that actually set up the genocide. They was going to shut up the plane of the president. Who was the Hutu? Who was the one that was actually keeping
Mike? Okay, I'm not saying you're wrong, but again, there's one thing you got to look at the way things work, Mike. There's one thing for the military to have their own interest, or the State Department and the presidency. See, Clinton was told to send in American troops or whatever to squash what is going on in Rwanda. But
it was not even be able to do it, man.
It was discouraging a lot of ways. It was discouraging a lot of ways to do that as quickly as possible. But the point here, but Nigeria intervened in with ECOMOG, right, in Liberia, in Sierra Leone,
and some other places across the continent. This notion that Nigeria has so much problems, we're suffering and we're dying, therefore we shouldn't do anything to help other people, is really a defeatist mentality. That's not
What the
really work.
hell are you talking about? You want to go spend money to go?
Let me ask some
Well, let me finish. Well, we can never. If it's number one, it's well, I don't know what Mike is. Well, it's number one, it's simplistic. It's lack of ideas that for someone to say that, like we can ever take care of every damn problem that we have in Nigeria. Like America can solve its own problem in totality. No damn country in the world can do that.
So you're suggesting we should go into Niger? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that. But there are ways to go about things. Okay. It's not about going there and blowing up people. At the end of the day, we don't want to kill. Trust me, I don't think TINUBU wants to go there and have civilians killed. I don't think he wants to do that. But I would support a quick strike action to take out the military, because these people will pretend like they're so great. Tell me one country in Africa that the military came about that
So Prince Daddy, you're going to take out the military and then you replace them with another military, I mean.
No, well, we can say all this thing. I don't know the details. I'm not a military strategist or expert. Okay, but
Daddy, I have a question.
One second.
You know that Nigeria contained the excesses of armed forces of Liberia. Nigeria can contain their excesses. But probably go and read that. Go and read that story.
Okay, I would not be surprised that.
Let Jafar say something, and Jafar has been trying to say something.
I just want to ask Prince Daddy, if Nigeria is getting into this fight with Niger, what will be our own national security interest in doing so?
Well, remember, we have a contiguous line between Niger and Nigeria. We borders. We have close borders. Again, things can go really bad. Imagine if the French and the Russians or whatever Americans go crazy in Niger, and guess what? There's refugee problems in Niger. People spewing into Nigeria. Anything can happen. See, but I don't believe that we should be so much isolated to what is going on. Well, of course, we don't want to send Nigeria's military or people to go in there and die. We don't want to do that. But we cannot just say, oh, that's their problem. Let's just close the border. Let them deal with it. And for a country like Nigeria, the continent of Africa, whatever, if Nigeria wants to be of any importance in Africa or in West Africa, it has to take such actions. It has to be at the forefront.
What is going on? Let me ask Prince Daddy
what is the
something.
interest? You're not giving an answer. What is the interest?
It can't be the first option at the point.
See, okay, before to Nigeria, you guys keep talking about interest and interest. See, well, I know is it Collateral was be talking about it, that what do we gain from it? We can't make it so like really transactional, because guess what? At the end of the day,
it has to be, man, because first of all, it costs you money
at the end of the day, the lives will be involved in it. See, well, our interest should not be our financial interest should not be above the humanitarian casualties or interest.
What's going on there is not humanitarian problem. It's just
I agree with both. I agree with both.
No. Wait, who's paying for this? Who's going to pay for that operation?
No, I said it earlier. Say if you have the support, if you have the support of the Americans or the French, which it seems to be, then we are able to get a lot of support militarily and financially. And by the way, Angelico, hold on.
Let me ask him now.
By the way, Angelico,
Prince Daddy, you've been saying your bit. Let's answer some questions now. So, what would you demand from the West? They have a military base there. Both of them, the French and the Americans, and the conditions that the Nigerians live in is not very good. You can see it for yourself. One of the poorest countries in the world. So, what would you demand from the Americans that is going to benefit them and benefit Nigeria for them to still remain in there?
Well, good question. Well, they have a military base there. Therefore, if they want to maintain their military base, by the way, I don't think we can put so much demand on them, but we can always negotiate and come to a consensus that benefit all sides. But they have a military base there. Trust me, it's a strategic placement of that military base in Niger. And if they want to maintain it, of course, just like in case Angelico didn't know that every year about 1.2 to $2 billion is given to the Egyptian military and some other hardware benefit that they get. So if Nigeria also had that, I think we'd be in a much better shape than Egypt, by the way. But to your question, well, yes, let them negotiate. If they want to be there, let them provide all the resources and the funding and the weapons for Nigerian military going in there. So I know we can't really afford it as a nation.
Sorry, Prince Daddy,
We can't.
No, it's that goes without saying. We should never pay for it. That's one.
Are we going to transform ourselves now into a mercenary army?
Exactly. That is the fear. That's what
we have an army. What are you talking about, mercenary army? What does that mean? We have an army.
You're working on behalf of America.
In Liberia, was that a mercenary? In Liberia, was it a mercenary army that we had there to restore the?
Yeah, we made a mistake. What did we get from Liberia? Did you get anything?
Well, you didn't have to get anything. People were dying. It was horrible war.
We even made it worse. We made that war last 14 years. We could have been short wars. They could have dealt with themselves. And bros, there's no point. Don't tell us to do Liberia again. That was a dumb move Nigeria made back then.
One at a time. You see, one voice. So one at a time.
And Abacha was just trying to make Nigerians soldiers get some experience, and he saw that they didn't have anything to do because he fought in Biafra war, so he wanted them to experience war. So he just sent it there to
say. You have to give me a timeline. Say before Nigeria went in there, after, and during. I need to know because they were there maybe for 14 years, but guess what? They maintained the peace and less people died from
peace, man. They didn't
maintain they did. That's your opinion. Give me a reason why they didn't do it. Because they were there for 14 years.
The war that ended in 2000. What are you talking about, man? No, Nigeria has even left and the war continued. Bro, they made it worse. They left and the war even continued. And later it was like, did you watch it on TV? I don't know how old you are. Nigeria eventually left Liberia and the war continued there. You understand? Now, they are asking you, should we be puppet? Should we be acting on behalf of America to be attacking our African brothers? Is that what you're saying? Should we go back to our old forefathers, the way we are selling our brothers for mirror? Is that what you're saying? So to Igbo people,
well, we're not going back to slavery.
That's the same thing. Now it's the same thing. You want to be acting on America's interest. Whatever America will give you. Listen. If America will pay Nigeria, listen. If America is whatever they're going to give you, they'll make sure they take 100 times more from in return. So it's the same thing. You are selling your brother for mirror. That's what it is. If they give you
sometimes Nigeria's interest may be aligned with that of America. I know
don't have interest, man. There's no interest in it.
We know Tinubu's doctrine. Tinubu's doctrine is about democracy in Africa. So it would like to maintain that. So at this point in time, maybe we have a convergence in interest, which is fine. Okay,
my interest is democracy somewhere else, right? That's our biggest problem right now. So, somebody else doing democracy. That's what we need.
Let me say this, please, gentlemen. Let me say this. You see, earlier, Ajali Koko made a statement that the rest of African countries don't like us. Yeah, and it might seem like a little bit funny, but it's true. And have we ever bothered to ask ourselves, why is it that Africans don't like us? Okay, just look, there is a growing movement of Pan-Africanism right in the African continent now, being spearheaded by African youth. And when you come back to Nigeria, yes, you have some young people who are Pan-Africanists by nature, but the Nigerian state and most of the Nigerian political establishment, with the exception of Sowore, have not joined this movement yet. As if not enough, I want to remind us here that Nigeria actually voted the Security Council resolution that imposed a no-fly zone in Libya that killed Gaddafi.
I'm sorry. Nigeria did what?
Yeah,
Nigeria did what?
Nigeria voted. United Nations.
Oh, okay. So what does that matter if they voted? I mean, do they have power?
It matters, man. They supported the attack of their own continent.
And if Nigeria did not, would they have stopped it?
Prince Adi, let me laugh.
No.
To the rest of African countries, they see us as hypocrites and sellouts. And if we get involved in Niger, where the people are standing up for their rights in favor of colonialists against our own brothers, we are only reinforcing that notion and perception.
Okay, I hear you, but that narrative that narrative about trying to drive away the colonial masters, I don't buy for a second. That's just
What are they doing in the United States? Go and tell somebody who lives in Maradi or who lives in Agadez or who lives in Niamey, who doesn't have land.
I don't dispute.
And nobody calls them colonial masters anymore. They are colonial powers of Europeans.
I don't dispute the underlying narrative that's going on there, but I know that at the end of the day, the military is not there to serve the common interest of the people. I don't believe that.
You think the
But
Americans
again,
are?
no, I don't think the Americans are. Okay,
So you telling us to
everybody,
fight on behalf of the
see,
Americans?
everybody has interest in whatever they do. Most Africans tend not to be, anyways. Our leaders don't tend to have interest, but the rest of the world, wherever they go, they have interest. Okay, so today when I align with Russia and the French and the American, well, that's not the way it goes. See, we Africans, we're not up to that level to be playing this international diplomatic game. We don't
On
we
our
don't have,
land? On our
and
We
it-
should
continent?
be.
and so
We
what at
should
your
be.
land? We should be. I
This
agree,
is
we
our
should be, but we
continent.
don't.
But that's what we should be traveling towards. Fighting on their behalf is not going to get us anywhere, is it? We are busy trying to fight for them when we should be saying, you know what? If you want us to do this, this is what we need to do so that that country is going to be better off and we are going to be better off. We are
And
going to be
and
partners,
come
not
tomorrow,
serving you.
your loan at the freaking World Bank is not approved. Then what do? You guys
Then
talking like
you
you're
go
so
you go to
independent.
China, you go to other parts of the world. This is why other countries
So
are
you go
talking
to
about
China.
Which other part of the world?
You go to China.
BRICS.
We
There's
cannot
BRICS
China.
nation out there.
continue to be blackmailed. We cannot allow ourselves to be blackmailed that
What?
if we don't do this, they are not going to support
Okay,
us.
You know,
No,
people like
I'm
Prince
just trying.
Daddy, they're
I was
not
just
really
trying
like
to make a.
Africans,
I was
man.
just
That's
trying to
why we
make
are
a
where we
point.
are. You know, people with that
I'm just trying to make
mentality.
a point that
Can you guys hold on, please? Jafar, you say we should not be blackmailed. Can you tell us the leverage we have? That we
Thank
not.
you.
We don't have any leverage. If you want to do whatever they can
We
do.
do, man. We do.
What is the leverage?
Are they not buying our resources? Don't they rely on our resources? Don't they rely on African minerals for them to survive, for their industries to survive? You have leverage. There's no country in Africa where they don't need something. We're talking about Niger. Don't they need their uranium?
Let me finish.
You have leverage.
Wait, it was
Go and shut down the oil in Niger Delta. See how oil prices go down. You go up in the rest of the world, all over the world. Come on now.
Not America.
You know what? The guy said blackmail us, and I'm saying that it's not like you have them right now. You can negotiate that on behalf. That's the reason why I said earlier that this is an opportunity for you to have that leverage. But for now, you don't have that much, so you have to bargain to get that.
You asked a question. We don't have that leverage right now because Nigeria, which is the big brother Africa, has consistently refused to take the lead.
Exactly.
Consistently, we have refused. We have always been aligning ourselves with the West against the interests of African nations.
No, just like the rest of the African nations.
During this transatlantic slaves, Nigeria sold the most slaves.
Talking about slaves.
Nigeria is literally sitting on top of the black race and ensuring that we don't move forward. No,
all those Jamaicans, Black America, all their DNA, most of it come from Nigeria.
Yeah, they are all waiting for Nigeria.
People outside the Cuba was selling Igbos.
So, hey, we don't have to go to war with Niger, but at the end of the day, we have to be involved in what is going on there. We can't say, "Oh, let's just worry about ourselves and don't care about what goes on in Niger and Burkina Faso and Mali." That's not the way it goes.
Sorry, Tunaja, there are too many voices cascading over each other.
Yeah, it can be, I'm hearing all of them though, but I guess viewers maybe get confused about, when they step in.
Can I make my point, Ricky? This is my point, because yesterday when I came on the platform, I was supposed to jump in because I went back and forth with one man about it. But make no mistake, I'm not opposed to it. All I'm saying is that it must be a collective effort within the West African space. It should be an option on the table to go into that country. But diplomacy at first should be what is at play right now as Nigerians. So diplomatic moves to bargain to make deals, like I said earlier. But if all those things fail, Then you can now talk about military intervention in that country. But it should not be the first thing you have on the table. Giving the country 7 days ultimatum was a mistake, in my opinion. You're showing your hands too early. Start to dialogue with them first. Go through every means necessarily, ECOWAS, whatever, whatnot.
But you would hold on. You know that I'm assuming that TINUBU had consulted widely before he made that statement. I don't think he's trying to use Nigerian resources to go to Niger.
Listen to what I'm saying. That the time that they spend is not enough for me to certify 2-3 months. No, this takes time. This takes time. You cannot just say, "Oh, I talked to you 1 or 2 weeks in a month, and you said no, and that's it." No, it doesn't work that way. Diplomacy takes time. Involve more people, involve more parties. You have 3-4 countries that are also aligning with Niger Republic, right? So within that space, you already have issues within the ECOWAS space. You have to resolve that issue.
See, I agree with you that the time may be too short or too little, but here's the thing. See, the longer it takes, the more permanent the situation would be. I tell you, if they could have gone through it like surgically and just bombard these guys and take them out and quickly, that'll be fine. But trust me, if the longer it takes, just forget about it. Then if you want to go into the Niger, it's going to be a disaster. It's going to spread all across West Africa. It's not going to turn out well.
So giving him 7 days, that was, in my opinion, that was a mistake.
Yeah,
you could be, in hindsight, you could be right. That's what I'm saying. You could be right, but again, the longer it takes, I think the harder it's going to be to do anything in that country. The harder it's going to be.
I think that if they wanted to take action, they should have done it the very next day or the same day.
I agree with you.
That is what you do. But in terms of action itself, I don't think they should take any action. Whatever action I would take, let me just finish this. Whatever action I would take.
Wait, so what happens after the 7 days elapse? Then you turn to a toothless bulldog.
Can I just finish my point? Before one mic now, one mic. I thought we said one mic a moment ago.
I'm sorry. I'm saying that 7 days comes and goes because now you're boxing yourself because that forces you to take action. That means you
not really. You remember in Syria? Remember the red line in Syria? What happened?
No,
yes. America they made a U-turn.
Exactly. They didn't do nothing about it. But give the red line. The Syria did not comply, and what happened?
That will make your president look bad. TINUBU looks weak. He looks timid because
I bet Nigeria. Come on, we're not on that stage as the United Kingdom or this American and this Russians. No.
Why did you make the problem?
That's what I was saying. That it must have consulted widely, assuming that he already has support from the people that have the money and the resources to back him up.
Then if he fails to, then what? That means he failed. That means
he failed. I mean, they go back to the drawing board and re-strategize to do what's next. What can you do?
Okay. Consider this. Just consider this. In the next 5 years, sanctions will be meaningless in the world because of the realignment of the world right now. There's going to be the BRICS currency and all kinds of differences coming along. And in the context of what is happening in Niger Republic, the approach to it should be either you want to stay and give us a totally new relationship, or you leave. It's that simple. Because right now you can't go and fight the people that are trying to kick out colonizers. You can't fight against them, and if you do that, that will be a catastrophic mistake. And I fear there will be a revolt in Nigeria too, from the young. And I think what Jaffa is saying is true. There is a movement in Africa to shake these people off. And anybody that goes against them, sooner or later, you're going to find out the truth. And I don't think that TINUBU should approach it from the point of view that it's only about democracy or what I'm going to do to please my foreign powers. What you want to do is...
So on top of it, history will not even judge you. History will remember you as that country that invaded another country, that invaded Niger. They'll be talking the next 100 years. You remember when Nigeria invaded Niger? They'll be talking about you for a long time. So you guys will consider all these things, man. You know.
we shouldn't be apologizing. They shouldn't be controlling the resources that much, and also it's a threat to Nigeria. To that, remember, all these military bases right next door to Nigeria. It's a threat to Nigeria. Abuja is not very far from there. Any decision our leaders are making, they are conscious that foreign powers are next door to them. Look at what is going on between Russia and Ukraine right now, because Ukraine wanted to join NATO. That is why Russia is taking that military action. Yes, somehow we sit by and just allow foreigners to stay next door and think that it doesn't affect us. It does. And maybe all this insecurity we are experiencing is coming from that region. That's why these countries are getting fed up of it. They say, you people are in our country for how many years? And look at our country. We are poor. The insecurity, the things are getting worse.
To Nigeria, relax. Well, is it not that leaders that allow all these things to happen?
Oh yeah, the leaders that allow it to happen, but it doesn't mean that they shouldn't solve the problem. If they made a mistake, then somebody has to come and correct it. And this is the opportunity to correct it now. This period is not going to come again in the next. If we fail to take this window of 10 years or so, where the world is in flux, I don't think we are going to see it again. And I think that's what you are seeing now in Africa. All this military coup that is happening is what happened in the 70s and this in 80s. But we didn't make the leap that we needed to make in that period. And the military has remained there. If anything, corrupted the country even further. While the Asians are experiencing the same thing, the Asians are experiencing the same thing, use that period to leapfrog and become more developed. But we didn't do that. This is our opportunity to get it right. And I don't think these people, TINUBU should just go there from that point of view. You should go from the point of view that you want to renegotiate the relationship with them. And that's what should have happened a long time ago. Why? Look at our country. Life expectancy 52 years. What is the point of this relationship? And Dorothy, you were saying that we should be having this our relationship. What good is it? It's not doing us any good. We might as well go into the wilderness.
As in what? I don't get it. Which relationship are you talking about?
You are saying that we are doing very well from this relationship. Nigeria has evolved. Nigeria, what evolution? Evolution.
Relationship with who? Nigeria? You talking about the West?
No, the West.
I
the
didn't
West.
talk about that.
You are talking about the West.
What I was saying is
you said they will sanction us and all that stuff.
Nigeria, let me tell you how the relationship. Let me tell you how the relationship benefits Nigerians. The relationship benefit. Wait now. The relationship benefits those of us that have passports to their countries, and our leaders that have properties in their countries, that have savings, investment in their countries. That's how they get us, man. They got the top. So the rest of the poor Nigerians, they are the ones that the relationship is not benefiting. So now, how can we end the relationship when the people that have to negotiate the end are those of us that are benefiting from that relationship? If America and UK say they want to cut ties with Nigeria today, you to Nigeria will realize that they will take away your British passports. Those of you in America know that. So you probably be the one to negotiate, like, okay, let's keep it going.
No, actually, no, I won't. I will go back. If they do that, I will go back. No, because I understand that sometimes you have to go to the wilderness to emerge.
I feel you. I'm just telling you how difficult it is. Some of us may want to, like few of us or half of us may want to, but it will be divided. Do you know? So that's what happened in Burkina Faso with Sankara, because Sankara had to cut ties with them. You understand? He and the elites, they have to cut ties, and they have to realize at one point, some of the elites realized that we don't have access to this luxury of this white man again. Eventually, they got tired of it, so they have to collude with the French and kill Sankara because they needed their access to go to Paris and do party and travel to the Western world. But because of what the measures Sankara took, which is going to be a long-term benefit, but those guys want to enjoy their life. It's kind of, so. The elite of Africa, they want to travel to America for vacation. They want to travel to Europe for vacation. Why do you think when UK want to punish you, they will sanction our elites from traveling, all those things? Because they know that these guys enjoy their lives. Igbo, all of them, they got mansions in London, all these places, America. So it will be difficult for African elite Africa to cut ties to this West because the elite are benefiting from that relationship.
Well, that's true. But to Nigeria, you just said you want to go to the wilderness. Well, TINUBU has introduced a wilderness in the removal of the subsidy. You guys don't want to go through it, right? So you just you should talk for yourself.
Listen, we didn't want to go through it too. Never. I knew.
Okay, maybe not you. There's so many people that are opposing to it. The point here is that look, you may say to hell with the British passport or whatever, but trust me, just like Mike said, the elites and the people that have interest, they don't care about that. Okay, so the hegemony of the Europeans or the quote unquote the colonial masters in Africa is as a result of the support of the elites or the people in power. So that's the deal.
Why can't you just call them Europeans? What do you have to call it? They don't even call themselves colonial masters.
What's the difference? What's the difference?
No, why? No, why are you resurrecting a term amongst us that you shouldn't be using? They don't call themselves that. They are Europeans or distant colonial powers. I don't get it.
Are you woke? Are you woke?
I think words matter. Tomorrow you might go and they go and send you to ministerial screening right now, and they go and give you ministerial position. You go into a Yoruba man office, you start calling him master. Yeah, this is how it starts. You don't want to let it go. That's the point. You just have to let it
No.
go.
But you know, say to us as a common people, so to speak, right? They're not our colonial masters, but again, I think Mike just said it. To our leaders, they are our colonial masters, because if you know what they do in their countries, when they siphon all the wealth of the nations and deposit in their bank accounts, they have mansion and they have all kinds of stuff at the expense of their citizens. What do you mean? They're the masters. Yeah, I know it doesn't sound right to you, but it's just the fact.
For our leaders, they may consider them masters. To us, they are not. Clearly, and whoever compromises their own people for another people, they can call other people master. Technically, they are traitors to us. That's what they are. Anybody that sacrifices their own people to another people, what do you think? That's treasonous in any nation. Not to mention to a people. To a people is sacrilegious. You are not that tribe. You are now choosing another tribe over your own tribe. That's what it is. Turncoats, coconut, whatever you want to call them.
Money talks. 99%
Go and
today.
bribe a Chinese man to turn against China, and good luck with that one. Or
they will do it, man. They will do it.
Chinese man will turn against China.
Yes. The only thing is, listen. That's why the Communist
Party. We've not used our oil wells to bribe the whole world.
Now, let me tell you the difference. What do people always say? Is only black men are turned against that dude that really to sell. It's a lie. Okay, wait. What America has law called espionage? Go to American prison. You see many Americans that committed espionage against their country, spying for Russia. Go to Russian prison, you find Russians that spy against Russia for America. Go to Cuba, you find their own citizens in their own prison spying against. They took money. The difference is these countries just have measures in place. They have.
I'm talking about race. I'm talking about race, not
That's what I'm saying. They are race. They are race. All race of people commit espionage. They are willing to sell. For money, they will sell their people. The only difference is the institution is just powerful. Their governmental institution is very powerful. Where they
that is true. What Mike said.
That's the only difference.
We Africans. Hold on.
We're talking about race. You don't see Europeans betraying Europe to China. It's very rare you see that.
You're wrong about that. Actually, you're wrong about that.
Which one?
Hungary right now. Hungary, Slovenia.
So I go to American prison. You see white men that want to spy for China. They took money. They don't do it.
They take bribes and all those things. It's true. They do take bribes, to be fair. It's human nature to take bribes.
It's human nature now. Somebody offer you broke. You're a broke man. Somebody offer you $1 million. You say you go spy. Come on.
But not their leaders, though. Not their leaders.
They're not their leaders, man, because that's what I'm saying. Their leadership institution is very strong. Their government is very leadership is very strong. It's very our own is very weak. That's why,
See, because just like you said, they have monitoring system in place. The FBI, CIA, they tap in everybody. They know what is going on. That's how they easily catch these people. See, they are greedy leaders everywhere. We just lack the institution of being able to monitor or track what is going on. Okay, that's the main difference.
Our Nigerian CIA or DSS or NIA, they do monitor, but they report back to MI5 and CIA. That's the problem. They are not reporting to us. They are reporting to foreigners. They do monitor us. How do you think they got the P2B tape? They do monitor, but they don't.
There are only 3 countries in this world that are actually free. Even Ukraine is their leaders not puppet to somebody. Is that they puppet? They used to be puppet to Russia, now they are puppet to America. So it's only
that's true.
That's why people say there are only 5.
It's not between races. That's the difference.
There are only 5 free countries in this world. And those 5 free countries are the one in the Security Council in the United Nations. The rest of them are puppet to somebody. Yeah, somebody's puppet, man. You know,
Well,
everybody. Even,
so when you're saying Nigeria has a say in what happened in the flight zone in Libya, that's what I don't understand. Because they might have a vote, but their vote don't carry much. It's they have to align.
they were
They have to
told what
align
to vote.
exactly. They
No,
have to
I
align with the
think
power they want
what
to
they are
align with.
basically saying is that Nigeria is a coon. It's a chief coon.
Of course. Well, I mean, yeah, okay.
Nigeria sits on top of the
Nigerian
black
Uncle
race
Tom.
and coon
Is that
away.
okay? Nigeria is King Kun, huh? I got
The
it.
king of the coons of all among all the black people. That Nigeria sits on top of the black race and just betrays all
King Kun.
black race repeatedly. That is a problem.
Hey, my question is, I don't think anyone's answered that question real quickly. That I still don't know why the coup was allowed to occur in Niger with the American embassy and them tracking things going on. I don't know why they allowed it to happen. So we still, to me, I don't know what is going on. I've said yesterday, I don't really know what is going on. I'm just talking right now until we get to the point to know the reason why the coup occurred, because they're there. They monitor all these people. What ragtag military can?
Remember last year, sometime last year.
They're not stupid now.
Remember sometime last year when remember sometime last year when I think 2 American soldiers were kidnapped somewhere in the Nigerian border. Within 24 hours or 48 hours, the special forces already went in and rescued those guys and killed those the terrorists, whoever kidnapped them, bandit or whatever. So the American, they carry that kind of operation in Niger, within Niger, and you're telling me they can't, crush a coup. I mean, come on, man. These guys, man, they are behind all these things, man. Just stop wasting our time.
But you know what? Why
would they engineer the coup? Why would America?
Why? What kind of question are you asking?
Because it doesn't suit them now. It doesn't suit them. They already have a base there. Why would they go and engineer a coup? It doesn't favor them.
Maybe Wagners are coming in. Maybe you don't know. The Russians are trying to enter Africa too. Was it not days before Nigeria-Russian summit, Africa-Russian summit? Was it not days before the Africa-Russian summit that this thing happened? Maybe they didn't want the guy to go to Russia now.
Jafar wants to say something.
Yeah. What if it's a way to destabilize Nigeria?
Exactly. It's one of the things.
That's part of it too.
It's part of it. I said when I was.
Well, they don't need too much now. They just need a few ECPAs and a few crazies in the north to do their bidding. I don't know why they need Niger to do that. So because it's dangerous to do it in Niger because the Nigerian forces could ask them to leave.
Means what you are doing is you are technically recruiting Mali, Algeria, Sudan, and the rest, Puchi state, to join in the fight. Can you imagine such a scenario?
But they will never win that fight. That's the problem. If all those countries join the fight,
nobody is going to win. I mean, all of us will be losers.
No, we may not. You see, that is the thing. That may unite Africa. See,
be losers.
This is an important point, actually. This may unite West Africans because if Americans trigger, if we find that this is somehow connected to America and America, or let's say it doesn't even matter, America starts fighting. It could unite Africans against them, and that could be not necessarily a bad thing. That if it unites us, because it's going to unite the Nigerians too, and that's not going to end well for them. And I don't think they want to do that.
Is it the leadership that will unite? The African leadership will unite? Is that what you're saying?
No. The war will do the uniting. The leaders don't have to bother with that. The war will just do it by itself. Because look at most of us on this panel don't even support them and go do it. None of us even support what they are doing to the Nigerians.
So
just start from there.
If I understand you well, you mean it will reunite the African people against their leader, so that, for example, in Nigeria, assuming a President TINUBU decide to stand with the West, then that might result into an uprising by the Nigerian people to say, no, we are not with you. Is that what you mean?
It could be very, very dangerous for him. Yeah, and other African leaders that are supporting the action. Because I understand the instinct to restore democracy, but it's not just democracy that is a problem then. Because these people have had democracy for how many years, and look at how poor their country is. These people are not doing anything to bring the so-called dividends of democracy. So why should they support these leaders? The French is impoverishing them.
But they have not really had
why they want to do what they want to do. Pardon?
I said they have not really had good democracy like that now. They have been having dictatorship, like different. You cannot compare them with probably Nigeria or Ghana or whatever.
You know.
Oh, so now Nigeria has, Nigeria has a good democracy. At least that's good to hear.
No, what I'm saying is the span, the length, the length. You know.
Is it not been a while?
It's not. It has not really been a while like that. Yeah, this is their first transition. Democratic transition that I'm giving you power. I'm giving between parties. Like, okay, I finished my term and I'm giving power to you through using an election. This is the first time they are experiencing it.
Those countries are still behind. They're kind of where Nigeria was in the 70s, you know. Yeah, I think Nigeria we need to, if Nigeria wants to lead, first of all, you need to call their leaders and show them how to. I think we got some things right in Nigeria. Somehow we figure a way to restructure our military where it's no longer happening. That's why we need to spread that strategy to the rest of those countries instead of just.
They resent us one way. Because they feel probably we don't want to dominate them or something. But in another way, their body tells them that these guys understand some things better than us. And you know, in that Niger that we are talking about, we kept on saying there's no interest. Nigeria has interest there. Probably you don't know that the Trans-Sahara gas pipeline is going to Algeria. Is passing through that place. And Nigeria already, they you know, the Nigerians, given like they love Nigerians, probably, you know, because the northern part of Nigeria and Niger, they have an affinity, religious wise, and some other clan and stuff like that. So it's not as if these guys really hate Nigerians like that. Probably they need to just negotiate with the civil society groups within that space and the opposition parties. And come, this thing will not help you. Okay, let's look at how we can change the status quo for the better. Okay, probably, and if you look at it, you see that country is suffering truly. Do you know how many times Nigeria has donated food? I can't count the number of times I've seen it on NTA. When Nigeria would donate like 150 trailers of grains to the Nigerian government. Is if we are on this platform when we're talking about cars being bought by the Buhari government just to help them so that they can also help us to push back some of these ISIS in West African province and stuff like this, and some other guys that are, you know, they are the ones fighting them at that suburb, in that area, in the desert. So they are strategic to our own, how do I put it, too. So,
yeah, but all these grains we are giving them, let me add this, all these grains we are giving them, why did they go and keep inviting foreigners into their country? They invited the French from Mali and into their country.
The government is fighting them.
They invited the French.
The French were already there.
They were there in small numbers, but when they kicked them out of Mali, when they kicked them out of Mali and other countries, they left those countries and came to this thing because Niger allowed them in. And then do you know that they also invited the Germans in a couple of years ago? They keep inviting foreigners in next door to Nigeria. What kind of people are these? What kind of leaders are these?
You know, America wanted to set up a base in the Gulf of Guinea. It was Jonathan government and the South African government that fought that with everything that they have. That you cannot come and set up a base, and they are saying they want to help us fight piracy. But do you know that right now Nigeria has one of the safest? The Gulf of Guinea is one of the safest, and it has been one of the notorious choke points in the world where piracy occurs every time. Nigeria has been able. You see, Nigeria has grown in strength and militarily. You see, Nigeria has been able to sanitize that Gulf of Guinea for 1 good year, 1 year and 6 months now. Probably one piracy, issue of piracy. They know how to do this thing now.
That's
right
why
now,
they are stealing all our oil. How are they sanitizing this thing when they are stealing our oil?
That is the area that we are right now, and we are able. You know, it's just about we cannot do more than what we can do. Look at it now. I later learned last year the Nigerian hydrological ship that they built came from Spain, I think from France, went through Spain, docked in Gambia, docked in Ghana before it moved to Nigeria. I learned that the map that Nigeria was using on his to map out his water, his international waters and his own territorial waters, is based on the map that the UK and some other foreign powers have used over the past 120 years. So right now, Nigeria is just conducting its own map, drawing its own map. I think it's about 85% complete. You know,
but it's
to
it
make,
not
you see,
easier to just rename the country than worrying about maps? They've not even bothered to rename their country. We've not taken ownership of anything. Our judges are wearing European headgear. You tell them to stop going to France and UK,
Why you call
and
like you find
they will
healthcare?
stop. They will stop this thing. They will not stop going. It's like they are addicted, like people that are addicted to cocaine. They have to be going to France, UK, London, and this thing, the US constantly. These leaders don't want to break
No, yeah, let's be fair.
the
We are all
placenta.
addicted to Europeans, man. All
I'm
of
not.
us.
Oh, I'm not.
You come on.
I'm not. I'm not. Not at all. How can you? How
All
can you
of
look
us
at
want
the
to go to
continent
their
that you
country.
have?
You want to
No,
want
no,
to enjoy
no.
their technology.
See,
We
there was
are
a
all
time.
addicted to them. Let's stop
There
blaming
was a
leaders.
time. See, there was a time when I
So because you
was
became
like
leaders
that.
now, you're no longer
So,
interested in
Mike, you still. So now, if they tell you that you can reclaim your country, but you have to leave the West, you will refuse.
you see,
Would you refuse that?
you see,
I will go. I will say, keep your country. I'm back. I'm going back to Africa. Keep it.
I can gladly do that. But you know one thing, if you look at China, look at how China evolved after those color evolution that they had. They had to pick. They maintained their communism. They brought in some of the elements of democracy, which is free market economy is one of
You know,
it.
China
You
suffered
know,
sanctions too for years, and they became the poorest country in the world, where they used to
so
laugh at them.
they had to bring in some of the elements of democracy. They brought it in, you know, they spice it up so that it will look like, you know, it's just like a pseudo economy where not communism is not having the whole day, neither is capitalism having a few day. So there's a check and balance around it, state control, but still having opportunity. Look at Tesla. This guy Elon Musk is making good money. The guy is doing fine, just enjoying himself in China. So how can he do that? If you look at it, full communism, he will not. He will have been killed. You know what communism means. Yeah. So, but at the CP level, Communist Party level, and some other governance structure, they understand how they checkmate themselves. Even Alibaba that wants to be doing anyhow. Yeah, they tweak, they use their screw to adjust his brain.
All these bad belly people in the chat, they say we need to move the conversation on so others contribute. So let's let Simba. You know, Simba does have his own bombastic views. Let's hear what you think. Do you know what we are talking about at all, Simba?
Sorry, I just wake up and I heard. Don't mind there to Nigeria. I heard you people talking about the coup and what is happening in the Nigeria Republic, what Nigeria can do and all those things. But if you want to listen to because I've been listening to you people for maybe almost 30 or 45 minutes. But everybody was just saying his own, based on his own political accolades, what he knows of. Because what I can see from the whole discussion, I can't just pick any point. I'm very sorry to say. Because everybody was just saying based on, because Jafar was linking it to one ideology of youth in the Africa, maybe based on because he's a Shawori person, that's why he's thinking along that line. Because if you look at what he's saying, it's just like he's want to link it to what happened, maybe like this Arab revolution that happens in the Arab world. But when we look at it, what is the outcome? So we should be careful about what we are saying and about what we are, especially on platform like this, because to me, whatever is happening in Niger does not have anything to do with our own political space. But what we are trying to do is that some of us are trying to link it, maybe based on their own political, and whatever happened, because even with NLC protest now, we cannot afford any protest in that country, Nigeria, unless we want war. We cannot afford a political backlash like what happened in NSAS in 2020. And the NLC, the way they are going now, that country is sitting on the keg of gunpowder. And we should be careful about what we are saying, the way we talk, and the way we are promoting political violence, because some of us we are actually promoting political violence, irrespective of who we supported for the presidency in Nigeria. What is paramount is the peace of that country. If you don't have a peaceful country, I don't think there's anybody that will talk about election. There's anybody that will talk about who is going to govern that country. And we have to be careful about the way we demarket our country. The so-called Western world, where most of us are living, they are already demarketing Africa. And then we have people on this platform that the only thing they do is also to demarket our country. And we claim that we love our country. Anytime we hear anything negative about our country, that's what excites some of us on this platform. And we demarket our country. So if you are demarketing your country, how do you develop your country? Forget about your political affiliates. If you are demarketing Nigeria and you still be talking about poverty in Nigeria, you are one of the people that is also promoting poverty. Because if you are demarketing your country, that means foreign direct investment or foreign portfolio investment will not come to that country that you are demarketing. Because that's what Western world is doing to us. And we are here also doing the same thing to ourselves. So we should be careful about what you are saying or about what we discuss about our country, about whatever angry that, because how can you even be angry with your own country? To me, it's not patriotism. Some of us are not patriotic. Believe me, because whatever you are saying, you should be seen to be promoting your country.
Simba, so if the leadership of the country are not running the country in the right direction, so
I'm talking condemnation,
but not the country.
How can that somebody speak against bad leadership?
I'm not talking to you, Ajali Kuku. I'm not talking to you, Ajali Kuku.
If you speak about bad leadership, how does that constitute patriotism? Does that mean that you don't love your country?
Simba, let me respond.
Tell me that any one of those leadership you have in place now love that country better than Showore? Are they even patriotic in the first place? The way they run the country? What are you talking about?
What Simba is saying, he's not saying like
maybe even patriotic.
But hold on now.
You want to call us unpatriotic. When we speak against their bad leadership, you want to call us socialist?
Well, Simba didn't say your speech about against the leadership. He's talking about the country, speaking down about the country, not the leadership. That's not what he said. You know what he's saying?
Would you tell Saudi Arabia to go and work in Saudi Arabia? Or would I be in America? How many
it doesn't justify demarketing your country now.
In Nigeria, how many average Americans do you see in Nigeria or in any part of Africa?
No, we have 20 million. We have 20 million.
How can you compare America or Nigeria?
But 20 million Americans are living outside of their country. Abi.
Whatever you say does not stop me. I have my own view, and let me see whatever I want to say. Because yes, I love what Prince Daddy just said. Because it's very easy for us to say compared to this country, compared to. Do you know how much foreign aids Egypt received every year to fund their military from the Gulf states, from America, from all those countries because of their strategic location? They have the Suez Canal, which actually link the Mediterranean with the Red Sea, where about 15% of the global economy pass through. So they have a strategic position which is favoring their economy, and which also attract foreign aids to fund their military, because that is why a country like China, a country like US, and even the Gulf state, because that is where their oil passes through to Europe and America. So, and then when we come on the platform, we just say, look at the size of the military of Egypt. Did you even have a good police station? What I'm saying, I'm not saying you should not attack the leaders. If you're attacking the leader, it's there from demarketing your country. If you are demarketing your country, you are demarketing yourself. You are not protecting.
If your country does not run well for you.
It's not your country. It's our country. It's not about my country. It's our country.
Does not work well. It doesn't mean that
everybody here you should know what we are saying. You cannot go to another platform. Other country, go to other platform in another country. They don't project their country where the way we are just the undermining our own country on our own platform. We should be careful, and we should not promote war. We should not promote war. War is not good for us. If you are saying maybe because you are in America or you are in Europe and you are there, you are safe. You are just lying. You still have relatives in Nigeria, and they should not suffer. They should not die because of our own reckless statements.
You see, Simba. You see the thing about Nigerians.
Are killing your people every day. You don't want to talk about that.
You see what I noticed about Nigerians?
How many Nigerians that died every day due to bad leadership in Nigeria?
Yeah,
how many? Because I'm not just give me Mike. Just give me 1 minute. I'm not talking about you, Ajaleko. I'm just talking generally. I'm not, so don't come after me. I'm talking generally. I didn't mention your name.
No,
you understand? So what I'm saying, just wait. Because some of us here, we don't even what have we done even individually to even liberate one person in that country? We always come here to say the bad. You're a leader also. What have you done to even save one person in Nigeria? I employ people. I know what I used to do to even the poor, the so-called poor that you play, the so-called poor that you say you love, and you always come here to say Nigeria people are suffering. We all know, and we know what we are doing to save some of these poor. So that is what we should be. It's not only talking. We should be taking action.
But Simba, don't you think that coming down here, spending hours is also doing something?
Those of you that supporting bad governance, you guys are supporting bad governance.
Nobody is supporting bad governance. Nobody is supporting bad governance.
Supporting them like you. We are not going to do that. We're going to speak up against bad governance. What we are doing is speaking. We are running democracy, for God's sake. We are not running monarchical regime. This is democracy. In America, do you know the way a lot of Americans from different political sides, do you know the way they speak against their government? What kind of mentality?
Nigeria is not the same thing like America. Nigerians are not that literate, they are not that educated. You have the exposure, you have the education. Excuse me, let me tell you, the way they talk, excuse me, Ajali Kuku, Nigerians are not as literate. Okay, continue talking. If you don't want me to talk.
No, talk. I'm telling you that we are running democracy.
Let me tell you, you cannot, I know you are running democracy. Several times we have discussed that democracy. It has never worked for developing country. So we have discussed it on several occasions on this platform. What I'm saying is that whatever we say, we should be careful of what we are saying. Nigerian people are not as literate and educated like Americans. So that is what you have to put at the back of your mind. So we should be careful about what we are saying. If you plug that country to war,
the market they
and they will not. Yes,
you know that. Yeah, there's a particular day I posted something. A friend of mine from the UK lashed on it, even called me, and he said that he disagreed with what I posted. He said, I told you, probably there's a way I will do specific criticism to the government when they mess up. But I said, do you know that there's a way we normally take criticism in Africa? Africans are not. And I showed him, I sent him a picture. I said, go and check that my same page. You will see how I cried on that day. Nigerians and Cameroonians, they were the one, they formed the largest population of the people that they saw on Mediterranean Sea with the what? With boats. I mean, with boats crossing the Mediterranean to Spain, to all these countries. So I said, the way if we have to be also, like Ayeleko said, we don't need to give these guys too much breathing space too. But I normally say it, but there's a way we can also still say it. So that people, because when people talk to you from home, they will tell you how things are so bad, and if they do not get any succor from us, I'm telling you, they will pick their bag, go into the desert, pick their bag, follow that route. They don't mind dying there, and a lot of them are dying. A lot of people are dying. They don't handle these things the way we handle it. our people are not handling it the way we are. So I told the person that in as much as I will call out the government, I call them out. I told them, check my page, you see. I call them out, but constructively. Many of the things that I spoke about, I posted on my page. They are the things that TINUBU is also doing now, and we have spoken about it. Many people on this platform, intellectuals, have spoken about it. So I understand what Simba is just saying, but we just need to a bit temper it down, because I look at it. There was a day I did a research. I went on BBC, CNN, France 24. I look at the Europeans that are practicing this democracy. If you look at their pages, their pages, their blogs, you will not actually see them talk more. They have a lot of things against their government. But
Dorothy, let me say something real quick, man. You see my years of being in America, and I've traveled around this Western world. There are people that come from poor countries as well. You understand? They come from poor, whether Africa or even South America, third world countries. Third world countries, they are not the same as first world countries. And the first thing I noticed is a lot of people, those people tend to understand that. When they leave their countries and they get to first world countries like America, Canada, UK, Germany, all these countries, they understand that these are first world countries. So they don't begin to say, look at my country. So I got pointing that my country is useless. Like, start using them to destroy their. You understand? Just because the first world countries look better than their third world country. They understand that they are not the only third world countries. Majority of the countries in the world are third world. The first world are not up to 10% of the countries of the world. Out of the 216 countries in the world, it's only probably less than 10%. It's only Europeans and all these
many of the countries in the world are at least close to being first world nations now. Now let's face it. Most Asian nations are yes, most Asian nations are
a lot, but not up to not most. At least not up to half. Not up to half.
Most of the more than half has emerged. I think more than half. Yeah, more than half of the Asian nations and the emerged.
Maybe Asian nations. I think countries like Sri Lanka.
China that is moving.
Even China was a very poor country 30 years ago or something, So so what you can say Asians are coming up, but even Vietnam is still kind of backward. But what I'm saying, boy, if you go to Central America, South America, you go to even Middle East, some of those, third world is still third world. You understand? You're not there yet. Yeah, if we come, we can talk about what I think what Simba is saying is we can talk about those responsible or the factors as responsible and address it or condemn it. That's fine. But what Simba is saying, which is what I also always advocate, is just instead of that, we just demarcate the country and talk about the country. Condemning the country is different from condemning the leaders. If you want to condemn the leaders, that's fine. Some Nigerians literally to Nigeria, they be swearing. They're not going for better for Nigeria.
That's not good. I don't like that thing. Nigeria will happen to you. Like, what is that thing that Nigeria will happen to you? What does that mean? Even
thank you.
It's so nice.
Yeah, the way they just it's like the way they describe it, like when others, some people that even come from countries that even worse than Nigeria, we like, whoa, they will even they picture like that place must be more hell than where they come from. You understand? Like that's what I'm saying. Like the Nigeria itself, if we separate define Nigeria from Nigerians, say Nigeria as the land itself, right? That's why the richest place in the world. There's no need to be cursing. How are you going to curse the land? A land that's so blessed with so much oil, minerals, fertile soil, and you're using your mouth. God gave you something beautiful, and you're using your mouth to curse it. You don't curse the land, Nigeria.
Don't you think that is born out of trauma? That's
that's our excuses. But that's why we have to address it. Like, it's not right. You can condemn those responsible for not making that place work. You can call out a leader and condemn that leader all day. What's my business? You can call out the name of Buhari, TINUBU, or Obasanjo and condemn them. That's different. If we sit on this platform now, we are talking about individual leaders. They are responsible. Individual people in Nigeria are responsible. We're condemning them all day. If foreigners are listening to us, they won't see it as we condemning our country, and they just see it as okay. They are talking about some bad people. But if we sit here, we are swearing for the country that country is useless. And Nigeria, and Nigeria is this, and Nigeria. There's nothing work, nothing good about that country. That these foreigners be like, what? That place must be bad. If it's coming from the office man, these people are the citizens of that country. I think I see what Simba is saying. We tend to be the only people doing that. I've never seen any other people do that stuff. I've been to many platforms.
We really do. Yeah, we do take.
Nigeria, you've been on Kaizo's channel. You see Kaizo. You see all these other Africans. Do you see them talk like that about their country? Do you see Kaizo talk? Say Kenya is this and that. Kenya is this. No, when Kaizo wants to talk about Kenya,
not his own country. Sometimes he does say something negative.
Whenever he has something negative to say, he will talk about maybe the individual there. He may talk about their president or talk about some these people there. But the country itself, Kaizo will never condemn that country. Or all those Somalians, one of them, they don't do it.
I don't know, man. I don't want to just make this about Kaiser. But
no, I'm just saying, not just Kaiser. I'm just saying, no, me and you, we made all those platforms. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just saying, all those other Africans, if you study them, they may talk about individuals from their country, but they will never, ever just destroy their countries or be bad, dragging their country. But they will talk about the problems in their country, the people responsible, but not the country. They will always. But I'm on Nigeria. It's just too much, man. We need to chill out.
Hey, Mike, I was gonna say also quickly. Hold on. I was gonna say that mostly it's southern Nigeria. I don't think the northerners even talk that bad about Nigeria.
The south, right. It used to be just the Igbos, but then the Yorubas, everybody else, they joined. We joined that rubbish, man. They rub it on us.
Isaac Black can come in, please.
Some Yorubas do it, but I'm not sure it's to the level of the Southeasterners at the moment. Some of them that I've seen anyway, I don't know. Yorubas tend to criticize policies and get frustrated with corruption. They don't necessarily make it Nigeria per se. It's not necessarily the same. Everybody has a different way of expressing similar stuff. All of them behind it is the frustration that Nigeria is not working very well. How many of you like to use a postal order to go and get your passport renewed? We are still doing it today. And this is what we are dealing with. So today I was even filing for somebody and only to find that that thing is still there. I was like, Jesus Christ. How can they not move this stuff? But this is why people say those things. They will say, what is happening to this country? They say all these bad things about the country because the country is doing some crazy stuff. You have to admit.
Is it the country that's doing it, or is individual, or some people, leadership? Call those names. Do you think if we spend that energy calling out those names and destroying those names on the internet?
When it started from Buhari, it started from Obasanjo till now.
You know another mistake we make, Tunaja? Maybe we talked about one embassy earlier in UK, right? Or somewhere. Well, I think one man was talking about the embassy. They went there, everything was backward. How about we find out the name of the ambassador? They will bring that person's name here on this platform and destroy that name. When that person hears it, at least you go touch him because that's the person responsible. We need to start bringing those names and go after those names. People that not the country, because you don't change
it. At this point, Mike, say it's just the way it is. Okay, I can guarantee the way it looks in Britain and around the world. We don't have see what you're talking about is a system problem. It's a system problem, not just individual ambassador. The ambassadors even know how things are done there.
Oh, we can talk about the system too, and talk about the system and open have a few days on the system. So the system itself, yeah, I agree with you. The real problem is the system. The system is terrible. It's not working. Like I told you guys last week. A system wouldn't create, someone else give it to you, so you don't even want. It's like a blueprint you didn't design yourself. Someone give it to you, and you are working on it. You are working with it, and you don't even understand it, every corner of it. So we can address that. Let's put a system on the table and address it. It's different from the country. The country is just country.
So what is it that they're criticizing that they shouldn't criticize? To be specific, are we supposed to? When our country is not doing the right thing, we keep praising them.
There's no way a country is not doing the right thing. People are not doing the right thing. People are not doing the right thing, not the country.
Hold on. That is abstract. Try to nail it down. You've been making this point for almost half an hour. Say one thing. Let's use the Southeast, for example. What are the Southeasterners complaining about that they shouldn't complain about? Tell us.
No, what they are complaining about is they say they are being marginalized. They shouldn't complain about that because they are not being marginalized. I just told you.
What's the next one?
They say no. This is what they say. They say Nigeria is marginalizing them. How can Nigeria marginalize you?
Okay. What's the next one?
You say Biafra belongs to the Igbos or something like that. That's just ridiculous. You know? Say Nigeria is killing Biafra. It's all the kind of propaganda. I don't even.
Hold on. What's the next one?
I think the main one for me, the one I find I don't like, is when they keep saying Nigeria will happen to you. Nigeria is a zoo. And I don't understand.
Let me interject real quick to just stop 1 second.
Just 1 second. Mike is on the roll. He said that the Southeasterners are crying about marginalization and that they're not being marginalized. And they're talking about Biafrans being killed and blah. So I want to really get to it. Mike, so continue. What's the third one and the fourth one? Just put it succinct so we know exactly.
Yeah, you tell me now. Yeah, I don't have time to be.
Okay. So you got two. So let me deal with those two things first, right? Because I thought what he was saying, there was something behind it. If we are complaining about our country and we're not being patriotic and it's diminishing our country, that was the theme of what he was talking about. So I thought it was a big ball stuff. But if other areas are being marginalized, and those areas, let's say the Yorubas or the Jaws, they're being marginalized, but they don't want to complain about it, that's fine. If the Igbos are being marginalized and they cry about it, that's fine. The Igbos do not.
That's fine with me. Did I say that I care?
I gave you time to talk, so let me respond to you.
Did I tell you that I care? Go ahead, man.
Okay. So the point is that you don't know what you're talking about. You were just here running your mouth when you were pinned down to actually make the point, because obviously patriotism is a good thing, right?
I never mentioned what patriotic. I don't care if you're patriotic. I don't give a shit.
Shut up. The point is that you do have chance to make it. There's a point there. There's a point there. It's not a southeastern point. It's not a tribal point.
What sense are you making? We're even talking about Southeast yesterday.
Let me
We're talking about Nigeria. You come here with your Southeast. Who cares about your Southeast?
If you have ability to try to mute him, I'll take a minute or two and I'll land.
Mike, please let him just finish.
The guy's not landing now. You just talk in circle. Okay, go ahead. Do your circle talking. Go ahead. Finish. Talk your.
So I gave him a chance to listen.
Go ahead. Speak your yam yam. Go ahead.
Come on now, Mike. Come on. You're not being fair now.
You have to remove him now. That's
is this your father's platform?
Let him finish now, Mike. One man says one mic. Okay, come on, let's do one mic.
Yeah, thank you. So what I'm saying is that there's a point there to make for patriotism, but you both say patriotism is the last refuge of a scoundrel. A patriot is not somebody who's parading around with a flag. So a patriot is somebody who loves his fellow citizens and wants to make the country good, not artificial. We free speech, sunlight, all those things are very, very good for us. We're a country that's almost 100 years old. So right now, what I would say to those who try to make a Southeastern issue out of general issue, you're not helping the situation. The Southeasterners are not going to sit there and wait for you to understand that you're being marginalized. They complain about their own marginalization, and that's what they're entitled to complain about, right? So if you are coming on this platform and other platforms talking nonsense all the time about Southeast, as if the rest of the country, it's nirvana. We have a problem in the country, and most of the solution is going to come from all of us, right? It's not fake patriotism. That's bullshit. Nigeria, there's nothing working in the country right now. So you want to come up here and you want to keep praising Nigeria, right? There's nothing working.
Panzer, don't you
think
that's
not making sense, man? Get this guy out of here, man.
Oh, leave it now.
You're coming with talking senseless.
Mike, can I ask
were we even talking about Southeast here?
I'm not going because.
But Tunaja, were we even talking about Southeast? You came here trying to make it about Southeast. Who cares about your Southeast? Who cares about your Southeast?
Mike, you're not being civil now. You're not being civil.
No, what
Come
he's
on.
doing is this. Here is the advantage he has. It's like an ant bite you and you squash the ant, right?
Dude, shut up, man. You are not making sense. Let's get back to real topic, man. This will do coming and start talking.
If you start telling people to shut up, I will send you backstage. It's not nice, and that is wrong too. I don't think one man allows that. Maybe you should apologize to Panzer. You can't tell him to shut up.
You are what?
I don't think one man likes that. I don't think he allows people to insult each other on the panel.
No, telling Panzer to shut up is a normal thing here now. Everyone telling him to shut up here. One man telling him to shut up all the time because this guy.
I'm not so sure. One man, if you are there,
no, listen, Panzer is not someone anyone respects here, man. So now just continue, man. Forget Panzer. Stop being patronizing to him, man.
I'm just trying to have a conversation, okay? Listen, Panzer, I think that what I heard what Mike say, and maybe some people say, is that they don't like the idea that people just come and badmouth Nigeria, not the officials, Nigeria itself. That is the difference. I hope you understand the difference. Because you can badmouth the individuals in Nigeria. You can't even badmouth policies and all the stuff that is going on in Nigeria, and all the bad things going on in Nigeria. But sometimes it moves from there to the Nigeria itself. Badmouth that one too, I have a bit of a problem with it because I don't understand why you badmouth the land you are from.
Okay, well,
you know,
Nigeria, you and I we've had a clash on that because obviously you're patriotic, you like this military and all that kind of stuff, and that's okay. The point is, for example, the United States, where I am, I could burn the flag, I could step on the flag, I could insult the country if they're trying to deny me of my individual rights, not even my city right or my street right. My individual
and sir, I think that the law against that, and as a patriot, I can arrest you.
No, let me.
You won't try to go and step on American flag.
The point I'm making is that you can abuse your country, right? You, as an individual, you're the highest order.
Set American flag on fire and do a video of yourself and send it to us. Let's see.
Nothing is going to happen. You know, another thing.
Once I just do it, I'm sure. Prove it to us.
Let me land. I mean, all you have to do is go on Google and just
go out there. I tell you, go out there and do it.
Please, get order here, all right, Bishop. You in Nigeria, you don't know your ass from your mouth. I remember when I came from Nigeria. Let me tell you, I was a smart cookie, right? When I left Nigeria, the moment you leave Nigeria, and everybody on this platform, please mute everybody. Let me land here.
Pastor, go and burn American flag.
Nigeria,
you are coming here.
You're always talking like you're talking to Bushra.
Please.
Do not, you can't be doing this here. I'll call one man now. You can't be. Don't call me and be giving pastor advantage. You can't be muting my mic and be giving pastor. No. This is not obedient channel. I will call one man now. Trust me.
Let me tell you something. When I left Nigeria, I was a hothead, right? I mean, there's nobody like me. When I left Nigeria and came to United States, I first landed in Frankfurt, right? First, I grew up in the village, so I'm not like a Lagos guy, like those Nigerians. They say I grew up in Lagos or in Port Harcourt or about anything. And I'm from the village. The very first time I left the village, I landed in Frankfurt, and then I landed in Los Angeles, and they heard it from me. A couple of weeks later, I'm at the college campus, right? So I was one of those guys that go around. For example, there was a bar in the school, and you have all these beautiful woods. And I knew they were getting those things from our place, and I was very upset, right? So, but let me tell you something that you have to understand. You leave Nigeria, no matter how smart you are, right? Even if you're a senator, a president, you've never left Nigeria before. Now, this I'm addressing to Bishop. When you get to the United States, you're going to find out how dumb you are. That's why when you come here and you see these Nigerians here talking to you, right? And you over there at home, you don't have a boot to piss in, you don't have a window to throw it out of, and you're running your mouth, right? And you the amplitude of your voice is higher than anybody else is here, right? You have to understand that. Let me land. You have to understand that the moment you get here, number one, nobody's gonna understand what you're saying, and you're not gonna understand what anybody's saying.
If you
right?
mute me again,
you don't know your ass from your mouth. We're trying to help you. That's why we're here.
If you mute me through Nigeria, I will take it personally with you.
I want you to understand that right now.
Let me respond to
when you come here, these are not your mates here.
You need to finish what you are saying so that they can.
Let me conclude what I'm saying.
Bishop, just say, okay, we are going to give him 30 seconds.
But mute him while I'm doing that.
Bishop, let us give him 30 seconds.
Before now, right? Before social media, which is an American invention, right? This social media, you come up here to rub shoulders with us here. Yeah, I understand. So you have to understand that there's no.
In reality, you cannot be mutiny.
This voice not letting me talk.
You cannot be mutiny.
The mute is not effective. Remove him. The mute is not effective. Remove him. The mute is not
me that you will mute. You were there listening to the trash.
Okay, Bishop, let us finish 30 seconds so you can come on.
Let me finish what I'm saying, because everybody here could attest to what I'm telling you. You don't know. You have no way of knowing what I'm saying to you. When you leave Nigeria and you come to the United States,
this foolish that guy, man. He's coming here to allow his stupid Biafran brother. You come here having advantage.
No, let him finish now. I think it's almost 30 seconds. You won't let him even do 30 seconds.
Let me land, please.
Thomas not here. Where's Thomas? Where's Thomas?
Just 30 seconds. He would have finished a long time ago.
Let me land. Thomas, why are you looking for Thomas? TUNIGEA is doing a good job. So, like I said to Bishop,
who is
now 15 seconds? Just take 15 seconds.
But he won't let me land.
I mean, just let him finish 30 seconds so that he can finish and then stop.
So
you are the ones prolonging it.
Like I was saying,
who handed over one man's platform to
one man did. One man gave it to him. So please hold your horses. Let me land. So what I'm saying to Bishop is that we're here trying to help Nigerians who are Nigerian with the boots on their neck.
Help yourself. Help your fucking ass.
See?
Oh my God. See, come on. This is not nice now, Bishop. Why are you extending this now? 30 seconds is going on forever. Can you stop this?
Let Pansat talking rubbish for almost 10 minutes.
30 seconds is going on forever. People are letting it go on too long.
And then you want to
I just want him to finish now so some other person can talk. But you won't let him finish.
Who handed the platform to you?
Tell me that track, man.
Why are you challenging his being the host?
Okay, you know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to send two of you backstage until he finishes.
This is not your echo chamber, Pansat. You got to keep quiet.
Remove life's good too. So, like I was saying,
Pansat, you need to keep quiet.
Right, okay, finish what you are saying. 15 seconds, Pansat.
You got it. So, like everybody on this platform can attest to. I don't know when you came to the United States or Europe, whatever the hell you are. You know that when this bishop steps his foot, say in the United States, he couldn't even understand what anybody's saying, and nobody's gonna understand what he's saying, right? So we're here trying to help our country, but he wants to tell us because there's no more respect. All our people in diaspora, they've been making a fool out of themselves, right? So you're gonna let somebody in Nigeria tell us what's going on.
Time is up, Pansan. Thank you. No let them have their say. See, you guys are if you were here now, you won't let him finish. You keep interrupting and let him carry on. That's why I have to send you backstage.
I have a second. I have to leave. Okay. I have a second.
Please go ahead.
What I want to tell you is, you cannot be running this platform like you guys echo chamber. What you do not condone over there, you can't bring it over here. You have the privilege to even handle, to even anchor this program. You will never let that happen on the other side. So now do not push people back the scene when you want to let Pansat sing his nonsense. That's all I got to say.
I just wanted him to finish what he was saying so that you can get your time to have your say.
He mentioned
no, let Bishop hasn't said what he wanted to say. Let Bishop have his say.
I want to address you, TRIBUNAL. I'm not going to respond to that talk that just committed. I've been here from the beginning of the.
I don't know what one man accepts. This insult, I'm not sure he's up to the standard that one man said. You can't be doing this.
I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think. I've been here from the beginning of this program today. I've not been able to have it to chat to check in whatever
your audio is problematic. That's the reason.
Tunaja, you're full of shit, man.
Your audio is problematic. That's the issue.
But
I'm gonna leave if you're not gonna remove that punk. All right, I'm gone. Thank you.
No, fuck you. No, fuck you. You son of a bitch.
Why you be so
Pansat is a son of a bitch. I said it.
You know what? I need to get a clear instruction from one man on this one.
Pansat is a
insult to people are heaping on each other is unacceptable, really.
You are not allowing me to have my say. You cannot throw me to the back because of Pansat, whose head is full of shit. I repeat it, whose head is full of shit. So you are silencing me. You silence me because you want to give him an edge. Good luck to you. Thank you. That's what you did.
I wasn't silencing you for that. I was silencing you because you won't let him finish so that you can talk. You prolong this.
Tunaja, no. You can't do that. Pansat is insulting the guy. He's insulting me, and we are responding. You are muting our mic. You didn't mute his own mic. What kind of stupid shit is that, man?
He wasn't insulting you when I muted.
No. You started talking trash, and we know him here. No one's gonna allow him to punk anybody here. We know him. You understand?
Why won't
So
you let,
what you do? No. You can't still let him. We're not gonna let him close our mouth. Let him come this platform be punking us. No, it's not gonna happen. And then you started muting us and allowing him. No. Tsunaya, chill out. You and I have conversation about this shit. We had issue and we are talking in a private about this. And today, honestly, you really almost provoke me. No, Pansat is talking. He's making insulting comment like this punk, me this, and we want us to keep quiet and let him say that here. Is this what is this obedient platform from Biafra? What is this, a Biafran channel
now? You see what you are doing?
No, what you did was terrible. What you did was very terrible. Now don't do that shit with me again, man. I just want
on the same side on this argument that we're having, and you look at where you've descended to now.
No, don't do that shit with me again.
Okay.
I'm just wondering that. Don't do that.
Let's continue on the path we are.
It's so ridiculous.
Not be only one way go school. I bet listen to me. Not be only one way go school. They listen to this platform. So make a talk. I don't take since they won't put my voice. Then go all the people who go school. They come. Wait. May I tell you now one truth? Not be only one way go school. They listen to this platform. So if you not go school. People will not go school, then they listen to so many platforms. And they like this platform well because then they get education from here. So there are a lot of platforms where they insult, like that guy where they call Passat, Abina Pansat. We know they go there because we know they learn anything. So I beg, the way one man they do them, where we they enjoy them, if anybody want to talk nonsense, he get where they bush them out. They give and time at all. Now we like. So if we not feel they do like that, we go come out because me not get on any other platform where they listen to. Dr. Damage it, I stay there, I tire, I run. Because now so cause they cause everybody, cause Nigeria, cause this person mama, cause this person papa. So I beg una. This platform it did very okay, but this today na babash na nonsense. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Points well taken. So back to what we're talking about.
Prince Daddy. Let me say this. To Niger, are you listening?
I can hear you.
To Niger, let me be frank with you. You didn't do well at all. Believe me. Because you know Pansat, and you gave him more than enough time to abuse people, and the people that want to actually kick back at him, you are meeting them. You are not being fair to them. I'm very sorry to say. I just kept quiet when he was running his mouth like a wildfire. Pansat came here and was abusing people, and you kept on saying you should allow him to talk. Which nonsense was he talking? And people, to me, let me tell you, you are just being biased. I'm very sorry to say. You are just being biased. And for you to be the co-host on this platform, you are not being fair. I'm very sorry to say.
Simba, let me tell you what Tunaja did now. This is not the first time he's done something like this. He was hosting Dr. Damage's show. And this one foolish guy, then Kenneth called him. This one Igbo idiot, just like Pansat. And the guy started his the guy told me, no, I don't care. You already pissed me off today. Just chill out, man. Just allow me to talk.
Okay.
That stupid guy calling, he told me, he started insulting me. So me, I saw the guy back, and then the guy, and Tunaja decided to jump in and said, Mike, because the guy brought up the reason why he insulted about Lagos. I said, okay, he insulted about Lagos, me too, I insult the kind of order. Tunaja decided to call and tell me, Mike, okay, the guy said about the reason why it's all about Lagos is because about Lagos said something. Now Tunaja was now telling me that I should condemn about Lagos in front of the guy.
No.
And because I refused, Tunaja now kicked me out on behalf of the guy.
That's not what happened.
You did that shit,
But
and when I ran into other platform, I cursed you. You and I talked about it. You kind of like, almost like kind of you and I addressed it. Now you're doing the same thing today.
I am not subject to intimidation or kind of
false narrative. So save your
And
breath
you
on
come
that
here and
one.
tell us you're not
But one
biased, you're
thing I
not
can
this
tell you
thing.
for
We
sure,
know
one
where you
thing I can
stand.
tell you for sure on that day,
Okay,
I
okay, guys.
said you should
So
condemn what was said. I didn't ask you to condemn the Oba. What was said, and you refused to even condemn what was said.
You are
And I
telling me
didn't
to
even,
condemn what of Lagos
I
said
didn't send you out.
on
You are
behalf
the
of the
one that
guy.
got
Are you
upset
kidding me
and
tonight,
left
Jack? Are you still
because
trying
you
to
won't let
justify that
people
rubbish?
talk.
okay, let's get back to one man show. Okay, so we all know Pansat is a different kind of character, and a woman has the knack of the way to handle him. So I don't know if I'm going to blame Tunaja for that. Even now Pansat goes. But to what Simba was talking about earlier about Nigerians, very insulting. I guess the word is they demarket Nigeria a lot. Like Nigeria is the only country that people suffer, and that is not true. That is not true. Not too long ago, like a couple of days ago, I was talking to this guy. He's from Kuwait. So the conversation went, and I didn't even mention to him. He said, "Oh, something about Kuwait being corrupt, the government being corrupt." And this is someone from Kuwait. We always think that corruption is only akin to Nigeria, or bad governance is only akin to Nigeria. That's not the case. But to what Angelica was saying earlier, there's one thing for Americans to criticize the government. There's one thing you criticize policies and the way the system runs. You don't curse the country or belittle the country or demarket the country. That's what a lot of Nigerians do. And just like I said earlier, I think this is more common to the southern Nigeria, not even the north, where quote unquote they have more poverty or more people out of school. They're almost more cordial when they deal with themselves and when they talk about Nigeria. I listened to Rubadu and the other guy from the Asan. They don't speak negatively about the North or even about Nigeria. Actually, it's only people from the South, Southwest, and Southeast. They're always complaining that Nigeria is the worst. There's nothing good about it, and that is not true. Many countries, and we like to think also that all the Southeast Asian countries are rich. That's not true. There are a lot of poor Asian countries, poor and pity. Okay, we think China is the only representation of Asia. That's not true. Not at all. A lot of people are suffering around the world too. So Nigeria, yes, even in America, you would think that if you listen to some Americans talk, you think nothing goes.
Prince
Yes,
Daddy,
yes, sir.
you are making reference to America. America criticizes their leaders. They don't talk bad about their country.
Mm-hmm.
In Nigeria, what American give to American people, Nigerian doesn't give to Nigerian people.
How do we gonna give them? After the
Okay, can I?
corona, they took all the black people here. They used them like slave. You are saying they use black people to develop the country. Do we colonize anybody? What are we talking about? Like Nigeria, we are not almost. America is almost 200 something years.
What America give American people? Do other third world countries give their people? That's the question. So if other third world countries are not giving their people, and their people are not destroying their country because they see what America is giving America and their country is not giving it, why is it that we, another third world country, we are the only one that believe out of every other third world country, our third world country should be the one giving us what America is giving Americans? Come on, man.
Yeah, Russia, Ajakuku, yes, tell us what you're talking about. What they get and we don't get, or what is it?
Why are you lying? You know Nigeria's a failed state. Stop lying.
What American give, American state give to American people, Nigerian does not give it. And that is why every American be patriotic to America. Because right from the baby, right from the womb, the country took care of them. Right from the baby.
See, quick, I'm sorry. So you're talking about the system and the educational system. I tell you also in Russia, not as big or powerful or rich, well, not powerful, but rich as America, right? The Russians are also patriotic at a lot, even perhaps more so than the Americans, quite frankly. And Russia is not gold everywhere, just like you guys know. So that's not the issue here. It's just our value system when it comes.
Hold on, man. You make your point. Let me make my point. I said in America, right from the womb, America have started taking care of their citizens right from the womb.
What about other third world countries?
It's not the case.
Right from day one, nobody believed that. They have faced a lot of challenges in this country.
No. Now, Angelica should compare us with other third world. Name another third world countries where from the womb start taking care of babies.
Right. We are making compare.
But we are a third world country now. We have to compare us with other third world countries. We are developing country. We are not a developed country.
Responding, just listening. I hate this kind of interruption. Prince Daddy, I'm responding to Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy was making reference to America. America doesn't attack America. America go after their leadership. They don't make, and I'm telling him why. You will see why, what is responsible for it. Because American state take care of them right from the womb. It is not the case in Nigeria. How would you love a country where you see police officer, we just pick you up on the street, take you to jail, lock you up on the SARS, they take your money, they take you to POS, take all your money, even shoot you, and nothing will happen. How would you love such country? A lot of injustice is going on in that country that will not make people love that country. So when you hear people speak against the country and the leadership, because what you guys are trying to separate, it looks like you don't understand the concept of management of a country. You can't separate the leadership from the country because the leadership manages that country. They are the one in charge. They are the one that does not run the country well. They are the one that looted your resources, the resources that should be used for the betterment of you. They are the one that destroy the country. It isn't that they don't love people that criticize the country and the leadership together doesn't love the country, but because the country have not stand up for them in any way. The country have disappointed them. The country have neglected them. The management of the country by the leadership have neglected them. So when they speak against the country, so don't think that, oh, they hate the country. Don't think that, oh, they demarket it. They're not demarketing Nigeria. They want Nigeria to do better. So you guys should just try to understand the concept of management of a country. You can't separate it. It is the people, the leadership that manages the country. And when they don't manage the country well, you criticize the country for not standing up, for not responsible enough to give you better life, to give you the best of the best that you deserve as a citizen of that country. So what are you talking? Is it not the bad management of the country that is responsible for us to be treated the animals wherever we go? At the airport, they will strip you naked. They will do all these things. It's the leadership of the country that's largely responsible for that because they don't do what they're supposed to do. They don't take care of Nigerians at home. They don't provide them jobs. They don't provide them opportunity. And Nigerians will not do for every means to succeed in life.
The American government provided jobs.
Hold on. Some will carry cocaine, take it out, and they will pick them up at another country. And due to that, they will subject every Nigerian to a thorough search every time they are coming into their country. And the leadership themselves does not show discipline. They don't show honesty. They are looters. They know them. That these are criminals too. So what are you talking about? When your leadership doesn't show leadership, that a responsible leadership, and the whole world knows, then the leaders of Western world knows that they are looting your research. They have so much money that they cannot imagine, that 10th generation cannot even, it's too much
getting boring,
generation to have. They just look at these people. So look, don't
all right, we get the point too.
When people speak, you guys
we rely from today to tomorrow that other people don't criticize. I have friends that Ethiopia that or other country
Really?
they
They're swearing for their
criticize their
country.
country too.
He's a lie.
Baba Jale Koko, you never see any good thing about Nigeria now. Is that what
forget
to that
it?
level? Is that what for
Forget
that
it.
to that level that there is not any good thing about that country?
Why haven't I? What is it that I'm not speaking good about that country?
Oh
So
no.
when I speak,
Since when I
when I
joined this
give,
platform, I
hold
never
on,
heard
hold
that.
on.
Maybe
You can because you are fixated to supporting bad leadership.
I don't support any bad leadership. I want my country to work
I don't
so
know why
that I
you keep
can go
saying
back
people are
home.
supporting bad leaders. We made it clear that you
when
can
I
attack the
talk,
leaders, and you keep saying people are
when I
supporting
talk
leaders.
that
We are saying there's separate the country from the leader. That's what we are telling you.
That's
you
the thing.
can't
The
separate the
country,
leadership from the country.
You gotta separate. There's a difference between the
You
country and the
can't.
you need to
leadership.
That means
separate
you
because
don't
the
understand the
leadership is not
concept
the
of
civil servant
management of
that's
the
stealing
country.
The
money.
leaders
Civil
don't own the
servant,
country.
Okay,
civil servant
Has moved
steal
on.
money.
one mic. I think let me just chime in a little bit. I
When
think
people don't
this
understand the
issue.
concept of management of
Uh,
the country, then you
I,
want to separate leadership from the
I, I,
country.
I, I,
You
Ajale
got
Gogo,
to. The leaders
Ajale
are
Go
different
side
from
Gogo.
the
by
country.
side.
I
The
think
leaders don't own the country.
Mike. See, let me just say my own piece. I think
The
what I've been
leaders
hearing.
fail the country.
You need to tell
They
Ajali
fail
Koko,
the
not
country.
me. He's the one that won't let anybody else talk.
Ajale Gogo, let me just add my own. I don't think it's going to take long, 30 seconds or so. If somebody can time me, if I go over, they can shut me down. Point is, I feel like this issue is about how people express their frustrations, and you can't always tell. And I understand where Mike is coming from, because I don't like when people badmouth Nigeria. Instead of badmouthing what is going on in the country, they badmouth the nation itself. Like, Nigeria will happen to you. Nigeria is a zoo. Nigeria, all kinds of stuff, just heaping it on the country. Like, it's like a curse on yourself without knowing it. You can criticize what's going on in the country, but criticizing the nation, for me, that seems like a little bit of a
And that's the
cursing
reason why the
yourself.
country don't work. Because we don't go straight to the point. A minister of education is not performing, we attack the country. But
Yeah,
the
but
minister have
we
name.
also, at the same time, we have to
The minister
understand
have
why
names. We
people are
can't
doing
afford the
those
minister
Instead of
things.
attacking the minister, they attack the country.
People have different ways of expressing themselves. You can't
And
tell
that's
them
what
how
we
to
are trying to
express
help them to
their
learn.
frustration. Maybe you are right there. Maybe that's what you're trying to help them to learn. The viewers
Yes.
that are watching, the 124 or so that is watching, they should think about it. When you want to install the nation, there's no need
They
to
just call
say
them
plague
the
on
name
in the
so that they
country.
can seize the country. They will seize it. When they call the name. Okay, Mr. So person.
Look
You're
at
not
these
doing
people
your job.
that are showing as if they are patriotic. Do you know some
I'm
people own that
patriotic.
country?
I'm patriotic.
Hold on. You are. I don't know where to class you guys. Maybe third class or 100-class citizen.
Bravo.
Do you know some people own that country?
Bravo.
Do you know some
Charlie
people own that
Gogo
country?
is not having it.
Do you know
Go
that some
ahead.
people own that country? They can do whatever they like and they get away, but you cannot do it in the same country that you think that belongs to you. And you people don't see it that
But Ajali Koko, you are
that
talking as
country
if
does not belong to you in the first place.
Ajali Koko. So Obasanjo ruled and he has moved on. Babangida has ruled, he has moved on. Abacha has ruled, he has moved on. So are you saying Abacha still own Nigeria? Babangida still, I mean, like, they rule, they move on.
Even Baba Jale Koko don't
You
want
let
us
them
to criticize Obasanjo yet.
you allow
Baba Jale Koko.
you will defend
You don't
Obasanjo.
want us to criticize Obasanjo yet.
Ajali Koko here will defend Obasanjo all day, but we will blast Nigeria all day.
Look at all
Yes.
those people you
We
mentioned.
know you. We know you. You defend
All
Obasanjo
those,
here all day,
hold on,
but
let
you
me
insult
talk.
Don't
Nigeria
never
all
allow
day.
us to criticize Obasanjo.
You wouldn't allow us to
Let me
criticize
talk.
Obasanjo that destroyed the
Guys,
country.
if everyone is talking, no one is talking, you know. We that are
Let me-
quiet, when are we going to talk then?
Okay, let me talk.
Okay, so
Obasanjo,
Kumi goes
Babangida,
next, then Ejiro.
Obasanjo, Babangida, TINUBU, Buhari, all these people own your country. They have done a lot of atrocities and they get away with it. They have all the instrument of power under their control and they uses it to their own advantage at your own detriment that you are supporting them.
Who's supporting
You
them?
must check yourself. They can
You are the
use
one supporting Obasanjo now. You are saying you are the one supporting him. Me, I'm telling you to go after them.
Baba support Obasanjo day and night.
I have said, including Obasanjo himself. All
This
right.
is the first time.
Thank God, I'll record this one. I will play it whenever I defend him.
Obasanjo, Babangida, TINUBU, Buhari, all of them, those are the owner of the country. Bubaka, they can get away with anything, and you cannot. So, and you say you co-own the country with them, and you are telling me that the country is your country. And do you know what you are talking about?
What you are saying, that is not an argument now. That's not an argument now. What you are doing is not an argument. You are just talking as if you are talking to kids. And you don't go the country, you don't do, that's not an argument.
Okay.
That's not an argument. It's not.
An argument.
We are not kids here. You cannot be telling us that.
You are not
even in America, even in America, you are not even equal. Even in America that you live, you are not equal under the law. Also, they cannot treat you the way they treat Trump. Trump it's everywhere. It's everywhere. What we are saying, don't twist what we are saying. What we are saying. Don't blab us with America. What they see for America is paradise. Somebody just
for the first time in America.
Look at what America is doing to Trump.
Let's let Kumi contribute, please.
America, look at what America is doing to Trump, their immediate past president.
Go use 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
You understand what I'm saying?
Kumi can say something.
No, hold on. Let me
meet Ajale Kuku.
Come on.
Meet him. Remove him from the platform. Remove Ajale Kuku.
You think Ajale Kuku is passed out now? Come on. Don't be drama.
I don't know how you want to compare America. I mean, look at what America is doing to Trump. That is where you know that this is a country where everybody.
Look what Nigeria is doing.
The law. You will see Obama. Obama will do jaja. He will not talk recklessly. He will not violate the law. You see the Bushes. They will not violate the law because the law does not have any friend. The law is law. But in your Nigeria, look at, they will get away. They will do anything and get away. And you are saying that you are inside the same country. You say the country belongs to all of you. You don't know your country. You guys doesn't know your country.
So when all these people die, they still own the country. 10 years from now, Obasanjo will be gone.
What are you talking? What is that?
No, you said they hold the country.
A generation of our laws, they are all dead. So another set is
they pass the baton to their children and their co-associates.
Who's okay? Let's move on.
Baton will change to them. Let me
the reason why our generation we just met. We didn't meet anything good because they didn't spend time. They didn't spend time solving problem. They just spent all their time.
Just free education and you ran to America and you now came. He would not be bad-batting Nigeria.
He didn't contribute anything for us to inherit.
He left with our resources. He left to America with our resources.
Simba is so proud. Simba is so proud of Nigeria, but he cannot allow his little child to go to public school.
Instead of Ajale go to build a country for us to inherit, he went to another country that was built by somebody else to go and enjoy their hard labor. Do you know American workers to build they make sacrifices to build their own country?
You guys are not letting other people talk. It's not fair.
Okay, let me tell you.
Contribute?
Do you think that I am proud? Do you think that I am proud?
We have told you to Nigeria, you are not in control of this platform.
Hold on, let me land.
Ajale Kuku, you need to let other people talk because otherwise they will start.
Let me land. They will talk now. Maybe you guys have been talking
30 seconds now. You're taking your 30 seconds. Okay, I'll time you now. 30 seconds.
Okay. Do you think I'm proud to come and live in a foreign land and not in my country?
Go back now.
Do you think I'm proud of that? And you guys live in foreign land and you live there and still, you don't want to go and live in your country and say you want to say, oh, Nigeria is better. You left your country for.
We didn't say it's better, man. Stop putting word on our mouth, man.
Because your country doesn't work.
We are discussing how to fix it, not complain. That's what we are trying. That's the difference between us and you.
Fix it. You can't
The
fix
difference between me and you, no, you
outside.
can't see. That's the thing. You say you
You
can't
can't
do
fix your
spirits.
country from
That's the
outside.
difference between your
It's got to
generation and my generation. My
Okay,
generation,
Mike,
you see the difference.
you're not letting him finish. That's the thing. I think he's finished now, so that some other person
Okay.
can say something.
Okay, let me just say this thing. See, the difference between my generation and Janico's generation. You see what he just say? Say we can't fix it. So he has that can't do spirit, cannot do spirit. Me, I have can do spirit. So me,
we
I want
can
to do
fix your generation will be
okay,
Amugo
let me land.
generation. Now
You
go
don't talk.
fix Nigeria.
They believe
Okay,
soon as
now,
then they believe they can't
now
fix.
I'm going.
They ran away.
Let Kumi contribute now. Let's Kumi contribute. Kumi, please. Thank you for
Okay,
your
okay.
patience. You know all these two radicals. They don't want to let anything go. As if viewers will take their sides, and I'm sure some people will be sympathetic to Mike, some people will be sympathetic to Ajan Lekoko. But Kumi, what do you think about what you've heard so far? Sorry for the delay, and just let us know what you've got to say about what has happened and what you've heard. Kumi, are you there? I see Kumi is not there now. You are muted in case you are there. Simba. Oh, no. Ekene came in and he hasn't said anything. Ekene, are you there?
Yeah, Tunaja.
Yeah, thank you for coming. As you can see, sometimes you get a little bit heated and people don't realize that they are speaking over their time, allocated time. So, you had the discussion, and what do you think? Just chime in with what you think about what you've heard so far.
Well, let's give me some guideline, because what I was hearing here is that Nigeria is not good. Nigeria is not that.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, the idea was that Mike and a few others don't like the idea, including myself. I don't like the idea that some people just say terrible things about Nigeria in terms of Nigeria itself. Like Nigeria will not happen to you. Nigeria is a zoo, Nigeria, all this sort of insult that Nigeria is not it's not a nation, those sort of things. And even if I understand where it's coming from, but as somebody that is from that land, you can't it's like saying put a curse on a human being and you think it's not going to affect human beings. You know about the story of the Garden of Eden, and when there was a kind of curse or whatever you say happened to Adam and Eve, it affected everything that came after. So it feels weird that somebody is insulting Nigeria, and while they are a subset of Nigeria, they are part of Nigeria and insulting. Is that not heaping a curse on yourself? And it doesn't seem nice, because you don't see other nations doing these sort of things. They do. Other nations have problems with their countries, but they don't necessarily attack the nation itself. That the nation as an entity itself. They don't necessarily attack it as an evil entity. They may say, okay, like America now is like a warring nation, and they don't like that about the country, and but they don't necessarily say the nation itself is evil on its own. Like there's something about the way people call Nigeria zoo and Nigeria, Nigeria will happen to you. All of those things that is not good, and that's what I feel like Mike. That's where I'm sympathetic to where Mike is coming from. But Ajale people don't feel like it feels like people have a right to express themselves the way they see fit. I'm also sympathetic to that. They have a right to express themselves the way they see fit. That how can you tell them how to feel, given what Nigeria has done to them, and Nigeria has not done much for them?
Yeah. But they have right. That's the reason why the country don't work. Ekwemadu spend how many years?
Who is that? Who is talking? Kumi, I was explaining to Ekene. Where did he show up from?
I'm sorry. I just couldn't step out of.
Ekene, are you okay with Kumi going ahead first so that we can come back to you later?
Okay, let me finish, because I don't have the reason why I didn't come on time was because I don't have battery, so that's the reason I didn't come on time.
You don't have a lot of what?
I said the reason why I didn't come on this platform on time today was because I don't have battery, and I thought that they would bring light, but up till now, no light. So I'm just managing my bag.
Are you in Nigeria?
Yeah, I'm in Lagos.
Okay, go ahead first now, Kumi. You are probably in America.
Yeah. Let's can I go?
Yeah. Okay, please go ahead.
So it's not necessarily attacking the nation. What we have is criticism. We must criticize the government and their evil deed. But the only thing is that when we criticize objectively. we come up with facts, not necessarily calling the nation a zoo or something like that. But you know, honestly, everybody will know that our leaders are not trying at all. They haven't done anything to improve the life of any citizen of Nigeria. So for you to survive in Nigeria, it's all by yourself. All by yourself. You will have the gut, the energy, the experience, and all that. That makes you to survive in Nigeria. Not necessarily government support or that. So I don't know. Nigeria is made for the rich. Nigeria is not made for the common man to just survive. They neglect the poor so much. They only care about the ruling class. So that is the problem of Nigeria. So not necessarily everybody knows what is going on in the country, unless if you haven't lived. I wish Aja was talking because he just came back from Nigeria a few days ago. So he has just seen what is happening, because Aja was not talking like this before until he came to Nigeria and traveled back. So he started I see that these days he's putting more effort to criticize the nation. Maybe so. I wish some people.
Ekene. Yeah. Sorry for the. You are saying Aja is not like this before. Are you kidding me? That the 2 weeks he just went in America, in Nigeria, that changed Aja? No, don't say that now. We know Aja now. We know Aja before this traveling.
Aja sometimes Aja was criticizing Nigeria before, but not in this manner. Since he came back from Nigeria, everything just as in he took it in a lot.
Yeah, because he has seen it now. He's been there and seen it.
You know, Ekene. Yeah. You know me, I just left Nigeria yesterday.
Okay.
You understand? I just left Nigeria yesterday. I spent 2 months. I left. I was in Nigeria before Aja came, and he left me. Do you understand? Yeah. So can you be saying? So I've seen. Let me tell you, if we are saying me, I have more interaction with the dance producers in Nigeria. We cannot. I cannot say. I know. I'm very. It's not as if I'm being boastful. I just want to say this because I know I employ people, and I know what I do. I have people that I train in school, people that I don't know. Do you understand? You understand my point? You understand? Yeah. So it's not as if we cannot allow people to paint us in a bad image as if we don't love the poor. Do you understand what I'm saying? But what we are saying here is that we can criticize our leaders. We can criticize the policy. Do you understand what I'm saying? But we cannot be saying evil of our land. Do you understand what one of those things that will bring succor to these so poor people that we are talking about is people to bring investments. But by the time we are always saying that we don't have police, Nigeria is so rotten, nothing is working in that country, then who will come and invest and bring these so-called poor people out of the poverty? Do you understand? The only picture that we will paint to the outside world is doom. Do you understand what I'm saying? Is that good for us?
Simba, let me ask you. I have a brother that has been back in 24 years, and every time I ask him, can I just ask what Simba said just now? I have a brother that has been back to Nigeria in 24 years, and every time we tell him, go back, you like, I can't go back because things are here about that place. I just want to go. I'm scared to go back because things are here. And this guy has a lot to contribute. He has made it, but things he hears about Nigeria all the time, just giving trauma, like it scares him from going back. The guy thinks once he land, he will just snatch him and kidnap him, and he thinks the place is so just completely dangerous and everybody's just suffering and just in chaos, and that's what he thinks because that's all he consumes. And someone like that, if you actually go and visit, he can make it. He can actually do something where he can take some people out of poverty, but they've scared him from going back. So do you know how many other Nigerians are scared to go back because of all these negative things? And that's what we're trying to express here. Like, let's chill out with that thing. You're not helping. You're not really helping the country.
No, the guy you are talking about knows that the system will not allow him to contribute his knowledge now. It's very
come on, man.
No, you see, we know what is in terms of Nigeria. You see, in terms of Nigeria as a space,
You are just doing what we are saying.
Nigeria is a beautiful country as a space. In terms of as a space, not in terms of governance.
Are there companies in Nigeria employing people right now?
Looking at Nigeria from a point of view, the way it is mapped out, natural resources, in terms of land and all that, and
no, you said Nigeria will not allow my brother to come there and do something. Now I'm asking you.
I mean, the system will not allow him to
the question Mike asked you. The question Mike asked you now. He said, "Is there any company functioning in Nigeria and employing people?
Any?
Is there any company or industry working that is functioning in Nigeria and they are still employing people?"
I feel some are still working, but I feel some. I mean, at least
So if somebody is able to do it, what makes you think my brother won't come there and be able to do this thing? Even Simba here hire people in Nigeria. Simba, don't you have employees there?
I have now.
I understand what you mean, but in the environment, most people.
You guys are too negative, man.
What you are saying? Let me tell you, we still even foreigners that are coming to that country.
Lebanese are there now. Chinese are there.
They are doing business and they are making their money.
And you are telling me my brother in Nigeria cannot come there to do anything.
If you are here and you are scaring people and you are saying no, they cannot come and then do. So are you helping or you are? What do you think you are doing? What you are saying just now.
Let me finish. I said that the system. Everybody knows that the system is bad. You understand? And also, nobody saying that they will not come. At least a lot of people today are beginning to take interest in politics. A lot of educated ones, and that is what we need.
And where are you going again? Where are you going again?
No, you see, everybody knows that the system is bad. It's bad. You cannot deny that. I'm not talking about Nigeria as a country.
Give me 1 minute.
Talking about the system.
Give me 1 minute.
Yeah.
Give me 1 minute. This same bad system. Do you understand? This same bad system. Some people are still operating under it and they are making it. Is that not right?
Under which? You know a lot of corrupt rich. You know that Nigeria has the most corrupt rich people in Nigeria.
Wait. Can I said please, brother, please wait. Let me try and make him understand, please. Ekene, somebody is telling you that there are some investors. They want to come to Nigeria, but because of the way we paint Nigeria, they are all afraid to come. And you told us that people are suffering there. The government, one of the things that will make poverty to limit poverty in Nigeria is to attract many people, so many foreign investors to come. Then you are still preaching to these foreign investors that Nigeria is not safe, that they should not come. Then why do you want this Nigeria to come out of this mess? Why do you even want Nigeria to come out of this mess? We are saying that in this platform, we should stop painting Nigeria with that kind of color.
Can you do you think investors listen to all these jargons that we are talking on now?
Investors really don't listen to us.
I just talk about my brother. I just talk about my own brother.
Is that what we are talking here?
Let me
attract them or deny them from coming to Nigeria.
Can I just
economic measure that we attract?
Where did they listen? What did they listen to?
Let's allow this thing. I think it does have an effect, because if the people that are from that country are not going to your country, chances are that the investors are not going to move in, because they too will see the signs. They read the signs from the people that are from that country. If you are not going, they will feel like that place is not safe. There's something wrong with it. They will not want to go. That's what I found. I think there's a study on this really.
Thousands of Nigerians travel to Nigeria every day.
Go and check.
Let me.
But many of them don't have
the
people that have say about it. That's the problem. They don't have
people from diaspora that have the confidence are still investing in Nigeria. At least I
there
have
are
a brother.
people, but the ones that are not doing it are the ones we are telling you.
No, if you have the guts to invest, you can invest. I have somebody that is from abroad that is investing in Nigeria.
Like, okay, someone like me now. I'm a brave person. No matter what I hear about Nigeria, if you tell me they're bombing Lagos today, I'll still show up there. You understand? That's me. That's just me. That's how I'm built. But my brother, my own brother, my older brother, he doesn't have heart like that. Once he hears something danger, they go near that thing. The guy they fear to go Nigeria, and they tell you. So we are telling you that but your argument is that chill out now. Wait, now you are saying some people are still coming. Yeah, but 50%. Okay, let's say 50% of people who don't have hearts, they don't like, they have fear when they hear danger, and then 50%. So you are missing 50% of other investors that could have come in. That's the point I'm making. So like, if I'm 50% half, my brother's another half. So I'm coming, I'm doing something. And my brother, I know this guy can do more because he has excelled even more than me. But the guy is not interested in coming there because the guy he has too much fear. That's what I'm telling you. Like, you guys are not helping these people.
If you impart confidence, a lot of people are like that. But I told you that I have somebody that is already investing in this country. He's investing now. You understand? So it's not everything is all about the perspective, the narrative. But that doesn't mean we'll continue to criticize our government. Our government is not.
Yeah, we agree. I don't know where we disagree. Yeah, we don't disagree on that part.
Somebody like me personally. I'll say that nothing will make me leave Nigeria. I cannot live abroad. No matter I cannot live abroad. Because I know I have many reasons. It's not that I don't have the
day can never leave Nigeria like people like Nigeria go and land. I love for Nigeria. I see it's not going back again. They are kidnapping here.
No, even if
Nigeria like you when they were in Nigeria, they were okay. The moment they came to America, experience fine things. All of a sudden, so that country now, I want to begin to give Nigeria. I mean, people do that thing, man. They just experience.
If our government to do things right now, everybody abroad there we love to.
We don't need to wait for government to
rush to come. Will people because everybody knows that Nigeria is the best.
You agree with me that? You agree with me that there's no society that was built by government alone. It's a collaboration between government and the people. You know that, right? And the government will need talented people, skilled people, technocrat, people that are actually on a position to put in. Because when government wants to build a country, they're not going to go to the poorest of the poor. They will go to people that already have at least some on their feet already. You understand? Those are the easiest people to work with, to build a country with. And we are telling you that a lot of Nigerians that are already on their feet, living abroad, you understand? They are in the diaspora. And those are the best people that should be coming to Nigeria often, right? And easily government can work with those kind of people. So when you say the government needs to fix it first before those kind of people come, then who are the people the government will work with to fix it? They need those people to always come home, so that government can say, okay, you already have $1 in your pocket. Government wants to do one project. They need people that already have some kind of money in their pocket to partner with. But they are not there. They are left. They are not in the country. They don't jackpot.
But the government too is not doing anything to attract them back.
That is what I'm trying to. We get it now. But they're not allowed. Everything. I don't want to.
No. Everybody they are doing everything to drive them away.
Everybody. Just like the argument. He's saying that if you want to do business in Nigeria today, as a beginner, you want to. It's not easy to survive as a businnerman in Nigeria. You can't just you need
capital, right? You need capital.
You need capital to survive. You know other countries. You know how they support their entrepreneurs in terms of capital. It's not in Nigeria now. Just check it.
Okay, the
interest rate itself will kill that business.
Let me give you one example, right? An average Nigerian youth here in America, they go to school. They literally, if you go and read, they know Nigerians. We excel here in America. They go to school, and when they go to school, they get a job. Some of them start their first salary. They may start with 90 grand a year. Within a couple of years, they make 150,000. So a young Nigerian like 25, making $150,000 a year in America as salary. If that kind of guy want to start a business in Nigeria, like we employ people, he has that capital. The capital you are complaining about, he has it compared to a guy that graduated from college, university in Nigeria, the job he's going to get, the money he's going to earn compared to the job that Nigeria in America is earning, it's not comparable. So people that are in a better position, people that are in a better position. I just keep go speaking to your argument. You start to start business, no capital. So we don't have businesses because capital problem. But the Nigerians are in a better position to actually start these businesses or even partner with the ones there to start some businesses that will employ people. Most of them live in these high income countries and they are earning higher income. But when you guys are doing things to make them not to want to come there because he come on Dr. Damage on all these shows and I hear that country I don't go better. I don't pack fight.
No, Mike, the only thing I would say is that moderating the language in terms of criticism, but I cannot agree with you that even if that person comes in Nigeria, you know what inflation is doing in our country now. You cannot just bring 10 million naira today if you are not a smart person to say you want to control it in business in Nigeria. Inflation will kill it now. Just check it. So it's not, we are saying the truth. Inflation in Nigeria is not like every other country. It's every day, every month. Every month that devaluing the naira. So you want to give somebody confidence to come. Maybe you have 10 million naira from abroad.
Okay, so basically what you're telling us is keep your money, don't come. That's what you're telling us. Okay, fine, we don't hear you. You don't use
it's the fact now. It's the fact now. If you have the courage, you just
told us all the reason we shouldn't come. That's the inflation. There's this and that.
If you don't have it, we say the facts. You know the facts, Mike. Now check it.
I know you are telling me keep my money, don't come. Soon I got a lie. What is he telling me right now?
check the fact. Check the 8 years. Now the last 8 years. Check where our dollar has jumped to close to 900 naira today. Where does that happen in any other country?
But are there still people still making money? Are there still people still making money? Are there people still making money in Nigeria?
Let me tell you today, if you come to the market space, nobody is not complaining. The importers, everything. You see, it's just that people have the courage to fall back and still continue. Even somebody like me really affected me during the beginning of the Buhari regime. So if I don't have the confidence, I would still be the people to say, let me sell everything off and leave this country. You understand?
So you're doing well. You're still doing well.
Because of some you need to
so you are doing well. Some people are still doing well.
Balance yourself back. So, but if you don't do that, some people that don't have that kind of balancing and everything, they will lose their money. A lot of people lose their money. You cannot tell me that
all those
you cannot tell me that you don't know, Mike. You cannot tell me that you don't know that a lot of business has closed from the past 8 years till now. You cannot tell me that.
What does that have to do with someone that wants to come there? Come on, what does that have to do with
like people that do well in bank dwell in bank to get capital to do business? They cannot do it today. So it's maybe if you understand the Nigerian perspective very well, you know that today you don't need bank money to do business in Nigeria. It's a fact.
What do you need?
If you have the capital personally, that is the only thing that can make you maybe say I can.
So what are you arguing? What are you arguing?
What I'm arguing that is that the environment, the government are not giving out the policies that will help the environment grow. It's a fact. Rather it will kill it more.
Yeah,
you understand?
I think there is some truth to what you said. The government, they don't seem to be ready to do the right things.
The thing is, nobody is disagreeing that the government is bad. Nobody's disagreeing with that at all. We all know that. I'm with you. Let's criticize them. Let's hang them. Let's do whatever. But what we are saying is, yes, that's not the entire. The government is not the entire thing. You understand? It's not the entire factor. Look, bad government doesn't mean like some people can still come and do their thing somehow. And some people cannot still do something. You understand? Now? Like me, I'm doing. Wait now. For example, in this platform, I come there, I do things. I know people I'm helping in Nigeria. Every time I show up, I put money here and there, elevate, set up some business. Some people benefit. Someone like Simba, he goes back and forth. He does something. He impacts some people's life. We are saying some people can still do something. That's why the bad government. But it's not like telling people that because government is bad,
Simba has a very Simba have a very good. He has some lucrative something he's doing abroad. If he cannot tell me that the only thing he survive, that if it is the only thing that makes him survive is the business he have in Nigeria, that he can let him stay and manage the business now. It's good for him to stay now. At least he has set up some business. Let him stay and manage it.
So now let's
You
move
understand?
topic.
But he will still go back to. He will still go to abroad, and Simba is a smart guy. But you people are. A lot of people are just.
You are actually strengthening my argument.
He has set up a business here, and he will still go back abroad and get some dollars and support that business.
You are supporting my argument.
Yeah?
You are supporting my argument. I'm telling you that the best people to be doing business there and keep it alive are those of us. They are earning income outside of Nigeria. The Nigerians,
but that's why I said if you have the that is why I said you have the strategy. If you have the strategy, but it seems to me that
you are just shifting, diversity. Cool down. You are helping my argument, telling me the best people to be doing business in Nigeria, those that are earning income outside of Nigeria. So when things is not going too well, they can stimulate their business with their outside income to keep it alive. You understand? Than those like you that can't live, that are stuck in Nigeria. Your entire capital is from Nigeria and everything. So now we are telling that those people like us, earning income from outside, we are the people you guys should be encouraging to be coming back, to be coming. You understand? And there are thousands, if not millions, of Nigerians that live outside of Nigeria. Millions. At least we should have at least 5 million Nigerians outside of Nigeria, and many of them, at least half of them, are doing well, or either have retired and they are earning. Like my father, for example, he has retired, he's living in the US. He just gets money every month. He's supposed to be in Nigeria and be spending that money around. That money is circulating around, but he can't go there because he's scared of being kidnapped, because he hears so much story in the news about kidnapping. So that those millions of Nigerians that are stuck abroad, many of them have retired. They've been here since the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. They're not going back.
But it's not story now. It's no story now. You know that
my brother, I know Nigerian professors. They have retired. They have like $2 million in their bank account. That money, they in America, their money they spend throughout their life, at least $2 million. But they are in their 60s, and that money they're just spending it in America, spend every month, spending thousands of dollars. Why can't they see if they're in Nigeria there? If they are spending that money in that environment, that's they create jobs. The money will circulate, and they can even be just doing things. There are millions of Nigerians. So these people.
Mike, are you saying that when there is a kidnapping in Nigeria, we should not say it out again, or when maybe government didn't come out with a good policy, we should not say it out again. We should allow it
too much government.
So that we will not criticize it.
Yeah, sure. I don't think
I want to share some screen so as a way of changing the topic a bit, so something a bit more lighter and exotic.
To Niger.
Yeah.
To Niger. Let me
go ahead.
This point. Let me make this one.
Go ahead.
Prince Daddy, give me 1 minute, please. So,
government.
I said it earlier, and I will repeat it, that you cannot separate the leadership of your country from your country and the management of the country. You can't separate them. If they are writing or running a report on Nigeria today with the situation in Nigeria, or for the past 23 years, how our economy, they will be reporting Nigeria. They will not say, Obasanjo, Yaradua. They will talk of the corruption. If they are talking about corruption, if they are talking about mismanagement, if they are talking about all bad and good things about Nigeria, they'll be making reference to that name, Nigeria. So that's to tell you,
no, it's not.
You cannot separate the two from each other. Particularly that name, Nigeria, is stronger. That even the leadership is the
That
Who is snoring? Sorry, somebody is snoring.
That's you, Nanja.
That
No, not me.
entity, that
I beg
entity
you, Kumi.
Nigeria. Not me.
I think it's somebody that has a strong belly. It might be me.
Simba, no soon.
Simba is off like that now. He just decides to start hearing stuff.
What ti kúrò abájá kòkó bó ti kúrò Naija so. Ẹni ò jẹ́ kẹ́
So you are coming after me, eh?
So let me tell you, that entity called Nigeria
who has
is stronger than the
who has
leadership.
sleep apnea there? Who has sleep apnea?
So while that we agree with Mike that sometimes we have to separate both, but most of the time it's very difficult to separate them, particularly when people are not getting what they expected from their country. When they are not getting it back to back, year to year, everything for long. I mean, it's you can't love that country,
Baba,
and that is why you see even professionals that the country are giving so much. The country have given so much. They are running away from the country because the country is not moving in the right direction, and you can't hold. Why you want to hold the country, but you will see, I mean, the leadership responsible, but you cannot, you can't stop mentioning the country as well. So that's just my point. Let me leave it there.
Okay, Baba, before you go, Baba,
I need to share something. Let me come, when is the topic going to end now? I thought they said we want the topic to move on to something else.
Let me say something because Baba Jale Koko just mentioned something now. Because many times we talk about past administration, Baba Jale Koko always defend Obasanjo out of the people that are very past government. He always bring Obasanjo ahead of everybody, but we can't put Nigeria at that time, but we can defend. Is it not Obasanjo too? Is it not part of the people that spoiled in Nigeria? But that's not my problem. But my problem here is we are practicing democracy, right? Okay, many positions in Nigeria, our civil servants, they are more corrupt than the leadership. My point here is let us be calling any department, any position that are not performing. Baba Jale Koko, you have voice here. I can see many things that many people have said here. It's like government is listening to this program. They react, they change. Let us be calling all those people in the position. Minister of so something. You are not doing well. And if all Nigeria is doing that, nobody wants in name to drag online or drag in any way. I believe the politicians they don't want it because they know it's a big problem for them and many eyes is gonna be on them. Let us try to learn a little bit how we'll be calling these people out because that's the only way we can this coming administration can be a little bit performed. Because if you appoint all the ministers and some are not doing well, but we're still going back to TINUBU, it's just like we are still recycling. Anybody that's not performing, let us call them out. Let us call their name. Let us apply pressure on them. I believe something will change. That's my own opinion.
But yesterday, when I go after TINUBU for not coming out with any salary raise for workers or any move that is making with regards to workers' salary. You people go after me yesterday. You said I'm not. You call me all sort of names.
There's a difference between debating policies and. There's a difference between debating policies and telling you what to.
Whenever I call for investment on education, on healthcare, you say I'm a socialist. What am I going to say that you people will not go after?
Baba T, meet yourself, please.
Angelico, you don't talk about investment, you talk about free stuff. not investment most of the time. But anyway, yes, sir, yes, sir. So I like to I like to comment between you and Simba on this issue. You and Simba. Okay, so
Why is Simba?
Mr. Jalekoko, you remind me.
Myself. What is Simba talking about?
You remind me.
No, you are talking. You are talking. We are hearing your voice. That's why I said we should meet.
Yes,
because we are not hearing what you are saying.
Oh, I think his volume is low. That's why. But anyway.
Okay.
So I'd like to come between Ajalekoko and Sinbad, okay? Because Mr. Ajalekoko reminded me of an American tourist that went to Mexico and he came back and he felt so sorry for the Mexicans. He saw those people they live around $2 a day in Mexico. And my response to him was like, okay, is that bad? Then he looked at me fixated for a few seconds. He said he doesn't know. I said, exactly. Maybe $2 a day. It's okay for the Mexican to leave. So Ajalekoko just came back from Nigeria and he went to Nigeria as a tourist. A tourist in Nigeria, seeing Nigerians the way they live, we feel pity for them that everything's bad and worse. But there goes Simba. Not only went to Nigeria, he actually has an investment and it works directly with the people, the so-called people at the bottom. So it knows that Nigeria, of course, is not perfect, but nonetheless, is not as bad as sometimes people that have the eyes of a tourist want to make it be, like Mr. Jalekoko.
I'm not a tourist, for your information.
Is a tourist?
Okay.
He's just trying to mess with you. He's just trying to mess with you. Don't mind him.
Simba
is a tourist.
Simba is one.
We are not there to invest, and you are a tourist now.
What a pilgrimage to Nigeria.
Simba.
How does somebody that sound like a Jalekoko, you call him a tourist?
Simba is one of those top class Nigerians that doesn't want the poor one to get closer to them in anything.
To breathe.
They don't want them to breathe. So
you want poor people around you so they can be begging you for money all day, Abi?
Don't mind Abajalekuku. You are not as close to them more than I do. I am very close to the poor, and I know what I do. So it's not as if I don't want to sound as if I'm boasting. You understand? Let me tell you, my business in Nigeria is not as if I'm making a hell of profit. But wait. What I'm saying is this: I'm just doing it because I know the number of families that depend on it. Even sometimes I might not even break even. Sometimes I can even incur some loss. But I know the consequence. Let me tell you, there was a time I traveled with somebody. And this person, we just met some guys along the road. They say, Babao. And the guy gave them 1,000. And I asked the guy, I said, why did you give them 1,000? Instead of them to go and work, you are encouraging them to continue this way. And the guy, he said that 1,000, that was about 5 or 6 years ago. He said, that 1,000 that he gave them will take them out of the street for today. We don't make them to think of any evil things, to go and steal or to harm people, that they will go and use it to. And I listened to him and I took some lesson from it. Let me tell you, what I'm doing is not as if I'm being boastful. I don't need that business to survive. But I know the number of families that depends on that, and they'll be surviving on it for years. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if many of us are doing that to take some people out of poverty, to feed some people, I think it will be better. But by the time we start saying, if you go to Nigeria, you will die of hunger, there will be no electricity, no water, and they will kidnap you, they will kill you, they will do this, then these so-called people, poor people that you think we are helping, we are not really helping them. We are not taking, there's nothing that we are not helping them in the real sense of it. We are even worsening their situation. That's where I'm going. I'm not saying we should not criticize the government.
And that's why people like Sinbad and many other people, that's why, unlike many other countries in Africa, I think, right, it will be hard for Nigeria to go down economically. Why? Because, again, there's so much remittances that goes to Nigeria and a lot of investment by people like Sinbad. So that's the difference. Most economies, like, I don't know, Niger or those places, they'll collapse overnight because they don't have that support from abroad, internationally, from Nigerians themselves. No, we're not even talking about foreign direct investment at all. So it's
yes, that's true.
I think somebody made a powerful point earlier on that may have been missed to an extent. That politicians that they don't like their name to be dragged online, and one of the ways you could get influence politicians is to, call them out on the nonsense that they are doing.
Maybe now in this kind of democracy, but let's keep it real. Most African politicians are impervious to whatever damn thing you can say about them. Well, if they truly care, yes, if they truly care, why do you have people like Mugabe and many other people in power for like 40
Oh no, I'm talking
years
about
plus?
Nigeria. He was referring to Nigeria. We're not talking about
Nigeria's getting better. Okay, now people are more because of social media, right, and these other platforms. They're more concerned about their image, but trust me, they can take us a ding on their image and go home with $200 million. Come on, let's keep it real. But it doesn't stop us from continuing to talk about them and call them out. And I believe a leadership or a leader like TINUBU would make moves because it's more of a practical leader, I would say. If it's ministers or anyone holding a powerful position or any position for that matter that affects the economy or the country in general is not performing, I think is going to do something about it. And trust me, loud voice on the internet and on the social media will make an impact, I believe.
Okay, I want to shift the topic to something a bit more lighter and slightly more historical. I've become a little bit fascinated with our linguistic history. And what I find is that, you see, when you cannot tie like a Yoruba and Igbo man together with just the tribes, you find out that in terms of linguistic terms, they are actually from the same family. Yoruba, Edo, and the Yoruba, that's the Igbo. They are all from the same family. And what I also found something else about Nigeria. Nigeria is a fascinating country. I tell you, I don't know what other people know about this. I'll just play this video so you see tell me what you think about this, the way this person is speaking. And then I'll try to make sense of what they are trying to say. Let me play that.
He states that traditions and lexical similarities indicate that it is related to Zee. So let's listen to this Kiam language, the parent language of the Zee and the Shan. See what it sounds like.
Shilshin shop fari the chafari. Kate chang chafari. Jesu tam kate chang chafari kushu. Kate shaharo. Kate shawiro. Yomono kuziziri ho kate shaharo. Lonu Jesu tong the hira. Zamba jor kate shawiro. Kayi kuruponi. Kajiri garnum the fongoro. Biame mono. Hiraro wo hyonsenyang chicha kusu dariko. Dinner.
What okay, I will ask this.
What type of language is that one?
Okay, now hold on. What did this sound like to you?
Okay,
let's start from this. Hold on. This is interesting because it's Nigeria. It's somewhere in Nigeria.
Give us the background. So because we don't understand what you are trying
I don't
to
want
say.
bias. I don't want bias. Like all over the world, what language comes closest to you? Okay, you don't know.
Chinese.
It looks like Nigerian Chinese.
Perfect. That's it. And what they are saying is that maybe these people are the people that the Chinese originated from. And hold on.
Don't come with the whole
Come on, man.
Actually,
you have done it again. I will start. You
just give
want
up
to
Pan-Africanism to
don't start now.
globalism.
Hold on. Calm down.
Sunaja wants to deny the whole world.
Hold on now. Calm down. Yes.
Sunaja Wikipedia.
I've not even
You started your Wikipedia.
I'm just sharing. Go ahead.
I read an article that some Chinese are tracing their origin to Nigeria. This part of maybe Benue or that part of Plateau or
they won't go dig for minerals.
It's somewhere in the north area.
Yes.
Chinese are coming to dig for gold.
Well, can't you see the guy? Can't you see the Hausa guy? It looks that the way his eyes looks and everything. That it looks somewhat Chinese. Go ahead. You read that?
Yes.
I think. Sorry. Sometimes you say people will ask what are the things that probably catches our attention today. So I'll just speak to what is happening I think at the tribunal they're already wrapping up things, and then they've already the tribunal chairman, they've reserved the judgment for, I think, the articles case, and then maybe Obi's case too. And then it was reported that Obi's handphones were stolen at the tribunal. And then, of course, I just want to make this clear to Nigerians. They're already screening the ministers. And then I believe everyone on this platform, they come from a certain state in Nigeria or part of Nigeria. Have you taken time to look at the performance or the performances of your state's representative, who is probably going to be the minister representing your state? How are they performing, or how have they performed? What are the expectations? Because going forward, we can't really be looking up to the federal government to solve all the problems. The problem of Nigeria now, we need to look inwards. We need to look at to the sub-national, of Nigeria's political space. I mean, the governors, basically, and those who are coming to represent those states at the legislative level and executive. So, have you taken time to look at the performances of all these?
Can I point on these?
Folks? Yeah.
You said we should not look up to the federal government, but for that to happen, what happened in the power sector, for instance, where the responsibility to generate and dispute was moved to the states, that has to happen in all sectors. So if you want us to ignore Abuja, then give the states more responsibility. That means the laws, the constitution has to change in terms of natural resources, resource control, power, like controls for local government councils. Those has to come into play. So I don't think so. What steps can it take to actually make those changes? That has to be on the table.
What I'm actually saying, of course, everything still fall back, of course, to the
because they are ministers. They're still going to listen to what is going on
to the executive. I mean, to the
so
president.
So therefore, if you want people to focus on their states, then power has to move to the states. Literally,
but you understand what I'm saying by what I'm trying to say by proxy, so to say, is that
for each sector, right? I get you.
Now that things are getting settled, at least we need to beam searchlight on for instance, in my own states of Osun and Odo, and looking at what are those governors actually doing on ground. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the senators will send to the Senate and the House of Rep members.
Okay, but be honest with me. Be honest with me. Do you feel like TINUBU? Are you disappointed in this pick so far? Because I feel we could have done better. But do you feel like
in what?
I mean, the quality of the picks.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think I've taken time to speak.
I mean, I know it has to. There's the reality, and that's wishful thinking. I get that. The reality is that you must reward people that help you get there. Mm-hmm. But people like there was this guy I was even watching 2 days. Was it today? That had 2 credits.
Oh, that's from Kano State.
How did that happen? Didn't you?
Beyond that, let me just explain something. Beyond that, I mean, the first day the list came out, I came to speak my mind. Of course, I basically, bifurcated into probably 3 different sectors. The ones you would call probably referred to as technocrats, the subject matter experts in certain areas of their professional endeavors, and then those who you will recall probably politicians, and then political patronage by virtue of a reward, and then those you could probably call loyalty, friendship, and then statement that they've been with him for a long time. Of course, I've taken time to maybe here and there see a couple of them. Of course, the usual bow and go still subsists to some certain extent to ex-parliamentarians, so to say, and then I think they've extended it to Wike yesterday and Badaro, 2 governors, and then but Wale Edun was fantastic today.
Of course.
So I'm just going to be speaking to those ones that let me start with the female. They've been clamoring to be a part of the national government, 35% affirmative or thereabout. Now, in the first list, they have 25% as a swoop, which is a very significant number for them. But I'm being quite disappointed in the ladies. None of them has actually sparked, my fantasy.
Thank you very much for saying that, because when I say I'm liberated sex, I'm like, I'm not impressed.
No.
I'm sorry.
There was a lady who came here I mean, I wasn't expecting anything, let me say spectacular from the ladies, but there are two of them that I was looking out for. Better Edu, the young lady from Cross River State, the incumbent national woman leader for APC.
Yeah.
I mean, you know she's smart, she's brilliant, at least for her age, but you will still see the gap and the that she
needs more seasoning. She needs more experience.
I think from what I've seen, most of them haven't come across very well. To run a state like Nigeria, I feel like those people, when they handle the state, the same outcome that we are seeing now, not much is going to change, except the top really ensures that.
I completely disagree with you. Let me say this: when you look at Wale Adeyemo, who is the secretary of the Secretary of Treasury, right? This so to say, the junior Secretary of Treasury in the US. He's been if you look at his trajectory over the years, they've been trying to mentor him, and then what he's doing right now under Yellen, the substantive defense secretary, is basically going through a certain tutelage.
When you say Yellen, are you referring to an American Yellen or someone in Nigeria?
No, Yellen, the Secretary of Treasury in the US. So I'm just trying to open a space for you, like Better I Do now. She's a young lady. She's smart, but I would be very. I think if there is going to be a Minister of State, right? I don't know if TINUBU is going to continue with that.
She should be like maybe a junior minister, but not.
Yeah, if there is a Minister of State, I wouldn't be surprised if you see all the women as Minister of State. The one I was actually looking forward to, the two of them, this Edu and Hannatu Musawa.
Yes, Musawa.
Yeah, Musawa, she made a big fool of herself today. I was really surprised because instead of you actually focusing on the pitch moment that you had to sell yourself, you were talking about you were as in it was so embarrassing that she had to be talking about her heritage, her dad.
Yeah. Life is good. Do you know what I was expecting? That the people like remember Chimamanda Adichie when she
good as right?
God bless you.
When she speaks, like this one is a quality. This she gets it. She's a woman, but she's goddamn, she's smart.
But what I see in this, what I will see in the cabinet, right?
Pancake nominees.
Yeah, what I will see in the cabinet eventually, as it unfolds, is you will see some let me say some big personalities in the cabinet who will guide the ones that I believe most of those young ones, they really want to mentor them, and I will see probably a lot of them as Minister of State. And the economic team is really what I'm looking forward to. If the economic team, when it is
but none of them have portfolio. How do you even know how they're going to?
You can tell those who.
I think you are doing a lot of bloviating here, where you say things that you don't necessarily understand.
I can tell you for a fact.
No, but you've been talking now. You've been talking. Let some other person talk. See.
Okay, let me quiet.
Let the man.
But somebody has to reply now. You can't just be having him just say stuff that people disagree with.
I've not been here less than 5 minutes. Just less than 5 minutes.
But other people are also allowed to say now. But BT is allowed.
Has there anybody? Has anybody indicated to talk? Has anybody want to talk that will be allowed?
BT has been talking now. BT has been talking.
Is there any other person that wanted to talk? People have been listening now.
Exactly.
So let him continue.
I also want to say something now. So I should not say something because he's talking.
Go ahead and say it.
You are the moderator now. You are supposed to. I will leave the platform.
I'm allowed to talk, man. Just stop going on about me. Even one man has his time to reply to what you are saying.
And I appreciate your time.
Wow. So, bro, life is good, man. Good to sleep, man. Come on, man.
The idea is that I don't know where it came from. He came from nowhere and started his own topic and wants to talk throughout the entire topic. He doesn't want some other person to say anything about it.
Okay, forefathers.
That's not proper now, is it?
Okay, let's go back to the Nigerian Chinese people. That's what you want.
No, I just wanted to respond to what he said, and I don't know how somebody can just come say one thing, don't let people to respond and walk out. It doesn't seem polite, does it? It really doesn't seem polite.
So like we kind of used Enigmatic come on board and giving us like 10-15 minutes kind of lecture, and we all listen. Really, he got.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's what he does.
You don't know. It's okay. You don't know.
I didn't know that's his way of this. Just then why is BT just let him finish talking and he goes?
No, because I actually enjoyed talking to him.
And then he's enjoying when you are reassuring, saying, following what he's saying. But when you want to disagree, he doesn't like it.
No, that's not true. I disagree with him sometimes, and
but not now.
I'm not always into. Yeah, if it makes sense, it makes sense. Okay, but let's go back to your blackness people. Your black.
Okay, who is saying? Okay, somebody said they found out that because my concern is that maybe this is the other way around. Some people are saying they may have come from Nigeria, but what if the Chinese people visited Nigeria some time ago and some people mixed with them?
But to Nigeria, let me ask you this question. What do you stand to achieve by all this link that you are? What does it equal to?
Hold on now. There's a soft power component now. When you have in this life, there is hard power and there is soft power. And when you have something that makes you seem like you are important and you are special, the links you create. If you are the source of a people, there's no way they will. It's like
so you have the source. You have the people that actually emanated from you. They are better than you. So,
they tend to look up to you. They tend to look up to you.
It's very simple. Let's now say somehow we find this link between Chinese and Nigeria. Who do you think will benefit more from that relationship? This new link is going to
Nigeria.
Not you. No way.
You're already benefiting from us. I think we'll benefit more from it, if you ask me.
They will come back home now. They will come back home to come.
They're not coming back home. They will welcome us back to China.
Return. They will come back to Nigeria where they came from. Come on, man.
But you were already buying into it. I'm not fully signed up, but they did show a lot of words that are very similar. It's quite scary. And if this is the case, Nigeria seems to have a lot of things going on that we've not even started scratching at all. There's a lot of cultures that emanated from Nigeria, different groups. I just found out the other day. That's why I'm getting fascinated by all this. That's how I now know that you Igbo and Edo are all linked. Pardon?
They're from us. Okay. What about this? Do you buy into the Hebrew thing as well? Are we also partly Jewish?
No, there's no evidence for that. There has to be solid evidence now. This one is... Okay. No, this one, if you look at how the guy is speaking, he sounded Chinese. For me, I was like, that's unreal. That he sounds Nigerian, but still he sounded almost like Hausa, but still sounds Chinese. I've never heard any group.
It doesn't sound that is not Hausa. It doesn't sound Hausa at all. It sounds like a Fulfulde, the Fulani language. Fulfulde.
Okay.
It's like Egba. I'm just kidding.
So I found out that Edo, the Igbo and Yoruba, they have one family, language family, the Volta language family. It turns out that the oldest language in Nigeria is the Ijaw language. I didn't know that too. So there's a lot of things.
All these things that you claim you know, are they facts or all those things that you just read on Wikipedia that you're just bringing to the platform?
See, Wikipedia has sources. See, they are facts actually.
Wikipedia is not a reliable source of information. I hope you know that.
Let me get this straight. What university on earth do you go to write a paper and you can
quote? You now quote Wikipedia.
It's not only Wikipedia. It's so many this and they have what they call. They study linguistics. Linguistics is one of those things you can study.
Listen, show me. It has to be reviewed articles, scholarly journals. For me to even
Oh yes, yes, definitely.
So you can't go to Wikipedia and no, I'm sorry.
Not on the Chinese one, but on the Ijaw one and the other language in the Niger Congo language family. Yes, they have a tree, a kind of they draw a
So
tree.
Nigeria, I hope you know that you can go and drop your rubbish on the Wikipedia and people will read it.
Simba, that's the problem now. You think I've not tried? Nobody believes in me. So I will claim father of all nations. Nobody believes in me. So it has to come from academics. So this one is a thorough job, and they did a lot of research, and the person drew the tree, and even on the map of Africa, they classified all the. I can share the information. I find it very fascinating because you start seeing how we are all connected, and you also start seeing why people can speak a language. It doesn't mean they are genetically those people. So you might speak a language. It doesn't mean you are like the Hausa people now. That's not their original language. They went to the Eastern Africa and got the language from there, came back, migrated back, joined the others, and the language spread there. So the language you are speaking is not their original language. So you can't tell just by looking at them. You just think, oh, they are Afro-Asiatic. But in reality, the language you are speaking is not their language. It's the language that we went.
But I hope you know that language evolve over time.
Yes, evolve, but this Chinese one is still stuck though. This Chinese one, and I've always said the Japanese, their language, the way they speak seems weird, and the words they use seems to be linked to Nigeria.
How do you know it's stuck? How do you know the language stuck with the? You don't have evidence to prove.
No, because look at the way it sounds now. It sounds Chinese. I've never seen any people sound Chinese before, and it's in Nigeria sounding Chinese. That's weird, And for me, I find that quite fascinating that it's true. And if you look at the words that they use, the similarity between their own meaning and that of the Chinese is just remarkable. So many of them, over 100 different words that this person that did this video analyzed.
But we don't. This is a very good topic to discuss. But Nigerians, we don't pour lots of funding into researching all those things, like historical, facts about our real history, artifact stuff. Like we don't really research that much. I mean, some universities done that. I know UI does some kind of linguistics, and but not enough funding goes into that area. So until we can tell our own stories and do our own research, I cannot really rely on foreign, so-called foreign experts to deduce or to analyze these things. I will listen, but I will not. It will not be. I will not really buy into it per se, because
you don't have to listen, buy into it. It's just, for me, it's a bit fascinating to see that people are being called out like that, and you look at them a little bit, you start seeing some similarities. Like if you look at these people here, like that one in front there, and even amongst other populations in Nigeria, you can look at them and say, okay, you see some similarities between their looks. That's what makes us so diverse. We have so many features, and when it's weird because you would think that most of all these things would be somewhere else in Africa, but Nigeria specifically, there's something unique about Nigeria. Maybe it's the Three Rivers meeting in Nigeria there that brings all this population to concentrate.
Which Three River? Which Three River?
Let me
Niger now.
Let me help you with the conspiracy. It's the Three River for the Garden of Eden. So
no. Let's not start now. No. The Garden of Eden won't have this much mosquitoes. But point is that the rivers, River Niger, the white sheep we have in our coat of arms or something. That may be the reason, because it's like dead in the middle of the country, and three major rivers come together, and it's very, very fertile too, more fertile than that of the Nile. So you can see where there's a lot of pressure of population there. That's why Nigeria is so populated. The landmass is not very big, but it's more populated than most other, in short, all the other regions in Africa in terms of landmass and everything. And with Nigeria as small as it is, we have about 4 million Nigerians in Cameroon, 5 million connected to Nigeria in the Republic. I don't even know how many is in this Niger Republic. Then if you take into Sudan and just the Nigerians are all over the place there. So it tells you that something is going on here, and whatever is that used to happen before is still happening now. I try to say that to people. People don't get it. That's why Nigerians jackpot a lot. Maybe the jackpot syndrome started a long time ago. You know, these were one of the earliest jackpot people that jackpot all the way to East Asia and founded the Chinese empire and all the rest.
But apart from the language, which other link, even in terms of structure, in terms of what is it called?
Who is that?
It's me or somebody is knocking on my door. Sorry.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But the jackpot thing from that, so your own theory is that they left that place and they went far as Asia. Is that
yes, they went as far from. That's what they are saying, that they went as far as Asia, because even the Asians, the way they call like their Shang empire, it means the black emperor or something like that. That's what they are saying. And the similarities.
Okay, to Niger. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, somebody interrupted me. This thing. What I'm saying is that apart from the language that you are talking about, is there any other similarities that we have? These same people have. You know, the look doesn't. In terms of even the complexion, the look, even the culture and everything are different. I think somebody is just being mischievous or something like that. He's just trying to just make some. But to me, I don't believe in this.
Some people say okay, now and then he used so many words. Look at some of the words, the similarities. That is one of the things that they use. They use more than 100 different words, and the meanings remain the some of them. The meanings actually remain the same. So it's really, really hard. Either for me,
this is Shang and Mandarin. What are the Mandarin?
The Chinese. The Shang is the ones in Nigeria. Imagine their name is Shang in Nigeria. You can't even.
No, it's a tribe.
It's a tribe in Nigeria, in the North area.
In the northwest.
Oh no, not northwest. So I think somewhere north central, just around the Kaduna area, where the Nok culture used to be. That
Kaduna is northwest now. Kaduna is northwest, not north central.
Okay, I guess. Yeah, you're probably right on that one. So, but from the way the guy is narrating it, he's narrating it that the links, due to historical stuff, and what the Chinese also said on the other side, the way they describe their emperors and all the rest, so that maybe that is the clue. My suspicion too is that maybe the Chinese came to Africa some time ago, because I know they got to America. So, and I also know they got to Nigeria area too. So could it be that their own people too came to Nigeria and left, a footprint, but they wouldn't leave their language, would they? I don't know, because the people will still keep speaking their own local language. They won't leave their own language here. So except they left their language, and these are the people. But that is not what these people are saying. It looks like this tribe has been here forever. So if they've been here forever, it means that somewhere along the line they traveled. Some of them left.
Let me tell you one thing. Because this thing that is just speaking some things, and let me even they know in Yoruba we have what they call the borrowed languages, and I think it to be peculiar to some other languages also. Like in Yoruba, you say if you hear albarika is not native to Yoruba. It's actually an Arabic word that Hausa people borrow, and the change is the Arab people call it baraka. The Hausa people borrowed it, they change it to albarika. The Yoruba people also borrowed it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So in Yoruba now, that it means blessing. You understand? And Yoruba, actually now we use more albarika even more than our own native language. So, and we can have thousands of those borrowed languages in each of the languages that we have in the world. So if somebody picks such things and now is not linking those ones, say, okay, because you have this, you share this common thing, then that means your origin is from so. I don't think we can just take that one to be true.
I agree with you. You can't make conjectures like that. But I think this video is worth taking time to look into it, because there appears to be something to it. because this guy went into details too much, and I don't know whether for me, if you establish that this Shang group in Nigeria have always been here, then clearly they are the ones. They are aligned one way or the other. Maybe it's not their direct blood, but their language somehow left here and went to China, because it's too similar to be coincidence. And there is even some languages in the Japanese, you know, the way they pronounce it, that you can see some words that seem very similar to Yoruba words, and some words that seem similar to that of the Edo within those languages.
You know, for fathers, I'm going to do this, that some of them jackpot, because like the word Japan or Japan.
Oh God, you can't make it up.
I'm with you. I'm telling you.
Japan. Yeah, all they need is to put the L at the end. Is Japan. We are all Japan anyway. Maybe that's what has been going on. See, Nigerians have been
you know, the word Japa, I don't know where it came from, but when it's even now, I don't. People migrate a lot before. I can say before than even now. Now the only thing that make people to move, maybe because of work, but before people move a lot because of business and so many other things. They migrate a lot. Even our existence, where we locate, where we find ourselves today, every tribe, we are not originated from where we find ourselves today. We move from one place to other. But people search for food, search for conducive environment, and so it makes people to move around.
Simba, that's the reason why they say people are not the land necessarily. That's why you say like the Jewish people, they've led that country for over 400 years, but they will still come back as a people, even though the land is where they claim that they own. The nation is not about land necessarily all the time. It's about
the people, isn't it? Yeah.
People move all the time. So like the Yoruba now, Ife, it's not the original Ife. That's the third version of it. So Ife Keta, that's the way. The original Ife pretty much borders old Benin Republic. So the current Benin Republic would be where we have the original source land. But they've moved it 3 times. So no, that would be the third time.
So it appears that the Yoruba and the other languages that, like the Volta languages, they came from another common language. Then
you know the Volta that you are talking about is actually in Ghana.
Look at these people now. They are Chinese. So look at their hair. Do you see anything that looks like the normal Chinese that you see there today? These are like holding quite a while ago, and most of these type of people are gone now. And that's something that I need to remind Africans of. Sorry, Mike.
You are talking about human evolution, eh?
No, not evolution. Just procreation and mixing. When you are mixing, it takes. When I was doing that math the other day, I said it takes just 10 generations. If you don't control the genetic flow, you could disappear completely. 200 years, that's 10 generations. It doesn't take that long. For somebody like this can look from like this and turn to the normal Chinese that you see today.
Abati, what did
you will not see it again.
They look black, sir.
But
maybe because of the nature of maybe because of the picture.
Yeah, the coloring of the picture, but the hair is the one that gives something away, because the current ones there don't have that type of hair.
Okay.
I don't know what they think these people look like. Does it look like Mike or something? I don't know.
You want to get that Mike?
You just want to be Chinese by force. You want to trace your ancestry to China by force.
Mike, do you know what's funny? I said if we are to agree to this, let's just say we agree to this, they will benefit more than we do now. It benefits Chinese more if we buy into this.
They will just come and take all our minerals now.
They will say that
they know what to do.
People like Nigeria, they will say, we are brothers. You can take it.
Mike,
they bury to forget about it. That you don't do that.
They will do year of return now. Like they return.
Come on, do year of return.
God forbid.
Yeah, return here. Come on now.
If they do year of return, like they will take over Nigeria now with that population of.
Maybe that's how the Europeans even got us there. They came and said, we once one people.
You know, all these Calabar people and their language, Ikot Inyang. Now I'm beginning to see how it could be possible
Like, I never
Calabar
thought
are
about it
Chinese
from
now.
that point of view. No. So there are some languages in Nigeria that actually sound weirdly like Chinese. I've
And
never really thought about it like that.
those of Calabar,
Yeah, it got Inyang.
it sounds more like Chinese. You know, the tonation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. Even if you look at the names from those people from Plateau or Benue, you see or Tom, all those kind of, where are those names come from? Are those names even do they even sound African?
Look at the Chinese.
All the Plateau, all the Lantan, Shengan. Like Shengan.
Like
okay.
You know, some
guys,
kind of Chinese name.
If you have time, one of the oldest languages that ever discovered in the history of mankind actually is from Nigeria. It's called Nsibidi. That's from
I've heard about that.
They even, so if you watch Black Panther, the whole thing that they were using on the wall is all Nsibidi. That's why they got that from.
That was nice. That was a
no.
nice
I'm telling you. Trust me. They borrowed that in the design for the throne. You see so I had to go through, look at CBD.
You see the migration. You see the Jackpa route that they took. They were around here and they jackpot all the way to Nigeria, and then some of them jackpot the other way. And if you look at the map of our genetic journey, this around this area is where our own E1B1A came from, and then most of us.
I believe not that rubbish. Or that B1.
Oh God, no,
I don't. To Niger. If you let's say for example, if you believe because the belief is that the South American broke away from Africa, and if you look at the shape of the South America and look at it fit in. Now, but do we really have anything in common with those people if that story is actually true? The answer is no. Because if they actually broke away from Africa, then they should be black.
No, they can change. People acquire new features over time, especially if they are mixing with other people.
So, okay. So where are we going with this? Okay, what is this one? Oh, they have okay. What is the size of that local government? What is the population of that Shanga local
I think from what I got, the Shang one is around 300,000, and then when you expand out, there are others that speak similar language. I think they call it the Hiam language. I don't even know, HYAM kind of language. It's almost like Ham. They have different groups amongst them, so they could number a little bit higher. I think somewhere Kaduna, Plateau area, those areas.
They don't speak Hausa there.
Oh, there are so many parts of Kaduna that is not. They might speak Hausa, but they have their own local languages, and their kings are not necessarily emirs. They are like traditional kings. I thought all of them were emirs in the north, but they are like traditional kings.
But we call all of them Hausa Fulani.
For me, my suspicion is that Chinese people came to Africa, and then I know they traveled to America before even Columbus. So maybe they came to Africa, they left some of their people here, and they mixed up and kept some of the languages possible. So that could be another explanation. But look at them now. These people that did this research strongly believe that these people are the ones that seeded China instead, not the other way around. They are the ones that seeded China, and with their own way of life. We're not always the pathetic race that we used to be. If you might find it hard to believe. Let's see. The words are there's a link. I'm convinced of that. The question is whether it's the other way around or was it from here we jackpot over there. That's the key. If it's from Nigeria, oh my God, that's quite big, isn't it? Nigeria has quite a lot of groups coming from this country. You African Americans.
If we believe that the Chinese originated from these Shang people, and they are minority as small as they are, and then the people that are actually emanated from them, they are now in billions. How did they do it?
Procreation now.
You're saying Chinese they mate quicker than we do. I don't believe that.
No. Their size increase. Our size was decreasing
while their own size was increasing in the last century.
How? Why did you say?
Because of colonization and all the nonsense we went through.
How many? So it's only in Sham people that they
colonization has
colonize.
started like less than that colonization you guys keep talking about.
It's up to 200 years now.
No, it wasn't up to 200 years.
We sold how many million of our people? That's grown people sold them, and they went and
even combined, even where they took them to in the Caribbean. How many are they?
No. Look, let's summarize it. There are at least 300 million in the Americas right now. So if you put that number like that, then you take into account the ones that died in transit and the one that didn't make it to procreate.
But you are making it to look as if they emanated from the whole of Africa. We are talking about these few Sham people that you are trying to link them to. What is their population? And you are saying that it's crazy.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. But we are talking about 300 years here or 400 years between African and the slaves that went to Africa and the Americas. But the Sham people, we are talking about thousands of years. So if you are talking about thousands of years, yes, they can grow to this population that you are seeing now. It's very possible. From 50, you can get what you see now. Yeah,
sometimes I find it difficult to believe that humanity has been around for that long, to be honest. Like, if you think about it, even like when they talk about our population in the 50s, they'll say we're only like 50 million, something like that, And then today we are like 200 million.
Yeah.
And then when I'm like, okay, so how many were we like 1,000 years ago? I mean,
but Mike, back then people lived longer. Number one, but they were plagued with diseases. Like plagues would just come, wipe people
epidemics that can wipe millions away at the time.
Like those, so even though they were
like plague that happened in Europe.
Yeah, when they had the black, what do you call it?
Even smallpox.
And the other aspect,
even that time they used to experience a lot of diseases and famine, because of hunger and diseases killed millions of people.
My own grandfather told us that there were like about 18 of them. It was the only one that survived.
Mm-hmm.
See, we don't.
No, I know a woman that had 24 deliveries, and only 3 of them were surviving. 54 deliveries, and only 3 survived.
So
3.
Wow, that's barely 100 plus years ago. That so
imagine. Yes. Even the grandchildren are dying now.
So imagine 300 to 400, 500 years ago. So, but what happened is that the people that survived, they were stronger. It was pretty much what we are doing right now is that people ordinarily. COVID should have killed a lot of people, but we're preventing that from happening. What happens is that the weakest amongst you still survive, and they're going to have kids. So as we evolve further, we're going to keep having weaker and weaker species. Like, that's just the reality. Normally, you let not kill the weakest amongst you, the strongest survive. That's the way it works normally. But the more we create vaccines and all those things, the weakest ones amongst you will still stay around. But the issue that
what you guys ever ask this question, Sam? What's the purpose of existence to real long? When people will be born and people will die. I mean, you ever ask that question? Like,
Mike has gone philosophical on us now.
No. I mean, like, to be honest, like, sometimes I wonder, like, people born and they go die. I mean, like, what's the point of being born and you go die? Like, I just wonder the purpose of existence. And then all you do in your life is just how to hit and survive. You understand now?
It looks like they are calling egusi soup. They are still calling it egusi all this time.
But that is melon. But life itself, the journey itself is life. Once you achieve what you achieve, that you look back, that's just life itself. It's the journey. It's not the destination. Life itself. But
BT. Yeah. You said that people that live before this, they live longer. The survivors, the few ones that survive. What do you think was responsible for that? That people are now the lifespan is now getting shorter and shorter.
Not number one.
Even with the technology that we have these days.
Number one, because people only focus on diet. There's more to living than diet. The water, the environment that they grew up in was more safer. You didn't have all these industries.
Yeah, we're more around trees, back then.
You didn't have pollution of water, the air. You didn't have all that. They ate more organic fruits. It was more. So even though it was
natural, everything is natural.
Organic food source, and the environment was even healthier. So if you survived with all the diseases, that means you are really genetically strong. Compare yourself to your grandparents.
And your immunity will be stronger.
Even you compare yourself to your grandparents, they were stronger than you. If you remember.
Exactly. I agree with you.
But now it's like, because now we are delaying the inevitable. We have vaccines now that the weaker ones with sickle cells normally should have died off, but we still keep them around, but they're going to have babies. Guess what happens? They create weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker kids. That's just the reality. So
I'm not sure. Okay,
so the people that would have died naturally, or the nature will have make them extinct, they are still surviving today.
Yes, but guess
what? Let me put a funny one. Let me put a funny one, please.
Yeah.
We breathe in oxygen. Am I correct?
Yes.
And then the plant taking carbon dioxide and bring out oxygen. Where are the plants around us now?
They are getting fewer and fewer.
So we don't take enough oxygen.
So we have less of oxygen than carbon dioxide.
Yeah.
More of oxygen.
So those days,
more carbon dioxide.
Our forefathers, where they live, there are a lot of trees, a lot of, but now where I am today, I don't even, before I will go to where there is tree now, I don't even know how many miles.
What I'm even looking at, I don't think this planet can even, maybe unless we discover another planet that can take us. The resources on this planet it will not, at a time will come that it will not be enough for the survival of the people on this planet.
Yeah,
and that's going to be a catastrophe.
40, 50 years and go.
Yeah. Because I remember even when I was growing up in the village, all these things that people struggle to get these days, we get them for free. All these fruits, pineapple, orange, guava, we get them for free. Nobody will even say, nobody will buy all those things. We get them, we just go into the bush. Those days, yes, you get, yes. But now,
after my mom goes to the market, she will buy pineapple. You see the peel. When she peeled the pineapple, she's going to share to all of us the fruit inside. First of all, we will carry that the peel. We will begin to scrape it with our teeth. You see all those things. These are medicine.
Yes, because even some people say that you can boil those the bark of the pineapple. If you boil it, it's medicinal. You understand?
Yeah,
we do, but with modernization, but we throw all those things away these days.
Yeah, before she will give you your share, those ones that she already peeled, we'll just struggle for it. Then we'll begin to scrape the inside with our teeth. Scrape it. All those things they function in our system.
So Simba, also in medicine, if your first degree relative has breast cancer, as a woman, you're likely going to have breast cancer one generation down the road.
Exactly. Yes. But
historically, before, so they just died off and there's no move on. But now we save we save you with medication. Guess what? You're alive, but you're going to have kids that's going to have again. It's going to have the same disease over and over and over and over again. So that's what we are doing. We're just delaying. That is the reason why the cost of healthcare keeps rising. Because we keep expanding and expanding, but they are weak.
And then exactly, and a lot of people that are not even contributing anything to the system survive.
Right.
And they just be consuming. They are not productive.
So sickle cell disease, thalassemia, you're going to keep having all those kids.
That's sickle cell, man. They need to start. Like, some people are so stupid, man. They know that when you are like AA or ASS, sorry, when you are AS. And you marry, you start making baby with someone that's another AS, you give birth to sickle cell. And then they keep telling people, like, know your blood type, whatever they call it, before you marry someone or make baby with someone, but
You know,
people don't care. Even Nigeria, they will advise some people, they still don't care.
Nigeria,
They
they
say
don't
they're
even
in
do
love.
all this medical.
Can I ask a question? Can somebody guess what the number is for how many people it takes? Like for you now, let's say Mike. I don't know whether Mike was actually born by a woman, but let's say Simba. So let's say we go back 20 generations behind. How many people it takes to create one Simba today? Do you know? 20 generations.
It will take millions, so it will take millions, so believe me.
Yep, it took about 2,97,152. 2 million people just 400 years ago. It took to get to one person. That is quite remarkable when you think about it.
I don't
And
know what
that's
you're
just
talking
400
about.
years.
How'd you come with that number?
Because you go back every generation, you see what I mean.
So you start from the first two, right?
Yeah, the first two, and it takes 4 to
400
create the
years
other
ago.
two. Yes, it takes 4 to create the other two that created the other two. We keep going back, you find that it's millions of people. Except there are some people that marry their sisters and brothers. It's possible.
But you said Mike is out of the question now.
Mike. Mike is exotic.
Mike is a clone. It's not from human. It's not from a woman.
I'm just picking on Mike today. I just feel like picking on Mike.
Can I clarify something?
No, so tonight is Mike's turn, not me. You spare me today.
I want to clarify something about with Omane in the comment section. Yes, people live longer, but I'm saying that back in the days, people lived healthier. But now you are 85, 90 years old, you are on 20 medications, you have a colostomy bag, you have a Foley bag. That is not really healthy living. You can't even say that's not really living.
No, don't even. People live longer before than now. I don't know what he means by people.
He's saying
people, you can say people survive. People know is survivor now. More people survive now than before. But if you are looking at the duration that the survivors stays on the earth, then it's longer. They stay longer.
We mean the ones that survived live longer. So
that's exactly.
Even now, people like 80 years old, do you know how many meds they're taking all the time? How many surgeries they've had to even stay that way? That's not quality life now. You're in a nursing home somewhere. That's not quality life.
Like all these people that are working, all these people who don't go to school in this Western world are working in factories. And they have to work for decades in that same factory. I always feel sorry for those people, man. Hey, when you first come Yankee now, you have to do this kind of job, right? But luckily, some of us, we have sense, we have ambition. Like, when you first come to America, you go work in those factories. But say money is not temporary, this kind of hard labor. So you go school, go do degree, go learn business, learn something new, advance. But then you find out some people, they are working in that factory, and they never they don't plan to leave that factory. They keep doing that hard job all their life. I'm like, which kind of life? But someone have to do the job, Sha. So sometimes I just look at them and say, man,
Mike, can I interject, please?
Right.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This topic is quite interesting, and I just see the headline that Africa colonized or whatever about China. Just put there. I learned something in China that they told me that if you continue to walk, go outside there and use your hand to work, you live a longer life. And if you continue to eat more of vegetables and lesser of meat and the rest, because I discovered something in China. Those people there, the Asian people, are very workaholic, and they put in averagely they put in more than 10 hours of work every day. So compared to Nigerian that they put in like 5 or 6 hours, and we eat a lot of
even that 5 gone or
when you say a typical Chinese meal, they always have vegetables. They always have they like to eat vegetables.
Can you Remy, can you see what somebody is posting on the You can see that's part of ourselves, that because the pastors are praying for us, that's why you are living longer these days.
Nonsense.
In the comment section. You can see the mentality.
From that angle, and when you go to most of their park, you will see the average Chinese that is out at 70 or 75 or 80 pricing. They call it Tai Chi. Tai Chi is a kind of kung fu practice, like a stylish kung fu practice. So they like to practice it in the park, and their younger generation, because it's all the same evolution. I mean, it's something that's happening all over the world. Their younger generation too, they don't want to also practice this Tai Chi because it's outdated, and they like to play with their phone and the rest. But the problem they're having is that their younger generation now gets a lot of disease or sickness easily, but their older generation, they are quite strong, and they still continue to live. We cannot believe that their lifespan is about 88 for women, and men is 86. So averagely, they die by 80. So,
but Remy, that is not peculiar to the Chinese alone. Even our forefathers, they work very hard.
Yeah, but
they can trek. I remember even right there back in the village, some people can trek 10 kilometers to farm and come back every day. They would trek like that, and they will still work on the farm. They will come back from their farm in the evening.
Justify to.
I think the sedentary life, the kind of the sedentary life that we live, also contributing to our morbidity.
Do you know what surprised me in that country? I see the Chinese digging the ground using the primitive method like we use in Nigeria, using that, what do you call that thing? That sharp spade to dig the ground. When you want
digger, we call it digger now.
They do like that a lot. In China, especially in their town and villages. Maybe you seldom see it frequently in the city, but when you go to their town and villages, you see these people, you will appreciate like they maintain the kind of traditional lifestyle in their town and villages, where they still use the wood for cooking, the charcoal. They have everything, but they still prefer to use that one. And they still eat. In fact, I think, to be frank, I think you guys are totally right, because when you see Chinese lifestyle, what they do most times is that once they have a small yard, even in their apartment, they will plant tomatoes, they will plant pepper. So they eat from all this, they will plant vegetables. So that is when you see Chinese go to Africa with a small land, immediately they started cultivating. They eat what they plant, not what they will go and buy in the market. They follow the traditional way of our great-grandfathers, planting something in your yard. So why do you have to spend money to buy like tomatoes, like pepper, like small vegetable, different kind of vegetable, plant it in their yard? Some plant it in their living room. It's a sort of joy to see their plant, and they will pluck it and eat it, and they will continue to do this. A lot of them, thousands of millions of them always do like this. So I wonder, why did they do like that? Now I can see that maybe they also copied this from their great-grandfathers. And you are right, some of the Chinese language sounds a little similar like Yoruba language sometimes. So, and if we follow the evolution that God created this world in his own image, that means God is a black man.
So why are you watching white Jesus? Why is Jesus a white man?
No, I don't want us to go into that length. But if we follow the world.
Mike, don't mind that. We black, especially, we deceive ourselves a lot. We say the origin of man is in Africa, and everything bad is in Africa. The people that originated from us, they are better than us. So you are saying that your progenitor is better than the.
Let me tell you something that will shock you. White clothes in Nigeria or the rest of the world is a good cloth. That means it's not evil. It's good, right? So in China, white is evil.
White is evil.
White, if you wear white, they consider it as evil, not very good. So they prefer you wear red or black. So you can see. But in Nigeria,
because they are wiser. We see ourselves as being inferior. And anything about ourselves, we portray it. When you see devil, it's black. When you see death, angel of death, is black. Everything is black.
So for them,
most of the Chinese film I watch is always white now, even Bruce Lee.
What did you say?
Yes, now
Well, the Europeans themselves, they are not white now. We call them white
So what
people. Are
I'm
they
trying
white?
to
Is
say
there?
is that in their traditional way, they consider the white color to be evil, while red and black is preferable more than white. That's what I'm trying to say. So if Bruce Lee, which is just a kung fu something, wear a white top or something like that, I'm trying to say in tradition, maybe they want to do a burial ceremony or they want to do an occasion for like a wedding or something like that. You see them wearing red cloth. When they want to celebrate their national day, the Independence Day, the end of the year, their lunar calendar, they will wear red. And they will wear red to the extent that their underwear, they also must wear red because they thought it brings you good luck. If you wear white, it will bring you bad luck. And in China, the number 4 is also a taboo. So when you go to their apartment, you will be surprised that you cannot see number 4. For example, if you take an elevator, then they will skip number 4 and go to number 5. So you can see it's a traditional society and they still believe in this mystic or whatever power or something like that. But we in Africa, we thought because of civilization or because of religion, so we neglect all of these things. So you can see what is happening to us because actually all these religions are not religion of our great grandfather. And that is why we are paying for it. Because we cannot just copy other people's lifestyle and religion and I think it's going to work for you. In China, is to say they don't believe in any religion, but majority of them don't believe there is God. But some of them still worship their Buddha, but you can't see them shouting or disturbing your neighbor or something like that. If you want to see the Buddha, sometimes they locate it in the extreme part of the city or very, very far. So when they
Religion doesn't develop a society. Because if you look at it, how many religious society have you seen that develop? None.
Because religion will normally slow you down. That is
No, I
one of the
disagree.
problems.
It can be a tool as part of that. It can be a tool to help develop, but it cannot be the main or the
Yes.
backbone of any.
That's what you are saying, BT.
When
You
you
see,
look at,
most
for
religious
example,
country they don't develop.
so look at, let's just suppose China and India. India have various beliefs that slow them down. That on this day you cannot do this, you cannot wear this clothes. So, but in China they don't allow religion at all. So more than 90% of the population, look at, we are talking about 1.4 billion people, even very close to the total population of Africa. And 90% don't believe in God. They believe in what they can do, hard work.
Where do we even get these 5 days working days that we adopted?
Everything Africa is copied from the European.
But this Saturday, Sunday rest that we are having is alien to us.
Is it not because no, look at it from the Holy Book, from religion that
I think it's Christianity. It's Christianity that we are following. I think it's Christianity.
I'm saying beyond. Listen, Remy, hold on. I'm saying even beyond religion. What happens to the night economy? People wake up in the morning 9 to 5, but in America, people are still working at nighttime. That itself is a whole new economy on it by itself. But you close up too early, you close your factories too early. People should be working nights if on those factories. They will be producing at night as well.
Exactly. In Nigeria now, people maximum 4 or 5. Private sector maybe by 6 o'clock they close. So we waste a lot of time.
Yeah.
The number so to me, we are not being productive at all.
You have more jobs for night shift now.
I think I totally agree with you guys that people you work in the field, you tend to live much longer than working in the office. Because when you stay in the air conditioner room, although your skin will fresh or something like that, but you are also incorporated to some kind of disease you don't know. So you won't be as strong as this our grandfather in the village that live up to 90 years old eating natural food. While we stay in the city, and in the city,
I think they also made one powerful point though that I wanted to add to about us not doing night shifts, because if you look at it in terms of development and evolutionary that's competition, we are losing because they are functioning at a higher rate. Because how can they work at night? We can work at night. This is part of the problem that we don't have security about.
I think the
you can't work at night when you have a country that is insecure.
And you know, we are and in Nigeria, you know, especially in Nigeria, we have longer nights than the day.
Yes.
Forget
The issue with Nigeria are two in that aspect: insecurity and lack of electricity.
Right.
Because,
No, it's not now. It did not start now. Forget about that. It did not start. It's right from time. It did not start now. Forget about this security and electricity. It's our culture.
See, right from time, the other people were not doing nights too, but now they are doing nights. That's the difference.
But you guys, you should remember that a religious society like Nigeria that believes in so much.
But people can go where this insecurity that you are talking about. Nigerians can go for night vigil.
And they can also go for night. They can go for night.
They can go. They can do party at night too. And you are talking about insecurity. They can do party. They can go for night video. And you are saying no. It's just let us leave that. Let us leave that. Don't let us lie against insecurity. And no, it's not. That is not the reason.
Most
with all this insecurity, they still do party, they do all sorts of things at night.
Like it's so dark, no light, but they still go to night vigil.
It's not black and white Simba, but it's not black and white Simba, but it could affect at least 10 to 20% of businesses that wanted to have the option.
Look at the job market potential for night shift, night duties in Nigeria. If that market opens up,
it's a lot. Here in Finland, all the road construction, all the road tiling with bitumen, they are done overnight. They won't disturb you in daytime.
Nigeria, the daytime that the road construction they will disturb economic activity. They close road, make light. Exactly.
7 a.m. You're not bidding road.
And before in the morning, you just surprised everything is tight and it's new and clean. You'll be, oh my God, how did they do it? And in China, they will breed all this thing in their workshop, in their big factory. And then when they want to build a bridge that will take Nigeria about, let's even take Nigeria about 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. These people can do it in 2 weeks.
Do you know how they can bring that in? They need to introduce per hour pay in Nigeria and per time on this per hour.
Yes.
Come in and do 2 hours. Come in and do 10 hours. You know, just at least that we can go to school. And on the side, you can just go and do 192 days.
They need to get rid of the salary culture.
Yes, because if they do power pay, people will work hard. Because this salary people always
you make money based on your work, not because
no, Babachi. One thing you don't realize that government in Nigeria just employ people to give them free money. They just use it. You know, it's not for them to work. Believe me. I was in a federal airport in Ilorin to do some affidavit. I think I went there like 4 times. And when you get to the office, you see like 5 tables in one office. You only see one person. Some of them you see them along the corridor and all those 5 or 4 occasions I went there was no case going up in that court. So that means even for months they might not even have one case. And there are people that are working. You remember what they said about our refinery? How many billions? About 137 billion. That is what they are using to pay all the useless workers that are not doing anything in those refineries every year. 137 billion.
NIFOR stopped producing palm oil for years. There were still workers there.
Okay, NIFOR in Benin.
Yeah, stop producing palm oil for years, and they were still workers there.
You know. Okay, this is reality. Even in America, there are still salaried positions, like managerial that are salaried. I'm saying those workers, staff members, it should be hourly pay. We will pay you overtime if you will stay extra. But all this just going to office and wearing tie and not doing anything, that has to stop. That has to stop. I'm sorry, you cannot just show up. I know in some government offices in my state, people go there to do their own business. They are there for a government job, but they are selling clothes. They are selling at work. It's business. They are getting salary every month, doing nothing.
And they will be the one. Say, are they not the one now protesting, asking for salary increments?
I have a question, man. Why can't the government just close down these irrelevant agencies and just turn everything to the agricultural department and just put everybody to farm and pay their salary while they farm? You know, at least they produce something. You know, if they spend time on the farm, you know.
No. Do you know why, Mike? Do you know why? At the state level, they have quotas. So if you are from, let me give you, let's say you're from for agric now, you must get sent from this local government that will be approved by their KBC from there. Maybe the governor will bring one from his own people. We have all this cultural, so everybody brings their own people to there. So if you are the head of that department, you can't fire the KBC's people now. Why? Fire,
exactly.
So that's the issue. So you have
it's not serious.
You can't fire my own people, but you
government work in Nigeria is just like what Ajale Koko is preaching. It's just like dashing people money. That's the way I see it.
Free. And Ajale Koko will preach it, increase the salary. Give them healthcare, give them increase the salary.
Just free.
Give them free. Give them. What is this? Well, I mean, what are they producing?
Let me even tell you. When at the airport 2 days ago, the immigration officer, he just said, how are you? Where are you going? I just give him my passport. He scanned it. Then the next thing is that, what are you going to give me? I said, for what? For doing what? And the guy became angry as if he was asking me for his rights. And I just look at him and said, what the hell with you? You have come and I don't have any issue you understand? But he was looking at him as if it was his right, and he was angry that I didn't give him money. Why should I give him money?
You may even be threatening yourself.
Simba, in America here, I can land in my hometown 2 o'clock in the morning. I have my car parked by the airport. I just jump in the car, drive home. That's it. You don't need to see anybody. Just pick your luggage, get out of the airport, go to the park and ride, pick your car up, and just go home. Like, just drive home like it's nothing. I don't know why we can't adopt all this. That country sometimes, man. I don't understand.
It is the people. Let me tell you, I travel with one man, maybe he's a politician. Come and see the way this guy was just giving all these airport officials thousands. You just pick out new notes and give it to the airline officials. Were just dashing money like that. So, and that is what they are expecting from everybody. That's what they are expecting. If you want to enter the airport, if your wife want to follow you, they say you have to pay money. It's not as if it was legal that you have to give them bribe before they will allow such a person to enter. So that's why sometimes when we talk about the people also, that we have to blame everybody for the predicament that we have. We see ourselves in that country. But some people will still say that it's only government. So I don't even know what to mean by government. To me, I don't even know what to mean by government.
Do you know what surprised me, Simba? That Lagos Ibadan train. They said it only goes like 2 times a day. I say, wait a minute, you have a train system between 2 major cities, and he only makes 2 or 3 trips in a day. That is crazy to me. That is crazy. You should be going 5 a.m. in the morning. It should be. Oh man, oh boy. I should be able to live in Ibadan, work in Lagos, or the other way around.
The problem is that how many rail lines do we have? It's only one.
The Lagos is trying to build more, but
the Lagos is within Lagos. What I'm saying is there is only one rail line between Lagos and Ibadan. Right. You understand? So there's no way you can have like the one that they have in China, that you can have like 10 lanes that you see them crossing. I mean, no. But you have only one lane.
Now,
I was even surprised that even 2 days ago I saw the team working. I was even asking them. I said, "Which one is it?" They said the one that was going to Ibadan.
That thing they are still paying by cash. There's no automation to pay for that train line.
The people that are benefiting from it will not allow any system to work. That's where the corruption lies now. If you are not collecting cash, how would they embezzle the money?
I think the problem for Africa is just some group of highly intelligent people who should just come together and just draw a plan, and just replan, like, have a plan, like new system, because it's like what you have is just,
Mike, it's not plan. Forget plan. It's execution of that plan. That's the word.
But if you draw the plan, there's no way for you to draw a plan. You have to already know that you can execute it. You understand? You know what I'm saying? You know, like, okay, this is like they just got to study the society, study the people, study the, you know, the land,
Look
study
at what
everything, and
Mike,
think about something where you can do with what you have, what you
Mike,
can do with the people, what you can do with the land, what
look
you
at what
can do with
happened.
what, and
Look at
then
what happened.
just draw a plan.
Sorry, look at what happened in the airline sector where somebody came onto the runway and stole the runway lights. How is that normal for a country? How can you allow your airport to be so poor that somebody can just walk up there and take away runway lights? You don't even
You
have.
sure? Are you sure? Are you sure it's not one of the officials that took it?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But
Yeah, no, that is it now. Let me tell you, we always shout about corruption. Let me tell you, from TINUBU to the downtrodden Nigeria is corrupt. Everybody is corrupt.
hello. Hello.
Yeah, me, I
So
want to.
issue.
Now that you mentioned TINUBU, me, I want to gossip Ajali Koko a bit, because his own is getting out of hand, though. If me, I'm Bola Ahmed, if I listen to Ajali Koko, I would rather leave Nigeria to suffer for another 4 years. Oh. That was what Nnamdi Kanu did to Buhari that time. And Buhari became very annoyed and he left Nigeria to suffer. So you should be careful. Sometimes the way you talk to these people make them annoyed, though.
And you know, people
No,
they
it's
talk
all
based
the
on
thing I
their
noticed about
political.
Ajaluko sound like some of my uncles, my mom. You know, that generation, that's the way they will talk.
But
Like,
Tinubu is not exactly performing spectacularly. What do you
no.
expect?
Besides TINUBU or anything, I'm just saying, like, that generation of Nigerians, when they talk, you never sit down to tell you about solution or strategy or anything.
Mike, let me
It's
shock you.
always complain, lament. It's just this young generation that you see few people that start telling about. If you notice,
Are you so?
yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I used to work under one emeritus professor. So that day we were in the clinic in the teaching hospital, and the man was complaining. And I just looked at the man at the face. I said, "But you are one of the people that spoiled the country." He said, come a minute. I beg your pardon. What do you mean, young man? I said, come. I learned that you married when you were in 200 level, and you got scholarship to go and study medicine in UK. When you were in school, you had free education, free food, free this, free that. When you came back, you became the VC of a university. And I remember that when you were the VC, all those little things that you're supposed to provide for the student, you didn't provide for them. They went to a riot because of lack of electricity. They went to a riot because you didn't provide the water for them. I said they didn't ask for food though, just basic amenities. The guy was just looking at my face and he was stunned. He couldn't even respond.
That's a powerful way to attack people, because clearly he enjoyed all the goodies and now he's in position of power and he's super is kind of watching the country decay under his watch. So the people have to learn how to take responsibility, and I'm happy you spoke to him like that. Because I used to, sorry, let me just say, I used to say that I'm not going to even greet any adult again in Nigeria because of some of the things I've seen in Nigeria, that this will, they let our country become the way.
And when they talk to Nigeria, all they do is complain. None of them will ever show you direction, point to a direction for you. When I'm talking, instead of them you expect that, okay, they will learn from mistakes of their generation, and then they will be talking to we, the young ones, pointing on to a direction. They don't do that. They won't sit down with us and still be complaining. How do you solve a problem like that?
So, Mike, do you know the
because they don't have the clue what the problem is?
Chunaga, for Baba Darling Koko lives in America. America practices representative democracy. He enjoys a lot of things in America. But he still continue to come here and talk about socialist welfare or something like that. And you continue to castigate Nigeria over there. Somebody is making noise.
Go ahead.
And he continued to castigate Nigeria or something like that. So I wonder that when you continue to like everything that these people are doing in Nigeria, you see it in bad light. You never see anything that you think is getting better. You always look at because no matter what you say, Rome was not built in a day. You have to encourage the little things they are doing so that they can do more. Look at people like Wike, Fashola, and the rest. They started. Look at that bridge, the new bridge in Lagos that Fashola built. It totally changed the landscape of Lagos State. You cannot see it on postcard. You cannot see Lagosian putting it on TikTok. See, look at just Lagos. Sometimes I see Lagos is even more beautiful than Helsinki here because Europe is an old city. So our people, we should appreciate what we have, and the world has already gone past socialist welfare system. Even here, they practice representative democracy with more on welfareism, but it has overstretched their hand. They are having trouble because more and more people tend to sit down at home and claim unemployment benefit. Can you believe that some people will stay at home, able-bodied men, 20s, 30s, stay at home for 5, 6, 7 years and telling people that they cannot find a job, and they will continue to collect unemployment support? The irony is that we that are working, from your salary, they remove unemployment support for people that does not have a job.
Yeah.
And people use a lot of ways here to benefit from the system, and it does not. To be frank, if you are a lazy person, if you don't have any kind of ambition, you won't like to work, because the more you work, the more you provide money for people that are sitting at home.
Yeah, I think the economy of the future is beginning to push in that direction, because many things are becoming mechanized and automated. So the people that are going to own the future, by and large, will be the ones that control these technologies. And even in Europe, they are talking about, I think what they call it again, they want to pay people for doing nothing, basically. That they will be paying
They are
them, but
already
they don't have to do
doing it.
anything.
They are doing. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, let me tell you,
But this one is just people generally.
it's just a matter of time, because that policy is making the population unproductive. And after a while, and that's why they recruit the Africans to come and do the work.
To shock
You understand? Let me give you another shock. I passed through Addis Ababa, and before I embark on my own journey, one of my friends he told me that by the time I get to Addis Ababa, that the people that will be predominantly be on the same aircraft with me will be all those poor Africans that are being shipped to Asia to go and do all those menial jobs. And I said, is it every day they do that? He said, okay, I will be shocked. And when I got to Addis Ababa, come and see these poor Ethiopians in their hundreds, in uniform. They have this uniform of recruitment that they sew for them, that all of them are wearing. They are being shipped to the Middle East to go and do those menial jobs. And I was sad throughout. I said, what happened to Africa? You understand?
You should travel through Emirates or Qatar. You will see Nigerians. Their name tag written Nigeria. They are the one working at the airport. They have different kind of uniform, different kind of job they do. That is for Asia. If you come to Europe now, come and see what is going on. They are already taking a lot of people from Africa. We are not saying that now. In the next 10 years, we are going to be complaining of we don't have mechanic, we don't have carpenter, we don't have joiner, we don't have nobody, because these people are not making babies like before. And they need people all over the world. The Europeans, they'll give you 5 years free visa to come and work here that leads to permanent residency.
Let me tell you something. Let me be
even in the so-called America and Canada,
let me be honest with you. You see, this jackpot thing is actually good for Nigeria only if your government knows how to tap into that. It's not bad.
Exactly.
It's not bad. I'm telling you, it's
not bad, man.
Yeah, but we are not tapping into it now.
That is the problem.
We've never done. That's the problem.
You know the ones that are
basically encouraging us to go and serve people and die there.
I won't cry. I did tell you, because those Nigerians don't jackpot since the 80s, 90s. Maybe some of them don't. acquire so much.
They've
acquired so much brain. You understand? Now it's time for you to tap into them and tap into their brain, bring them back. Some of them can just bring their brain back. Especially
Mike,
brain gain. You're supposed to also be trying to acquire brain gain, but they are not doing anything.
Mike, let me tell you, people used to go to India for medical tourism. The people that actually develop the medical tourism in India is not Indian government. They are Indians that went to America. The popular Apollo hospital in India. They have so many of them in their regions. The man that owns Apollo Hospital was actually a cardiothoracic surgeon in America. He left America to go and establish those hospitals in India. And that is what is encouraging medical tourism, and is bringing billions of dollars to America, to Indian economy. And that's what we are trying to say.
I think, Simba, sorry, Mike. I think there are two things that, if it happens, I think a lot of people will go back to Nigeria. First thing is about infrastructure development, especially electricity. And the second thing is that I'm hearing that they are going to sponsor a bill, they call it diaspora representative. And that means everywhere Nigerians reside, we are going to vote for a representative that will be in the National Assembly, also contribute as senators and as reps.
That is long overdue.
If they do that, that will be so good. And if we can improve
please repeat that again. I didn't catch that.
The government is working on a bill that they will sponsor. If it becomes a law, they will have the actual representative from each country. So maybe you guys live in America, they can have representatives like 5 or 6 that you are going to sit among the lawmakers. In maybe you are going to be senators or House of Representatives.
That would be great. Something
that would be great, man.
We are not talking about that. We are not talking about the actual
voting. We are going to grow gray hair before we see that one come to fruition.
Just a representative. You are not voting for the president, but you are choosing representatives from your group in abroad. Depending on how large the country is, they give you 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 or 10. I don't know. So,
do you have any power to vote?
No, they are not talking about just representative.
So you just sit down there.
No, you have power to vote. You will be like a senator or rep.
This is the idea. This is the idea that if they pass any bill, if they pass any bill in that house,
probably a party member also.
But they wouldn't even let a diaspora to vote. Not to mention doing that one.
No, we are not talking about voting now. Just representative, but you have to become a political party member for you to have that representation. So at least that means they are also trying to expand Nigeria abroad. You can join Labour, PDP, or whatever you like, and you guys do your election, shadow election, probably through the Nigerian Commission or Embassy, and then your representative fly back to Abuja.
Imagine passing bills, laws about investments in Nigeria, and you don't factor in your own diasporans. Isn't that madness?
That would be a great thing if they can do it.
Nigerian best assets are in the diasporans, man. Best assets. I'm telling you.
Do you know that now I realize that I've seen so many colored child here. And when I talk to them, sometimes I wonder they will be wearing that chassis number or something like that, and you will see a black guy as their father or their chaperone or guardian with them. I discovered that Nigerians men, they are shooting. They don't shoot all over the world.
When you say shooting, what do you mean shooting?
Babati and Simba know what they mean by shooting. You don't know what is shooting.
I don't know now. You are using too many.
They are shooting. I got to see. In fact, you will see a lot of white women with a colored child and no father. And by the time you know the history, it's also Nigerian. Where is the Nigerian guy? Don't divorce and move on. And these white people, they like colored children because they look beautiful and their skin is quite good, and they love to have them instead of having white kids. So what I'm just trying to tell you is that the total population of Nigerians abroad, if you really factor it, we are taking over the world.
Almost 15 million or 20.
Yes.
We are close to. I'm telling you, the half and half.
We were once here before. I don't want us to get complacent because we were once.
No, I'm not.
We were in a greater position once.
Just by the west side, but don't be surprised in the near future. that when you see your national team, half of them are colored children. It's possible.
You already have the white girl in
I know, but in future you are going to have more as you continue to expand.
Are they? They're about to watch this World Cup with these girls.
Yeah,
This Nigeria will just lock you. Now they are playing England next. England will destroy them.
There is one guy that plays for Crystal Palace in Premiership. His name is Michael Olise. You know what they call when they change the name to? What? They call him Michael Ollis.
Even this guy from Russia, or a very good guy like this. What's his name? Odewingie. He's Afro-Russian.
No, Odewingie. The mother is a Russian.
Yeah, he played for Nigeria it was very good now as a striker for a while. He played for Nigeria.
We have a lot. If you need 3 teams, Nigerians in diaspora. I mean, half Nigerians are playing Premiership. You can form 3 teams. You can form 3 teams.
That boy is Nigerian. I don't even know. Saka, what's his name? In Arsenal.
Bukayo Saka.
He's from. He's
from Para now. He's from Para State.
I didn't know Saka, and they are calling Saka. Okay.
Bukayo Sakani. Even in Crystal Palace, we have two of them in Crystal Palace. This Michael Olise, and then there's one Eze also in Crystal Palace. What about this guy that played for Tottenham Sport before? What's his name? Dele Ali.
Back ahead,
Michael Bolawan and all those. There are so many of them.
What about this guy? Who want to play for German national team? He's half caste. Jimo.
Is he
Musiala? He played for Bayern Munich now.
Wait, this guy.
Musiala, yes, he's in Bayern Munich, yes.
And this other guy played for Man City. He played different. I forgot his name, sir.
Bayern.
Okay, the defender, Akonji.
Alaba.
Akonji. Akonji played for Switzerland now. He played for Switzerland. He played for Switzerland.
What
about Alaba that played for Bayern as now in Real Madrid?
It's a costly error on his part. That Alaba should have played for Nigeria instead of.
Is it Austria? Yeah. Is it Austria or Germany that they play for?
He's playing for Austria. He's playing for Austria.
He was playing for Bayern Munich one time. Like he was playing for Bayern.
He's not in Madrid. He's not in Real Madrid.
No, he has even left.
Your FA is useless now. You don't have a good FA. You can't get all these players now. You must restrict them now.
Cameroon FA, they were telling Mbappe father to come and pay money if they want his son to play for Cameroon. It's Mbappe come and pay money.
Did you hear recently that a club in Saudi Arabia is offering Osimhen €1 million per day? They want to move it to one of the clubs in Saudi Arabia.
It's too young for that.
Simba, where are these Saudi people get all this?
You know how much? Do you know how much they want to buy Mbappe? 236 million.
I know now they are fixated on Osimhen now. If they cannot get Mbappe,
you know how much? You know how much Ronaldo earns per hour? What Ronaldo earns per hour in Saudi Arabia? You cannot earn it if you work for your entire 100 years.
I know, but what I'm talking
about. Ronaldo is earning $200 million per month, so that means $1 million per day.
Yeah.
So
it's also about 1 billion they want to pay, and now it's Osimhen now.
I think Osimhen should just go and take it. He's a black man.
I think it's found this. They are wasting their money because what they are trying to do is trying to grow their league.
China has done that before. Remember when everybody was moving to China? China has done it before now.
Yeah, it won't work. Even America, they tried it. It won't work. Forget it.
You can't grow your league with money.
You can't grow your league with money, man. You can't.
You don't understand the logic behind it. They pay this money to this player, but can this player move most of this money outside Saudi Arabia easily? It's not going to be easy like that.
Why?
But you are not going to move the money like that. Okay, it's my money. I'm moving it to America.
Why can't you move it? Why can't you move it?
I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know.
No, it's easy. It's easy to move. It's easy to move.
When you pay them to their bank account in Europe now.
By the way, what is the tax rate on that money? Is it how much they pay?
No tax.
Wow.
There's no tax in Saudi Arabia.
Oh my God. Yeah, move there. Ultimately move there then. Zero tax.
We don't pay tax. We don't pay tax in Saudi Arabia.
But you have a lot of restrictions in Saudi Arabia, man. You can't do
like what do you mean by restriction? What do you want to do? You want to be drinking beer?
No.
To Nigeria. Want to be drinking your beer? Want to be drinking your beer or be carrying ladies?
When you go out, you don't see any other person. Oh, you see too many men. It's only men you see outside. And,
why do you want to be looking at women? Why do you want to be looking at women?
It's nice to see women around now again.
You have a very bad forget about those things.
You know what's funny? You see the last World Cup, the one in Qatar. You know, they ban alcohol. All the alcoholic fans that went there. They were depressed.
How can you have a global event that is boring? That's a boring World Cup. World Cup is usually very bubbly and exciting and fun.
No, that World Cup, watching it was exciting. It was really probably one of the best World Cup, man.
A woman.
Was it?
Qatar.
No, you don't understand. You don't understand, Baba.
They didn't even fill up the stadium.
They were looking for
empty stadiums now in the World Cup.
When women are around, the environment seems a little bit more. We are used to having women around, but to just go to somewhere only men are. It seems a little bit aggressive.
But to Nigeria, there's one thing.
Sorry, Simba. I just want to ask you this question. Say the truth. Do you want a woman that will dress in a hijab, cover all his feet and face, or you want a woman that will read the clevery, that you can see flesh very well? Which one do you want tonight?
The one that can see her face at least. Eh?
You are lying.
Why would you want the one that wants to be wearing pants? The one that will be on panty alone. That's what you wanted.
No. Simba. The one you want to marry is not the one that's the one you want to marry is not the one. Is the one that cover her. But the one you want to see is the one that's naked now.
Women are not naked in Lagos or Abuja. It's just that
they are. But I won't let. As long as it's not my daughter, my relative. It's not.
Let me even give you tonight. Let me give you an example. There was one woman that I think she was traveling to Manchester with two of her daughters. You will see the way. In fact, was the sleeveless thing and then short knicker that she wore for these two girls. Inside the plane, you come and see the way these children were crying. They were shivering because of cold. And the woman did not even have anything to cover these poor girls. And I was wondering, why did you dress for them like this, for God's sake? Is it in the name of civilization?
Wow.
You understand? We are all lying. When you want to get married now, you look for a decent woman to go and marry. But when you want to play, you will be looking for the naked ones. To Nigeria.
You know what really funny?
Too much judgment. I'm just saying Saudi Arabia is austere. If you go in there, there's not that much fun, is it? It's only guys.
I don't know what you mean by fun. I don't know what you mean by fun. I don't understand.
If you could make one mistake and you get into serious trouble.
Which mistake are you talking about?
I don't know.
They can accuse you if I can accidentally go smack a woman.
You want to commit lookery?
Yeah, exactly. You could go and look and you look in the wrong direction and you go and annoy somebody.
And they will just bear somebody for those mistakes.
They do take it serious.
I don't want to say, but you are brave for traveling to that kind of country. All those Arab, Saudi Arabia, no. Even
all those things that people are saying are not true. We have Americans that are working here and they are making their money. You people should not be fixated.
Mike,
I don't know.
I had a good time in Egypt. You know what I mean? I'm telling you. But I had my tour guide was the one I was, handling business for me. If you know, you know. Forget all this.
I hear that they'll just grab you, cut your hand.
I hear they are quite racist in Egypt too.
No.
They don't like Africans.
It depends on who you. Where you. If you want to go there, let me know. I will hook you up with some.
Let me tell you how racism work. Whenever black don't concentrate for that area, That's when they begin to feel uncomfortable.
They don't like that.
They don't like when our number is growing in one area. Even here in America, whenever where there are white people, if you go there, if you are just few blacks, they're okay. But when our numbers start growing, they begin to feel uncomfortable.
I don't, Mike.
That's when they start to show you racism and all those things.
Do you know what's funny? All my life in America, like I've always lived amongst white people. My first time in Houston, I went to Walmart and I saw black people and I was scared. I don't know what happened. I'm like, what the hell? Because I've never seen all black people in the store before. Even I was scared the way they were dressed and the way they were looking at night. You know, they say night Walmart is very different from day Walmart. Night, I'm like, oh my God, what are all this looking all like?
Yeah, in America, anywhere the white black is concentrated, that place,
oh my God, I'm like,
violence, man.
This is not safe, man.
Violence.
Do you know what happened next? These high school kids, they just grab alcohol drink and they were running.
Yeah, so you always see some kind of crazy thing happen. Whatever.
Stop. I'm like, what kind of Walmart is this? They're like, oh, we are closed at 10 o'clock.
Like, even me gonna run away anywhere there's black. I don't even live around blacks anymore.
I'm like, I can't stay here, man. I can't stay.
So that I will go black American. So that I will go to the black American channel. They go be discussing.
Mike and Babati.
What's wrong with black Americans? They are successful ones too. The ones that are doing well.
Yeah, right.
Mike and Babati, I want to ask you a question. Why is it that the black neighborhood in America, why are they so impoverished, so poor, and so miserable? Is it the government planning for them, or is it their own architect that they make themselves down?
Mike, you want to go first or want me to go first?
Yeah, I think the number one thing I have to say that's keep going them back today is drugs.
Who made it that way? Is it themselves or
see some people? Yes, some people as the conspiracy say their community is targeted. You know, the place just any black community you go, that place is infested with drugs. And when I say drug, hey, even now they don't guess the kind of drug now. If you say, man, this new one they call it, I think they call it kilo, you know, but what you know, that's what they call highs. There's something called crack. It's like cocaine mixed with a mixture with that one they are addicted forever. Once they eat that, take it once.
It's with baking soda. Then you just
baking soda. So you will find those kind of crazy junkies that they are drug addiction. You find them around, So those ones now they are like they have to support their addiction. So they just be stealing because now they can't find a job now. Who wants to hire drug addicts? So drug is number one that destroy their community, and then they segregate themselves from whites and others. So now if you segregate yourself from others, who's going to teach you anything? And among yourself, you don't know too much. So and then their school system within their community is just bad. Like there's it's not functional.
And to add to that, money flow. In white communities or Jewish communities, if you make money, you stay in your community. You don't move. You just build. You add to the economy. So places like in New York now, for instance, now those communities they are so powerful. They won't even allow Walmart to come into their area because they want to protect those small shops for their own people, right? But in those poor communities, once you make money, what do? You leave. So even the people that are supposed to help you build your own community, they just leave once they make money.
But let me tell you how they got there. Let me tell you how they set themselves up. That stupid man, they call Martin Luther King. I know those guys.
That was terrible, man.
The guys got out. They are the one that set them up. Okay, so
I love Malcolm X than the guy.
That
was a real G, man.
So Remy, this is what happened, right? So back in the days, in the olden days, the black and white, they don't live this segregation. They call it Jim Crow law. Whites cannot be living with black, same black and white cannot live in the same neighborhood. They are separate. So now back then, what they had was every black lived together, both the good and the bad. They are living together. So a black police officer, a black doctor, a black lawyer, a black professional,
they had
black criminals.
They had banks, they had stores of their own. Everything.
So and the black criminals, they all live together. So now in the community, the good one can check the bad ones, and then the children of the bad one can look next to him and say a lawyer and look or say, oh, I want to be like this lawyer. He can see somebody good around him. So what happened was they decided that Martin Luther King started fighting for integration. Black and white should be living together, they shouldn't be separated. So the whites now agree that okay, since you guys have been fighting for this right that we have to live together, they're now making it in a way where it's only good blacks that are allowed to move to white neighborhood. So now all the good blacks, the lawyers, doctors, the policemen, the good ones, they all now left black
So
neighborhood.
Mike, sorry, before you go on, you mentioned something now. They said only the good blacks. How do they know good black?
They need say, you don't know. Let me tell you. Wait now. Let me tell you how they do it. When you are even till today,
go ahead. Sorry,
Baba, even till today, when you want rent apartment for white neighborhood, what do? They check, do your background check on you.
Check.
Credit, all those things. Check who you are, your background. America, they check your background, see who you are before they allow you. Now, if you are a non-entity or you are not just jobless or you are someone that's low or has a criminal record, they will reject you. So it's a system. They call it a system. It's systemic way.
Check your income level too.
Your income level, those things, they check it for you to allow you to live around them.
But no, Mike, is it designed against all the black make themselves to be like that? That's the question.
No, now I'm like, if you let me get to where I'm going, you understand? So now you have a situation where the good blacks, these decent human beings, have all left one neighborhood, left the community. So the only people left there are just the killer, the bad ones. You understand? So now, when you have a community where everyone there, all the good people have left, there's only bad people living there. So now a child growing up there, you can't see anybody positive around him.
There's no mentor, nobody to mentor.
No, exactly. You can't see a doctor to say, I want to be like this man.
The bad ones that are the men, they will also continue to mentor themselves.
Exactly. So you have gangsters running the neighborhood, drug dealers running the neighborhood, just dummies. But
we also have white that are bad. So why are they not influencing the other white also?
But because the good white they are around, they live around, they are good whites. So those one we check them. So a white guy
Mike, Simba, even if you have bad people amongst you, if you have enough good people, they will cover up for the bad ones.
They will cover up for the bad one.
But when they will
even be the good one be working with the police to deal with, to contain your behavior. You understand? Do you know, Simba? Do you know in a black neighborhood there's something they call no snitching? You know what that means? No snitching rule. If you see a crime and you call the police, you are like a dead man. They know you a snitch. If you witness a crime in a black neighborhood and you tell the police, the people in the neighborhood they come for your life. Because because most of the people that live there are just the bad ones. So they all make rules among themselves. Like, okay, we're all criminals, or most of us are criminals. So nobody must witness crime and tell the police. So you can't work with the police. So if you're a good person, automatically you don't want to be in that kind of environment. You just want to get out of there. But back in olden days, there was no such thing because the black police officer even live in the same neighborhood. So that dare you commit crime.
And Mike, don't forget what, because their women also embrace feminism. That was what really effed them up. That was the final nail on the top. And then
now it's just completely now they even introduce feminism has come, homosexuality has come. It's just complete. Black neighbor is just even the black American will tell you that we are finished. Like
so Mike and Babati, you do not see solution.
There's no hope, man. It's over. There's no hope.
There's no, unless the good will go back to where the good and bad are living together again.
Question. When you talk about their family status, do they African American? Do they make maybe like 2, 3, or 4 in a family? Even in
no. I mean, forget that one. There's no dad in the house. Is the point.
There's no daddy, man. Most of their women are single mothers.
Single mother of how many children averagely?
You have one girl, 5 babies, 5 daddies. Some don't even know their daddies there.
Yeah.
They have to do. She have to go and be hunting down.
So
bunch of guys to play with, to do DNA with them to find out which one is daddy.
So it's not different from the way they live is not different from the way we live also in Africa.
No, it's not far different.
So is it in our DNA? Is it in our DNA?
No. What you just mentioned now is happening in Nigerian cities where they call them.
That's what I'm saying, Remy. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's not different.
We are also in trouble.
No, because Remy, listen, because we are now watching all this online. We are copying now.
We are copying them. If you are old enough, you know, in the 90s, we started watching Black American. Yeah, we were not that way before. We are culture now. We are.
No. I don't think. Let me tell you that I will not mention tribe, but you get to some places in Nigeria. where if you see a woman with 5 or 6 children, the fact is the culture. They will prefer to have each and all their children for different men. You understand? Because yes.
Where's the family? Where's the family? I mean, there's no family.
No, that's what they do. In fact, I work in a hospital in the south, and one woman came. I admitted the child there, and I was asking for the name of the father. And if you see what the woman was telling me, he said, "Here, you don't have for the name of the father."
Okay, let's see how white people are taking care of themselves. Let's see how white people are taking care of themselves, according to Mike.
See,
This is Philly now. This is Philadelphia.
So now, you see, what you are showing is like the downtown, right? Or this is not neighborhood. This is not what you call neighborhood. You understand?
So yeah, but these are white people here.
Yeah. But the thing is, let me tell you the difference. So now we are not telling you that I know white, the white drug addicts and lowest of the lowest. They cannot live in white neighborhood. They are kicked out. You see that they are kicked out. They go to downtown, all this area.
This is all black area. This is all black area. This is black neighborhood now. This is not white area.
I don't know how. I think it looks mixed to me.
No, this is not a neighborhood. This is more of a
if it's downtown
commercial district.
If it's downtown or close to downtown, it's a black neighborhood. Trust me.
Exactly.
The owner of the shops. See, yes, it's true that some of the other areas. Remember, mice make up the most population in the country. So of course, most of the other areas are going to be owned by whites. But it's not fair to say this area is just black.
But the wider point we are making is that these whites or these people they don't influence the white neighborhood, the white community. You understand? Like
they do actually.
Sunaja, you don't listen to what I'm telling you. Let me break it down to you. Let me break it down to you. This area you're looking, this is what they call the commercial district area where homeless people just go and beg all day and sleep on the streets. We are talking about in a residential community.
Yes.
They have black residential community.
The black
Wait
people,
now, if you allow me to land, you know where I'm going. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Now. Go ahead.
What we are telling you is in a residential neighborhood where it's white neighborhood, where you are raising children, and a residential neighborhood where it's black neighborhood, you will see these people in a residential black neighborhood, but you don't see them in a residential white neighborhood. That's what we are telling you.
Okay, the place where you call black neighborhood is the urban areas where black people generally live.
No, it's not necessarily urban or anything, just residential. We are talking residential, whether it's
black
the city
people
or not.
can't afford the suburbs generally.
No, even in the urban, I'm living in a city now. I live in the middle of a city now, but I live in a white area of the city. You dare not be a junkie and come here.
This is a black area. This is a black area. That's what you're telling me. But most
There are some districts where it's just
behind those shops. If you go a few blocks away, they are black. You will see.
You will see residential black neighborhood. Yeah.
But Mike, this is a huge number of people. My God.
Most of these areas are not black.
America has. There's a reason why they are going to bring immigrants in. There's a real American like 2 generations. You hardly find one that's not having drug problem. They are completely. Last America need immigrants. They don't have productive population anymore. That's why they have to put immigrants in.
It's terrible what is happening there.
Yeah.
If going by
that's why I believe, like, if you are doing evil, that thing will always haunt you, because America has done evil to other countries, so they are dealing with their own problem. It's like God is like.
But Mike, can't they just provide accommodation for them, lock them inside that place?
The Chinese will do it, but these Americans,
somewhere like China, they will just run all of them.
They'll be claiming human rights now, like the way Ajareko will talk about human rights and all those. These people, they're supposed to just gather them and extinct them. Believe me, just gather them and extinct them. Yeah, these people are useless to the society.
What did he say? Oh my God, this guy, are you Hitler? Execute them. Did he say execute them? Gather them and not give them drugs. That's what you do. And restrict the access to drug while they are productive to members of society.
Let me tell you something. As someone that used to work in ER in downtown Houston.
Oh my God. Look at that.
If you know what we go through, where we have gangs coming to follow up on someone they said that did not die. somebody got shot like in the back. They did not die. They will come to the ER to finish the job. Do you know how many times you have to deal with drug issues? Do you remember when K2 was the main drug in high schools? When they would be eating your face.
Hi. Oh, that one high, Sabi.
K2 was a thing. Yes, K2 was a thing back then. High school keto, they are messed up.
Yeah, high school.
This is what capitalism does, though. This is the capitalism.
So now, if you want your children, if you want to raise children in America, if you don't get money, you're in trouble. You have to take your children to a good school. They will they will offer your children drugs in school. Like
do you know why? In America, the school is based on.
Nigeria, where did you get this video?
It's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube. It's everyone. You just type.
But let me tell you, to Nigeria, this is what we are talking about. If we have this kind of scenario in Africa or in Nigeria, this is the only thing they will be showing.
They will be showing you on CNN now. They will tell you.
Yes. They won't let us rest. They will say,
this is what we are talking about this morning. That we should they will demarket us. Then by the time they demarket us, we also demarket ourselves.
We demarket ourselves, exactly.
Demarket ourselves even more.
Yeah, that's true. I won't say. And why they sanitize their own, they make their own. Look at the lifestyle people are living there. That they are.
We don't have this game in Nigeria. We don't have people like this in Nigeria. Believe me. Yes, we also.
There are places there are neighborhoods in America where you rather go and live in Makoko before you live there. Because at least in Makoko, you are dealing with human beings that are saying.
Guys, do you know what the racist white people now do to these black people? They will not hire.
This one is more. If you see the one where they are posting like zombies, they're like they just stand still. Like
I know now. I worked in.
And Ajale Oko will tell them they are giving them free food, free this. This is America.
Ajale Oko will tell you security. That's city Ajale Oko. Listen, Simba, that's city Ajale Oko live in. Memphis.
They will not hire blacks that are educated to not be claiming victimhood. Because those black people, they live in they probably might white people or live in white neighborhoods, but they will be saying that it is racism that you are poor. It is your so they will be breeding hate amongst these people against the whites. They will not promote encouraging them to develop or to grow, but they will be encouraging victimhood all the time. That way, they are stuck in this way. So the rich black people will now be talking down like, don't you are poor because of the white people. But he went to school.
Babati, hold on. Babati and Mike.
Prince Dad is here to defend his people. Pro-American.
No.
I am too now.
Everything you're talking about, I agree as C, but you guys can't talk about what is going on without the politics behind it. It is not fair. You gotta put the politics behind it.
Prince Dad is not one of those educated black. They will claim victims.
No. There's no politics in other countries.
Go ahead. Guys, hold on, please allow me, please, to engage Prince, please. I said the politics of it. I said I was actually talking about the Democratic Party, how they hold their own people back, using the Democratic Party to hold black people down in this country, and they play that victimhood card. But those people in that party, they are educated blacks, but they will tell their poor ones that you are poor because of white person.
They'll say because of racism, that's why you are poor.
But the guy went to Harvard though, but because he's saying that he's racist that other people are poor.
Like he's very black.
Come on now, it's all party politics now. They play this to hold them down now, and they fall for it all the time.
See, it doesn't mean that there's no racism. The problem is how the community reacts to it. They don't react to it based on what any of the parties is doing for them. They just hook on to the Democrats because they think the Democrats are not as racist, which is the very wrong-headed.
They are even worse. They are
worse because they pretend as if they are helping them, but they are killing them slowly.
They are destroying them. Yeah.
Well, you see, most of these people you guys see on the streets, right, on drugs. Now, they have some of them actually have cash in their pocket. They have cards. They have means and ways to get food. But in some of the states, some of these cities, they've liberalized drugs. They actually criminalized drugs. That's what they did. That many of these hard drugs are like pretty much legal in these places, and they don't. And that's why many of them are on drugs. Quite frankly, it's not because
Let me.
It's not
Wait.
because they have
Let me,
resources.
Prince, wait. Let me blame me for
It's
this.
not about
No.
resources.
What did Prince Daddy just say just now?
Guys,
saying
They're
the,
basically saying they have money. That's why it doesn't matter.
guys,
It's not
hold
about
on,
money.
please.
It's the fact that they are like that.
Guys, hold on, please. Let me blame myself as well. I am also responsible for people like this. So let me take responsibility and Simba too. But in America, as an MD, I'm also partly blamed for this. Do you know what happens? Somebody comes for surgery in the hospital. They put them on the loaded every 3 hours for 40 days. They are hooked on that medication, and they go home and you put them on hydrocodone. They can't cope. They have withdrawal. Do you know what they will do next? They go to the street to go and seek for drugs. So they get hooked in the hospital post surgery. You don't address pain management properly.
Okay, so that's a good one. But see, people like this.
What percentage of people start doing drugs because they went to
Hold on.
most of them start doing it from high school.
Like that.
Hold on. See, this drug thing. If you've been around here for a long time, this drug thing didn't start overnight. Babati just telling us perhaps the genesis of this problems right now, to the point that this so-called controlled drugs.
No. Please, Daddy, you cannot. No. Just wait. The ones that the example that Abati gave is just a minority. How many of them are passed through
that's
surgery?
why I said
it cannot generalize that, please.
No, Simba. That's why I said when things like this happen, that seems all of a sudden extemporaneously. No, not true. It has a genesis of 5-10 years in the making. This is what you see right now. You can ask Mike and Babati, was it like that before? 20 years ago, maybe 10 years ago? No, it's not.
What do you mean it's not like that?
Do you know what?
Are you heard about the crack epidemic in the 80s?
No. Mike,
are you kidding me?
But yes, Mike, but that was restricted to the black neighborhoods. You know that, right?
No. Do you know what?
No. Drug in America began in the 70s and it became epidemic in the 80s. And it's been like that.
They've always been drugs, but the drugs of crack cocaine that you're talking about, if you go to the ghettos and the black neighborhoods, yes, they've always been there. But what you show right now, by the way, what call his name? Nigeria probably doesn't know. What you show right now, go to major liberal cities in America, you're gonna find it everywhere. It's nothing new.
It's worse.
Okay. It's more common in liberal cities, the democratic cities.
The city that where I live, trust me, what you show right now can never be found 20, 15 years ago. Nowhere to be found. It's impossible.
Which city do you live in?
Well, you can check out Portland, Oregon. Okay.
Portland, Oregon? Are you kidding me?
New Hampshire. It is bad over there. New Hampshire, those
man, there's no city in America, man. It doesn't have.
It's terrible.
Okay, Mikey, you don't listen to what I just said.
I just
told you now. I just told you now that watch that video that you seen right there. It's in most major liberal cities in America, so it's nothing new.
More in the East Coast, of course, because it's more populated and it's more condensed and. I get it. The East Coast area, I find it more.
It's not just East Coast. It's everywhere. You can go to Seattle. You can go to San Francisco. It's everywhere. That's what I'm telling you. It's no more restricted to the East Coast or some other big cities.
But no, we're saying it's more epidemic in the East Coast. That's what we're saying.
Even what was responsible for the death of Michael Jackson is not something related.
What about the South?
The South, everywhere. Every in the South.
Exactly to the point.
Listen, the East Coast, listen. If you go to that East Coast, you have like all the cities are right next to each other. New York is next to Boston, next to Newark, New Jersey, next to Philadelphia. All these cities are like 30 minutes away from each other. You got like 10 cities all close to each other. So, of course, the drugs move there. But in the South, the cities are far apart from each other. You understand? New Orleans is like, even the city within Texas, they're hours away from apart from each other. Like Dallas to Austin is like 4 hours. So, of course, the drug dealer their money is slower in the South. So that East Coast is the quickest.
See, drug dealing, drug addiction is nothing new in America. Just like you said, it's been around from the 60s or 70s, big time in the 80s. But what is going on right now? You just have to listen. So what is going on right now is beyond like drug addiction restricted to the black neighborhoods of crack cocaine.
What you see right now? It was restricted to black neighborhood.
Well, I'm just explaining that what you're saying right now is common in most major cities, liberal cities in America. Okay.
Prince, before you came in, the argument was about there are many factors that are contributing to the degradation of the black community. One was drugs. That was the Mike's argument.
Yeah, fatherlessness. I heard the other part too. I was listening to you guys. And yeah, did you not mention fatherlessness too? Right? No fathers in the homes. Okay. And what else?
But you can't say because we understand. We see that father
high level of
I'm not buying it too
incarceration.
much. To be honest, we understand that, but that fatherless bullshit, I'm not buying it. So I know a lot of people.
Okay. It's fine not to bite, but he can probably support it because he's in the medical field.
Let me tell you why. There are some guys, the fathers that are useless. They're the one that even mentor their son to become drug addicts.
You know what? That point.
Listen.
I agree with that point. I agree with that point.
They use that excuse that because single father is terrible. I get it. But
Mike, hold on. There are enough studies for you to read out there that shows you the importance of having a father in the two-parent home is very important for a child.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, it's not only father. The two parents are very important.
Of course, yeah. That's what it means. Two parents, not just the mom. Mom and dad at home. Right,
No, responsible mom and dad. That's what we are saying.
I agree with that too. Yes.
Yeah. I've seen Simba, let me explain something to you. I've seen a home where the woman is gangster, the guy is gangster, who's married. You understand? And all five kids.
I don't know what's wrong with you.
I'm telling you, I've seen kids.
I don't know where Mike lives.
And they were
I don't know where Mike lives, but
for you to raise a good child, you need two responsible.
That's the key. And I've also Simba. I've also seen a single black American woman. Single black American woman who's very responsible. Right? This lady, she's an engineer, but she's a single mom. And wait. I understand. Wait. The kids, they could have been better if they had a dad, but still, they still didn't turn out to be rubbish. Even despite being raised by
Mike, though, this is what I find with this.
You just need a responsible parent. That's all.
Can I add something? What I find with this set of
statistically, Mike, if you have
hold on for the second, Prince. What I find with this set of drugs is that it's not the same as the cocaine that I used to know, where people take cocaine. They are only really thing is addiction. This one, it seems like it makes them mad.
Cocaine is like cocaine is nothing. Cocaine is for the rich. These other ones they are doing. This one is beyond. This one is beyond.
This one makes them mad. There's something weird about it. Yeah, it's really bad.
Listen, guys, on the streets, you must improve your product all the time. No, I'm telling you.
Well, yeah. I mean,
what is the argument that this is improvement?
They are taking it another. You know, this one I don't even understand is the heroin. That one they will shoot in their vein.
Mike, hold on. Let me tell you.
I don't know what I would call this improvement of the drugs.
Now, hold on. They have to improve what they're selling on the streets. Okay, you have what we call the purity level. The purer your drugs is, the higher the price on the street. What they will now do is they need lab rats to test those stuff on. They will now go to high school kids to test how the impact of those drug dealers. So they have to test it on prostitutes or high schoolers. If it's really good with them, they ship it out. So when you had K2, you remember K2 was a drug that was for some reason affecting high schoolers, where when they see your face, all they see is chicken and meat, and they want to eat it, and they were literally eating people's faces.
Oh my God!
Yeah, that was in like 08 or 09. Our ER was so filled up.
Okay, but just like you know right now, Babati, that fentanyl is now the big thing with the drugs, right? Most drugs now are laced with fentanyl, and that's leading to a lot of deaths of these young ones in high school.
That's my
they are dying now. Even this guy, the rapper at DMX, the guy just died too. But that guy that guy a miracle. The guy has been a crackhead since he was like 15.
That's my point. The pure level is not good enough at some point.
He listens to that guy music. He goes to that crackhead. Violence, complete violence.
So the video you guys watching right there, I tell you that you'll be surprised to know the background of many of those people on the street. Some of them grew up in like a really nice, prosperous neighborhood and parents and background.
My best friend in medical school died we found him in an empty bed in an empty bathroom room in a hospital. He was chewing fentanyl patches in his mouth. So this is nothing like people act like this is
Okay, but if you trace the background of your friend in regards,
this is to me. Come on, man, hold on.
In regards
this
to
is the rotten belly of America. How can they allow this to exist?
in the if you trace your
how can they allow
guys,
this
wait
to
now,
exist?
No. It's not the health, it's insurance payments. Listen, if I take you in as a patient now and you have this disease, they already give me, okay, this person has this disease that you diagnose. They must always stay for 10 days. They don't care if you don't get away with that 10 days. You must send that person with that 10 days. That's what. So you must do everything within that 10 days for that disease for that person to leave. So
even if the patient is not getting better, you still have to discharge.
They will do referral for, let's say that person has maybe a fever or whatever, and you can't stabilize them for a minute. They will say follow up with your PCP in 2 weeks. I'm telling you.
But see, that your friend, do you know his background in regards to prescription, like legal prescription drugs?
I didn't know it was a friend in school, so
okay.
I didn't
So
I didn't
yeah, I get you. So most of the people you see on the street, they started out when they were in high school, probably 10, 12 years old, even with stealing their parents' prescription drugs.
Right.
That was they were prescribed by doctors, legally, and that's how they got hooked on drugs. Many of them are well to do. Their backgrounds are well to do. You'd be surprised. Now, but now, the policies, the labor policies, is what is happening right now. That Teenagers is thinking we leave such people on the street. We don't take care of them. Right now, in many cities like San Francisco, like Seattle, Washington, even in Portland, they give to these people paraphernalias to take their drugs legally by the state. Okay, if you don't know that, in order for them to maintain their I guess their habit and to manage their withdrawal, if any.
Can I ask you a question? If somebody, what do you do to step them down? You do what in your country? They don't, right? To step them down first from the high drug. You do no code, then you go down, you step down. What happens is somebody goes for a back surgery, right? Back pain, they do surgery L2, L3, or whatever. You put them on that Dilaudid and morphine for 10 or 20 days, then the rehab hospital.
But why do you start with such a high medication?
Because they will sue you for pain management. If you don't take that thing, they will sue you and they will win.
I think there are a lot of things that we are doing against this right that is actually causing a lot of harm to the society.
And also, Babati and the connection to the pharmaceuticals here in America, they have quota to prescribe such drugs to people, right? Babati. So the pharmaceutical, the doctors here, believe it or not, they have in Nigeria call it bribe, but they have incentives, to push certain drugs to patients.
My Prince, you are wrong. My hands are tied on many things. Okay, this is just law, because even I want to avoid lawsuits. You get my point. I know some things I can do. I can advise you on the side. I say go and do this, but I know I must still stay within. Oh, I cannot do job for free now. Insurance has to pay me for some things that I do. But if I know it's not enough, I will always refer and say follow up with your PCP. That's the only thing I can do.
But not you personally, but trust me, it's well documented. Also, the doctors are the one pushing the drugs because they are the one that approves the drugs.
No, you are wrong. Insurance companies are the ones pushing the drugs.
But who's prescribing the drugs is the question.
No. No. Listen to me. Somebody has to bring. If you have a new drug trial, remember back in the days, if you have any medication that is just newly approved, you need about 4 to 5 studies to approve those drugs, right? Before. Now, you can approve a drug based on just one single paper only. Because insurance wants to make more money on that, on those drugs. Imagine, one paper on a drug trial, and you approve it.
But yeah, it goes to the FDA. The drug is approved. Okay, when the drug is approved, who prescribes the drugs?
No,
who chooses the method of recovery?
Let me reply you. Let me give you an instance now. Let's say somebody has high cholesterol, and I say, okay, their cholesterol is over 500. I want to avoid pancreatitis, right? Simba. and I say I want to do high dose of cholesterol, I want to do rovastatin. If the insurance says no, you are doing atro, I have no choice. They still control what I prescribe for that diagnosis. I'm telling you, they still control what they will pay for. I'm telling you. So if you say because that one is better, they will not pay for it.
But Babati, it's not really affecting the practice generally, because as a doctor, you cannot
want to Simba to Prince. Even
but some okay, Babati, quickly to your point. Say, yeah, instead of many times, instead of going the maybe a natural, more maybe diet or natural way to address that issue, most people, you doctors will automatically go to pushing the drugs. So it doesn't matter what the pharmaceutical or the insurance
Prince Daddy, it's the people that with the same patient that you are trying to help that go and complain against you. That's what he's saying.
Bro, okay. Let me do one thing.
They won't know that you are trying to help them not to go into addiction.
Well, yes, exactly to your point, Simba. So a lot of because see, usually when a patient comes to you, more likely that they had a doctor before that has denied them of a prescription drug, and many times also, let's keep it real. In America here, they take a lot of shortcut to get things done. Many patients, they have been trained to want to rely on drugs for anything that's wrong with them.
Bro,
hold on, let me come in. You guys have been talking, man. Let me come in. You guys are doing too much and dancing around. Simba, let me tell you the reality of America. This is what America is. America is a country where there's morally bankrupt. Everything people do is complete capitalism and cover your ass. There's no humanity or morality in it. In America, the only country where wait. Everybody engaging in anything, they really don't care about the person. You understand? Wherever they're dealing with, right? So wait.
Mike, you are wrong. I do care about my patients, but this is the reality of the thing. Somebody comes to see me, they have high blood pressure, high cholesterol, whatever.
No. What I'm saying is, hold on, cool down. Not that you don't. No, some of you may care, but at the same time, you know the patient himself may try to sue you. Simba, you talk about rights. America is a country where I know that. If you have a restaurant or a business, maybe there's a splight of water on the floor. If somebody will walk in and see it and just act like they fell, right? It's not a really fell, and then they will sue you for having water on the floor, for allowing them to fall. They want to go for your pocket. So everybody's out to get everybody. You understand? It's a capitalist society, you know. And then another thing is, somebody may see somebody. Like America is the only country where somebody is dying on the floor and people will be walking by, nobody trying to help. You understand? Somebody will see somebody is about to become make a mistake, maybe do something that will lead him to become a drug addict or something, and they will ignore him. Come on, Babati, don't lie. Is this a society where people really morally don't get just no one cares about anyone?
Not true. Well, I take it back. It's part of the truth.
Do you agree that neighbors don't greet each other?
It's not entirely true. It's not entirely true. You are correct, but it's not entirely true. Mike,
one more thing here.
Dude, I've been in the industries, man. Like
your healthcare is only as good as what your insurance company is willing to pay for. That is just what it boils down to. Even if I know what I'm going to do, if say, sorry, we can't pay for this treatment, though, I have no choice. I have to find another way based on what they're willing to pay for that disease diagnosis. So I am handcuffed in what I can do. It has to be within what they are willing to pay for your own healthcare. That is just reality.
Yeah. But so, that is the reality. But I know I've watched some documentary, or maybe it was NBC Dateline.
I'm giving you real life here.
Well, real life too. Real life also is that they get into the doctor's office and they see how they prefer certain medication over others, and how they push it with the pharmaceutical reps. Okay. It's a thing. You don't do it, but it's a thing. It's a reality.
Let me ask you this question: If I say, okay, I'm colluding with insurance with the pharmaceutical company to give you medication, your insurance company still has to approve of that medication for me to approve it. Everything has to be approved by your insurance company. It's still within their own parameter of what they're willing to pay for.
Yes, you're right, but sometimes these drugs you can use an alternative, or they're interchangeable.
What are you guys really debating about? I don't know.
I'm not sure. I can't follow.
Give me let's
medical practice. Medical practice stuff.
I will tell you what they are debating about.
Here's my point.
They are debating. Sorry,
Here's my point. Money ruined healthcare is my point.
Okay,
Money
that's what you got to tell us, man. Then we know where you're
Yes,
standing.
exactly. The
It's money,
pharmaceutical
money
company.
because greedy, because they are the
And
ones.
that's what I said. Why do you disagree with me? I said capitalism. No one cares. Everybody's about their
No,
pocket.
because you said no.
Hey, to Niger.
Mike, you
To
said
Niger.
it's the MD.
I have something for you
hiding
guys. To Niger.
Forget MD, so it's not also.
I have something for you guys. Listen.
Okay, what is it?
What the hell?
Oh, you can't
Man,
play
tonight y'all
music.
get this drug addict out of here, man. This
What,
guy
is that all? Oh, he's being jovial now. Is it not better than insulting people?
Sing along.
But what is the meaning of this one? We are discussing now.
tonight, you know, one man just called me just now. I just told him about tonight. The way you align this guy.
Can you calm down, Mike?
Can you remove this guy?
You align this guy. What is this rubbish, man?
No, he's
And to Nigeria, we're having a discussion and somebody is bringing this.
Hold on, calm down. Let one man intervene.
Let him play. Let him play the guitar to entertain you.
We are talking about something very important, and you're just, my God.
You guys be good sport now. Be a good sport. He's a Nigerian playing music for you. You see?
When the guy called me,
It's an elder too. It's an elder too. It's an elder too. Thank you, Pansa, for that. I think is a good sport.
So you're welcome. You're welcome.
Prince, don't blame your doctor. Don't blame MDs. So blame your insurance companies and your politicians. They're the one that screwed up healthcare in this country. Okay, not the MDs. Okay, let's stop doing that.
Oh no! I wasn't blaming the MD. I'm just telling you that.
Also, but this is the ugly belly of capitalism. Now, this is another aspect of capitalism that we don't always see. We just assume that everything in capitalism is supposed to be mostly positive. The only area in capitalism that is positive is the fact that it spurs people to be creative and to work harder in terms of productivity. But on all the other fronts, I don't know. You tell me what other area is better for.
No, that's an excuse. So from religion, from religion to politics to name it. The common denominator is human being. It has nothing to do with the systems many times. If you follow the rules of the system, okay, capitalism is a great system, absolutely. But just like any other system, people will always try to take advantage of it. And speaking about what is going on, quite frankly, what we talk about this drug issue in America and fatherlessness in America. Do you know, you guys in your country, the same thing is beginning to happen, right? You guys know that, right?
It's already happening.
Okay, there you go. So I think there's more decadence in America to Niger. Wait till it hits your country. Okay.
You mean the UK or this in Nigeria?
Nigeria, even the UK.
In the street of Lagos when they start taking stupid mixture. And they were just
Nigeria, though.
No, we are copying the trend now. You know, we are Nigerian. We know how we copy and everything. We copy everything now. We are
The
copying
northern
the trend.
side, I think the northern part of Nigeria, from that point of view, tend to try to inoculate us out of it because they are very, very against those things. Even if it's happening, they are against it.
when it becomes when it started becoming a problem in Nigeria, trust me, we nip it in the bud. Trust me, real quick.
Mike, tell us how. Tell us how, Mike.
The thing which you saw what happened in the Philippines, right? When
Mike,
we don't do all that, right?
I mean.
Yeah, I want you. You just said that capitalism, the only benefit is force people to be competitive. But let me ask you. Let's see your scope of knowledge of capitalism. Who in the constellation of capitalism? Who are the stars? Name me a few people you've read or heard about who are capitalists. So so that we know. What do you know about capitalism? Name a few capitalists in the history of that. Who are the stars in that constellation?
People like the Carnegies, Rothschilds, the Rockefellers. Yeah, you can name them. I'm sure I'm eating.
Those people don't even factor in that. They're not stars.
Are you talking about people like the
Friedman, Hayek?
No.
Kant?
No. I don't. Kant. Which one are you referring to?
K-A-N-T. Just look it up.
Kant.
The point is that you can't come out and you look at something as big as capitalism. There's nothing like it. I mean, it's not
natural.
perfect.
What is
Hold
there's
on.
nothing like it?
Listen, because that's what one thing. I mean, you have a great voice. I guess people like to hear your voice. There's nothing wrong with that. But you have to know what you're talking about. If you take something as big as capitalism and you reduce it into the kind of things you're talking about, it's not doing us any good whatsoever.
Okay, you tell me then
You have to read
about it.
You have to read. You have to be, if you're gonna be hosting a show or be ubiquitous on the internet, right? It should spend your time and look at the genesis of things. Look at the beginning. Who are the stars? You mentioning some American businessmen here and there who are your contemporaries, I guess, but that's not the origin of capitalism. There's nothing better. Capitalism is the best model.
You know, the best model is a mix of both.
Let me that having extreme capitalism is not good either. That's true. A hybrid, yeah, I would agree with you on that. 4 or 5 days ago, we had this a little discussion on this, and I was saying that because we don't have law and order in Nigeria, no model is gonna work. But any model would even help us. We're such in a big mess that even if we're a communist country, right? And we have law and order, it will help us. I'm not a Marxist in that kind of sense, maximalist, like they say. So, but what I don't want you to be doing, that you're very fond of doing it. You're sitting on the fence. You neither here or there, right? A guy like you should be a capitalist, because actually that's what you are, right? But don't come reducing capitalism to just bringing out the competitiveness of people. But I don't want to condescend or lecture you. I'm just saying, for your own good, study these things in detail so that you can then be on one side. It's like right now, if they talk about Obi, you are not against Obi, but you're not really an obedient, right? That's okay. I'm not an obedient, but I have a position. I cannot be for TINUBU because I'm for Obi. Do you see what I mean? So you do have to make some choices, and it's from knowledge. You have to study these things. Capitalism is not about Mellon or any of these contemporaries of ours who are business people who are successful in business. Capitalism is an ideology.
I think the reason why capitalism, maybe I'm coming across, I'm just picking on it, is because there is this element that we have been heavily conditioned to just see the world in one way, when in reality it's a mixture of both that tends to work best. And the proportions of either that you apply in your economy is dependent on the...
Wait a minute. What are you suggesting for Nigeria? Because I think capitalism is still the best way to go. It's the best in the world that ever worked in the history of mankind. So I don't know why you would want to...
Exactly.
Capitalism it depends on the path we are taking to become industrialized. If we let's say we want to take a path of partnership with let's say Western, in short, let's say with the world, we want to go through partnership. Yes, capitalism will be the best way. But if it turns out that that path is not available, then you have to start exploring using more state control to
communism.
Not communism. You use more state control. I don't think extreme communism or socialism is ideal. Neither is extreme capitalism. But in terms of the shape that you want to take, you want to take more control.
No.
If you don't
hold on. If you want industrial revolution, then you need people to take risk. It's about risk management and
who
innovation.
says that socialism doesn't take risk?
Let me finish. There is no system in the world that better encourages innovative thinking than capitalism. There is no you can't compare the socialism or communism. I'm sorry, for manufacturing and industrialization of any country.
How did you know that?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Let me how do you know that? Just because one side of the world is winning doesn't make it this thing true,
Okay, let me answer that. It's a good question, right? I believe you're sincere when you pose that question, right? The point I'm gonna make to you that right now is gonna be simple but powerful, right? You already know that imperfect human beings build institutions that undergird economic systems. So that much, I don't think you have any disagreement, right? But capitalism's saving grace is found in decentralization of decision making, in competition for resources, and in dynamic markets.
And what happens to that, sir? Innovation comes through, right?
Exactly.
That's
Markets are filled with customers who.
How do you know that decision making is decentralized?
I'm gonna tell you. That's what. It's gonna take me 1 second, and I'll be done. A couple of more sentences, I'm done. Right. See, markets are filled with customers who create competitive forces that reduce the cost of error and the scope of corruption. Right. So the power of capitalism lies in the system's unique ability to punish resource owners who make bad decisions, and then reward those who create value.
Pansa, before you go that far, so where do you factor in bailout for corporations?
I'm against it. It used to be commonplace here in the United States, right?
Me too. I'm against that too.
I'm against
so to your point, I mean, I submit to the to the system of capitalism.
1,001 examples where capitalism has failed.
Let me give you a soundbite to take with you on this. Now, you need to go and study it because this is something that's known for hundreds of years. Capitalism disperses power while other systems concentrate power. That's just the bottom line.
Actually, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. It's still the same thing. It's just a different name.
Hold on, Pansat. So I also submit to the forces of capitalism, but let's keep it real, okay? We know human beings, I said it earlier, are the common denominator for anything that happens in this world. See, where did the term a monopoly come from? Where did the term dumping comes from? See, capitalism also has its variables or ways of concentrating power. Let's not pretend about it.
It's not perfect. Nobody said it was perfect.
Look, I like Meltzer. Meltzer, you should look him up. I mentioned that to one Nigerian a minute ago. I view capitalism as imperfect, right? You understand? But it's the best. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. I don't agree. I don't disagree with that. Okay.
Yeah, it's not perfect by any means. Now, if Obi'S would have stayed in their part of the world and we stay in our part of the world, we actually had it right. Okay, our system was best. We traded by barter and we did all kinds. We did our thing.
Where the wealthiest 10% owns 89% of the resources.
It's because it's corrupt. That's not capitalism. It's corrupt. It's just like.
But then if it can be corrupted, then what is the point of it being good? The same thing
can be religion is corrupt also.
Everything is. I mean, nothing is perfect.
But so is socialism corrupt. When you say one is better than the other,
no. Okay, this is the reality. We agree that is corrupt, but I'm saying even with that, it's still the best system compared to socialism. That's the point we're making here.
If you give me one of the advantages it has, then I'll give you one advantage that socialism has.
I just told you earlier, innovation. That is the bedrock of capitalism because
but there is no real evidence for it.
Okay, to Nigeria, risk diversification. Because if everyone goes out there and try to acquire their own capital, do their own things, as opposed to relying on the state with that concentrated power in the hands of few people like the oligarchs to control everything in the state, it doesn't work well. See, but in capitalism, there's a lot of freedom for individuals to pursue their own ambition to be successful. You don't really have to wait. The factor of production.
One-on-one, you say one, I say one, then we'll see how we trade.
Okay.
So you said in terms of risk management or in terms of innovation, I don't know which one I should take first. If you say innovation, I don't know what I would consider because the Soviets first went to space before even the Americans. They almost beat Americans to the moon when Americans, caught up. So that was with a limited access to the world's resources.
Okay,
they were just the Soviet Union. They did that.
Hold on. Let me just calculate this thing together. So he said risk management and I said innovation. So in other words, we're saying it increases competition. A competitive market is better for any society. When people compete with the ideas in the market, then the consumer wins because you can pick from you have many options to pick from. The best idea wins.
Okay, so but what we assume is that the competition is actually happening, when in reality there is a lot of wastage that is returning from that competition because they want to make profit in society, and there is also the other.
But that boils down to your risk management. Of course, there will be winners, there will be losers. You cannot legislate parity, sir. You can't. There will be winners, there will be losers.
I agree. I agree that you are more likely to take risks when you are in a capitalist situation whereby you are competing to outdo the next person. But I also think that maybe that argument is overflogged. It's not necessarily as we think it is. There's a lot of how do I describe it, lethargy in the capitalist system, whereby, like in the UK now, we have a situation whereby the public water was given to only one company, was running it for how many decades now, and it was making profit off it, and it completely ran the company to the ground, and now the state has to come and bail it out.
No,
Total monopoly.
To Nigeria, see, there's a comment in the
No
comment
competition
section.
at all.
Hold on. The comment in the comment section by a guy called Black Experience, and he's used a word that I call laissez-faire. That's what whenever you're looking at capitalism, I notice your complaint about it is when you're talking about laissez-faire. I'm not for that. Most people, there's no country that I know that's practicing laissez-faire capitalism, and that is the attitude of letting things take.
You must have check and balances from the government to make sure.
Right. In essence, if you let things take their own course without
they will take over the government. They will come back and take over the government.
Right. So there's nothing like that. There's nobody who's practicing that in life, in reality. United States doesn't practice laissez-faire. In United States, we even have a lot of socialist agenda, the social security system and all kinds of things. So this
and see quickly, Pansad, and that's one thing right there also. In the United States, see, this is the mistake we make, just like in a system of governance in Africa. In the United States, believe it or not, it's a combination of different forms of market systems. There's so much socialism in America, in the West, absolutely socialism. But to the general public, it's capitalism, because without the state stepping in and helping certain industries or companies, they won't be making headway in the marketplace.
Okay,
so
sorry, please, can we clarify between incentives and social welfare? So I'm not discussing social welfare, which I think is unfair. What I think government comes in is when they give incentives, like tax breaks. If you have some kind of innovation like Tesla, and say, okay, we'll give you tax breaks for green energy plants.
But see, if you read any business book, textbook from Harvard to Yale, it doesn't matter what school it is, PSU, whatever. If you read them, you're not going to find a chapter on bailout. Now, tell me, what is bailout? Isn't that the epitome, the essence of socialism? Tell me.
I'm against that, like I said.
Yeah, they bail out the big companies.
No, because you're not listening to what I said. I'm against bailout. I said
you said earlier, yeah.
But I'm saying that government can come in to help companies through incentive, through tax breaks. If you come up with an innovation like Tesla, you can have tax breaks that encourages you to do more.
Yes, we agree with that.
Not just giving you free money with zero interest. That is unfair to other people now.
But the same thing can happen with other people too. So, but my argument with most of capitalism now is that it's just a way of funneling the wealth of a society to a privileged elite, so that they convince the others that it is the way of that is supposed to go. When in reality, the elites at the top, they rarely change places. They remain the same, and it's very, very little time. Like people like the new billionaires that are showing up in the world now, those are the ones that are joining them there. But by and large, the masses will remain separate from them, and the wealthy will remain very much at the top of this society. So the argument in reality doesn't necessarily, in terms of that it's survival of this thing, fittest or whatever, that is very, very competitive. It's not that competitive, because when they get to the top, it becomes socialism for them, and that is the problem.
This is my disagreement with you. You cannot, let's say, parity in society. Some people will be better in economics than everybody else. They will sell more products. They will be more innovative. It's just natural order of things. You cannot then equate that because you want to tax them or because they are making more, because they're doing better.
Exactly.
It's just nature. People are just better. They are faster. They are bigger. They are taller. They're smarter than everybody else. Of course, they'll be better in life than everybody else.
Yeah, they are doing better than other times there is not earned. That is a problem. Just because one person earns it. Let me make the point I'm making. Just because one person earns it, it doesn't mean their children should earn it. You see what I mean? Because the children didn't earn it themselves.
And try to just start from beginning to the end.
Oh, come on, man. Stop being condescending now.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to help you because I want to understand exactly where you're coming from, right? Because when you give examples of the standouts, let's say in a capitalist society, I want you to incorporate. You also have in Russia the oligarchs, right? You have there's human beings always sell above others. Everyone is not equal. So try to make your case. I want to hear you. Take as long as time as you can consume, right? But make the case. But remember the theme of what we're talking about. You have capitalism. We all here, I think the rest of the five are saying that it's the best system, right? So don't piss around in the middle. Go ahead and tell us why any other system that you choose is better, but make it comprehensive. Let's understand. Okay. I'm going to be listening. I won't say anything. I'm going to listen. I want to hear you talk about it.
The best system is a system that is best for the situation and the country that you are doing it for. However, in terms of capitalism and socialism, they all have their positive and they have their negatives. And that's why most of the time, many nations practice both of them in reality. The nations that claim that they are capitalist, in reality, they are lying because they also have socialism aiding the system to actually function. Without socialism, the capitalist system will not be able to function at all. And in reality, when they say it's capitalist, they are using it to blindfold people to the fact that there is an elite class that has a kind of colonized the top of the society and stratified it there. If you look at the people that govern America today, they are all from the same level of class. In the UK, the sixth prime minister before us, I'm not even going further down. The sixth prime minister, it's only in the UK, it's only one that attended a different university. All of them the same university. That is not social mobility. That is not true capitalism. That is people using privilege to hold on to privilege and remain at the top. So this is why I argue that the best system for any nation is the one that allows the nation to forge ahead in power, in terms of ability to be productive, in terms of the ability to achieve the aims of that nation. That is the best system. To start saying it's capitalist or this thing socialist, I think that is missing the point, because in reality, these things they sell it to us and we don't understand what it. For me, when you sell me something, I look at the implications. What is the results of what you are selling to me? And when you see the results, that is the intention. That is how you know.
Can you address the question that he asked you? Defend a system. Don't forget.
I'm not defending. I just defended the system. I'm defending.
No, but see, he already did. He already did, and he explained capitalism. He did, but he doesn't know what he explained. You guys listen to him?
What I explained is that
but if you're anti-capitalism, defend the what.
I'm not anti-capitalism. Why would that be anti-capitalism? I'm saying that if you want to advocate a system, you advocate a system based on the capitalist principles and that of the socialist principle, that the best mix that suits that system. And I don't even think it's only based on both systems. They might be other.
Sorry, I've been quiet since. I hope you are not mixing things up. Because if you are saying, let's say, for example, no, just hold on to Nigeria. We mentioned the bailouts that the American used to give to some industries, especially car industries in the US. And you are saying it's socialism. Is that socialism?
Yes.
Because I think from my own little understanding, there's a difference between communism and socialism. In communism, the state owns things, and then in socialism, citizen owns some of them.
That's socialism. That's socialism.
You understand that?
The citizens are buying and billing out the companies.
Yes. Now, if the American government is now giving bailout to private companies that belongs to individual, how can we? So what can we give? What name can we give to that?
if the government is giving money to citizens, private individuals?
Yes, because these companies are private companies. They don't belong to the country.
That's what I describe as the corrupt practice of capitalism.
No,
They should
that's
not
no.
bail
What you're
individuals
saying
out,
there
individual
is the
companies out.
limitation. That's the limitation to capitalism. It shows that there's no one single system that's foolproof.
So there's no country that's practicing pure capitalism, and there's no country that's practicing pure socialism.
Definitely, none.
Well,
Nobody on earth.
and if you want to look at China right now, China is not practicing communism. It's only at the top. Everything else is capitalism. So it's a mixture of all the different economic systems. In America, they don't have pure capitalism. I'm sorry, see,
No, they
sometimes
don't.
it's a controlled environment. See, most of the things that happens in a capitalist society, they are controlled to a certain degree, and they let go. And when things kind of go awry or derail, they bring it back on track. A good example is the bailout that you just talked about. If the
Because I
government
reason with the bailout, because if the government didn't bail out, then a lot of people will be thrown into unemployment market.
Of course, you're right about that, and that's why, if that's what I said, if you go to any business book, a textbook in grad school or whatever, you're not going to find that there's no chapter on bailouts. But we know, by the definition of capitalism, if you're in a business and you can't survive, you get out of the way and let other entrants come in and do the job or take over the market share. But they had to do those things because just like you say, if they didn't do those things right, a lot of people would be on the unemployment line. The economy itself will collapse, will implode on itself. So the government had to step in. You see,
Yeah, the government had to step in because they allowed the company to get too big when they were not worthy. That is the problem. They were practicing. They were like in the case of the mortgage market. Hold on now. In the case of the real estate market, what happened was that they were allowing businesses to rent.
That is the elements of human greed we're talking about. That's the element of human greed.
So they allowed it to happen, and the people that allowed it to happen are the elites. Then they use the people's money to pay
to Nigeria, they allow the recklessness. They allow the recklessness in the system.
Yeah,
See,
they allowed it,
Niger,
and they use the ordinary people to bail them out themselves out again.
To Niger, here's the thing, right? I try to avoid intellectual debate with you because of what I said earlier. Right?
God,
you can criticize
because to Niger doesn't have brain. Because to Niger you don't have brain. You are brainless. You are brainless.
You can criticize. You could criticize my system. I say I'm a capitalist, right? But I cannot criticize yours. I cannot see what yours have in common with mine to know if you're being a hypocrite. You do. I gave you time. I said, go ahead, elucidate the better model, right? You haven't done that. Therefore,
there's no better model. I made the argument already.
Hold on. We'll have to have structure. There has to be a skeleton to this thing, a shell. In order to have an intellectual debate, you have to be honest about what we're talking about. We're just wasting our time. You have to have your own system. Some of them have flaws. None of them is perfect. So you have to say, I'm a capitalist with caveat. I don't want laissez-faire, or I'm a communist, or I'm a socialist. So that when you attack my system, I can then attack yours. Or I could say, look, they have it in common. You can't you can't be like an amoeba in the whole thing where you have no structure, right? Look, I say this because it hasn't been a week that I said
oh my God.
I come to Dr. Damage's show. I say, you have to let us know what's your tribe. What do you are you married? Do you have kids? Because you want to populate the whole world with children. You're very African, right? Wait a minute. Look, this is not a joke. I'm very, very serious about it because just in this benign debate we're having right now, you have to choose. What system do you think? Let's use Nigeria as an example. I'm going to give you a second bite at the apple, right? What system do you think is best for our country?
Okay, for
please
Nigeria.
Be very comprehensive, and I will never bother you again about this. Take a position. Nobody's got
Okay, between two systems.
Whatever system, you could make up your own. In essence, for our country right now, there's only 3 or 4 known models, right? Let's say you're a genius, you come up with one right now. We'll listen to whatever it is. You tell us what it is. But right now, we have, broadly speaking, capitalism, we have socialism, and we have communism. What do you think is best for our country and why? Thank you. Take your time and treat it seriously. Treat it from beginning to end.
I said it before. I will repeat it again. I will say the best system that suits Nigeria now, since you specified it that I should look at in the context of Nigeria, is going to be is going to tilt towards more capitalism and a significant level of this is socialism. The reason why I chose that is because we have to engage with the world, and for exchange, we need a lot of exchange. When we are about to grow, we need to be able to exchange and trade and get people to buy our stuff. So you have to have a kind of market economy to be able to do that. So I would say we tilt towards capitalism. But in terms of healthcare, in terms of education, in terms of water, such things, I will still recommend that they go into a more socialist module for that. So if I'm to go in that direction, I would say 60-70% capitalist and this thing 30% socialist. And clearly the military is socialist, and I'm for a very strong military and security system, I mean. And in terms of the education, healthcare, which other area is there? Agriculture? No, I think that can be that can still remain this in capitalist. So education, healthcare, maybe there's some other one I'm missing that should be within the realm of government control. That's how I will describe my own this thing model. But later on,
exactly
when we become
my own position, that's an American system. That's what you
is the American system? Okay.
Exactly. Tell me what's the difference with what you said and what America practices. It's the same thing.
Okay, fair point. But later on, I'm not going to stick it there later on, because it's going to lead to the kind of instability you are seeing in America today. Later on, I would like us to shift towards the model you see in Europe. That is a model that is going to be very, very a kind of long-term and more prosperous for our people.
Sorry, which model is that? Which model is that?
You can look at that of like Denmark, Switzerland, such nations. Those are the kind of models you want to explore.
Does it have a name? Does it have a name? I don't know what you.
I think it's still the same. It's a mix. I think we have to coin a name for it. The capitalist and socialist. What is the name? You can coin it, mix them together. It's a mix of both. But the way they practice it, I think the socialism in the socialism component is a bit stronger in the European module. So
exactly.
that is what I would say.
Because that's exactly what it is. You know that's what it is. So why don't you say that? It's a system that has some capitalism in it.
Yes.
And America one is a capitalist system that has some socialism in it.
Oh, that's a good way to look at it. Right. That's a good way to look at it. Yeah, so that's what I would say for the longer term for Nigeria. That's the direction we want to go, because that will. Because when you look at some part of Europe today, it's basically with all the little issues they have, it's basically a paradise. Those guys are living the life. They are living some of the best lives on earth today, and in a way, that's what the Japanese do too. And
do you know why? Let me say something. A little bit of this may be controversial because you are in the United Kingdom. I believe that it's white racism that's causing all these problems, right? Why Switzerland, especially the United Kingdom? There's no difference between United Kingdom and Iran, except that the Ayatollah is elected. The United Kingdom's never elected a head of state in their entire existence, ever.
Oh no, you are being a hater now.
No, it's true. And the only reason is that Americans, out of white racism, spare Britain of all its transgressions from historical times to ancient times till now. Since after the Roman Empire, the Britain has done a lot of atrocities. And they don't let their people, I'm sure you know there's an outfit in the United Kingdom. It's called the Republic. They want to elect their own head of state. They don't want this bloody monarchy. You know, when you had the Queen, it was like a grandmotherly benign thing. I mean, now you have a king in the 24th century who's unelected, right?
Yeah,
and it's
true.
a bloodline.
Yep.
That's
highly privileged.
unacceptable to me. That's
Yeah,
unacceptable.
but you are in America where there are only a few set of people ruling the country too. What's the difference? Because the one is hereditary.
Look, that's just, I'm telling you. I guess you shouldn't know because you're over there in the United Kingdom, and you have Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland held against their will. They need to be liberated since they don't want us Biafrans to be free.
Oh God, that's so sad. You didn't even remember the Welsh.
Wait,
the Welsh do exist.
I'm trying to tell you something. Listen to this. To Nigeria, this is the truth. You maybe you can't handle it because you're in Britain, because the only thing that's saving Britain up to today is that the United States is a white supremacist country. Else, what Iran is going through is what Britain should be going through. There shouldn't be Britain by now. People like Wales, Scotland should all be liberated and
Pansat, white supremacist. What do you mean? Till now, or what is the timeline?
Yeah, here what I mean is that if you look at Iran, America will not let Iran breathe, right? The Ayatollah is elected over there. The Ayatollah is the head of the religion. But if you go to Britain, it's the same thing. The king or the queen is the head of the Anglican church, the religion, right? They have a religion, a national religion, believe it or not. They don't have a written constitution, which means they don't have a constitution. When you talk to them, they go, hey, we do it by convention, we do it by... Look, you don't have a constitution. You call your people subjects. These are the people, right? People are subjects, right? No, listen to this.
Oh my God, I don't know why Passad is really upset about this.
It's true. The only reason why I say this is because that's the problem we have in our country is Britain. They have to be dissolved. The United States is a white supremacist country because they let it go on and on. For example, Germany would have ended this nonsense a long time ago. But they're being protected, right? So they're causing all this problem in our continent, especially in Nigeria, right? Because they wouldn't let them disintegrate. So you just only have England to deal with, a small.
If you're blaming Britain or England for the problem in Nigeria or some African countries, so what happens to France where they actually elect their president? They don't have monarchy like England. So what's your take on that?
France is also a problem when we kind of zoom out and look at the continent itself, which, it's like me. If I was there, the head in Nigeria, right? They're going to find out, right? France is a problem. I mean, why? Let's finish dealing with Britain because I'm actually concerned about Nigeria, to be honest with you. That is what Britain has been doing. I don't have proof for this. This is my own conjecture. I believe that what they're doing with the United States is to say, give us Nigeria and we're going to support you, whatever else you do. We're going to be with you, right? So if you have an American president who is pro-EU, Britain would actually change. They will vote to join the EU. As soon as you get an American president who's against the EU, they will change and become Eurosceptics, right? And they're going to pull out of the EU for that president. Let's say Trump. Trump doesn't want the big market, this EU competing with the United States. So when it comes in, the Britain will pull out of the EU, something as big as that. Why? Because they want Nigeria, our oil. They're the third, fourth largest oil companies in the world, and they don't have a lake of oil. Only in Scotland they have a little bit. Where do you think that oil comes from? Right? So we have to deal with their
but why are you so worried about them? See, they are the group of people. Have you heard of the 5 Eyes?
These are the people that run the world today. The UK, United Kingdom, America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Those are the Five Eyes. Those are the ones that are in charge.
No,
They are the Anglo-Saxons of these islands.
Right, that's true, but don't couch it like that, okay? The United States is over.
So you can't expect United to turn on them. That's my point. United States can't turn on their parent nation.
It's nothing but white racism. That's all it is. Nothing else. Right?
I think I'll go up one on you is Anglo-Saxonism, if you want to call it that way.
That's fine. It's
they are defending their interests. That's what they are.
They are defending their interests, but I gotta tell you, it's much more than that. Americans are spoiled. They let the United Kingdom lead them by the nose, right? All over the place. Now, the only time we saw a glimpse of actually what happens behind the scenes is when George W. Bush went to Russia to visit Putin, and Tony Blair was there, and they didn't know there was an open mic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we saw the relationship between Tony Blair and Bush, and it wasn't equal, right? So he was calling Tony Blair the poodle, pretty much, right?
Tony Blair is a pleaser, so he's not the kind of person that stands on his own. He's actually a poodle from that point of view.
It is. I mean, America is over $30 trillion economy, and that's just putting it mildly.
But the UK is not. America needs the UK, whatever they are doing, for some reason. I don't even know why.
White racism. They don't need UK for anything.
They need, okay, look at it. America wanted to go directly into Syria. I was in the UK then. And this leader of this in the opposition party in the UK thwarted the vote for the UK to support the invasion of Syria. And because for that reason, I think was it George Bush or Trump, one of them, or Obama, he had to pull back. It was Obama. Obama had to pull back that decision that he's not going to go ahead. Everybody was assuming that he was going to go ahead until that opposition leader forced the vote and got them to defeat the vote in the House of Commons here, and America couldn't go because for some reason, I don't know, it's really weird why America pulled back because they used the UK as an example.
It is weird.
Or as an excuse, I mean.
You know that without the United Kingdom.
Yeah, the UK was used as a crutch. Obama was a non. Well, how do I put him? He's not into like this war thing, so to speak. But he would do. I mean, he would mess up Libya for sure, but he wasn't into war. He didn't want to go into war. It was anti-war for the most part. That's Obama. So it was because
across the red line, he was due to invade Syria, and the UK thwarted him from doing it.
Nah, it wasn't UK. I mean, what permission do we need? I mean, we do all this thing for diplomacy, for the optics, not because they can stop him from doing anything. What do they have to stop him? They can't stop America.
Stop him physically, but America hardly acts without the UK in being
because it's always anyway. Guess what? We further went to, I think, the Iraqi war with Saddam. Not the Gulf War, but the 9/11 after 9/11. How many countries do you think were part of the coalition?
UK definitely was there.
But guess how many other countries? Yeah, countries you don't even heard their name.
That's what I mean. Now the UK often has to be there as really like
it's nice because it's nice to have the optics and put forward a strong alliance of front. Just like the NATO. What was the backbone of NATO? Who controls NATO? Who pays for NATO?
Currently, is the UK, the US.
Okay, so what does it matter?
The highest amount, not everything pays the highest, but for some reason, I don't know why. For some reason, they often need the UK to come along. They often need the UK to come along. I'm not sure why.
So, like I just told you, it's for the optics. And if US goes in by itself, and the world would look at it like, hey, look, Americans bully all around the world. But when they have UK, they have some other countries like Australia.
They can go with Mexico now. They can go with Mexico and the optics will be fine. But why do they need the UK?
I agree with that.
He said the optics. Mexico is a perfectly reasonable partner.
It's still white racism because what's going on here? What the United Kingdom is doing is not fair. I mean, it's been centuries Come on, give us a break. A
Oh
guy
no,
like
that I
me,
want.
a guy like me is not somebody who would be anti the UK, but I am. There is no way you're gonna keep doing this. Century after century.
What are they
They haven't even
What are they
kept up.
doing to you? Or, I mean, I know you talk about you talk about
He really goes after the UK regularly.
Nigeria. I know you talk about
He won't
Nigeria,
let
but
the
what
UK
are they
rest.
really doing to you? What are they doing to
What they
Nigeria?
do to me, it's not just Nigeria. Okay, these people, they're on ground. They see how our people are suffering. I mean, it's been centuries. They've been relentless in picking our leaders. Right. At one point, Buhari was over there for 100 and something days. Right. So they take our resources and they set the prices for our
Pansad, just like you know, if we're gonna go back to world history, the playbook you just described right now is no different than what Xerxes
We have to
make.
round up soon because I think it's 9 hours now. We'll have to be rounding up max 10 minutes. Is that
Right.
good? All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, you were concluding. Did you want me to? You want to finish what you were
No,
saying?
yeah, I was saying that the playbook that the UK uses, just like America, it's nothing new. The ancient rulers or powerful people in the world, from Alexander the Great to Xerxes and all these other people, even the Bible, is the same thing. They take the resources of the country that they invade, they install the puppet there. I mean, there's nothing new. So what is so special about the United Kingdom for what they're doing to Nigeria?
Because that question is in error, and it's actually the main difference is what you're talking about. The United States has never taken territory, taken resources from anybody.
What?
It has not. And if you have an
Puerto
example,
Rico?
just
Puerto
cite it.
Rico?
Hold on, just cite it. Don't interrupt me with something that is not even debatable.
Puerto Rico?
Puerto Rico. No, that's not taken. With that, I mean, Puerto Rico, America is putting resources in there.
Panama.
They didn't take anything. Listen to what I said.
Guam.
They did not take territory.
Diego Garcia.
Hold on. All those people, when they vote,
Even Iraq, Kuwait.
No, they didn't take any resources. Hold
No,
on.
they didn't take that one. They just
they can't take resources.
They didn't know what they took.
Hold on.
They took from Kuwait.
Hold on. What's your name there? Hold on. The point is that it's not about just shouting. Listen to what I'm saying. Right? If America comes into, say, Puerto Rico or Guam or whatever, and they fix the place and they do everything to secure those people and give them resources, and those people want to join the United States, and the United States sometimes like Puerto Rico wants to be the 54th state. They haven't qualified yet. But let's take it outward to the what I'm talking about. Let's say Japan. Japan was very aggressive and did all kinds of things horrible to the United States in the Second World War. And there were a monarchy there, and they were just crazy, right? So the United States went in there, secured the place, wrote them a constitution, curtail the power of that king a little bit so that those people can progress, and they ran off with it. They did the same thing in Germany, in so many places, in South Korea. You could see the results. They didn't take territory. Britain is not like that. Britain only leaves if they were chased out. They take territory and they
I'm sorry, Pansa. Hold on. See, we have to define. You have to define the territory. See, America does not need to actually take the country per se, but if you look at all those places and the military bases, that's territoriality.
No, it's not because they do it. It's a constitutional thing. Both here in the United States have to approve that kind of activity, and the country itself. Maybe they buy it, or maybe hold on.
Hello,
this is not.
These are nuances and definition. Really, no.
You could say that because I like the way you qualify that. It's nuances in the sense that it still has to meet the rule of law, right?
Okay.
It's just known. It's a known thing.
Okay,
America does not take territory.
I think what America realized
Say that again.
Let me explain. What America realized is that it is quite inefficient to physically take over territories that you want to colonize.
There you go.
They decide to colonize them economically and bolster that economic colonization with their military presence in all these territories.
Great point.
That is the formula that they use.
That's not true, and it's not a great
point. No. Every time America, hold on, Pansad. Every time America goes to a place and they make that place a vassal state, usually is for the interest of the economic and capitalist
to make sure
ambition.
they maintain the
And
dollar exchange, to
yeah,
use the American
ambition,
dollar. That's
and
what the program is
it's
created.
always usually a new market for American businesses. So they don't have that traditional way of
yeah.
colonize.
That's a good point. That I can agree with that, right?
America's empire is a dollar empire.
Yeah,
basically.
hold on. To Nigeria, there's nothing wrong with that. The point is that the United States has a constitution, sacrosanct. That document is almost like thrown down from heaven, right? United States operates by administrations when it comes to the character. Okay, you have a Obama administration is totally different from Clinton. It's totally different from Trump. But that constitution is not just a document that protects America's rights, civil rights. That constitution is universal, right? That's what you have to understand about the difference between that constitution and everything else. That constitution recognizes universal rights all over the world. You cannot go and take anybody's property and stuff.
You mean right for Nigeria to be suffering and right for Africa to be destitute? See, illusions. You have to you see. Don't always look at the document. Look at what they
something
do.
That's not true. It's not true.
Okay, let me not laugh. Let me be serious now.
Yeah, be
look
serious.
at what is true with whatever policies that they are following. When they give you a document that says they believe in human rights and they are responsible for so much poverty in the world, you can't necessarily believe in that. They say they stand for democracy and they have relationships with countries that are clearly not. So they have some of the best relationships with countries that are not democracies. And they talk about this thing being for globalization, that people should trade freely so that wealth will grow everywhere. But you know full well they are protectionist in their when it comes to their own affairs, and they don't. Other countries that are not as strong as they are, they take advantage of them and make those countries poor. So this is
no, bro. Hold on. What is wrong with that?
What is wrong with that's what empires do.
No. Hold on, time out. Human, like even nature itself, the big dogs eat the small dogs.
That's did I hear? Did you see me disagree with you? I didn't disagree with you on that one. But don't lie on your document. Say that's something else you're doing.
Hold on, they just be nice. Why can't
they just be nice? Africa? Or they are trying to lie to people, make people think that they are nice.
As Nigeria, stop holding hands with all these mushroom countries in Africa. Take it over too. Do the same thing to them.
No, come on. There's a difference. You don't cannibalize the people that you need to defend you to.
Being nice. Forget whole kumbaya movement.
It's not about being nice. You don't see Americans cannibalizing Europeans that they need as NATO. You can't cannibalize them.
No. Because they bring value to them. You must bring value for somebody to respect.
Yeah, but
what value do you bring to the table? You can't be useless and disrespect you now. What do you bring to the table?
Yeah, it is. You have to make the Africans offer value, not to exploit them. If you exploit them, you've just made yourself weaker because they will use the other people will come and take over.
You are having natural resources doesn't mean you have enough value. What you do with those things you have on ground is what makes you valuable. So that
is true.
As a country, what have you done with what you have?
But the approach should be working with Africans, not just exploiting them. You can exploit them in some ways, but not.
Baba, come back to the real world. Stop that.
No, but that's the real world. Do you see the Americans exploiting the Europeans? If they exploited the Europeans too much, you're going to have problems.
Hold on. Do you remember when this African you wanted to work with, they went to China and they were like, you should give when they were with the French government and it was even pretty much shaking his head. We should give us opportunities. You should give us. You can't work with that kind of people now. They don't have vision. That's for your own, bro.
No, I agree with you in terms of the stronger nations take advantage of the weaker ones. But when you want to take over, hold on, BT. When you want to take over weaker nations, you don't go about like you have to understand the nations you are going after and the way you go after them. You can't approach them in the same way. To be fair, even America doesn't approach all its.
I didn't say the same way. Find a way. Use their cousins. Use their cousins in Benin. We have your back cousins in Benin. Use them. You have your Fulani cousins in the north in Benin. Use them to dominate.
That I agree with. There are ways you can do it that doesn't damage them. So that's the way you do it.
They will
And
enjoy. No. Imagine having countries with your CBN in France for all these years, and it took your own youth to stand up. These are useless countries. I'm sorry. Just take it over and dominate it.
they are useless just as we are. See, many of these countries you're talking about, they even have better life expectancy than we do. See, you are under the illusion that we too are not under the same spell, but in a different way that we don't recognize yet.
To be comprehensive in answering this question right here. Are you familiar with what we call here in the United States? We call it the Marshall Plan. Do you know what that? Have you ever heard it before?
Yeah, the one that they did for Germany after the Second World War.
They did for Germany.
To make up.
They did for Germany.
Yeah.
They did for Germany.
I think the Marshall Plan is for Germany, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
it's for Germany, right? See, that's what I'm talking about, right? You don't know what the hell that is. How are you going to know the awesome power of the United States and the generosity of the American people when they're hiding that kind of stuff from you?
But okay, why do you think I don't know about it?
Because you are in that cocoon over there. It's a dictator. It's a. I don't know if I should say it, right? If it's my platform, I could really
tell me what you are saying. Marshall Plan
what I'm
is
saying is
now.
that you go ahead and you Google it, right? Because if you don't know what that means,
let me say what the Marshall Plan. Let me
hold
say
on.
now.
Please hold on.
You have a platform.
Marshall Plan.
I don't have a platform. This is my platform.
Oh my God, this guy's
wow. Let me tell you. Look, Baba T, you should be disturbed that Nigeria doesn't know what the Marshall Plan is. He says it's for Germany. Do you know what the American people did to do that Marshall Plan for you guys in the United Kingdom? Without it, you'll be
come on. See, let me read what Marshall Plan is now.
Okay,
it's similar to what I said. It's similar to what I said. It says on April 3rd, 1948, President Truman signed the Economic Recovery Act of 1948. It became known as the Marshall Plan, named for Secretary of State George Marshall, who in 1947 proposed that the United States provide economic assistance to restore the economic infrastructure of post-war Europe. Yes, when I say to Germany, in a way, that's what I meant. It's not, but it was mostly focused on Germany.
No, it was not. Not a penny of it. All of it was for United Kingdom. Now, I'm over here.
What? What are you talking about?
Yeah, let me land. You don't
know. You are wrong now.
No, I'm going to tell you. Listen. I'm over here enjoying some succulent lobster tails, right? But
what are you eating, Pastor? What are you eating?
I just said it. Succulent lobster tails. I had to order it from the restaurant.
Pastor, it's gone on to a different level today, man. It's got to a different level today.
Germany almost destroyed the United Kingdom, bombed it to shreds. Right, that white racism I'm talking about made them come over there and rebuild the United Kingdom for you guys, right? Had nothing to do with Germany or anybody else or Europe. It's United Kingdom.
Pan said the rebuilding of Japan, was that white racism also?
No, it was not.
Okay, so
strategic, but you do understand what I'm saying, because I know you're very smart. You always want to engage me in a debate, even though you and I think like 99%, I think we agree. I've checked you out a little bit. I will engage you in a debate, but you're doing that at your own peril. You should not be challenging
the biggest recipients of the funds: United Kingdom, France, West Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Belgium, Australia, Austria, Greece. Yes, true. It's all through Europe, but in my mind, I was focused on Germany.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with that. Remember, Germany was divided into two. The Soviet Union had half of it, and we had the other half. But check this out: America rebuilt Europe. Rebuilt it. All those castles, all those mansions you see over there, those roads, we did it. The taxpayers of America rebuilt.
Oh,
Europe.
come on. Let me
You don't even know what hell that is. So when you're talking about them, you don't understand. If America pencils out UK is done, they'll be done. They're not, one of our cities is as equal as United Kingdom. San Francisco. New York is bigger than the United Kingdom.
God.
California has got about the same
that's
population.
why you guys are still bowing for His Majesty.
Remember, there are 50 states. California is about the same population as the United Kingdom, right? But we got more money. There's no comparison. Whenever they compare,
you know how much was spent for the Marshall Plan before you go out of control?
It's about 13 billion, and this in dollars
You know how
equivalent.
much that is?
Yeah, that let me give you the equivalent because it was shown here because I know you're going to say that 130 billion. Yeah,
Okay.
today.
All right. That's not a small amount of money. But check this out. You know, let me
Yeah,
tell you
by
something.
today's standard, it's
Please,
not. It's chicken
just,
change.
Just endure. Just endure. Will you just relax? What I'm saying is that every time the people in the UK, you come up here, you won't let us talk. You're supposed to sit here and listen to us talk. We're in the United States. Now, listen.
You are going classic passant here,
No,
man.
this is not really funny. And I'll be done. I'll be done in a minute. I promise
You're
in a
supposed
minute
to
I'm
listen
done.
to us talk.
I'll be done in a minute. What I'm saying is that we come
Yeah.
here, we're doing a dick measuring contest, and
Oh, come
sometimes
on, man. There could be young people watching. This is morning, eh? Passant.
Okay,
Take
I'm
it
sorry.
easy.
It's midnight here where I am. I'm sorry about that. But what I'm saying, here's the key point I'm trying to make. Right? When you try to talk to people in the UK, they say, "Oh, look, America used to be one of our I forgot what they call it.
Colony.
Like we're a colony of the United Kingdom." That is bullshit. The UK was dealing, Britain at that time was dealing with 13 colonies in the east coast of United States. 13 colonies. It's not the United States. For example, California wasn't part of that mess, and a lot of other states that are bigger than the UK now. How could you say the United States was your whatever you call it? No, you're dealing with 13 colonies. That's who fought you.
Has the US defeated all the countries in the world? The UK can tell you that they defeated all the countries in the world. That is how badass that country is.
It was.
The UK, not meant to be UK, you know.
That's right.
They call it Great Britain for a reason.
That's
it
right.
has defeated every single country in the world.
I know, but you could keep looking back at that glory. That doesn't mean anything because the United States.
I'm not from the UK.
After the Second World War, for example, what China did, China did it smartly. They went and secured their borders at their place, stayed away from everybody, got everything secure, and guess the disgraceful way they told Great Britain to get the hell out of here. They gave them a date in Macau, in Taiwan, in Hong Kong. Lower that jack. Flag you got there, but get the hell out of here, and they left. Right? So many other places threw them out, but they have one saving grace, which is the US. Right? So the US has no respect for Africa. So they watch Britain do what they do in the wars every day. Obama, I supported him in the first term because I thought he had some sense. It was a fool. He knows what's up, but he didn't do it. Right? Did he? Right? He went over there and spent the night in that Buckingham Palace. And once you do that, you're done. I don't know what they got there. So what I'm saying to you is that Britain should quit while they're ahead, because as far as I'm concerned, their activity will be Biafrans, our people. Okay, they should realize that what they're doing is not gonna be sustainable. Because personally, I could break that United Kingdom. I could free Scotland to go there with, and Wales and Northern Ireland.
Oh my God,
I'm telling you,
he's not gonna stop saying. You know how many people that have wished for that have said that they want to do that.
It's very easy to do. Nobody has tried to do it, and I'm gonna start it from here in the United States, because this United States is the main culprit in having Britain.
Have you been to the UK before, just in case? Have you been to the UK?
I take the fifth on that. Why? What's the
Why are you discussing Scotland? You never even been.
I'm saying.
Oh my God, Pastor, you're getting funnier every day.
No, seriously.
I take the fifth on that.
Look, you keep right here. You were talking about your patriotism. How could you be a patriot, right? Listen.
Yes.
You want to talk about patriotism?
Yes.
How could you be a patriot and let them do what they do in the wars? That is.
Why would you mean I led them? I didn't let them.
Well, talk about it then. In essence. Every day,
I'm talking about all the things that the UK is doing.
If the UK,
but not in terms of America, they are the same people to me.
They're not the same. The US,
yes, they are the same.
No,
actually.
they're not the same, because to the United States, Africa is like a menace. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you go and you sue a company, right? A big company, a big pocket company. You sue them for whatever.
Are you lost as a mind right now? I don't even.
Who's that?
Go ahead, man. I don't know.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that
we should be rounding up soon, though.
Let me round up. I'll round up, and we hear it from 2 minutes, and I'm done. I'm saying that you talk about patriotism. This is where it comes into play. right? We can't have these people doing what they're doing to us because 100% of our problem is from the Britain. It's not the same thing as the United States. What I was saying in the analogy I was giving is that you sue a company and they look at it as a menace and they settle and they pay you, say, get the hell out of here because just hire an attorney is going to cost me that much money. So that's what America is doing with Britain. They need us, our natural resources, as well as Britain is going to vote for whatever they want in the United Nations. They let them just run amok over there and do what they're not supposed to do. And I think that it's time that stopped, right? It has to stop. I don't care what America professes to be. It's like Biden right now, our president right now, right? That shows that he's stupid. He's very stupid because what he let happen, which is a carryover from the former Secretary of State, what's his name there?
Hillary Clinton?
John Kerry.
John Kerry.
Right. I think he's corrupt. And I believe Rufai and all those kinds of people, they have something on them because he's now in this administration, he's not a Secretary of State, he's some kind of czar with the environment, right? But I'm telling you something. One of the biggest mistakes this Biden is making is in the relationship with Nigeria, the bilateral relationship with Nigeria, and also those with Britain, right? So, which is also the main Achilles heel for Trump. Trump was supposed to make sure that Buhari was exposed and removed from that place, but he didn't do it because he's corrupt from Saudi Arabia as well. Right?
Could it be because you don't like any of these governments in Nigeria? You think that America should do the job for you?
No, because when it comes, it's like the administration really, we shouldn't be a country of men. It should be a country of laws. Do you know what we have to Nigeria? Do you know what Nigeria has? The resources we have in that country.
Yes, we do, but is it not up to us to fix it, to make sure that we gain the profit from it?
It's like behemoths, right? The United States, right? If they say Secretary of State is corrupt against you, there's nothing you can do. Not even Putin. Imagine, do you know how mighty Russia appeared to be 3 years ago? Right, so they're fighting the Ukraine, but look at what the US is doing, right? They can't do anything. You cannot do anything. I bet you even China was trying to get smart, but when Russia does this, they're gonna do this with Taiwan. But the US is light years ahead of all these people. They have stuff just like Japan discovered in World War II. Remember, they had the kamikaze people come and bomb Hawaii here, right? They didn't know the US has developed some kind of hydrogen bomb. So it opened their eyes when that happened. They surrendered. So it's the same thing with US. US has all kinds of microwave stuff. They have Space Force. They could pretty much freeze a country. In essence, they could make everything halt. Let's say in Russia or China. They could actually freeze the entire atmosphere there and come in there and take whatever they want. Capture whoever they want to capture. So they're not in the same league.
Yeah, it just seems so now. US is Thanos.
There is not. If any
they
of
can
them
snap their fingers and the whole universe
yes, they can.
half disappears.
Yes, they can. Trust me, what the US, because it's such a society, they got it right. They have that constitution and they have everything organized so well. They believe in true or false, right? They elect their leaders. It's not by bloodline. There are a lot of things that makes United States different.
The way America is going to fall.
You're sitting on this social media right now, this YouTube, and you're talking, you're running your mouth. I'm trying to tell you something, right? You're in the UK, you're $3 trillion in your economy. We've got 30-something trillion. You're supposed to come here and listen to me.
Why?
You on our YouTube.
But I have a question for you.
You go to the Twitter.
Are you a rep of the U.S. government? Or something?
No, I'm not. I'm a Nigerian. I'm an ardent Nigerian. I told you.
No, my name. 1 minute he's talking like a Nigerian. Let's start talking like a US rep.
No, I'm not. You've never heard me say anything like that. I'm a Nigerian, and that's why I spend my time. My time is worth thousands of dollars a minute. Right, but I spend my time here talking.
Yeah, so
you could hear what I'm saying.
We should be what, privileged or
absolutely. But I don't blame you. Absolutely. But you don't know. See, because you don't know.
Ego tripping is out of control, man.
No, because you don't know, and I
don't
prefer that
pass
one.
out now.
Because you don't know.
You all have to appreciate me,
Can I get a word in here? What I'm saying is that because you don't know.
Well, we've got to round up though.
Round up.
You're 2 minutes.
Because it's morning here. I need to rest.
Okay.
Yeah, it's also this 2 minutes, well beyond.
Okay, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Pansa. Thank you for coming in, Pansa. You were on fire today, and for some reason you had it in for His Majesty.
You know what? You are the problem. You keep. It wasn't on fire. You know that. So why are you saying it's on fire?
To Nigeria, you succeeded in doing whatever you like on this platform today. Believe me. And you know what you did was actually it's not good.
No. We were having a debate about healthcare. Somebody coming and was playing drums and playing music.
And you said we should allow him to go ahead.
That was
we were having another.
Even one man came on and said, allow him. You have to allow people to relax. You know, this is.
And another person came. You showed the person the way. You know, it's not good.
No,
yes, now that's what you did to Enigmatic. That's what you did to Enigmatic.
No, I didn't know now because he went away. I wanted to even ask him a question.
No, you interjected and you said no, you should not talk, that you should allow other people to talk. When Pastor came, you said we should give him all the time and all the everything.
So Niger and Passat also said, I'm just going to take 2 or 3 minutes and end up taking 2 hours.
Yeah, it did take a lot longer. I must say.
You know, all they are both AKPABIOs. This is what happens.
This is what you put us down to now. Just AKPABIOs now.
No, that's what you did. That was the summary. In fact, Babati just summarized it. He just summarized it. That was.
You know, when I go to other channels, they call me Igbo hater. This is so, both sides hate me now because I'm an AKPABIO on the other side. On here, on the other side,
then you are in trouble. They don't want you anywhere.
They don't like people being balanced now. Everybody has to take a side. You don't take a side
because I was touching on something that even affects me personally. Because I usually don't open up on that space online because it's a very sensitive area. Because I've seen people. I've lost a friend of mine in school. I told you that, and I'm talking about the pandemic of healthcare, which was very intense, and we were getting to it. And somebody just came from nowhere and started playing music. I'm like, what the hell? Like, what is this? You were even playing a video about drugs on the street. It was a very good conversation. Nobody was just playing music. I'm like, come on now, that was just foul, man. I was foul.
Yeah.
So if we have to review your performance today, you are in the negative. Tonight, you are in the negative. Not zero, negative. It will take you days to redeem your image. Believe me.
All these people. He said nothing that I will do to redeem myself. Simba, you always judge me harshly. It's not about judgment. It's about the discussion. We learned a few things now. We learned that we are the people that went and seeded China.
And thank God, he actually is you that he came and attacked. He said you are anencephalic. You know what anencephalic means? That you don't have brain.
You know,
that you don't have brain.
Do you know what shocked me the most? He said that, as a matter of fact, that it's pretty much like doing us a favor, even being here.
Francis make thousands in a minute, so it's a great pleasure. It's a great pleasure to have his presence, really.
At least if you mix everything together, at least it's nice to be on this platform. At least when you're on this platform, if you are suffering from depression, your depression will disappear for a while.
I'm telling you, I'm working. I'm working and I'm just on the
Simba,
show, I'm working at the same time.
sorry,
It's just
Baba T.
sometimes good to relax.
Simba, for the
Yeah.
first time, Passat make two Niger to be confused totally. He doesn't even want He's just attacking left, right, center, and get
That's how he attacks me all the time. Man. He attacks me. You guys thought that we are on the same side. He attacks me all the time. It's not new.
Yeah, I think it's a nemesis. I think he normally came from you every time.
Why do you think they call me Igbo hater? Because sometimes when I say some things, I feel like some people are just trying to forge history. I don't like it.
Can I ask you a question, really? To be honest with you, I think you have to like this. I mean that this is probably the most balanced platform you ever hosted compared to other platforms. Like here, we don't have to, come on. You know, I've seen you on other platforms hold the show. I know how you guys. If you don't throw the line, you know what happens to you on those shows.
No, yeah, there are some that are less balanced.
You know what to Nigeria, what you are doing here. I've watched you so many occasions hosting people on Nigeria Watch. You don't behave like this. No? You always follow their narrative. You speak to their narrative. You don't even control them.
You know,
and they all of them they always toe one line, and you follow them. That's what you do.
Not really. I don't follow them.
I watch you several times now.
You've never seen where they are massacring me there. Hey God, I've been massacred multiple times. Go and check there. My blood stains are everywhere. Where they are tearing me to pieces. You don't know, man. Everywhere I go, they treat me the same way. And part of the reason is because I don't necessarily toe the line. I just try to call it as I see it.
Do you feel like once this Obi case is over and TINUBU is declared, do you think this whole thing will die down, or are we in for a long haul on this?
I think it's going to be in the details of the judgment. The judgment will matter a lot if it is clear that Obi didn't win.
Yeah, but what is not clear there? What is not clear there? Are you still confused?
No, because
I don't know what is not clear there. Are you telling me that Obi won that election?
Hold on now. What if the judge comes out and says, you know what? In my opinion, TINUBU won. I don't care about the details, whatever evidence they provide. I didn't even read it. You can see what I mean. So it doesn't matter.
Let me clarify. My point is this to you: some people in that cult, regardless of how he said or what he said, they will still not believe the judgment. But I'm saying, overall,
the template is already laid down now, Babati. They've already laid that template.
They bribed the judge, Ivy. Like they bribed.
Some of the cases there is very, very tricky. Some of the cases for the judges to
which one is tricky? Which one is tricky?
One of them, because I heard the argument of the INEC and APC lawyer. It was about the forgery from the school. The argument is very weak. I don't like that argument that they are giving out. If I was TINUBU side,
but to Niger, you have to look at the petition of Atiku and Obi. Which forgery are they claiming in their petition?
They are saying the document that TINUBU submitted was forgery. It's not the original from the college, the university he attended. And his argument is that, the argument of the TINUBU lawyer is that the school didn't come and testify. That's his argument.
So that is the mistake you guys are making. Don't you know that the lawyer of TINUBU, they submitted original transcript, the admission letter, originally from the school. They submitted it to the petition.
Yeah, but that's not what they said. That is what you should trouble you.
There's nothing different there because you and I, we are not privy to that document you are talking about.
Remy Coca, let's not cook up history here.
Don't let us waste
Remy, I'm telling you what the judge, I can play the video now. I can tell you what the TINUBU lawyer said. His own argument is that the school didn't come here and show any didn't come and testify that the document is not theirs. That is the only way that then the court should dismiss it. That is not a good defense. The defense should have been, hold on now, the defense should have been.
Before you go on, there is no video of any proceeding of the court in the public outside there. There is no video at all. of when the lawyers or the judges are talking.
No. There are people that read this transcript of what was said, except they are forging it too. Maybe I don't know.
There is no video to substantiate your claim. There is no
Okay,
video.
I'm just telling you what I heard. I'm just telling you what I heard.
That's what you heard, and I'm telling you from what I know categorically.
Okay, what was it? What was it you heard that they provided evidence from the school?
I don't add anything. What I know categorically that the school submitted TINUBU admission letter. They submitted all his transcript. They submitted all the certificate. All of it comes from the school directly. So
okay, good.
So
it means that wherever I got that information is wrong.
So they submitted it.
You know, all those platforms that you follow, they will bring something that will make their followers excited, and then they have a point of discussion, and that's what you people do on those platforms. You don't tell yourself the truth.
And mind you, when
it's possible that's what's going on. But if I'm there, I do question everything that they provide in front of me.
I want you to know is this.
And this stuff is okay. I can go to a newspaper website and see whether it is there. And if I'm correct, then what would you say about that? If I go to
I don't need to. I don't.
You're not going to be the newspaper too, would you?
No, listen, I don't want you to waste too much time on that. The TINUBU lawyer submitted all the documents they're supposed to submit, and the school gave it to them, including his admission letter and his transcript and certificate. They gave it out. What I'm just trying to tell you now is that there are some cases, like all those 40 you are telling me about, the court might just throw it out because you want to prove. If you are now proving that truly TINUBU was convicted of a crime in America, and even if you were committed, that crime should be reported in Nigerian judicial system. If it's not reported, the court in Nigeria will not admit it. You should understand everything on the basis of Nigerian constitution and everything. People don't know this. So, and according to U.S. Embassy in Nigeria, they also tendered that document that this guy does not have any criminal offense in their country. That one alone, are you telling me you know more than the Americans? The Americans send a letter and say, this guy does not have any criminal offense in their country. He has never committed it. He's not being tried for any court case or whatever. It's already...
I'm not talking about criminal case. I'm just talking about...
So I think what I was expecting to be an article to have done is that prove your case that you win this case and you win this election. I didn't see any clear...
They are not talking about winning the election. They are just talking about disqualification. They are just talking about disqualification.
That one is not going to happen in Nigerian setting. Forget it.
Why? Because
let me give you one example.
When you break the law, they will leave you.
Let me give you one example.
You can't break the constitution and they leave you to become president.
Listen. I want to give you one example. Look at what is transpiring in Enugu State. NYC said the guy did not go for NYC. They don't have the certificate. But when DSS came out and they said, truly, this guy has a certificate, what happened? That is over. It's over. In Nigeria, there's something that it's not easy for you to prove in the court of law or something like that. We are not talking about local government election. We are talking about presidential election where interests are. There are so many interests there.
To Nigeria. Will you be shocked if Obi is disqualified?
Yes, won't be shocked.
On his own, Obi himself.
I will be surprised.
Why?
Because there's no merit. There's barely anyone chasing him for disqualification. So.
Okay, but you've read about 2 cases of Labour Party. They already disqualified based on their time of registration.
Yes, already disqualified.
Okay, let's say all of them are disqualified then, but TINUBU is not bringing that case to him.
Don't say, they can't. No, just focus on
TINUBU is not bringing that case to him. The case that is going on right now is the one against TINUBU. And if that judgment, for me anyway,
so you don't know that they also have a counter petition? You don't know that APC also has a counter petition?
I know. But my own is that I don't believe that they should necessarily cancel TINUBU's election based on criminal record, based on even certificate. This thing, it has to be based on the election results.
Yeah, but they are not speaking to that now. They're not speaking to that.
That's my own personal this thing, because generally in other countries those things don't matter. Like Trump now is facing all kinds of charges. He's still going to run anyway. So in other countries, those things don't make it's not a big deal. What matters is what the people want.
And if the election it was rigged in such a way that what the people want is not very conclusive, then they have to redo it again.
We don't know that. That's
we don't know that now. That's what the court is going to decide.
But this idea that you obedience think that somehow is going to leapfrog Atiku and TINUBU and be declared the winner is what I don't understand.
It's possible if one person, let's say TINUBU is disqualified.
Let's stop.
What if TINUBU is disqualified? What happens?
Then Atiku becomes president, not Obi.
No, that's not how it works.
Tell us.
How does it work? How does it work?
Hold on. Atiku, I don't think
that they will go from the second and go to the third.
Yeah. Atiku didn't win all the states that he requires, if I'm not mistaken.
So Obi won all the states.
No, then he goes to a runoff. That's the point.
No, just wait. Atiku has more spread. Than even Peter Obi.
Yeah, he has more spread, but not enough. Not up to 2/3 of the states.
Wait, what was the requirement for runoff first before you
get to a runoff? Both sides have not made 2/3 of the states, including this in the FCT.
Right.
2/3 of a runoff, and none of them have made it. Atiku and Peter Obi haven't met it. It's only TINUBU that has met it in the official this in the result so far. So if TINUBU, let's say, was disqualified, the two of them will have to go to a runoff.
No, they will not, because for you to have that dynamic, there must be 3 people involved in the first place to even have a runoff. You can't.
No,
you can't. No, you cannot run off 2 people when the idea of.
No, you just assume that only 2 elections take place.
Assume. No, you cannot assume. Listen, that means you must call for fresh elections. The idea of runoff itself is because they couldn't decide between 3 people. Now, if you take out,
what is the difference between a runoff and a fresh election? It's still the same thing that is going to happen.
No, it's not. No, listen to me. Runoff. Remember, we had about how many people voted? 12 million people voted, right? You couldn't get, because remember, it has to be you have the most spread.
I think there's a chance that you are right, and there's also a chance that I'm right. If there's a runoff,
no, it's right now. The runoff, if they want to base the judgment on runoff, then TINUBU has to participate.
Ground at all. It has to be one way.
Wait. For you to have a runoff, there must be 3 to qualify for the word runoff. That means you couldn't get the. So that would mean that they have to have fresh elections between Obi and Atiku. Not that they just say Obi is now the winner. It doesn't going to happen because it doesn't have enough votes. It doesn't have enough spread. So how is it going to win?
It's okay if Peter Obi takes on Atiku. Yeah, there's a chance that Atiku could win.
Don't think that way at all. Please don't cast your don't beat your.
Are you scared?
No,
are you scared? AKPABIO is going to leave us so. Don't be worried. It's all going to be all right.
Due to the issue here, in their minds, somebody with 6 million votes is going to then be declared the president. I don't understand this delusion.
So I don't want him.
There's no delusion. It's just that they want to see the process through, and you never know what could happen. There are, there are football matches that go on to the 90th minute and the whole match turns. So I don't know why you keep saying that it's impossible.
Let me ask you a question tonight. Do you know Yaradua, that the 2007 election?
Yeah.
Yaradua as president, it was worst. Everything was rigged.
Yeah, but this is a different election.
What I want to tell you, what I want to tell you is this: apart from that, TINUBU won the election. There are so many interests that they cannot just plunge the country into anything like that. And the so-called justice you are talking about, were they promoted to Supreme Court judge by themselves? We are just talking like a small boy. You think they'll just go there and say, even before the result, they already know what they are doing to do.
Nobody will even don't mind them. Nobody will even call for another. Do you think we can afford another election in that country?
You guys just to trouble yourself.
Better to an election than anarchy, I say. That would be cheaper.
Like everybody already moved on in Nigeria.
No. Let me wait. Naija, are you saying that if the court declare TINUBU as the president, that your own side of the divide will now go trying to destroy the country because they lost the election? That's what you're saying.
Of course not. What I'm saying is that it
What are
was
you
said
saying?
that no, what was said was that going for another election because let's say the judge decides to rule for Peter Obi and it leads to another election, then that would be just too much expensive. It will be too expensive for the
Don't
government.
talk about
But
people. Just
that
talk
is
about
better. It's better to do that than to avoid it and say
not
Tinubu won
recall.
when
No,
clearly the case is showing that he
no.
didn't win.
You said anarchy. You don't
Yeah,
twist it.
what I say is that better to have a re-election than anarchy. Don't you see that?
That means that come on, don't.
No, it means that if you are trying to avoid a re-election, then you give it to the wrong person, then that will cause anarchy instead. So you have to look at it from the point of view.
Who is that wrong person? Who is that wrong person?
No, the wrong person is based on the evidence that the judges and the court submitted, and even the submission of the court, and they still go and rule in favor of this thing. The wrong person. That's what you're going to have. That's what exactly. That's my point.
There's no anarchy anywhere. Just go.
They are the
You
court.
know,
They get to decide what they get to decide, not what you think they should decide.
Even here in the UK, we experienced something we call a whitewash during the Iraq War. When the report came out, they just exonerated the government completely. But yet we all know, everybody knew that was wrong. And then a second edition was carried out, and that second one made everything clearer. So it tells you that sometimes judgments can happen, and people will clearly disagree with it, knowing full well that even with the evidence that they provided, that it is wrong. What they just did was wrong. It's like somebody telling you that black is white, white is black. This is why they call it whitewash. When you have a whitewash case, it can happen. I don't think the judges will do that.
With this judge, if the judgment comes out now and they said Tinubu won and everything is clear and they give that just wait, I'm just giving you a scenario that this is the way they see it. Do you think the obedient will agree? If they have overwhelming evidence, do you think they will agree?
They will agree. Yeah, they will agree.
They will not. They will not. They will not.
See, if they don't agree, the ones that don't agree, let's put it this way. If they provided that evidence, Peter Obi would be the first to agree. Then they will have to. You see what I mean? That's how
which Peter Obi that doesn't have control over them. Does he have control over them?
How are you going to go and fight for somebody that has already conceded? What are you going to do? Move on. And most of us, I will tell them to move on too. Prepare for 2027.
Whether it's considered or it does not considered, after the court case and they say no.
I think they should pay. What we save all of them now, Remy, is to prepare their mind that nothing is changing. Tinubu has started. He has spent 2 months and he remain 3 years and 10 months for him on that seat.
Keep saying that. I get a feeling that Simba may have an aneurysm if Tinubu.
You're not serious.
if Tinubu was found wanted,
my life does not depend on Tinubu. Believe me.
Yes. The way you're acting now.
Let's flip it around. Sorry, Babati. Let's flip it around. If this scenario is Obi that won this election and we're in the same thing, do you think all the rest of Nigeria care? We have already
nobody now. Even the Yorubas will not go and die and be doing all these things because of Tinubu now.
Shouting all around the world that blah 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 blah. If it's
I'm a campaigning of my imagination.
Yeah, but that's why you should also see what it means to some people. See, if Tinubu was, if P2B was the winner of this election, and let me just say something now, Remy. Let's say they were swearing P2B in. What you are going to see in the crowd is people in floods of tears. That there is a difference, and I feel like sometimes people miss it. I mean the passions on the other side.
Why are they crying for what?
What is wrong with you? They are telling you that the other side is feeling it a lot more.
Because let me tell you, to Niger, there was a time, there was one guy that came on this platform. Okay, it was Remy that even engaged him now, Israel. You remember Remy?
Yes.
And Remy was asking him that why did you support Peter Obi? Do you remember the answer that he gave that day, Remy?
He just gave me answer that
I think he said that He said he will do well or something like that, and that they believe
He
him.
just believe in him, and
They just believe the man.
He said, if Obi is, I said, do you know? I asked him some question that, do you believe in the senator elected? He said yes. The governor elected, he said yes. All the president said yes. And Obi lost this election the same day. He said that is the only one he does not believe, but the other people won. But this one was rigged. And then what will happen if the court said that he does not win? He said, what if Obi accept? He will accept. If he does not accept, he won't accept. Then that Princess now came out.
Because we even asked him for that. That why did you think that Obi won that election? And he said because Obi said so. Because Obi said so. That was why he believed.
He was so dull. He does not. He's not even a man with.
But you can't blame them now. Look at what happened in Rivers State. That one has already emerged.
Forget about River. River is not Nigeria now. It's not a Rivers State. It's not governorship of Rivers State. Remove Rivers State. Remove Rivers State. Remove Rivers State and award all the votes in Rivers State to Obi. Forget, it can't be Nigeria. We have 36 states. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. You can't tell me that Obi won Samfara or one in Sokoto or one in Kebbi. So what are you telling me?
Nobody said he needed to win those states.
If you tell them that look at what happened in the Southeast, Obi won 94%, 90-something%.
They will say yes, that is right.
We don't have APC governor there. We don't have APC supporter there. How come they do not even have?
How many card carriers of APC members do we have in the Southeast that a whole president will be getting 4,000 votes? 4,000 votes. Even careless voters will be more than 4,000.
Okay, let me say some thank yous to the people in the chat so that we can round up. Mysterious, thank you for coming in. What are the names?
Mysterious. Who is Mysterious?
There's Mysterious. So there is AB.
It's not Mysterious, Ministrable or something like that. Is it Mysterious?
Yeah, it's Mysterious.
It is
thank
not
you for coming in.
It's Ministrable.
Hold on. No, there's Mysterious actually. DJ Dodoye. Thank you for coming in. Greg Bayero, thank you for coming in. Prince Daddy, thank you for coming in. He was on the panel too. Thank you for coming in. Black Experience, thank you for coming in. One man went to both. Thank you for coming in. Real Life with Abi, thank you for coming in. Greg Bayero.
Sorry, by the way, before you go ahead, man, I hope you're there. That Real Life with Abi streams this stuff every time on our own YouTube channel. So the same way you are seeing right now, she streams the same thing. She has a YouTube channel and she's streaming this same thing right now live. And she also has
which one? Real Life with Abi.
Yeah. If you type in Real Life with Abi on YouTube right now, you will see the same. You will see.
Let me check that out. Oh, that's interesting.
And she's been doing that she has all the episodes of this year. Like anytime you come on live, she's right now. If you go on Real Life with Abi, you will see this same thing right now. Like you're watching Real Life. One man wants to more. So
I would like to be doing that.
BT, what is the spelling?
I think
Real Life
with Abi.
Real Life
with Abi.
With Abi. She must have told one man.
Yeah, and I'm like,
say Abi, the AB.
ABI.
Okay, with Abi.
Do you see?
Yeah, she's got. Wow, she's streaming it all now. The time. Yeah.
So you will see everything, and she also has the donation page too, donation link, everything like you're watching.
Well, it's the same thing, no?
Yes, now I just tell you now.
That's a bit of a. It seems a little. I don't know how to describe it because.
She has all the previous editions also.
Yeah.
She has all the previous editions.
Yeah. So yeah,
is one man. Is he aware of this?
I don't know. I brought it up once with one man, but he didn't say anything about it in the private. So I never really mentioned it again. So I'm maybe he's aware somebody's streaming his shows. So
okay.
All right.
Okay. Good. Okay, good morning here, everybody, because it's already almost 11 a.m. here.
Before you go, let's find a way to make sure that Fafara does not host the show again. Let's plan it.
Okay, we should see him more. We should see him more.
Let's give him.
Yeah, right.
Let's give him that Niger style. That Niger style.
You guys are trying to get rid of me. Eh? You good talk with that one now. See, I don't think you want to get rid of me. I'm a nice guy. See, so let me just read more names out. Boaz Biggie, Boaz Biggie. Oh, he was there for a while. Black Experience, and I think Black Experience is the one you were referring to. Abdulakim Yusuf, thank you for coming in. Omoni Keye, thank you for coming in. Fast is too slow. Thank you for coming in. Black Experience, Michael Uforma, thank you for coming in. Tracy, thank you for coming in. Ayo, Crown, Tracy, Caesar, Balo, Waga, Ladi. That one was a bit harder. Caesar, Peter, AO. Thank you for being here. Samuel Niamoga. You know, I need to be practicing these names more. Niamoga. Yeah. Niamoga. So I get used to saying Nigerian names. OG, Eze, Kolata, Mysterious. I said it was Mysterious. TSTS. And yeah, that's just about it. Thank you all for coming in. Till next time, we are going to see again, and it's probably going to be one man went to move tonight, so it's all good. Samuel, okay, yeah, that's you there. One man gave her permission. Okay, yeah, he's saying that one man gave her permission to be streaming the videos. Yeah, I won't be surprised. That would be too much of a piece stake for her to just be streaming his videos like that. So it's all good now. The message is getting out there. They're going to always come here. Just in case you watch the video on our channel to the end, it's on One Man Went to Mow. So you come back, you come to the actual channel to come and watch
don't underestimate the power of what we are seeing on this platform. Believe me, it travels.
Thank you. It's good now. That's why we are here now, to share our experience and our opinions.
And it's not only Nigerians that watch it, though. It's not only Nigerians that watch our show. So don't just us have this, because this concept that people say, "Oh, watch it." People watch. In fact, don't underestimate the power of social media.
Yeah, I hope so. They are listening. I was happy to hear, the president was talking about, loans to businesses. Those are one of the things I talked about that they needed to be doing. Nobody has mentioned efficiency savings yet, but I will settle for loans to businesses and he also talked about targeting major businesses. I think about 70 of them that is going to target to pump money into them so that they can, generate more jobs, whatever he wants to do with those, and then give to smaller businesses.
Even the loan, people complain. Believe me, they are begging me to come and take loan, even in the Bank of Industry in Nigeria. Believe me, and the interest rate is single digits.
Single digits. That's not bad. I think the only reason why I would need loan is a transition to solar panel.
They are not aware of some of the opportunities in that country. We are just being carried away by complain. People don't see opportunity; they only see the negatives. Believe me, to Nigeria.
Yeah,
I think I mentioned it on this platform. I took in 2000, middle after COVID, about 10 million naira. I have finished offsetting it. I was just paying like 250, 300 every month. In less than 2.5 years, I finished it. Do you understand? So immediately I finished, they're asking me, are you interested in taking another one?
You took that loan in Nigeria, 10 million.
10 million, yes, Bank of Industry.
Of course, they will want to give you more because you can pay back. They know you can pay back. They want to give you more.
So, and people will come and say, no, it's very difficult to get. And the funny thing is that I didn't even have, the only collateral I used was the CFO of two of my brothers. Okay. Not even my own. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that was all.
Wow, that's nice. No, CFO, is that not for a property? You had to give a collateral?
Just land documents. Now that's all.
Those are thieves, man. So if anything happens, they take your land?
They will not take. The only thing they do, what they do is that they also insure your loan with insurance company.
Exactly.
So if there's any, that's what they do. They insure your loan with insurance company.
I think the one the government wants to give out is insured by
This
the government.
one, let me tell you, by the time Nigerian government, they know. By the time they give this loan out, Nigerians will not pay back. That just is forget about it.
Yeah, that's why they are
Nigerians will
insuring
not pay
it.
back. Nigerians will not pay back.
If you can get it now, that's the trick. If you can get it at all.
The one they did for agriculture, how many of them were they able to get back? The ones they did for the rice farmers. Nigerians will not just go, will not pay their loans. And that's why I'm even a little bit, we are the two Nigeria, let us be realistic. From the head to toe, we are all bad in that country.
But you paid back now.
I paid back because I have my reputation to protect. How much is the 10 million? How much is the 10 million that I will not be running away from? You understand? And I know that if I don't do that, then it will spoil another opportunity of a bigger one in future for me.
Yeah. But for them to do so it seems a little bit crass though for that. Because you are overseas too now. You are based overseas, so
no, I took it when I was in Nigeria.
Okay.
And they know, even now that I offer me, they know that I'm no longer residing in Nigeria. But they know where my business is located. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. And you know that my credit rating now is very high with them because I took one and I returned. That is it. And that is what they also use in developed world. If your credit rating is good, you can get loan.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
That's good. Thank you for coming in,
okay.
Timber. And till next time, let me close out for now. Bye. I will play this song. What is this song?
Bola,